One random day, the world was suddenly pushed to the brink of total extinction. Every single god stood powerless before the overwhelming force crushing down on them. Humanity had already accepted the worst possible ending. At that moment, the great sage equal to heaven braced himself with one arm on his iron staff and roared that this was far from over. Hagwin, the hero of Olympus, sneered at him and mocked that a dying dog sure had a loud mouth. He taunted that immortality meant nothing if he lacked the guts to face the outer gods beyond the realm. Sooner or later, those foreign deities would uncover this place anyway. Just when even the faintest hope seemed gone, Kronos, the divine being who could see through the flow of time, suddenly appeared. Activating the clock in his hand, he declared that they would rewind the world's timeline and start everything over. Yet the one Kronos chose was neither the great sage son Wukong nor any other god, but an ordinary young man instead. Kim Gun stepped into the tower after all the gods had already entered. Even so, he adapted to that brutal world faster than anyone else. Standing shoulder to shoulder with beings who had reached the tower's summit, Kim Gun forged his own legend and claimed divinity along with sacred titles. With the trust of every god behind him, he accepted Kronos' request, bidding them farewell with a promise to meet again. Without hesitation, he activated the time reversal clock. His body felt unbearably heavy. The stats and mystical energies that once empowered him had completely vanished from his body, so time itself had rewound, not just his body being sent back to the past. That meant he had to restart from absolute zero, and first he needed to figure out how far back he had returned. While lost in thought, he suddenly took a punch to the face. The blonde-haired guy who threw it smirked arrogantly. He bragged that it was impressive he could even endure that hit, leaving the MC wondering what the hell was going on. He glanced at the Incheon University emblem pinned to the blonde's chest. Right before all that madness, he had been a college student. It had been so long he nearly forgot. What was this punk's name again? The blonde shouted, asking if he thought he was tough and telling him to show some respect to his senior. Seeing him stay silent, the blonde took it as a challenge and swung a second punch. The MC casually tilted his body and dodged with ease, shocking the blonde. Muttering to himself about whether it was today or tomorrow, he suddenly asked what the date was. He warned that if the guy answered quickly, he might overlook the earlier punches, then mocked that those hits were weaker than flies. The blonde's face instantly flushed with rage. After hurling insults and raising his fist again, he was cut off mid-motion as the MC countered with a flawless punch. At that same moment, the phone in his pocket began to vibrate. The screen displayed 3:00 p.m. December 31, exactly 9 hours before the tutorial would begin. 8:00 p.m. December 31, 2019. Kim Myung-hoon, the physical education major from Incheon University, adjusted his beret and headed to the crowded Hongdae food district to meet his friends. 1 hour late means a 50,000 won penalty. Pay up, his friend joked, and he snapped back telling him to shut it. Kim Myung-hoon grumbled and downed his beer in one go. Someone teased that he must have just vented his anger, and the mention alone darkened his expression as he said he did not want to talk about it. He demanded another drink, and as his friend poured more beer, he pressed him about what he did to Kim Gun. At the name Kim Gun, he clenched his teeth, recalling what had happened earlier. That truant bastard, now I remember who you are. Even if school was on break, he mocked that he should find something better to do, then coldly added that any hardship he faced was deserved. Saying there was not much time left, the MC turned and walked away, leaving Kim Myung-hoon sprawled on the ground with a bleeding nose. He cursed that the guy spouted nonsense no one understood before leaving, swearing he would beat him until he could not run anymore. Bragging to his friends, he claimed he had crushed him to pulp and hoped he could still crawl to a hospital, while another laughed and told him not to go too far or it would be troublesome. He scoffed that no one cared since that loser had no parents, and if he died from a few punches, it would be his own fault. The whole group burst into laughter and kept drinking happily. 11:50 p.m. With the new year approaching, the streets were packed with people. Among them was Kim Myung-hoon's group. As they walked, one of them suddenly shouted, "Hey, isn't that Kim Gun?" They all turned and saw him dragging a suitcase, and he did not look like someone who had just been beaten senseless. What's that guy doing out here? Even better, let's end him for good. Kim Myung-hoon tossed his mask to the ground and led his crew toward the MC with a wicked grin. "Hey, Kim Gun, what the hell are you doing out here?" Kim Myung-hoon shouted his name so loudly that everyone nearby turned to stare at them. 11:57 p.m. He lowered his head, glanced at his watch, and answered calmly, "It's almost midnight. You guys should enjoy the last 3 minutes while you can. After that, it's straight into hell. What kind of crap are you spouting now?" Kim Myung-hoon was about to curse again when he suddenly froze. He watched as the MC sat down and unzipped his suitcase. Inside, besides a backpack, there was nothing but cold, lethal weapons. Seeing him pull out a sword and a hatchet, one of Kim Myung-hoon's friends quickly dragged him back in fear and urged him to apologize, while another chimed in agreeing. They said Kim Myung-hoon was the one at fault here, and that even if Kim Gun was angry, this was going too far, but he did not spare them a single glance. His mind was focused on the fact that this was one of the most densely populated areas in Seoul, packed with people. He slung the backpack over his shoulder, gripped the sword in his right hand, and tucked the hatchet at his waist. Then he kicked the suitcase toward Kim Myung-hoon's group. The moment the clock struck midnight, a piercing metallic chime echoed through the air, followed by towering pillars of purple light erupting everywhere. "Your 3 minutes are up." He tossed that final line over his shoulder, then walked past Kim Myung-hoon's stunned group without stopping. Sector 20, population 12,014. The tutorial will now begin. Survive the zombie horde. All zombies will disappear after 30 minutes. As the announcement ended, the zombies poured out of the purple dimensional gates like ants swarming from a nest. Seeing their sheer numbers, the MC frowned, realizing the difficulty had scaled up because of the area. The higher the population density, the higher the tutorial difficulty. It was the system's way of balancing each sector. Hongdae was insanely crowded for its size, and the sector boundaries limited escape routes, meaning no matter where you ran, zombies would already be waiting. This place was about to turn into a sea of blood. You can check your stats by saying the activation phrase for the status window. As the messages rolled in, everyone received a random weapon. You have received a basic weapon, rusted dagger. The MC casually tossed aside the system-issued dagger the moment he got it. Some people were given items that barely even qualified as weapons. The theme of the first tutorial was survival, and for his past self, simply staying alive would have been enough. But now, that alone would never satisfy him. He gripped the sword he had prepared in advance, and sprinkled a layer of white powder along its blade. Once ready, he dashed forward and cleaved a zombie's head clean off. You are the first to kill a zombie in this sector. You have gained 100 experience points. Your experience has increased significantly. You have leveled up. At the same time, he felt his body growing lighter and stronger. With the powder-coated sword, he began cutting through the zombie swarm like slicing vegetables. His levels steadily climbed higher and higher. The others who witnessed this started whispering among themselves. "Look at him, are those zombies really that weak? Maybe we can do it too, yeah, let's take them on." One young man with a hatchet charged forward confidently and swung at a zombie. But the blow failed to leave even a scratch. Before he could react, the zombie bit into his neck and killed him on the spot. In truth, raw strength alone was not enough to cut them down. These creatures were slow and looked weak, but every single one of them was absurdly tough and fearless, and they became far more dangerous when moving in packs. A few lucky survivors might make it through and enter the tower, but it would never be easy. He swung his sword again, yet this time the slash failed to finish off the zombie. Has it already worn off? Kim Gun staggered back after taking a heavy swipe from the zombie. At the same time, he pulled out that pouch of white powder and coated the blade again. Zombies were tough to kill, but they had one fatal weakness: salt. Back when he was climbing the tower in his previous life, he had befriended an old man who worked at a salt farm. Because of that job, the man survived by accidentally discovering the zombies' vulnerability. That was why the white powder Kim Gun spread across his sword was nothing but salt. In just 10 minutes, he slaughtered 100 zombies. He achieved an impossible feat and earned 3 additional skill points. Skill points were different from random stat points, since they could be assigned to any attribute he desired. Current amount 3. Once the tutorial ended, any unused skill points would be automatically distributed at random. So skill points could actually be obtained during the tutorial, should he use them now. After a brief hesitation, he chose not to waste them on mere zombies and pressed on. With 20 minutes left in the tutorial, he searched for a more suitable location. But just as he was about to leave, a low growl echoed behind him. An idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Meanwhile, Kim Myung-hoon was struggling desperately against the swarm. Watching his knife barely pierce the thick hide, he cursed under his breath in frustration. Why could Kim Gun cut them down so easily while he could not? If only he had that weapon. The angrier he grew, the harder he kicked a zombie in the stomach, yelling at it to get lost. At that moment, one of his friends ran over shouting, "Are there more of them coming? Where did Kim Gun go? If we stick with him, we might survive." Kim Myung-hoon looked around frantically for any sign of him. Damn it, where did he disappear to? Distracted, he was suddenly ambushed by a zombie. "Watch out," his friend screamed. Startled, he instinctively raised his weapon just before the zombie crashed into him. The blade snapped in half and he thought it was over. But just as death seemed certain, the zombie froze mid-motion and collapsed. "What the hell is going on?" he muttered in shock. It looked like something had been sprinkled all over them. Looking up, he saw white particles raining down from above. He stretched out his hand and let them fall onto his palm. Bringing it to his tongue, he grimaced. It was salty salt. At the same time, Kim Gun used his agile footwork to leap across the slanted rooftops, while scattering salt below and continuously leveling up until the first tutorial ended. Only 4,007 people remained alive. Rewards will be distributed based on the number of enemies killed. Enemies defeated, 1,427. You have received 1,427 points. You have gained 1 strength, 2 endurance, and 1 skill point. You killed the most enemies and earned an additional 500 points. You accomplished an impossible achievement and gained 1,000 bonus points. He was slightly surprised by the results, realizing he had racked up quite a body count. 3,000 points this time, compared to barely 10 in his previous run, though this was only the first tutorial, so it was still impressive. A few seconds later, the system displayed another message that the second tutorial would begin shortly. He clicked his tongue. There was no time to rest. Just as he thought about what was next, a voice suddenly echoed, greeting everyone. Congratulations on surviving, while there are more of you left than expected. Hearing that mysterious voice, people began to panic and ask who was speaking. You hear it too, where is it coming from? I have an announcement for all of you. This was supposed to be revealed after the second tutorial, but since someone here leveled up unusually fast, we are making an exception. So even this is just a pawn, he thought. The announcement concerns how to use your points. Give yourselves a round of applause. A panicked guy shouted, "Hey, aren't you going to tell us how to get home?" While another snapped back to shut up because he could not hear anything. The mysterious voice resumed speaking. There are 2 primary ways to use your points. The first is through the shop. Inside are items beyond anything you could ever imagine, even in your wildest dreams. The second method is to treat points like currency. Everyone loves money, right? You can exchange points by shaking hands with another person. Kim Gun felt bored since he already knew all this. With enough points you could even ascend to godhood, and the shop played a critical role in this world. From this moment on, it would be a brutal war for levels and points. Time's up, everyone. Did you enjoy your little break? I've said what needed to be said. Now fight. Immediately, a region surrounded by golden light appeared. A safe zone was established at the center of each sector. Please enter the safe zone. Every 3 hours you will receive 100 points. The second tutorial will now commence, so that glowing area must be the safe zone. Carrying their doubts, the survivors all rushed toward the illuminated area. In the crowd, one of Kim Myung-hoon's friends patted him and urged him to move, but he just covered his face and cursed in disbelief. Seeing he was still shaken from nearly dying, his friend left him alone and asked the other where Trang Ho was, only to hear that he was probably dead. Suddenly, Kim Myung-hoon seemed to remember something and scanned the area, brushing off questions and muttering that he was fine. Then someone realized Kim Gun was nowhere to be seen and wondered if he had died. The friend who had spoken earlier said that before, he fought like a monster. Maybe it was some kind of talent. Right then, Kim Myung-hoon spotted Kim Gun not far away and shouted for people to move aside. He shoved his 2 friends away and strode straight toward him. Ignoring their calls, he rushed over, grabbed his shoulder, forced a smile, and called out his name. He asked where he was going and said he should head to the safe zone, offering to look after him as a senior, though inwardly he knew sticking close was the safest option. As long as he reached out like this, surely. Still fantasizing, his arm was abruptly brushed aside by the MC. I know, but I have somewhere else to be. If you want to survive, stop trying to leech off others. Just stay obediently inside the safe zone and know your place. After saying that, he patted Kim Myung-hoon's shoulder lightly and walked off, leaving him stunned before anger exploded inside him. Watching him leave without a glance, he could only clench his fists and curse under his breath. Telling himself that the safe zone had to be safer anyway, he turned and stepped inside. The moment he entered, a man behind him tried to follow, but slammed into the glowing barrier. What the hell, it's blocking us. I thought it wanted us inside. Hearing the shout, Kim Myung-hoon turned back in confusion. Blocked. The next second, his eyes widened at the system window. Capacity 2083 out of 2083. So the capacity was only 2,000, meaning barely half of the survivors could enter. Then what about those left outside? The answer appeared instantly before everyone within the safe zone. Outside, gigantic earthworms burst from underground and devoured the unlucky ones nearest to them. Save me, what is that thing? Save me. Agonizing screams echoed one after another. The people outside fled in all directions, seeking shelter. But the earthworms relentlessly chased them down. Elsewhere, Kim Gun had just slain one of the massive worms. The system announced that he was the first to kill an earthworm. You have received 300 points and 2 random stat points. Strength increased by 1, agility increased by 1. He looked toward the distant cries for help and muttered that it had begun. He then turned and descended into a nearby subway station, knowing the earthworms hunted by erupting from underground. They were invisible to the naked eye, but if he closed his eyes and focused on his other senses. Thinking that, he halted, shut his eyes, and waited patiently. Soon he sensed faint tremors beneath his feet, along with a subtle cracking sound. Now, he shouted inwardly and struck downward without hesitation, driving his blade into the ground and killing the worm just as it surfaced. The earthworm had only just emerged to attack. The system announced he had leveled up. Strength increased by 1, agility increased by 1, perception increased by 1. Just 2 kills and I already leveled up. If this keeps up, I'm going to rack up a ton of stat points. Earthworms live deep underground. They usually dig tunnels and build nests beneath the surface. In other words, this is my favorite kind of hunting ground. Kim Gun muttered to himself, relying on the experience from his previous life. It did not take long before he found a spot where dozens of earthworms had gathered. System notification, hidden dungeon discovered. You have found Hongdi Station. You have earned 10 bonus points, so this is their nest. That makes hunting them as easy as candy. First, let's hit level 20, a small milestone to start with. Kim Gun gripped a blade in each hand and charged straight into the swarm of earthworms. It was less of a fight and more of a slaughter. With the combat experience he had carried over, not a single earthworm survived a second strike from him. Suddenly, he noticed a small orb drop from the corpse of the worm he had just killed. Surprise flashed across his face as he stared at the bead. This item was supposed to appear later in the second tutorial. Interesting, these worms just became a lot more appealing. He picked up the orb. With a sly grin toward the remaining worms, he apologized mockingly and said he now had even more reason to hunt them down. 3 hours passed. Many outside the safe zone had become food for the earthworms, while the rest were still desperately running for their lives. Inside the safe zone, people trembled in horror as they watched, when suddenly a system window appeared. 3 hours have passed. You have received 100 points. Someone asked what points were and whether 100 was a lot, since they were basically currency. At that moment, another system alert appeared. The red zone will be deactivated. Capacity 1867 out of 1500. When the maximum capacity is exceeded, random individuals will be expelled from the safe zone. A red boundary immediately formed along the outer edge of the safe zone. Wait, is it going to keep shrinking? What is happening? I'm being dragged out. Those pushed into the red area were confused and panicking, unsure what to do when suddenly, a low growl echoed from behind them. They turned to see earthworms lurking like starving beasts, staring at those trapped in the red zone. Another notification appeared beside them. Capacity 1768 out of 1500. Time remaining 2 hours 57 minutes 11 seconds. Everyone instantly understood that once the countdown ended, the red zone would become unsafe. Panic exploded as people shoved and trampled each other trying to force their way back inside, screaming for others to move or get punched. Suddenly, a loud shout cut through the chaos and silenced everyone. Startled, they stopped and turned toward the one who had yelled. It was Kim Myung-hoon, glaring fiercely as he declared that from now on they would decide who had to be sacrificed for the rest to survive. If they did nothing, they themselves could be thrown out next. So to live, someone else had to be cast out. With that thought, he locked onto an older man in the crowd. He strode over and grabbed the man by the collar, drawing shocked cries from those nearby. "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Ignoring them, he coldly declared word by word that he would deal with the old man. Meanwhile, inside Hongdi Station, Kim Gun had just finished off another earthworm. Finally, within the nest, the system announced he had leveled up. Agility increased by 1, endurance increased by 1, perception increased by 1. You have reached level 20. A new stat, Mystic Power, has been unlocked. He reviewed his updated status window before gathering the orbs dropped by the worms. Stuffing them into his backpack, he muttered that he had done it. It had taken about 3 hours, not bad at all, and with his boosted stats, his body felt lighter than ever. I also gained 3 random stat points from hunting those earthworms, and another skill point too, not bad at all. Without capturing that thing, I could not expect better rewards anyway. System notification, remaining skill points 5, do you wish to allocate them? Kim Gun selected yes. System notification, distributing skill points. Mystic Power increased by 5. Mystic Power 18. Mystic Power would become the foundation of every strength he gained in the future. No stat was more important than this one. Even those rare individuals blessed by the tower supposedly started with only 12, so this was an excellent beginning. Good thing I saved those points. Now what I need to do is... Thinking that, Kim Gun lifted his head and stared at a crack in the air above him. "Hey, you're watching me, aren't you?" After a few seconds of silence, a voice echoed from the rift asking how he knew. He chuckled and said he was quite the showman, and it must be boring watching from somewhere else. The voice replied that he was right and even thanked him. He had made this dull job far more entertaining, and reaching level 20 already was impressive, as a doll-sized creature floated down beside him. Kim Gun said it was just luck, though he was not surprised since the creature was an administrator's minion. The minion repeated luck. It warned that those who credit everything to luck are the most frightening, then asked why he had called it. He answered simply, the shop. The minion looked surprised and asked if he wanted to buy something. He clarified that he wanted to purchase a skill. The minion pondered briefly and snapped its fingers. A shop interface appeared before him, as the minion remarked that he was likely the first to buy a skill during the second tutorial. Choose whatever you want. He began browsing without hesitation. There were so many options that scrolling through them all would take forever. After a while, he asked if those were all the skills available, and the minion confirmed that was it for the tutorial. It asked if he was looking for something specific, but he denied it, knowing further questions would only attract unwanted attention. He selected an item and declared he would take this. Monkey Eyes, once belonging to a monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain. Price 2,000 points. The minion questioned whether it was even a good skill. He purchased it anyway, joking that he just liked the cool name. System notification. You have spent 2,000 points. You have acquired Monkey Eyes. Remaining points 1527. Tilting its head, the minion watched as he ignored it and bought another item. Basic Aura Blade. Coats your sword with mystic power and turns it into a reliable ally. Price 1,500 points. He confirmed the purchase. System notification. You have spent 1,500 points. You have acquired Basic Aura Blade. Remaining points 27. The minion commented that Basic Aura Blade could compensate for early damage weaknesses among participants, but he turned away thinking how annoying it was. After he finished shopping, the minion closed the interface, waved goodbye, and wished him luck for the remaining time. It added that it had high expectations for him before vanishing. He paused and stared at the empty space where it disappeared, wondering if he was being monitored as some special specimen. It did not matter. As long as he did not break the rules, they could not punish him. The only thing that concerned him was his regression and whether they could detect it. The clockwork device had been created by Kronos, Nymea, and Odin. Kronos, the key figure behind it, had been erased from existence as the price for activating it. The minions were irrelevant, and even an administrator likely could not trace his return. Even if someone did realize, his goal would not change. With that resolve, he moved forward. He activated Monkey Eyes, and his pupils turned golden. Monkey Eyes, once belonging to a monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain. When activated, it enhances vision and sharpens all 5 senses. Rank F proficiency 0%. So these were that being's eyes. He needed to raise proficiency quickly because the true value of this skill lay elsewhere. Later, in another section of Hongdi Station, a group of earthworms were devouring prey when they suddenly stopped and lifted their heads toward a young man holding 2 weapons. It was Kim Gun. He did not charge immediately but checked the system. Time remaining 29 minutes 58 seconds. Plenty of time left. As he spoke, he activated Basic Aura Blade. Basic Aura Blade coats your sword with mystic power, transforming it into a dependable ally. Rank F proficiency 0%. Spotting a larger purple-blue worm among them, he muttered that he knew it would be lurking nearby. The special monster of the second tutorial, the Mother Earth Worm. After a brief pause, he sliced apart a smaller worm that blocked his path, then looked toward the Mother Earthworm and remarked how surprising that such a man-eating monster could be so fiercely protective of its offspring. With that, he dashed straight at the Mother Earthworm. It shrieked and lunged toward him, opening its jaws to bite. But despite its size, it lacked intelligence. Saying that, Kim Gun leaped high into the air. He twisted midair and narrowly avoided the Mother Earthworm's snapping jaws. With sharp eyes gleaming, he raised his blade high and declared he would end it in a single strike. Relying on his boosted agility, Kim Gun sprinted along the massive body of the Mother Earthworm, both hands wielding weapons as he unleashed relentless attacks, carving deep wounds across its flesh and forcing it to shriek in agony. So what are you going to do now? Flip over on your back? Not exactly the smartest move. The moment he finished speaking, he acted, dodging its lunging head with fluid precision, while continuing to dash along its body and inflict more damage. In his heart, he murmured that it was still not time. Just a little more. Minutes later, he seized the perfect opening. He leaped high into the air. The Mother Earthworm surged upward as well, jaws wide open to swallow him whole. Calmly, he thanked it for rushing straight at him, then unleashed a razor-sharp finishing blow, piercing straight through its head and fulfilling his promise to kill it in one strike. Meanwhile, near the safe zone barrier, a trembling young man clung to Kim Myung-hoon's leg, sobbing and begging for mercy. He cried that stepping outside meant certain death and demanded to know why this was happening. Kim Myung-hoon kicked him into the red zone and barked for him to shut up. He sneered that everyone had agreed to pick sacrifices, so the guy should accept his fate. Those in the red zone protested that he decided on his own, but he pointed at the crowd inside and shouted that everyone there had already agreed. With a savage expression, he raised his knife and warned that if anyone tried to come back, he would personally deal with them. Seeing him like a rabid guard dog, no one in the red zone dared challenge him again. And so the people trapped in the red zone Some held their heads in terror, others clung to each other and cried, all sharing the same overwhelming despair as the system timer ticked down. The countdown showed only 30 seconds remaining. Yet when it reached 3 seconds, it suddenly stopped. System notification: you have cleared the second tutorial. The safe zone will no longer shrink. You have received 600 points. 15 hours remain until the end of the second tutorial. Kim Myung-hoon muttered in disbelief. Why? Those in the red zone erupted in joy, realizing they had been spared. About 30 minutes later in Hongdae Station, the administrator's minion reappeared beside him, impressed that he had truly defeated it. The minion offered to heal him, but he refused unless it counted as a reward. He said minor injuries could be recovered easily by raising endurance. The minion clapped, praising a human for reaching such heights in the second tutorial, while Kim Gun complained about its usual noisy behavior. He glanced at it and thought it arrived later than expected, about 30 minutes after the Mother Earthworm's death. The minion likely never expected the ecosystem-sustaining boss of Tutorial 2 to be slain, meaning there was no preset reward, and they probably argued over it. After pondering, he asked what the reward was, and the minion noted he seemed to understand this world well since he anticipated compensation. It added that most people would never realize such things. He cut it off and demanded to hear the reward. The minion nodded in understanding. It offered 3 choices, prompting his curiosity. The first was the right to skip directly to the 5th tutorial. This option included all information and rewards from tutorials 3 and 4. He thought they assumed tutorials 3 and 4 held little value for him, while the minion continued that the second option was points. It implied no explanation was needed, and he asked about the third choice. The final option was a connection to Olympus. It explained that the tutorial was merely the beginning of this vast world. Within the massive tower existed countless powerful organizations and divine entities. The minion advised him to choose Olympus. Olympus was one of the ruling factions of the tower. With their sponsorship, he would be protected after completing the tutorial. Hearing the name Olympus, he clenched his fist, recalling that Kronos belonged to that faction. Borrowing their power would make climbing faster and safer, yet he suddenly stood and chose the second option instead. A system window appeared instantly. Reward received. You have obtained 10,000 points. The administrator's minion gasped in shock and told him to wait, saying since he had not used the points yet, he could reconsider his choice. It urged him to choose wisely, claiming he would regret this later because he did not understand Olympus, but Kim Gun cut it off coldly. He said that as a mere subordinate, it should at least do its job properly, and pointed out that the final option had not even been discussed with the other minions, nor approved by the administrator. The minion turned pale and asked how he knew about the administrator, but he did not answer directly and instead mentioned that other minions had similar deals, questioning whether they all served Olympus, Deva Heaven, or even Leamington. Hearing those names from his mouth truly shook the minion, who stared at him and demanded to know what he was, while he waved dismissively and thanked it for revealing another task he needed to handle. He opened the system panel and began operating it. System notification. You wish to request a meeting with the administrator for 1,000 points. The minion panicked and shouted for him to stop. Without hesitation, he pressed confirm and told it that it would find out soon enough. System notification. The administrator has accepted your request. He stepped off the corpse of the Mother Earthworm and waited calmly. The tutorial was meant to be completely isolated from the tower, yet the minions were clearly tied to Olympus. That interference could ruin his future plans, so he could not ignore it. As he pondered, the space before him suddenly lit up. A tall man emerged from the light, smiling as he commented on such a bold request during the tutorial. He laughed that all this was done for just 1,000 points and asked if he was the one who called him. Kim Gun introduced himself as a participant of the tutorial. The tutorial administrator nodded in understanding. He remarked that this was the one who had slain over 1,000 zombies in the first tutorial. He admitted he had heard quite a lot about him. The administrator asked how he knew of his existence and the method to summon him, and he responded by citing the first rule of the tutorial. All information players obtain must be discovered through their own ability, and not from the administrator or the tower, a rule written by the administrator himself. He thought to himself that this meant every piece of knowledge had to be self-earned, and the administrator could detect lies within his domain. The administrator fell silent for a few seconds before acknowledging that he spoke the truth. He then said he sensed interference from the tower, prompting the administrator to question what he meant. He explained that Olympus had contacted the minions and even offered him sponsorship as a reward. The minion panicked and tried to deny it to the administrator, but before it could finish defending itself, the administrator casually crushed it into a bloody smear and muttered about those meddling Olympus fools. He snarled that they dared to extend their influence even here. Licking the blood off his hand, he thanked Kim Gun for exposing the corruption, and the MC calmly cited the second rule of the tutorial. During the tutorial, every achievement must be rewarded with appropriate compensation. He reminded the administrator that he spent a significant amount of points to summon him and indirectly eliminated a traitor, asking what he thought of that. The administrator stroked his chin thoughtfully. He studied Kim Gun and said that his records showed nothing particularly abnormal, yet that very normality was the most intriguing part. He agreed to grant a reward. Although he had not killed the minion directly, it was close enough. A minion close to the administrator's authority had fallen in the second tutorial by a mere human. Kim Gun looked at him steadily. He said he would take that as praise. The administrator sat down laughing loudly, impressed by his achievement and wondering what reward would be fitting. He noted that he already possessed quite a number of points. After a brief pause, he suddenly declared he had decided. He rose to his feet and extended his hand toward him, saying this should be sufficient. Kim Gun stared at the outstretched hand. This was the method used to transfer points, and he realized the reward might not be as ordinary as expected, then grasped the administrator's hand. Instantly, a system window appeared. You have acquired the skill Mana Mastery. Mana recovery speed, resistance, and sensitivity have slightly increased. Mystic power increased by 5. The administrator laughed and said that should satisfy him. He added that he had other subordinates to discipline and would take his leave. He said they would meet again after the third tutorial. With that, the tutorial administrator disappeared. Only Kim Gun remained standing there in stunned silence. He stared at his hand in disbelief and muttered Mana Mastery, amazed that such a high-tier skill could appear in a tutorial. Mana Mastery rank S1 of the administrator's authorities, increases mana recovery by 10%, resistance by 10%, and enhances mana perception. Proficiency 0%. Though proficiency was still low, this was a true mana control skill. Mana was controlled through mystic power and was the most crucial energy in the entire tower. Thinking that, he extended his hand and whispered mana, instantly gathering a cluster of energy in his palm. Mana manipulation, an advanced mana control technique, can only be used once mystic power reaches 40 points. Kim Gun Mystic Power, 26. After a brief pause, he maintained the cluster of mana for a few seconds before thrusting it outward. The blast exploded forward with considerable destructive force. A compensation reward that powerful was honestly insane. It was still a bit unstable, but more than good enough for now. Should he actually feel grateful to Olympus for this? Even so, this was nowhere near enough. He had only just begun to reclaim and replicate the power he once possessed. The strength he had before regression alone would not suffice. He needed more, enough to defeat those unmatched outer gods. With that thought, he lunged forward and stabbed the earthworm crawling toward him. He intended to squeeze every last point out of the remaining 13 hours before the second tutorial ended. 13 hours later, with only about 10 minutes left in the second tutorial. Inside the safe zone, a man in a blue jacket argued that the government would not stay idle if things became such chaos, while Kim Myung-hoon shouted back asking who could guarantee there would not be a third or fourth tutorial, and what if the safe zone vanished while they waited. The man in blue insisted they should at least wait until time ran out. Before he could finish, Kim Myung-hoon grabbed his collar and dragged him aside, calling him a nuisance. He reminded him that he had been told to form a supply search team, and if he could not do it, he would personally throw him out. He added that sacrifices were inevitable, but thanks to him most would survive, and that this was simply the new reality, so they should hurry. Suddenly, someone pointed outside the safe zone and shouted, "Wait, is that a person out there?" Everyone turned to look, and Kim Myung-hoon immediately recognized Kim Gun, mocking him for walking outside the safe zone and wondering if he was brave or just stupid. As people whispered, someone sharp-eyed noticed the ground beneath him bulge and screamed a warning. "Watch out below." A second later, an earthworm burst from the ground. Its maw full of teeth lunged straight at him. He calmly jumped upward, dodged midair and stomped down hard, forcing the earthworm's jaws to close forever. After casually finishing it off, Kim Gun stepped into the safe zone and spoke. "Just ignore me and continue your debate." At that moment, only 5 minutes remained in the second tutorial, and he had already reached level 26. He had only stopped by to collect the completion reward. Yet somehow a few lunatics had already started playing leader. Kim Myung-hoon approached with fake familiarity, slinging an arm over his shoulder and claiming he had been worried. He said he had been searching everywhere and urged him to come inside. Others watched nervously and whispered whether they were close. They had just seen him crush a monster with his foot. One glance told him everything about the situation. He shrugged off Kim Myung-hoon's arm and asked if he had forced them to search for supplies, causing him to stiffen. He argued that some might die, but it benefited everyone, and was asked if that meant risking lives for food. Something about that logic felt twisted. Kim Myung-hoon's temper flared. He told him to listen carefully. If you want to survive, you have to be shameless. In a world like this, rules and morals do not matter. To survive in a world turned chaotic, selfishness and cruelty are natural. He questioned whether he truly did not understand that. The MC only smirked with disdain. At that exact moment, the second tutorial ended. System notification: the second tutorial has concluded. Each person in the safe zone will lose 500 points and receive a loot bag. If killed by a traitor, all items inside the bag will be erased. A bag appeared above everyone's head. He caught his and continued speaking. "If that is your way of surviving, so be it. I will not join you nor stop you. Just remember, whatever you do, never cross the line." Kim Myung-hoon watched him leave and muttered that he was being threatened again. The system notification continued. The third tutorial will begin immediately. Eliminate 50 monsters within the sector and collect 50 cores. Time remaining 72 hours. The sector will be destroyed when the timer ends. The gate will activate after 70 hours, as soon as the announcement finished. A swirling vortex suddenly appeared. Above it floated a panel displaying 0 out of 50. At the same time, monsters of all shapes erupted across the streets and buildings, causing people to curse that it was monsters again, though some noted the safe zone still stood and wondered if that vortex was the exit like in a game. Kim Myung-hoon frowned and muttered that they had to kill monsters and gather cores. He complained about needing to collect 50 cores himself before scoffing at the others, telling them they heard the rules and knew what to do. Meanwhile, Kim Gun returned to the subway entrance at Hongdae Station. The first thing he did was transfer everything, all 132 mana cores from his backpack into the system loot bag, then secured it around his waist. He tossed the old backpack aside and turned his attention to the monsters that were slowly climbing up the stairs. There were so many, maybe even 1,000. The second tutorial had been lucky, but it still was not enough to satisfy him. As he spoke, he raised his hand. A mass of mana gathered in his palm and rapidly expanded. System notification, Mana Mastery. Proficiency 0.5%. Mana Burst completion 100%. Mana Burst has been perfected. Mana Burst has been added as a skill. At that moment, he let out a sharp shout. He hurled the concentrated mana straight into the horde. Everything in its path was instantly annihilated. Even the ground was carved into a deep trench. Flexing his aching fingers from forcing the spell, he muttered that it worked. He had to drain nearly all his mana to fire Mana Burst, and controlling it was difficult, but with higher stats and proficiency, it would become deadly. He collected the fallen cores into his bag and exhaled. Mana Burst was the foundation of precise mana control, yet it was not truly his style. Saying that, he stood up, drew a dagger and faced the monsters retreating in fear. Why are you backing away? Come on, let's try again. He had no intention of wasting the remaining time. The next day, with 22 hours and 43 minutes left, a group of 3, 2 men and a woman all level 10, cautiously explored a section of Hongdae Station, whispering that they had gone too deep and the place felt eerie. They lamented that they started with 1,400 people and now only 400 remained, so hiding wherever possible was their only option. One wondered if the station had always been this vast, and another replied that since the world had collapsed, nothing made sense anymore. Suddenly, Joyeon pointed ahead and shouted for them to look. Junho and Seongmun turned and gasped at what looked like a convenience store. Joyeon grinned in relief about filling their bags with food, while Junho rushed forward joking about ramen. Seongmun snapped that they did not even have water to boil it. Junho replied he would eat it raw if he had to. The moment he said that, a spider-like monster dropped from the ceiling and bit him viciously. The other two froze in terror. Joyeon screamed his name. More creatures crawled out from the shadows. There were too many. Seongmun cursed under his breath and drew his weapon. Joyeon did the same, but panic flooded her mind as she wondered if they could win despite surviving this long. Yet her body refused to move. Seongmun saw a monster lunging at her and shouted her name. She snapped back to her senses. Screaming, she slashed wildly ahead. She managed to block one monster, but another clamped its jaws onto her arm. Seongmun cursed loudly. He smashed his weapon into a monster's head, twisting it aside, but its skull snapped back into place, and it lunged to bite his arm. Joyeon felt despair creeping in. She thought she had endured so much just to survive. Why did it have to end like this? Why was she about to lose her life in a place like this? She could only watch in despair as another monster lunged at her, her body frozen and powerless to fight back. All she could do was stare at the creature's jagged fangs as they closed in, inch by inch. Just when she thought this was the end, a sudden long-range strike shot through the air. It blasted the monster apart in a single devastating hit. Nguyen Kim Kwan appeared with a soda can in his hand and casually spoke up. "You guys are way too loud. I was trying to sleep and you just had to wake me up." Joyeon muttered in disbelief. No way. Sure, everyone had levels and stats now, but how could he possibly take down a monster with nothing but a can? Her doubts didn't last long though, because the next moment, Nguyen Kim Kwan flicked his wrist and hurled the can straight out. It smashed directly into the head of the monster that was pinning down Seongmun. He rushed over, pulled Seongmun free, and drew a dagger. In just a few breaths, every monster in the area was wiped out. Only after finishing did he glance back at Joyeon and Seongmun. Thank you, you really saved us back there, thank you so much." Right then, Seongmun suddenly cried out in pain. Clutching the spot where the monster had bitten him, he dropped to his knees. Joyeon hurried to support him, panicking as she called out his name. Nguyen Kim Kwan thought for a second before tossing them an item. "Rub this on it first, it should help." Then he asked, "What's your endurance stat?" Seongmun answered weakly, "Around 17. "Then you won't die at least, but that arm might be useless from now on." Hearing that, Joyeon urged him to hurry and apply it. Seong-mun snapped back to his senses. Gritting his teeth, he spread the ointment over the bite wound. Meanwhile, Nguyen Kim Kwan stretched and thought to himself, guess I slept about 6 hours. The fatigue's gone, but I really wish I could have slept a bit longer. That was my first real sleep in 4 whole days. Maybe I've been pushing myself a little too hard. I even burned points to buy a bag of odorless powder just so I could rest. And somehow I still ended up getting disturbed. After giving the two of them a brief glance, he said nothing more and turned to leave. Seeing that, Joyeon quickly called out an apology. Are you going to keep hunting around here? There are way more monsters underground than on the surface. And if you're unlucky, you might even run into an earth serpent. I'm not staying here. This is my restaurant and my resting spot. Joyeon blinked in confusion. Restaurant. He turned back and added, the place I hunt is somewhere else. A short while later, he arrived at a different location. Joyeon and Seong-mun followed right behind him. Seong-mun looked around and said, there's really a dungeon on basement level 2. The architecture's totally different. This place looks expensive. He shot them a sharp look. If you knew it was this dangerous, why come down here? Joyeon hesitated. You've been down here so long you probably don't know what's happening up top. On the surface, people formed factions and started slaughtering each other out of fear and distrust. They're even fighting over cores, turning it into a living hell. So you only ran down here after getting attacked. Yes, Seong-mun added, they didn't even bother following us underground. He almost pointed out that they had nearly died down here too. But Joyeon said, thanks to you, we're still alive. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed ahead, followed by a violent gust that nearly swept Joyeon and Seong-mun off their feet. Struggling to stay upright, they shouted in fear, what was that sound? Up ahead, he stood unmoved, as if the pressure meant nothing. He calmly looked at them and said, you just said you survived because of me, but there's no guarantee I won't kill you myself and take your cores. That made them freeze. They had only trusted him because he saved them. Compared to the humans above and the monsters below, he might be the most dangerous of all. Regaining his composure, Seong-mun spoke uneasily. You've probably already gathered enough cores on your own. There's no reason for you to target us. What if I told you I'm collecting even more? Even so, before he could finish, the MC cut him off. Whether I lift a hand or not, you'll still die down here. I don't think I need to explain why. Joyeon suddenly felt something was off. If he wanted to harm us, why bother saying all this? Unless. A thought formed in her mind as she looked at him. What do you want from us? Hearing that, he finally smiled. I promise you this offer won't be bad. Do a good job and I might even share some cores with you. Now let's move. 2 hours later, Seong-mun was sprinting for his life because a massive monster was charging right behind him. And he still claims this isn't favoritism. What a joke. Cursing under his breath, he recalled what happened a few hours earlier when Nguyen Kim Kwan looked at him and asked if his legs were still fine. Seong-mun blinked in confusion before answering, yeah, they're fine. A grin spread across Nguyen Kim Kwan's face as he said, good, then run. Back to the present, Seong-mun was sprinting at full speed, screaming for someone to save him. Right at that critical moment, Nguyen Kim Kwan appeared out of nowhere. One precise strike pierced straight through the monster's skull. The beast that had been chasing Seong-mun relentlessly collapsed on the spot. Without pausing, he stomped hard against the ground, launching himself toward another monster that was charging in. He reached it in a blink and sliced it into pieces. Realizing he was safe for now, Seong-mun stopped and gasped for air. Then he hurried to gather the mana cores scattered across the ground. Deep down, he couldn't help but marvel at this insane hunting speed. If the MC had always hunted like this, just how many cores had he collected so far? And since the monsters down here were clearly higher level, the drop rate for mana cores seemed dramatically higher as well. In just 2 hours, he had already secured 50 cores. This man wasn't just strong anymore. He operated on an entirely different tier. So how many was that just now? Lost in thought, Seong-mun flinched when the MC suddenly questioned him. There's one more, so that makes 6 in total. Keep one for yourself, the rest are yours. As Seong-mun handed over 5 cores, he thought bitterly that even their monster-luring speed couldn't compare to his killing pace. What on earth does he need that many cores for? The thought made him uneasy. Joyeon was also taking longer than expected to return. She'll be back soon. While waiting, Seong-mun curiously asked, what level are you now? With that hunting speed, you must be leveling insanely fast. He replied calmly, it's slowed down a lot. If I want to level properly, I'll have to wait for the next tutorial phase. Hearing that, Seong-mun stared at him strangely. Just how high was his level that he couldn't even rank up anymore? By the way, level is personal information. Don't ask others about it, and if someone asks you, don't answer. Same goes for stats, the MC warned. But earlier you asked about my endurance stat. He smirked. Fair point. Maybe I should have just let your arm rot off instead. Seong-mun was speechless before replying, I'll remember that. Also, when we lure monsters, I'll try killing a few myself. Besides collecting cores, I should focus on leveling too. Just as he finished speaking, Joyeon returned. A swarm of monsters was chasing right behind her. Without hesitation, the MC moved instantly. He shot forward to engage, and Seong-mun followed his earlier advice. He actively took down several lower-level monsters, and his level gradually increased when it was over. Both Seong Mun and Joyeon received cores from the monsters they had personally killed. So you two have reached 50 cores now, right? Yes, Joyeon answered gratefully. Before coming down here, we only had 20. Being able to gather them this fast is all thanks to you. I benefited too. With you two helping lure them, my hunting efficiency increased by 50%. The number of cores I got even exceeded my expectations. He glanced at the countdown timer. 2 hours and 57 minutes remain. The gate will activate soon. Thinking that, he started walking and said, if you're done, let's head back up. Finally, we can leave, Seong-mun said with relief. Do you think things are still chaotic outside? Joyeon asked. Seong-mun guessed it might be even worse. The third tutorial phase is about to end. I'm worried about the people up there. At that same time outside, the gate had turned crimson red. In front of it, the crowd was clearly divided into two factions. One group followed Kim Myung-hoon, while the other sided with the brown-haired man. Everyone secretly hid their weapons while forcing awkward conversations with one another. The brown-haired man spoke casually, but his eyes never left the core pouch hanging at his waist. No one knows the true drop rate. Instead of risking your life fighting monsters, it's faster to kill someone and take their cores. The bald man beside him muttered. Everyone thought the same, yet no one dared make the first move. Once the gate opens, everything will change. The brown-haired man clenched his teeth, thinking that the moment it opens, he would snatch what he could and run. But reality proved events were moving even faster than he expected. Before the gate even opened, Kim Myung-hoon stepped forward with a grating. Long time no see. It's been what, 2 days, right? I don't think we're close enough for you to greet me that warmly. You already know what's about to happen, yet you're still acting as arrogant as ever. You understand the situation, right? The moment that gate opens, the bloodbath begins. So this guy's been gathering people in advance for this exact moment. The brown-haired man ground his teeth in anger but forced himself to ask, how many cores do you want? Kim Myung-hoon chuckled. Compared to you, we've got a lot more mouths to feed, let's say around 700. The brown-haired man's face instantly darkened. Their side barely had over 300 cores. That demand was outright unreasonable. If they agreed, they'd be stripped bare. If they refused, a clash with Kim Myung-hoon's faction was inevitable. Then Kim Myung-hoon changed his tone. Give us 400 and we'll leave you alone. We'll handle the rest ourselves. In truth, the moment he refused, it would turn into an all-out war between the two camps. 50 against 20, they were completely outnumbered. Should I feel lucky he's only asking for 400? No way, I'd rather fight than hand it over. Just as the brown-haired man was bracing himself for a desperate showdown, Nguyen Kim Kwan and his group suddenly appeared, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Nguyen Kim Kwan, haven't seen you in days. Where have you been? Kim Myung-hoon ignored the brown-haired man and walked straight over to him. Had something to take care of. Nguyen Kim Kwan set the crate in his hands down calmly. So did you collect enough cores? Of course. As he spoke, he opened the crate and overturned his sling bag, pouring every single mana core inside for all to see. The crowd gasped in shock. What the hell? Just how many cores does he have? That's got to be at least 1,000. How did he even gather that many? Wait a second, didn't we gather way more people on our side? We've got at least 50 fighters here. No matter how strong he is, he can't fight all of us at once. While Kim Myung-hoon was calculating, Nguyen Kim Kwan suddenly said, look down at the ground carefully. He lowered his gaze and noticed a line drawn right at his feet. You all need this spot, right? I don't, I already have enough. Hearing that, the crowd erupted. Then sell some to me too. He raised his hand and continued. But nothing's free. 1 core costs 100 points. If you want to buy, ask for my permission first, then step inside the circle. 100 points, that's insanely expensive. How many points do I even have? The shop doesn't sell cores at all. If we want them, we can only buy from him. As hesitation spread, Kim Myung-hoon stepped forward and sneered. Are you serious? You could give up this spot and save hundreds of lives, but you choose to sell it. You'd really profit off this. What a joke. And what if we don't have enough points? He replied indifferently, that's a stupid question. Buy if you want. I'm not forcing anyone. If you want cores, pay points first. Sell items, sell stats, earn points however you like. I don't care. The crowd began whispering, sell items, is that even allowed? Seeing his plan to stir public anger fail, Kim Myung-hoon clenched his teeth and decided to flip the table. You bastard, I bet you killed others and stole those cores, and now you're selling them for profit. You think everyone will accept that? Unmoved by the accusation, he replied calmly, what if I didn't steal them? Kim Myung-hoon shot back, who would believe that? At that moment, Joyeon rushed forward. You have no right to falsely accuse him. You killed my friend. Do you know how hard we had to struggle just to escape from you? Seong Mun stepped up as well. If he were a thief like you claim, we'd already be dead. We've been with him the entire time. Talking big while being the real bandit. What do you even know about him? Kim Myung-hoon trembled with rage. Enough nonsense. So what? What can the three of you even do? You think sticking close to Nguyen, Kim Kwan, makes you safe. The moment he finished, he roared an order to his men to kill them all. In an instant, dozens drew their weapons and charged toward Nguyen Kim Kwan's group. A figure flashed forward like lightning, so fast no one could even follow it. The two swordsmen at the front had their heads severed in a single strike before they realized what happened. It seemed he was truly enraged now. He glared coldly and said, "You've gone too far." The man closest to the fallen bodies stared at the blood pouring out and froze in terror. Not just Kim Myung-hoon, but even his followers felt a chill crawl up their spines. Only then did Kim Myung-hoon recall his earlier words. Had he already warned them about crossing the line? He spoke again, "If you can afford it, I'll sell you cores. After I approve, step into the circle. Buying is your choice. I won't force anyone, but if someone crosses this line with other intentions." He paused for a second, eyes blazing as he warned Kim Myung-hoon's group, "Cross this line and you'll die." The system notification flashed. Basic secret art activated. Kim Myung-hoon ignored the warning and roared, "Damn it. Kills him. Take him down now." The entire group rushed him at once, but Nguyen Kim Kwan didn't flinch. He stood alone against the mob. Anyone who charged in was met with a single slash, heads separated cleanly from their bodies. After a few swift movements, they were already sprawled across the ground like broken dolls. Kim Myung-hoon staggered back in disbelief. How is this possible? Only now did true terror grip him. Had he forgotten the cruel nature of this world? "I have to run that line," he said. "Anyone who crosses it would die. I can survive. I'll be fine. I have to live." He glared at him coldly. "You think just standing there keeps you safe?" A sinister smile curved his lips. "I remember every single one of your faces." Kim Myung-hoon felt a chill crawl down his spine. He remembers all of us. What does that mean? Before he could figure it out, Nguyen Kim Kwan swung his blade decisively. Another head rolled across the ground. The line he had drawn was now soaked in fresh blood. Corpses piled up nearby, the air thick with a suffocating chill. Not a single member of Kim Myung-hoon's faction, including the man himself, survived. He let out an annoyed sigh. What a mess. He walked forward under countless terrified gazes, as if he were some unknown creature. No one dared utter a word. The crowd instinctively parted to clear his path. A man watching from afar trembled. One person wiped out that many, an individual overwhelming an entire gang. This is the kind of world we're in now. I thought I'd adapted, but I was wrong. After a moment of calculation, he raised his hand and shouted, "I'll buy cores from you." His subordinate whispered, "How do you even have the points?" He replied, "I checked with the servants. This dagger can sell for 500 points. The subordinate hesitated, but he continued, "Think carefully. Those cores could very well be from pure monster hunting." The subordinate asked how he knew. He answered patiently with his strength, "How many monsters do you think he's killed? He didn't even take the cores from the people he just killed. That proves the cores aren't stolen. This is a trustworthy trade." Nguyen Kim Kwan turned his head as the man approached with intent to purchase. "Sell me 7, the man thought to himself. In this world, rules are set by the strong like him. They quickly completed the exchange, and he instantly gained 700 points. The crowd buzzed. "Right, if we buy cores, we can enter the next training gate. How many points do I have?" "Only 200. Watching the buyer disappear into the gate, the others surged forward. "Me too, I want to buy. I'll take 7, I'll take 10. Does anyone have spare points? I'll repay you in the next trial." Meanwhile, an administrator's lackey examined items. "Slightly damaged. I'll buy it for 300. The seller protested, "That's way too low." To the next person he said, "This item isn't common. 200 at most." Frustration spread. "You scammed me for 1,000 points earlier, and now you only offer this much." Another person traded 3 perception stats for 300 points, since each stat only sold for 100. Nguyen Kim Kwan's points kept rising, surpassing 1,000 in moments. He sighed. Exploiting people like this should at least have limits. Still, it was better than killing each other here. Later in the tower, they'd regret losing those stats. His total points exceeded expectations, reaching 167,400. No matter how he looked at it, he profited. "I thought 100,000 points was impressive, but with this method, it's easy. I can finally exchange for that item." Joyeon called from afar, "Are you leaving now?" He frowned. "Why haven't you two left?" She stepped closer. "We want to go with you." He refused bluntly. "I'm not forming alliances." Seong-mun said sincerely, "Treat us as pawns like before. If we lose our value, discard us." Hearing that, his face darkened, and he fell silent for a long moment. Finally, he spoke. "Unfortunately, this is where we part ways. Don't rely on anyone, or you won't survive. Besides, I'm not entering." Seong-mun was stunned. "You're not going." Both of them stared at him, speechless. He lifted his now empty pouch. "See, I don't have a single core left." With that, he crushed the empty bag and tossed it aside. Seong-mun was shocked beyond words. "Why would you do that? What are you planning then? You needed to keep 50 for yourself." He replied calmly, "I'm not going anywhere. Hurry and leave, this place is about to descend into chaos. Joyeon ran after him, calling his name. He didn't look back. She watched his retreating figure, eyes brimming with tears. Seongmun had nothing to say and gently pulled her away. Let's go, Joyeon. In the end, they followed their own path, while he had his own plans. He muttered to himself, the next training phase is defense. 4 stages: survival, competition, hunting, and finally defense. A man hurried over and asked, wait, you sold all your cores? He answered coldly, yes, every single one. The man trembled. He collapsed to his knees in despair. Nguyen Kim Kwan ignored him and thought it was time to move. This place is about to turn into a full-blown battlefield over those cores. And just like that, Nguyen Kim Kwan wandered the empty streets alone, leaving behind the crowd drowning in despair. He calculated there was only 1 hour left when he suddenly noticed a shop nearby. At that moment, a streak of purple light spread across the sky above the city. The aura grew thicker and heavier, catching even him off guard. Something about it made him instantly wary. What is that? In midair, a sharply dressed man materialized right in front of him. The man stared at him and asked curiously, did you summon me? He replied calmly, I didn't call you. Where's your subordinate? The man answered that he was in the middle of selecting new candidates but had just cut down part of his workforce. You reduced your personnel. He looked surprised. You shrank the operational range. The man explained that 1 out of every 3 had a special linkage, yet most of his subordinates had been slacking lately. Because of that, progress in other zones had slowed dramatically. He asked why that was his fault. The man snapped that over 100 people had used the shop to trade through him. He responded indifferently, isn't more trading better? Or do you really need that much manpower just to run each store? Is that why you're here? The administrator grew irritated. It's not just about the shop. Do you even understand what's happening? He realized he had become a special target. Usually, if administrators couldn't control something, they ignored it, but this time felt different. The man continued, you cleared stage 3 with 160,000 points. Your level and strength are enough to overturn this training system. He replied calmly, that's exactly what I want. If nothing interferes, I'll proceed my way. I will use the shop. You're unbelievably stubborn. I've been an administrator for a long time, but I've never seen someone like you. With a wave of his hand, the shop interface opened instantly. A floating store filled with every item he could need appeared in the sky. The administrator said, choose what you require. He tapped the screen and started with the first purchase as the system notification popped up. 10,000 points deducted. You have received an intermediate player bag. Your items can now be summoned with the command materialize. He then bought a sword that emitted the chilling aura of the northern frost, spending another 50,000 points. He opened his inventory immediately. The administrator raised an eyebrow. Frostbite blade, that's not an easy weapon to handle. He spent another 80,000 points on a heat-resistant vest and magic resistance cloak woven from special materials, along with a shield capable of blocking spells. He wasn't surprised, just as I thought. The training system has already been altered. These items will be invaluable on the higher floors. Good thing I secured them now. He used 20,000 more points to buy 4 frost crystals formed in sub-zero temperatures. After browsing a bit longer, he added one final sharp blade to his selection. That ordinary sword cost him an extra 2,000 points. The administrator remarked that his final purchase was just a plain weapon, nothing compared to the rare items. He replied with satisfaction, I like it. His remaining points totaled 5,400. The administrator added, now no player in the tutorial can pierce your defenses. But that only applies to players. Hearing that, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Once the transaction ended, the administrator disappeared, saying he was looking forward to what would happen next. After he vanished, Nguyen Kim Kwan stood alone in silence, thinking. He looked up at the system clock and muttered, it's starting. The third training phase has concluded. As the announcement ended, the screen shattered into fragments. The system declared, you have failed this stage. Regional annihilation will now commence. A massive electric barrier rapidly enveloped the city, along with the remaining monsters. He calmly observed the sky. It's been a while since I've seen it like this. He examined the detailed description of the cloak. An ancient enchanted cloak forged from rare materials, grants fire resistance and enhances magical power. He calculated it would shield him from extreme heat, perfect for surviving the tower's flames. Suddenly, distant screams echoed, it's too hot, help me, please. I don't want to die. Following the cries, he realized 3 people hadn't left. The trio crawled desperately, trying to escape the scorching inferno. When one of them spotted Nguyen Kim Kwan, he gritted his teeth. Why are you? Seeing him standing there unscathed, left the man utterly stunned. The ground suddenly trembled violently, cracks spreading across the streets. Moments later, a massive explosion erupted. The 3 were engulfed in flames, screaming for salvation as the fire consumed them mercilessly. It happened so fast he couldn't react in time. He could only watch coldly. The system announced, annihilation of 176 giants has begun. In an instant, the entire city was swallowed by a sea of fire, reduced to ruins. From the blazing fissures, a sorrowful mist demon emerged, its eyes burning with eerie sparks. And it wasn't alone. A whole swarm followed. They were known as the Ruin Devils. Nguyen Kim Kwan gripped his sword and shield, ready for battle, and muttered, "That's quite the crowd." But they weren't the most dangerous ones. He scanned ahead and muttered, "We meet again." He understood why they called this event Annihilation. There had to be a reason. Soon enough, a low-tier demon emerged, Sriracha. Nguyen Kim Kwan stood steady, not the slightest tremor in his gaze. "We cross paths again, Sriracha." In Ragnarok, that demon towered like a mountain during the event. Here, it was only the size of a house. Its true form solidified, a monstrous body forged entirely from roaring flames. So another world had been devoured and erased by this thing. The 176th Sin Demon. Behind it trailed dozens of Ruin Devils. He sighed in disdain. A world ruled by destruction should never have been born. Then he taunted, "What's wrong, Sriracha? Feeling nostalgic or just trying to act important? Let's begin." The demon studied him closely. His face resembled a former rival. "You have the same eyes as that monkey from Mount Hyuguo." Sriracha roared, "I wonder if you can leave this place alive." With a command, it sent the lesser demons rushing toward him. 1 against 100, yet he charged straight in without fear. His blade slashed viciously across the face of the nearest monster. Sriracha hurled a torrent of fire at him, trying to incinerate him instantly. The demon watched eagerly, expecting to see him struggle. After the explosion, smoke blanketed the area as they waited for the result. To their disappointment, he stood unharmed. Sriracha immediately realized that cloak was no ordinary garment. "You prepared it for me." System notification. Flame robe has blocked fire damage. Fire resistance enhanced. He smiled faintly. "Everything comes at a price. I didn't prepare this just for you. I prepared it to defeat you." Sriracha laughed mockingly. "Defeat me? Such arrogant words from a newcomer. Stop talking and fight. Let's see how long you can keep that pride." He had no patience for more chatter. "You talk too much." With that, he leaped into the air and plunged into the swarm. System message, level up. He had wiped out another group of lesser demons. But the real threat struck from the side. Sriracha launched a sneak attack. A violent blast shook the battlefield. Its destructive force was far from trivial. He remained standing, but his magic resistance shield cracked under the impact. Still, he pressed forward without hesitation. Alone, he rushed straight towards Sriracha. Notification, level increased. Agility, strength, and arcane power each rose by 1 point. His breathing grew heavier. Even with the flame robe, enduring this heat for hours was taking its toll. The explosions from those demons were deadly. Not lethal alone, but impossible to dodge completely. He could fire mana orbs for ranged attacks, but that would drain too much mana over time. The shield was nearing its limit after absorbing nearly 100 blasts. It was time. He shouted, "Sriracha, why don't you drag yourself down here instead of hiding behind these pests?" Sriracha frowned, glancing at the special gear he carried. "I'm curious how you survived the training with them." That remark made him pause. The demon then lunged forward violently, catching him slightly off guard. He shot back, "Aren't you ashamed of sitting idle during the training?" Sriracha replied coldly, "That was punishment for the unworthy. But you are worthy. You have everything needed to climb higher floors and dominate this tower. Then why remain here, sacrificing yourself for the weak?" He answered firmly, "I told you before, I stayed to hunt you." Sriracha laughed in delight. "You truly intend to defeat me." Raising its massive blade, it declared, "Then I shall personally face you." He gritted his teeth and raised his shield. Everything was ready. He believed without doubt that he would succeed. The shield's cracks deepened after blocking another devastating strike. The enormous sword crashed down upon his smaller frame, yet he endured. His unwavering eyes mirrored someone Sriracha once faced. He heard the voice of the great sage equal to heaven. "Want to know how I gained these eyes? There was a special method. I failed a demonic trial once. I didn't lose because I was weak. The reason doesn't matter. What matters is understanding the annihilation behind this training. Listen carefully, these eyes are." He paused deliberately, leaving Sriracha unsettled. The demon glanced at the shattered ground. Strange, he didn't dodge that blow. Yet despite taking it head-on, he still hadn't fallen. What shocked Sriracha most was that he was still standing. Sriracha found it strange. "I thought he would have burned to death in that heat." Nguyen Kim Kwan thought back to the great sage equal to heaven, that battle-crazed maniac who had challenged him hundreds of times. Across all those fights, he had only beaten him a handful of times, and there were clear reasons for that. The Ruyi golden staff could extend without limit, and his cloud somersault let him cross the horizon at light speed while summoning wind and rain. On top of that, he possessed an immortal secret art gained from devouring the peach of immortality, a supreme treasure of that world. But the true source of his overwhelming power was revealed when the system chimed. You meet the requirements to unlock a hidden item. Monkey eyes will manifest. Hidden items are fragments of the system appearing as gear or skills to assist the player. The fiery monkey eyes synchronize with fire monsters, detect evil and good, truth and lies, and grant fire resistance by 14% while reducing flame attribute damage. At that moment, he obtained the monkey eyes. Returning to reality, he exhaled sharply. "Even with this full set, it feels like I'm being roasted alive." Don't tell me he endured this without any special gear just to awaken those eyes. His body truly defied all trials. Sriracha stared in shock, those eyes. He couldn't believe he felt respect for that monkey now. He smirked. Thanks for the lesson, Sriracha. Now I'm ready to kill. The MC prepared for the decisive clash. Sriracha sneered, pathetic. You think you can accomplish anything in that miserable state? He swiftly swallowed a frost crystal. Instantly, his body temperature dropped, and the burn effect was dispelled. Ice attribute has been added to your arcane power. The suffocating heat around him began to fade rapidly. He gritted his teeth. Honestly, I'm freezing now. He grinned. Sriracha, you should know better than anyone that the aura around me now is the complete opposite of your flames. Enraged, Sriracha unleashed another lethal strike. The surrounding space warped as the immense heat surged again. The heat-resistant vest resisted the destructive flames and gained enhanced fire resistance. The fiery monkey eyes also countered the inferno, lowering his core temperature and negating burn effects. Sriracha never expected to encounter such a formidable opponent after so long. In that instant, he retaliated with a freezing strike. The sudden ice attack caught Sriracha off guard. Without hesitation, he leaped high and delivered a brutal kick. The demon's massive body failed to dodge in time, pain surging through it as Sriracha roared, "You dare." His eyes blazed fiercely. Good, I can do this. Yet Sriracha refused to fall and launched another vicious blow. He sensed the danger instantly. Damn it, that one's lethal, I have to evade. At that critical moment, the fiery monkey eyes activated their predictive ability. Sriracha refused to back down, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows that sent shards of stone and dirt exploding through the air around him. The intense heat radiating outward melted the frost coating on Kim Gun's sword, stripping away the icy layer in an instant. After constantly dodging like that, Kim Gun was clearly feeling the strain, standing still for a moment as he gasped for breath. He swallowed 2 frost crystals in a row, triggering frostburn and causing his body temperature to plummet sharply. He knew he couldn't endure these freezing effects much longer, so he had to end this fight fast. With that thought, Kim Gun stayed silent and carefully observed the battlefield, searching for a decisive strategy. In the next heartbeat, he leapt up to dodge another attack and shot straight into the sky. At this point, there was no need to conserve mana, so he immediately activated pain acceleration. Tightening his grip on the sword, he shifted from a defensive stance to full-on offense. Just as he predicted, Sriracha failed to react in time and let out a thunderous scream of pain. Riding that momentum, Kim Gun chained into mana burst and slammed the skill down without hesitation. It was clear he wanted to wrap this up quickly, as the sheer force of the strike detonated everything nearby. He switched from a frontal assault to a rear attack, catching Sriracha off guard with a surge of agony from behind. His hand whipped out viciously, delivering a crushing palm strike to the back of Sriracha's neck. Kim Gun lunged onto his opponent's back, fully committed to finishing him right then and there. The enraged monster roared, calling him a brat who hadn't even climbed the tower yet. Sriracha bellowed in fury, unable to accept that someone like him would dare challenge him. The ice attribute and thermal core were clashing violently against Sriracha's raging flames. He had already exhausted every precaution against the fire, yet he still couldn't close the distance. Kim Gun activated fiery golden eyes to absorb the flames, but even that failed to overpower Sriracha's fire. The burn status climbed to level 2, then surged again to level 3. Your fire resistance has increased by 1. Sriracha roared in anger, declaring that his overwhelming power proved he was the true victor. What he didn't expect was that the MC had already poured every ounce of strength into a direct thrust at the back of his neck. Because the enemy was so powerful, cracks spread across Kim Gun's sword after that brutal stab. A system notification flashed up immediately, announcing that he had defeated the destroyer of the training zone. Kim Gun panted heavily, his hands swollen from frostburn as exhaustion washed over him. At last, he leveled up, shouting in disbelief that he had truly beaten Sriracha. But this was only the beginning of his journey, and memories of fighting alongside his old comrades resurfaced in his mind. He smiled in satisfaction, muttering that all that suffering was payback for those bastards. A new notification appeared, stating he had achieved the impossible and that his reward calculation would be temporarily adjusted. After the grueling battle, Kim Gun slowly opened his eyes, realizing he must have drifted into a deep sleep. He forced himself upright despite the lingering pain, drawing in a steady breath. Looking at the fresh burn marks on his hand, he figured he hadn't been unconscious for long. A chill still lingered in his body, but he felt completely worn out from head to toe. Recalling the fight, he couldn't help but think he had truly been on the verge of death. All of that just to obtain the fiery golden eyes had nearly cost him everything. Still, the tutorial wasn't over and the road ahead was long, so there was no point complaining. Staring at Sriracha's motionless body, he noted that without flames it looked uglier, yet this was no ordinary corpse. Demon corpses often contained valuable loot, and since this was Sriracha, he began rummaging through it for anything worthwhile. Just as Kim Gun expected, there was something incredible inside, and his eyes lit up instantly. It was the giant's heart, the heart of the fireborn demon Sriracha, radiating immense power infused with a blazing aura. Item type: pill. Effect: grants the strength of a giant along with a proportional surge of mana. He considered using it immediately, but he wasn't strong enough yet, as it would drastically alter his body and required far greater stamina. A familiar voice suddenly cut through Kim Gun's thoughts with a sharp call. The administrator sounded impatient as he asked if he was finished yet. Feeling annoyed, Kim Gun asked if the old man was back again, and the administrator snapped that he should be the one asking that. He told him his path was still long, while the administrator complained that the balance of the tutorial had been completely disrupted because of him, and others kept whining about it. Thinking about how the MC kept hunting down and wiping out monsters non-stop gave the administrator a massive headache. He informed Kim Gun that he would be sent straight to the 4th tutorial zone, which was already nearing completion, and when asked about time, he responded calmly. The administrator said there were about 4 hours left, and Kim Gun smirked, saying that was more than enough. The administrator added that he had to negotiate with other floor administrators for a long time just to settle his rewards. The system then credited him with 10,000 points and a skill called Heaven-Slaying Star. Kim Gun was stunned, thinking he already knew most high-tier skills, yet this was the first time he had heard of it. An A+ rank skill like this was something you normally would never see during a tutorial. The description appeared, stating he was fated to destroy the heavens, with destiny value shifting based on the lives he took. Rank A+, completion 0%, effect, all stats increase by 3, with additional bonuses scaling with enemies slain. He reasoned that not every high-rank skill was amazing, but one that boosted his stats was undeniably useful. On top of that, it had a completion rate, meaning it could grow even stronger over time, and raw stat boosts were always a win. The administrator asked if he needed anything else after receiving his reward, and he immediately requested 1 minor red elixir. The administrator sighed at how recklessly he spent points, but soon the item was delivered, and the full 10,000 points were gone. It was a bitter pill that enhanced mana and endurance. After sealing the deal, the administrator wasted no time and vanished from sight. Before leaving, he reminded him to take the pill, rest properly, and wait for the next phase. The moment he consumed it, his mana pool and stamina both increased by 1 point. The administrator bid him farewell and disappeared, while the system notified him that his wounds and stamina would recover rapidly. Kim Gun relaxed his body and calculated that he had 4 hours left to fully recharge and prepare for the 5th tutorial. The 5th tutorial was a battle against time itself, and he lay back with a long sigh as the weight of it sank in. After a long while, he finally opened his eyes again. Sarucha's corpse was still there, but the MC had regained some of his strength after resting. A green light began to glow beneath his feet, slowly wrapping around him. In an instant, Kim Gun was transported to another location. The final tutorial had officially begun. He landed in a completely different environment, his boots barely touching the ground. Kim Gun immediately scanned his surroundings with sharp eyes. It quickly became clear he wasn't alone, as others had arrived before him. A man inhaled deeply and caught the scent of the sea, while someone beside him wondered where they were and how massive this place was with so many people gathered. For the first time, participants from multiple worlds were assembled together, and this was what the tower called the final tutorial. A notification flashed, announcing that the merged world scenario was beginning right now. The crowd erupted in confusion, asking if this really was the end, only to realize it was still a tutorial phase. The announcement declared that Paraganda Island was slowly sinking, and there was only one way to escape and prove their worth. They had to defeat the boss at the island's peak, and contribution levels toward the kill would be converted into points. Final rewards would depend on total points and remaining time, with a 30-day limit before the island was completely submerged. The system began counting down immediately after the announcement ended. Shock rippled through the crowd as someone blurted out in disbelief. Kim Gun calmly thought they were surprised because previous time limits ranged from 1 hour to 4 days, so there was no need to rush, and having more time to reach the finish line was actually beneficial. On the flip side, that meant the boss would take up to a month to defeat, proving just how terrifying it must be. He observed the crowd's reactions and noted that a few sharp individuals had already grasped the situation. One man stepped forward and suggested they cooperate, since there had to be a reason everyone was gathered here. As hesitation spread, he quickly proposed that they start by introducing themselves. From within the crowd, a cold voice cut through and rejected the idea outright. Silence fell as the arrogant man sneered that no one had declared them teammates, and that allies should be chosen carefully by him alone. He mocked them as unworthy, shocking some in the crowd, and Kim Gun recognized both him and another familiar face. A blonde man, furious at the insult, charged at him while shouting. The one who refused remained expressionless, his eyes glowing as lightning-like energy crackled around him. With a single surge of power, electricity lashed out and sent the attackers stumbling violently. Clearly unwilling to hold back, he shocked them so hard they were thrown into the air. With a casual flick of his hand, he slammed them into the ground, the sound of bones cracking echoing sharply. He sneered at them like insects, revealing himself as Hakan, heir to the throne of Olympus and descendant of the god of lightning. The onlookers stared at the fallen men in anger, cursing him as insane while wondering if that was a skill. Kim Gun realized that even at the 5th tutorial, Hakan was already this powerful. No wonder the tower paid him special attention. That was the might of a pureblood. Purebloods were those born and raised within the tower itself before choosing to climb it. Having experienced the tower's mysteries since birth, they existed on an entirely different level from ordinary players. The game was never fair, and previously he had contributed the most during the 5th tutorial. Kim Gun quietly walked away, seeing no reason to get involved with someone so loud and troublesome. Suddenly, a voice shouted that fate truly brought enemies together, and he glanced over briefly. Somehow Hakan had already appeared in front of him and bluntly asked who he was. Kim Gun coolly asked if he was talking to him, inwardly surprised at how fast the guy had approached. Hakan stared straight at him and confirmed he meant him. He then pointed at Kim Gun's robe and asked if that was the thermal core cloak. He claimed such an item couldn't normally be obtained in the tutorial and demanded to know how he got it. The MC calmly replied that he bought it with points. That answer clearly stunned Hakan. Amazed that he could afford something so expensive, Hakan asked his level, and Kim Gun coolly pointed out that such a question was rude. Hakan awkwardly scratched his head, admitting he had a point, but saying that sort of curiosity was common in the tutorial. Seeing he didn't want to answer, Hakan quickly waved it off and dropped the topic. Instead, he invited him to form a team, but Kim Gun flatly refused without hesitation. As someone prideful by nature, Hakan was stunned to be rejected so bluntly. When the MC walked away, Hakan called out that he might not know who he was, but Kim Gun cut him off without even turning around, saying he wasn't interested. Being dismissed like that left Hakan's face dark with irritation, muttering in disbelief. The ground beneath his feet cracked open with a small hole, likely from his suppressed fury. His furious shout echoed through the forest as he ordered him to stop right there. Not long after, everyone scattered and began clashing with the monsters roaming the island. Hakan charged headfirst into massive, razor-clawed beasts without a hint of fear, every strike sharp and decisive. Within moments, those towering creatures were slaughtered, their bodies sprawled across the ground like broken dolls. Even so, he showed a trace of fatigue, and inwardly cursed at how absurdly fast that bastard was. It didn't look like the guy was using any speed-boosting skill, so just how high were his base stats? Could he be a pureblood too, or just another freakishly fast genius? Maybe he came from Alfredo, or perhaps he was some martial arts master from the martial realm. Or was he a descendant of the moon god Hemet, as countless suspicions swirled through Hakan's mind? Instead of irritation, excitement bubbled up inside him. This tutorial might not be boring after all. Meanwhile, Kim Gun was sprinting forward at full speed. After putting some distance between them, he stopped briefly and glanced back to see if he had shaken Hakan off. That guy was insanely fast, even though his specialty clearly wasn't speed, but raw lightning-infused power. After thinking it through, he lightly leapt down from a tree branch with effortless grace. He recalled the administrator, saying the tutorial's balance had been completely disrupted, and guessed it wasn't just because of him alone. Either way, it didn't concern him much, and before long he arrived at a large shop. Time passed, and inside a cave drenched in blood, a notification appeared stating he had slain a gnoll, and that heaven-slaying star's completion increased by 0.001%. Each monster he killed granted only 0.001%, a painfully small increment. No matter how many he cut down, more creatures kept crawling out from the darkness. The system displayed that Heaven-Slaying Star remained at rank A+, with completion at 0.01%. Staring at the pile of corpses, he felt disappointed that dozens of gnolls only raised it to 0.01%, meaning he would need far stronger prey to level it properly. Still, hunting wasn't his true objective here, and as he thought that, he scattered odorless powder around the area. U1 reflected that his body had fully recovered, and the frost effects were gone. He was ready. He swiftly opened the system interface and tapped the floating screen. Taking out the giant's heart, a familiar voice echoed, telling Kim Gun to listen carefully. The giant's heart had to be absorbed before the tutorial ended. Without hesitation, he shoved the heart into his mouth and bit down hard. Instantly, he felt his heart and blood vessels undergoing violent changes. The system notified him that he had absorbed the fresh blood of both demon and giant. Giant blood and demon blood surged through his veins, crushing his chest with unbearable agony. A brutal clash erupted inside him as the two bloodlines fought for dominance. Kim Gun gasped for air, heat raging through him as if his organs were about to be incinerated. He clenched his teeth, knowing the thermal core couldn't block flames born from within, while fiery golden eyes struggled against the giant's fire. Overwhelmed, he collapsed to the ground, feeling as though his bones and muscles were twisting while his blood flowed in reverse. At that moment, fiery golden eyes failed to suppress the giant's flames. With no easier path to endure the torment, he relied solely on willpower, determined to withstand it and seize as much power as possible. Even the great sage equal to heaven would call him insane, since giant blood was meant to be smeared on the body, not swallowed during a tutorial, which was practically suicide. No matter what, he had to keep fiery golden eyes, and if he lost it, he would have to abandon the heart entirely. He only had one chance, and at that moment his strength and stamina increased by 1. The longer he endured the pain, the more those two stats continued to rise. Veins bulged across his face and forehead as he wondered how much time had passed. By his estimate, it should be happening soon, and right then a notification appeared. Fiery golden eyes and the giant's flames were clashing, and he could now control the giant's fire through fiery golden eyes. Having fulfilled hidden conditions, he obtained Grand Blazing Flame. Drenched in sweat, Kim Gun cursed under his breath. That wasn't even the skill he wanted. He tried to push himself up but collapsed again, his body trembling violently. Night gradually fell, the sky clear like a calm summer sea. The system's timer continued ticking away relentlessly. His entire body burned as he lay motionless, too drained to even sit up. Shaking from agony, Kim Gun saw that half a day had already passed. His vision blurred as he questioned whether he had made a mistake, since that skill normally required killing 10,000 traitors and bathing in their blood. There was no way something like that could be obtained so easily. He clenched his fist, wondering if he should settle for what he had gained. Suddenly, another notification popped up, stating he had met the hidden requirements. A flicker of hope ignited, and he forced his body to move. The system announced that he had fully absorbed the fresh blood of demon and giant. It confirmed he had successfully absorbed the giant's heart within the tutorial. At that point, his endurance reached its limit, and as his eyes closed, he smiled faintly, knowing he had succeeded. Kim Gun passed out, unaware that he had also gained the ability Giant Transformation. When he woke up, he checked the timer in shock, realizing he had been unconscious for half a day and had fainted twice during training. He reminded himself to hurry, since the fastest record for clearing the final tutorial was 1 week, and he had already wasted precious time here. The one who set that legendary record was Odin, the greatest magic warrior and supreme leader of the Asgard Grand Order. The moment Yu-One woke up, he opened the system panel and silently vowed that he would never lose to that man. Checking the rankings just as he expected, Hakan was sitting at the top, far ahead of everyone else. Elador and Paladin were sword-wielding sisters from Pantomium, a world where magic and swordsmanship flourished side by side. If he remembered correctly, they had even participated in joint training sessions between two worlds before. Junchai was listed as a pureblood, yet he had never heard that name before. As for this other guy, judging by the name, he might be from the same world as him, but it still didn't ring a bell. Maybe those he didn't recognize had never entered the tower before and were just traders here. In the end, overthinking wouldn't change anything. He had already wasted too much time, so it was better to check his status and move out. Absorbing the giant's heart had boosted his physical structure a bit too much, so he needed to keep his stats balanced. The information for Grand Blazing Flame appeared, describing a disaster-level fire born within that never extinguishes and grows stronger over time, with improved efficiency and output. Yu-One calculated that although its level wasn't high, it could serve as an area of effect skill, which was exactly what he needed. Without lingering, Kim Gun stepped out of the cave just as dawn broke. As soon as he regained full clarity, he decided to test his new skill. The clairvoyant eye activated smoothly under its new master. In his vision, it was like watching a miniature television screen. He could clearly observe distant terrain far beyond his current position in the desolate area. Not far away, Kim Gun spotted a group of monsters gathered together. He approached swiftly, and the creatures shrieked upon seeing him, calling him human prey. Raising his hand calmly, he thought that this orc tribe would be perfect to test Grand Blazing Flame. In an instant, raging fire engulfed the orcs completely. They panicked and screamed as the flames consumed them, blaming the human for the inferno. Immediately after, Kim Gun charged in with his sword gleaming coldly. Burned by scorching flames and assaulted head-on, the orcs scattered chaotically like startled ducks. Like a wrathful war god, he slaughtered them all single-handedly. While fighting, he glanced at the timer and saw only 6 days remaining. He reaffirmed his determination to clear this tutorial faster than Odin. Meanwhile, Hakan was also reviewing the rankings. That guy again, he didn't even know his name for sure, but it had to be him, and Hakan smirked slyly as he realized the quiet one had climbed this high. A young man approached and asked what had him smiling, and Hakan admitted there was someone he absolutely wanted on his team. The youth grinned and guessed it was Kim Gun, and this was Lee Sungjan, a participant from the Earth lineage with exceptional mana control. Surprised, Hakan asked if he knew him, and Lee Sungjan replied that they might share the same nationality, though he only guessed from the name on the rankings. Lee Sungjan speculated that at this pace, Kim Gun might overtake Hakan soon, and suggested checking the scores. Hakan brushed it off, claiming he had only fallen behind because he was busy assembling the team. He calculated that he had gathered a strong squad but still had one open slot, and that name was Kim Gun. Filled with confidence, Hakan declared that the real hunt would begin now. In another location, someone shouted that Azushi had been found. The speaker was Paladin, a half-elf participant from Pantomium. Hakan snapped irritably that he had already said he was Azushi. Still, he stepped forward to inspect the area, telling them they had done well. He warned everyone to stand back to avoid being electrocuted before unleashing his power. Soon, his entire body was wrapped in a massive surge of electricity. He hurled a violent strike forward, blasting the ground apart with crackling force. So this was the dungeon entrance he had searched for all day. Hakan admitted that without Paladin, they would have needed several more days to find it, then urged everyone inside. Once inside, someone marveled at how spacious it was, like a giant cavern. Paladin cautiously advised them to survey the area before acting. Noticing Hakan's tense expression, she asked what was wrong. He thought something felt off, since the dungeon discovery notification should have appeared by now but hadn't. Curious, Hakan wondered if someone else had already claimed the place. Lee Sungjan suddenly shouted for the captain to check the rankings. Though confused by the urgency, Hakan quickly opened the board. Shockingly, in a short span of time, Kim Gun had taken first place while he had slipped down. Seeing his name pushed back ignited a dark fury within Hakan. The name Kim Gun echoed endlessly in his mind. Rage exploded from him as he vented it on the surrounding monsters. Massive worms were instantly sliced apart by his overwhelming lightning. A girl outside commented that Kim Gun seemed troublesome, but Lee Sungjun replied he wasn't so sure. To him, Kim Gun wasn't a nuisance but a source of motivation, and when she teased him about seeing him as an enemy, Sungjun blushed awkwardly. "Yeah, I figured as much," a voice echoed from behind them. "But if this keeps up, we won't be able to hunt properly, since he's wiping out all the monsters by himself." Sungjung decided to split the party into two groups, and Junchai silently nodded in approval. Hakan spoke up, saying it was perfect timing at this crossroads, suggesting Alador and Paladin each lead a squad while staying in contact. Junchai, Lee Sungjun, Alador, Fail, and Typhoon would take the right path, and with Junchai there, they would be fine. Junchai swiftly drew her twin blades and responded calmly that she understood. They exchanged brief farewells and separated, promising to regroup later. Right away, Lee Sungjun unleashed Mana Sphere toward the approaching monsters. His attack was powerful enough to blast the creatures backward in a single strike. Junchai was no less impressive, leaping forward and cutting straight into the horde. With one smooth slash, she severed multiple enemies at once. Before long, Hakan's team had cleared out every monster in the area. The dark-skinned man at the back groaned about hunting non-stop for hours, while Lee Sungjun agreed and thought he could only cast Mana Sphere 2 more times before conserving mana. One of them pointed at a massive door ahead, wondering if it might be something like a boss room. Alador questioned what that meant, and Lee Sungjun explained it was similar to video games from his former world, where a powerful boss usually waited behind such a door. Junchai warned them not to lower their guard just because the hunt seemed over, since relaxation was when a traitor was most dangerous. Lee Sungjun laughed awkwardly and agreed, then raised his hand to check the rankings. For some reason, his face turned pale and his expression stiffened. Seeing his reaction, Junchai stepped forward to ask what was wrong, but before he could answer, violent tremors shook the entire area. The group panicked, suspecting the disturbance came from behind the door, and Junchai shouted for everyone to stay alert while telling Lee Sungjun to fall back. She quickly connected the quake and the sudden spike in contribution points at the top of the rankings. As the door slowly creaked open, Junchai muttered not to tell her he was inside. The chamber beyond was drenched in blood, with torn monster limbs scattered across the floor. The moment they stepped in, the system announced that the boss subjugation had been completed. Lee Sungjun instantly recognized the figure standing ahead. He remembered the name that had just overtaken them on the leaderboard. It was Kim Gun with an overwhelming score of 10,149 points. He sat calmly beside the boss's corpse, his dark eyes fixed on the group as the announcement echoed. A fierce aura still lingered around him, not yet faded from battle. Just moments earlier, he had single-handedly slain the boss in this chamber. The creature had been a colossal worm covered in hard, spiked scales that could have inflicted fatal injuries if not dodged in time. Kim Gun couldn't help but remark that it had been incredibly stubborn. After the fight, his strength, agility, and arcane power each increased by 1. He reflected that he had used every skill in his arsenal to defeat it with his current combat ability, and decided it was sufficient for now, though giant transformation still felt difficult to control. He then received 3,000 points for clearing the boss room, and Heaven-Slaying Star's completion rose by 1%. Kim Gun thought the progress was painfully slow, but at least defeating a boss granted a full percent. It seemed that slaughtering hordes of weak monsters wasn't the answer, and he should focus on elite enemies or bosses instead. Since there was no clear formula for how each kill affected the skill, he needed to push its completion further. Back in the present, Kim Gun looked coldly at Lee Sungjun's group and said they were a bit late since the traitor was already dealt with. Alador doubted it, and someone beside her interrupted, questioning whether he had really killed all those monsters alone. Sungjang was shaken, wondering if even their captain, the strongest in the tutorial, could clear a boss room solo. How could someone from the same world and training produce skills on such a monstrous level? He truly was a brutal monster. No wonder the captain wanted him, and Lee Sungjun politely asked if he was Kim Gun and whether he had teammates nearby. He replied calmly that as they could see, he was alone. Alarm bells rang in Lee Sungjun's mind as he realized they needed him on their side or he could become a dangerous rival, so he quickly invited him to join their team. Kim Gun glanced at Lee Sungjun and recognized him as Korean. After a brief pause, his eyes grew deeper and more unreadable as he assessed them. Seeing a ladder there confirmed this was Haken's squad, split up to grind for points, though one face remained unfamiliar. That must be Junchai, ranked just below Haken, and reaching this far proved she was a major contender in the tutorial. Haken had chosen strong teammates with promising potential, but as he stayed silent, Lee Sungjun called out to him again. Kim Gun answered coldly that his reply was still no. Lee Sungjun sighed in disappointment, noting even their captain had been rejected, while Junchai asked if he planned to challenge Boss Baragander alone. She explained that the final boss was designed for multiple participants to combine their strength, and he simply responded by asking what that changed. Junchai continued that the essence of the final tutorial was teamwork, how many allies one could gather, and how effectively they cooperated within the time limit. Her reasoning made sense, and he listened silently without interrupting. He then bluntly asked what exactly they wanted from him. The latter mentioned she had contacted the captain, and upon hearing they found Kim Gun, he was already on his way, leaving Seongmun uneasy about potential trouble. At that very moment, a streak of light shot in through the doorway. Haken burst in joyfully, shouting that he had finally found Kim Gun. Before he could finish speaking, Kim Gun forcefully shoved him aside. His sudden move shocked everyone present into silence. He asked coldly whether they truly wanted to survive or not. After a brief pause, he added whether they intended to become rankers instead, and Junchai was startled that a non-pureblood even knew what that meant. A ranker was a being who had cleared every test of the tower, conquering all floors and gaining overwhelming power, radiant aura, and near immortality. Yu Wan replied seriously that he had no interest in such a title. He thought to himself that becoming a ranker was merely a step in the process, not the final goal. Junchai snapped that for someone not chosen by the tower, dreaming of becoming a ranker was foolish, recalling her clan's king who was a respected ranker and scoffing at him. She challenged whether he was claiming he would become a high ranker, and Kim Gun simply listened without interrupting. Then he answered icily that not even a high ranker was his aim. He would shatter the very top of the tower. In his mind, the summit of the tower was never his true destination. Hearing that bold declaration, everyone's faces darkened, and Junchai couldn't help calling it absurd. Haken suddenly jumped in, shouting Kim Gun's name loudly. After yelling like an impatient child, he demanded to know what he thought he was doing. Kim Gun calmly replied that charging at him with that kind of power looked like an attempt to kill him, while Haken retorted that he only meant to grab him. He argued back that when someone that strong rushed him, of course he would see it as hostility. Haken's anger deflated instantly, mumbling an apology, leaving Lee Sungjun speechless at how quickly he backed down. Haken then said that hearing him talk about breaking the tower was interesting, recalling how his father once mentioned a greater power beyond it. He claimed Kim Gun wouldn't know who his father was, though he was incredibly important, while the MC inwardly scoffed that he knew the King of Olympus very well. Haken continued that he had heard about him rejecting the team again, and assumed he thought sardines couldn't compare to whales. He warned him not to mistake him for a mere sardine, because one day he would become the King of Olympus. The team members froze at such a bold proclamation from their captain. Yujin found it amusing that a direct descendant of Olympus had such grand ambition, and Haken insisted he would prove it if doubted. He proposed a bet to see who would defeat the boss first and earn more contribution, allowing him to build any size team he wanted, while promising his own would not exceed 9 members. Kim Gun considered it a solid proposal since he could gather dozens if needed, and Haken added that if he won, Kim Gun had to join his squad. When asked what would happen if he won instead, Haken declared he would serve him under the name Human. That piqued Kim Gun's interest, though he smiled and thought he didn't need a sworn brother like him. Still, the future could shift, and Haken might become a useful piece on the board. He stood and countered that if he won, Haken must help him once when called upon, surprising him with the modest request. Excited, Haken agreed since the condition was reasonable and even offered his own items, but Kim Gun said they could discuss that after the tutorial. Haken slammed his fists together enthusiastically, sealing the bet. He promised to meet again on floor 1 and warned him not to pretend they were strangers, while Kim Gun thought the guy was overly loud, but that energy explained how he cleared in 9 days. Haken, brimming with energy, rallied his team and urged them to get moving. Kim Gun interrupted, saying there was no need to to rush just yet. Pointing at the timer, he declared he would pause time for a while. The system clock abruptly stopped, leaving Hakan bewildered at why it had frozen. Kim Gun explained that Paraganda was not an island, but a mythical beast. When Hakan questioned further, he clarified that the creatures were parasites. They latched onto the colossal beast and drained its strength. Paraganda sank because of them. If the sea flooded in, those parasites would die as well. Hakan wondered if that meant a parasite king, and Kim Gun replied it was something even worse. Doubt flickered in Hakan's mind about trusting him, since he knew secrets Olympus itself did not. Unsure who he truly was, Hakan gave a vague response. Kim Gun added that the countdown would halt until the system reset after intervention from the administrator or higher authorities. Yu-1 recalled Odin once revealing that the 5th tutorial was a battle against time, and defeating the true leader was the key. Odin had admitted he didn't clear it in 1 week naturally, he had stopped time. Kim Gun realized he must use this window to grow stronger. Once time resumed, the tutorial would end quickly. 2 of Hakan's teammates panicked, questioning whether it was a glitch, and if the countdown would suddenly resume all at once. He warned them it would likely restart soon, and urged everyone to increase their points while they still could. Meanwhile, subordinates were in chaos, shocked that the parasitic dragon had been slain for the first time since Odin and wondering if the administrator knew about the bug. They reported he was busy arguing with Olympus and couldn't be reached easily. The scene shifted to a silent forest. The grounds there began to crack open. A violent tremor sent birds scattering into the sky. A gigantic monster stood with a sword embedded in its head, blood pouring down as it staggered. Kim Gun leapt onto it alone and smashed down with brutal force. There were more of them, and when their leader fell, the remaining 2 panicked in shock. Before they could react, his blade shot forward, and one screamed that he was the real monster. His eyes burned crimson as he snarled, asking who they dared to call a monster. The monsters shrieked in terror and told each other to run because he was too dangerous, leaving Kim Gun momentarily speechless. He glanced at the timer and saw it start counting down again, guessing the subordinates had fixed the issue, and realizing the parasitic dragon hadn't bought much time after all. Still, 4 extra days was more than he originally expected. He studied the sky in silence, debating whether it was time to move. The Tower of the Gods stood atop a towering mountain across the horizon. Soon after, a massive explosion erupted from the mountain peak. The impact caused the ground around it to cave in, forming a massive crater. Lee Sungjun observed that players were starting to regroup, while Alador noted that only those who defeated the Alpha would earn significant points. He stammered that judging by their mana levels, most of them had to be above level 20. Junchai replied calmly that anyone aiming to enter the tower would need at least that level, prompting Lee Sungjun to wonder if all players could use mana. Junchai clarified that only non-tower natives struggled with mana, surprising him at the mention of natives. She explained that those born and raised inside the tower like her or their leader were blessed by the system if chosen, becoming purebloods, which made him quickly understand. He felt uneasy and questioned whether they could truly defeat the leader, and Junchai admitted she doubted it. At that moment, Hakan slid down the slope and rejoined them. Junchai glanced at him and added that they still couldn't fully gauge their captain's strength. She reminded Hakan that they were supposed to make the most of every second available. Sungjung looked around and asked if Kim Gun wasn't coming, and Alador answered that he was already there. Wearing a striking crimson robe, he approached them slowly. He silently calculated that he might just capture all these monsters alone. Kim Gun sensed that Alador and Lee Sungjun's mana had grown far stronger than before, meaning they had leveled up significantly. When he glanced at Hakan, the man lit up excitedly at the sight of him. Hakan greeted him loudly and asked where his teammates were, wondering if he planned to challenge the Alpha solo again. He answered honestly that he would gain more points that way, making Hakan sigh that people already called him crazy, but this was worse. Hakan calculated that he trailed by 7,000 points and vowed to kill the Alpha before him with his team. Another player approached and asked if he was Kim Gun, suggesting they were all heading to fight the Alpha. Before he could finish inviting him, Hakan blasted him away with a surge of lightning. Furious like someone protecting his claim, Hakan glared at the man and called them worms. The crowd fled in panic at the sight of Hakan's team, while Kim Gun inwardly thought it was better to remain still. Hakan proudly asked if he did well and whether he was leaving now, but Kim Gun replied without turning that time was crucial in this tutorial. Hakan laughed, saying the event lasted a month, yet he was clearing everything in under 5 days, calling him impressive. He suddenly shouted for him to wait, but Kim Gun stopped at the edge of a cliff. Without hesitation, he leapt straight down. The moment he landed, a system message appeared. It stated he had entered the first boss chamber. Inside were countless monsters waiting. A mission prompt appeared instructing them to clear the trial to locate the first boss. Sharp wind spears stood upright, ready to strike any challenger. They raised shields instantly, forming an impenetrable defensive wall. Facing a small number of players, the monsters formed ranks like a disciplined army. 2 members of Hakan's group broke into a cold sweat. They muttered about how overwhelming the numbers were. Kim Gun reasoned there would be several waves to clear before reaching the boss. Every monster had gathered here for battle. It seemed impossible, yet controlling them might still be an option. He drew his sword swiftly, realizing he already knew where the boss was and needed to hurry. A notification appeared stating Grand Blazing Flame and Magic Sword had merged. The two beside him exchanged glances, thinking they would finally witness him fight and see if he truly deserved a higher rank than their leader. Haken stood behind silently, eager to watch him in action. He shouted internally for him to show his power. Kim Gun dashed forward so fast that no one could follow his movement. One person blinked in confusion, asking where he had gone, and Lee Sungjan pointed ahead. A massive blaze erupted along his path, engulfing the battlefield. Lee Sungjan stared in shock, completely stunned. He broke through the encirclement of giant monsters alone, and none could even approach him. Like a demon envoy from hell, Kim Gun thrust his blade straight into the Red Fiend. The spectators stood frozen, whispering that he might be stronger than their captain. Realizing he had spoken out loud, Lee Sungjan glanced at Haken's dark expression and hurriedly shut his mouth. Haken, however, was thrilled and declared he would not lose. He shouted for Kim Gun to wait for him. The surrounding monster spears formed a cage around Haken as he prepared to charge. But he didn't flinch at all. Instead, Haken seemed even more fired up as he vaulted over the barricade of spears. Suddenly, he sensed a sharp killing intent closing in from behind. A streak of golden light burst forward in an instant. Kim Gun arrived just in time to back Haken up. Without a word, the two moved in perfect sync, while the others outside hesitated to charge in. Lee Sungjan muttered that they shouldn't just stand there, but there was barely anything they could actually do. Junchai warned them that traps were still active and not to let their guard down. Paladin and Alador quickly joined the fray and began cutting down monsters as well. Paladin shouted at Lee Sungjan to open a path while they provided support from the rear. He launched Mana Sphere again and reminded everyone to watch their heads. At the same time, Kim Gun skimmed across the ground with his sword in hand. He thought at least they were strong enough not to become dead weight and might survive what was coming next, which made them somewhat reliable. On the other side, Haken rushed over to inspect what had caught their attention. He stared blankly at the wall and muttered that it was a strange mural. Ancient patterns and carvings covered it, old and difficult to interpret. The group whispered that it looked like a war scene, and Yu-Won admitted it was his first time seeing something like this in person. He placed his hand against the wall, sensing something hidden behind the sealed door. Haken noticed and shouted if he was planning to break in alone again, and Kim Gun calmly replied that he originally intended to go in solo anyway. Annoyed, Haken said that wasn't the point since they were on the same team, and asked if waiting a moment would kill him. Suddenly, a miserable wail echoed out, turning the atmosphere cold and oppressive. Lee Sungjan trembled and asked if that was the boss. Another added that just hearing its cry was enough to freeze him in place. Haken stiffened, recalling the boss information he had gathered and admitting it was indeed a terrifying beast before telling everyone to move in. Inside the doorway, there was no immediate movement. The boss had yet to appear, so Haken began gathering power in his hand and told everyone to step back. They gasped when they saw a dragon bound in heavy chains, thrashing violently. It glared fiercely at those who dared disturb it. The system announced they had entered the third boss chamber, and although the creature was imprisoned behind bars, its presence was overwhelming. A quest prompt appeared to defeat the imprisoned chimera, and completing it would end the tutorial. Haken stepped forward and questioned if this was the final boss of the event. Kim Gun pondered for a moment and repeated the phrase final boss thoughtfully. The system indicated that only one person could break Chimera's chains and form a contract with it. If the crystal seal sphere was shattered, the time limit would end and the tutorial could be cleared regardless of other conditions. The Chimera's master would earn bonus points based on the number of participants it eliminated. Lee Sungjan was stunned by the term master, and Alador questioned whether they had to hunt Chimera while protecting the crystal seal from their own allies. Junchai reasoned that, with only 10 people present, monitoring each other wouldn't be difficult, especially since no one was faster than their leader. While everyone hesitated, Kim Gun stepped forward alone. Haken hurried to stop him, demanding to know what he thought he was doing, and he answered coldly that he would handle it. Haken argued he couldn't betray them now and reminded him of their bet, insisting they were supposed to defeat the boss together. Kim Gun replied expressionlessly that he would win the wager and be the only one to end this tutorial. That statement enraged Haken, who demanded to know why he needed that. Yu-Won added that this was exactly why he chose to act alone. Losing patience, he summoned his sword from the system. A thunderous explosion erupted as the ground shattered beneath him, and Haken roared his name in fury. The system announced that the crystal seal sphere had been destroyed, and Chimera would be released from its chains. Chimera's master was confirmed as Kim Gun, and the dragon's shackles snapped apart. The prison barrier dissolved as the beast's eyes flared with savage light. Another notification appeared instructing them to defeat the released Chimera. The three-headed dragon towered above them, its immense power shaking the entire chamber. Haken ground his teeth and demanded how he dared to do this, but Kim Gun simply called out Chimera. At the sound of its master's voice, the massive dragon moved forward obediently. He pointed toward the far wall and ordered it to destroy it. The dragon responded instantly, smashing the wall down with a brutal stomp. Kim Gun and Hakan stood silently as the others staggered back from the shockwaves. Everyone turned pale at the terrifying strength of the three-headed dragon. Yu-Won assured them he was controlling Chimera and it wouldn't attack them, because from now on he would face a different enemy. Hakan stared in confusion, and he explained that Chimera was a fusion of countless monsters from the island. He then asked who they thought had created such a creature. The dragon's scales shifted from green to a deep violet hue. Hakan slowly realized that if Chimera wasn't the true boss, then something else was, and Kim Gun warned him that whether he fought alongside him or not, he needed to decide now. The moment he finished speaking, Kim Gun moved ahead with Chimera leading the way toward the cavern entrance. Lee Sungjan stepped forward in confusion and asked their leader what they should do. Hakan clenched his teeth and said they would check it out first. And just like that, his entire squad followed him into the cave after Kim Gun. As they went deeper, twisted and grotesque traitor corpses were scattered all around. Everyone froze in fear, wondering what those mutilated bodies even were. Hakan stayed on guard, thinking he never expected such a long path and questioning what kind of place this was. Kim Gun calculated that there had been no notification about a fourth chamber in the fifth tutorial. He was certain this was where that man had been hiding. The system echoed with a message that they had entered the fourth boss chamber. Kim Gun let out a brief sound of surprise. The notification stated that the boss had been upgraded, and he stepped forward asking if the man had been sleeping there. On the other side, a thin hand kept stitching dragon hides together. That person was none other than the creator of Chimera. The mission prompt read, "Defeat the creator of Chimera." The dragon at his side grew visibly more aggressive at the sight of that man. He calmly remarked that this wasn't the first time. The creator stepped forward and sneered that even though he controlled Chimera, he still dared to come into his chamber. A sly grin spread across his face as he called it interesting. He glanced at Hakan and asked if he was a descendant of Rush. He mocked him as a mere half-blood with some minor use, and that comment ignited Hakan's fury. Hakan stormed forward and demanded who he was calling a mongrel, while Kim Gun explained that the man was a mage ranker who had disappeared long ago. Hakan realized he was the former examiner of the 50th floor and remembered stories of him experimenting on thousands of participants to create Chimera by fusing monsters. He wondered how someone like that could appear in a tutorial, and Kim Gun said not to be surprised since the man had once been humiliated by a player and stripped of most of his power for breaking tower laws. Because of that punishment, he had been forced to serve as a tutorial boss for 1,000 years and would never regain his former strength, leaving him shocked at how Kim Gun knew so much. He pointed to his own face and asked if the man recognized these eyes. His crimson gaze flared with a familiar defiance. Though he didn't understand what was meant, the creator roared angrily and called him insolent. Hakan was startled by the overwhelming mana and questioned how this could be someone who had lost his power, and Kim Gun clarified that even weakened, if he still had his ranker strength, they would be dead in a single strike. The creator screamed at him to explain where he got those eyes and accused him of being related to that monkey. He taunted back calmly that he was the one who imprisoned and experimented on participants despite being an examiner, driving the man further into madness. Kim Gun refused to answer his curiosity, saying he hadn't come to satisfy him. He had come because he couldn't stand seeing a scumbag like him still alive. The enraged creator shouted curses, while Lee Sungjan admitted he didn't know what was going on, but asked if they should just deal with the surrounding threats. Hakan glared fiercely and ordered everyone to wipe them out. At his command, the team rushed forward and engaged the undead creatures. Even though they were stitched corpses, their strength was terrifying. The group had to struggle intensely to hold them back. Kim Gun realized these evolving Chimera variants would start appearing in the tower within a year, and that this experiment was still unfinished. Thanks to Hakan's team, the situation became far easier for him. Suddenly, a surge of killing intent shot toward him, forcing him to guard. A massive purple stone coffin materialized as the system displayed Dark Coffin. The creator laughed that it was unbreakable, and that even Chimera couldn't escape once sealed, mocking lowly participants for daring to underestimate him. He declared he would turn him into another Chimera. Before he finished, strange cracks appeared on the coffin and water-like fissures spread across it. In seconds, the coffin fractured more and more. Kim Gun charged forward and smashed it apart with brute force. The creator screamed in disbelief as his arm suddenly expanded to an enormous size. He panicked, muttering that such an arm was impossible. In that instant, his face resembled the ancient enemy he once feared. The creator roared and demanded to know his connection to Olympus. Olympus was a key figure in the Gigantomachy, the war against the giants, the son of a legendary hero and bearer of the Giant Slayer title. A man who punished evil without hesitation and showed mercy to the weak. A hero with unmatched might and legendary renown. He He activated Giant Transformation, as the system confirmed his arm had integrated giant power at low proficiency. His stamina temporarily shifted, but because it was too low, the transformation began to destabilize. Kim Gun gritted his teeth, thinking that even after consuming the giant's heart and boosting his stats, this was still his weakness, but it was enough. The creator snarled that he would beat the answer out of him, and that even if he were an Olympus descendant, he was still just a brat. Kim Gun's expression turned icy as he told him to shut up. The moment he finished speaking, the ground and stones around Kim Gun blasted upward under his fury. The system chimed again, announcing Dark Coffin had been tripled in power. This time, he crushed the coffin apart with his bare hands. The creator staggered back, muttering that it was good, and he still wasn't dead yet because he had more to hear. He unleashed dark venom toward Kim Gun. He recalled their earlier discussion that what he truly wanted was giant transformation, and if he couldn't control it properly, then defeating the creator of Chimera would be impossible. Even stripped of his rancor power and exiled to the tutorial, the man remained dangerous. The plan was rushed, and Hercules had warned him mastering giant transformation in a few days would be difficult. Not easy at all, but not entirely impossible either. With that thought, he poured strength into his blade and slashed through the toxic cloud. Everything dissolved into nothingness, and he exhaled in relief. The creator stammered in shock, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. Even as a descendant of Hercules, how could he shatter everything with such stats? Refusing to let him dominate for long, the creator swung his staff again. Darkthorn Wall activated and towering, spiked barriers erupted from the ground. He boasted that it was his ultimate defensive skill and dared him to break it. "Before you destroy it, your arm will," he began to say before a strange sound cut him off. He never expected his trump card to collapse so quickly and screamed in disbelief. The thorn wall cracked under a savage force that tore through it. The creator was blown back, his skeletal body rattling violently. Seeing no immediate movement afterward, he briefly rejoiced, thinking it was over. He assumed Kim Gun had destroyed his own hand, trying to break through, and felt smug. But as he stepped closer, a massive hand shot out and seized him by the throat. It was One who had somehow closed the distance in an instant. Kim Gun followed with a brutal kick that sent him crashing down. Even then, the creator stared in stunned disbelief. Not giving him a chance to recover, he drove another punch straight into his face, crushing it inward. A voice echoed, telling him to continue. If he failed even with divine eyes and giant transformation, then he should not challenge this enemy. If he mastered one of them, the choice would be his. If he mastered both, he must defeat the creator of Chimera. Elsewhere, Hercules called out to Wukong. He reminded him that Wukong had once defeated Chimera's creator on the 50th floor, and Wukong replied playfully that with those eyes one could see everything. Then the great sage's expression turned serious, and his smile faded. Back in the chamber, Kim Gun had already beaten the creator senseless. The man lay coughing blood, yet still mocked that he could not be killed. Claiming he was immortal only earned a look of disdain. He paused and admitted the man was stubborn as rumored. His body had been reinforced by 1,000 years of dark magic experiments, making him tougher than steel, like an immortal chimera. But a patchwork body made of countless parts would always have weaknesses. One was confident that with these eyes, he could see everything. He activated fiery golden eyes and exposed the grotesque experiments within the creator's body. Then Kim Gun snapped the man's arm without hesitation. The creator screamed in agony, begging him to stop. Before he could finish, another wave of pain struck him. Kim Gun questioned why he begged for mercy now. Had he forgotten how many humans he had torn apart? The gods watched, recalling how he fought Suracha to obtain fiery golden eyes and gained giant transformation by absorbing a giant's heart. In their eyes, he was becoming an extraordinary existence. A notification appeared stating he had achieved the impossible by defeating Chimera's creator. Because it was an impossible achievement, reward calculation was delayed and the tutorial concluded. He leveled up, gaining +2 strength and agility, and +1 endurance, while Celestial Annihilation reached 8.34% completion. Kim Gun was stunned at how far he had come. Since the creator counted as a boss like Suracha, the rewards would be generous, and he had gained 2 levels along with boosted stats. The system declared Celestial Annihilation carried the destiny to destroy the heavens. Ranked A+ with 10.3% completion, all stats would increase by 3% based on enemies slain. He calculated that every 5% completion meant stat growth, and at full completion, he would gain 20 bonus points to all stats. Meanwhile, the others stared in confusion as the enemies suddenly collapsed and wondered if it was truly over. He stepped out and calmly told them the boss had been defeated, so the monsters would not rise again. The whole group finally let out a long breath of relief, one of them admitting he seriously thought they were about to die for real this time. Elado rushed over in a panic, asking Han if anyone was hurt, while someone nearby shouted, "Over here, we need help right now." When they heard that Junchai was injured, Hakon's expression instantly darkened. He stood there in silence, staring at his exhausted teammate collapsed on the ground. a complicated feeling surging up inside his chest. Hakan finally spoke up, saying he would handle the rest and telling everyone else to focus on taking care of Junchai, and the team immediately followed his command. Seeing him about to leave again, Hakan stepped forward to block his path and said Kim Gun wanted a word. Both of their faces turned grim at the same time, the tension between them thick enough to cut. Hakan got straight to the point, saying he would not ask who he was or why he knew about the connection between that schemer and the tutorial, but because of his decision. After pausing for a moment, he continued, one of his people had been gravely wounded. He demanded to know whether it was truly necessary to kill that mastermind. He argued that defeating the Chimera alone would have been enough to clear the tutorial easily, and Kim Gun calmly replied that under normal circumstances, that would be true. Hakan shot back, asking what he meant by normal, saying he could have set the greatest record in history without going this far. He pressed him, asking just how far he planned to go before finally being satisfied. He even asked if he would only be content once every single teammate was dead. Hearing that, Lin Feng closed his eyes and thought carefully, asking himself how far he really needed to go. Memories of the outer gods resurfaced in his mind, those dark deities lurking beyond the tower. Beings that were never meant to be born, their despair stretching endlessly toward the heavens. The gloom they radiated festered like a swamp, and the chaos they created was beyond foolish and destructive. Even the Twilight Legion had sacrificed countless rancors just to kill a single one of those monsters. And even then, no one truly knew how many of those bastards were still out there. That was exactly why he had to keep growing stronger without ever stopping. He needed to purge the rotten parts of this world and forge it into something powerful enough to avoid total annihilation. So the question remained, just how far would he have to go to reach that goal? After thinking it all through, he answered honestly that he did not know. Hakan angrily asked how he could not know, and the MC replied that Hakan was searching for comrades who could stand at his side, but that was why he refused to seek teammates, because no one could walk the same path as him. Hearing that, Hakan understood that any ally of his would have to be overwhelmingly strong to survive the dangers ahead together. Hakan asked just how thorny the path he chose really was, and at the same time he coldly told him to forget about cooperation, saying if he got dragged into his battles, who knew when another disaster like this would strike. Since their talk was over, he brushed past Hakan and addressed the administrator, apologizing for the wait, while the old man awkwardly said it seemed serious so he did not interrupt. Hakan asked who that shabby old man was, wondering if he was some homeless drifter, and Kim Gun introduced him as the tutorial administrator, which left Hakan stunned. Inside, Hakan was screaming, questioning why a being of that level would even be here. He quickly bowed respectfully, introducing himself as Hakan of Olympus Peak and expressing his honor at meeting the administrator. The administrator responded with a cold grunt, and the MC told him not to act like that and at least greet people properly, since it had nothing to do with Hakan. The administrator shot back irritably, saying just thinking about his workload made him want to strangle old Rush, and because of him, he would have to listen to endless complaints from the others. He grumbled that the contract to create the Chimera's progenitor as a tutorial boss was supposed to last 1,000 years, yet the fool betrayed him before he could even prepare the next boss. The administrator sarcastically remarked that thanks to someone, the tutorial would be much quieter from now on, and Kim Gun impatiently told him to stop complaining and just hand over the reward. The old man muttered under his breath while taking out the item, saying he might look calm, but he was terribly impatient. He added that how it was used depended entirely on him, and protecting it would also be his responsibility. He revealed it was a holy dark crystal, a fragment containing primordial darkness with infinite dark mana, still unrefined and only capable of unleashing its true power in the hands of a master craftsman. He studied the crystal in his hand for a long time, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. It was also known as a fragment of Hades, Invisibility Helm, one of the 3 supreme gods of Olympus. The Invisibility Helm was one of Hades' signature pieces of equipment and ranked among the most powerful artifacts of Olympus. The core material required to forge that helm was none other than the holy dark crystal. He thought to himself that this was an item he needed to obtain after returning to the past, yet he had acquired it far earlier than expected, and since he already knew where the holy sea crystal was, only the final fragment remained, leaving Hakan confused when he noticed him staring blankly. The administrator asked if he was finally satisfied. He then declared that since he now met the requirements, he would be transported to the tower. The others would also receive rewards based on contribution points, and Hakan's reward would not be bad either, prompting him to thank the administrator enthusiastically. The administrator looked at him and said this would be their last meeting, adding that once he reached the upper floors, he probably would not cause as much trouble as he had down here. He calmly replied that he was not so sure, and the administrator instantly understood that it sounded like a definite no. The old man predicted that after obtaining that item, he would likely stir up even greater chaos. He even joked that if he was going to cause trouble anyway, he might as well become a tidal wave that shook the entire tower. As soon as those words left his mouth, Kim Gun vanished, and it was unclear whether he heard them. A timer notification appeared, the clock still ticking down. The leaderboard still showed him firmly in first place. After this mission, he earned 67,488 points, and for setting a new record, he gained an additional 50,000 points. His inventory now looked incredibly stacked with resources. Suddenly something began to vibrate, and the system notified him that he had received an egg from an unidentified creature. A new message popped up welcoming him to the first floor. Upon arrival, he wondered if he had received the reward during teleportation, and whether there was anything else besides points. Spotting the egg in his inventory, he clicked his tongue in annoyance, saying it did not even have a name and wondering what kind of useless thing it was. At almost the same time, Hakan descended onto the first floor just a moment after him. At the outer zone of the first floor's starting plaza, the real game was about to begin. Two men in the distance muttered to each other, wondering why these rookies had arrived so early when the tutorial should not have ended yet. Kim Gun scanned the area and noticed the contestants were now officially players, and quite a few guild representatives had already shown up to recruit fresh blood. Hakan looked around in confusion, clearly puzzled by the strange outfits worn by the people here. With a single glance, he recognized that Olympus had arrived too, and even spotted a few familiar faces. Then he asked if he planned to join any guild, and the MC coldly replied that he was not sure. Hakan snorted that he expected as much since he would not even form a team, so joining a guild was obviously out of the question, but he would still keep his promise because he had lost the bet. Recalling the administrator's earlier attitude toward him, Hakan suddenly asked about what happened before. He wondered if there was some kind of conflict between the administrator and Olympus, causing him to fall silent for a moment. Kim Gun countered by asking if Olympus truly acted in the name of justice and maintained order within the tower, leaving Hakan confused about what he meant. He chose not to explain further, saying that if he wanted to know the truth about people, he should discover it himself because even if he told him, he probably would not believe it. Hakan shouted after him, asking if he was just going to walk away and reminding him to register as a player once he entered town so they could at least stay in contact. There was genuine concern in his voice as he added one last warning to watch out for the wild dogs. Without turning back, he simply waved to signal he understood and said goodbye. Hakan kept watching him walk farther away, unaware of a shadow quietly approaching from behind. A voice suddenly rang out, introducing himself as Agamemnon and requesting an audience with one of legendary blood, causing Hakan to turn around and say he had finally arrived. He added that they seemed to have met before, and Agamemnon respectfully thanked him for remembering. Hakan asked if he was an apostle of Ares and mentioned hearing that Ares had recently become a high-ranking constellation, asking him to pass along his congratulations, which Agamemnon gratefully acknowledged. Agamemnon then explained that Lord Ares valued lineage above all else, and had ordered him not to deliver any message until Hakan found his birth mother, leaving him stunned. Agamemnon's tone sharpened as he implied that the sky god had little interest in children, and without knowing his own mother's identity, certain matters could not proceed. Furious at being insulted, Hakan cursed at him, yet Agamemnon merely bowed calmly in response. He politely asked him not to react so harshly, saying he surely understood Ares' temperament better than anyone. He added that lineage was something Ares built with his own hands, and hoped that one day Hakan would establish a family of his own. Grinding his teeth in anger, Hakan realized the one looking down on him was not Agamemnon, but that eccentric Ares, and causing trouble now would ruin his standing with Olympus Peak. He quickly forced himself to calm down and declared the matter forgiven, earning another respectful acknowledgement. Agamemnon then curiously asked who the person walking with him earlier was, noting that since he left alone, he likely was not part of his team. At the mention of him, Hakan hesitated before replying. He awkwardly said that guy was something like a friend of his, which made Agamemnon question what he meant by something like. As for the wild dogs, that was the nickname given to those who abandoned climbing to the next floor. Instead of progressing, they hunted and robbed new players at the starting plaza. Their favorite targets were unaffiliated players, and they called the period right after the tutorial ended the harvest season. Lin Feng calmly calculated that they had already begun tailing him, and even without special vision, he could sense around 20 of them lurking nearby. He reviewed the description of the Holy Dark Crystal, a fragment of primordial darkness containing infinite dark mana that remained unrefined and could only unleash its true power in the hands of a master artisan. He smirked at the thought that the wild dogs were the perfect test subjects to try out the invisibility effect. Just as expected, sharp eyes were fixed on his back, while the wild dogs whispered that the tutorial had ended faster than predicted, meaning plenty of juicy loot would be up for grabs. Their pack leader was a man named Facio. They analyzed that he had no guild backing and no companions, though something felt off, and when one mentioned his astrology heat core, the others realized he was valuable prey and urged their leader to attack. But suddenly there was a problem as he vanished without leaving a trace. Facio stared blankly in disbelief, shouting that the guy had just been standing there. Before they could process what happened, he struck from behind, throwing the entire pack into chaos. The leader screamed that there was an enemy nearby as the pack howled in confusion. Panic spread instantly as Fatio demanded he show himself, while his underlings shouted that he might just be bait and questioned how a rookie could possess such a rare core. One of them activated Eagle Eye Axe to scan the area, wondering if this was some kind of illusion skill. Terrified, they suggested retreating, while Fatio could not comprehend how a newcomer to the tower could wield invisibility. He moved decisively and with a single clean strike severed one of their heads. There was no way he would allow them to escape, so the MC chose to hunt the wild dogs down to the last one. After being captured, Fatio trembled as he realized this was no weak prey, but a blade capable of slaughtering them, perhaps even a player from an upper floor, while he coldly warned him not to bother running. Fatio wondered why someone who could be punished for interfering on the first floor would still fight them, and he bluntly said he had questions and would let them go if they answered honestly. Fatio shouted he would rather betray before finishing his sentence, but he crushed his leg with brutal force, blood splattering everywhere. Kim Gun threatened that if he kept resisting, he would make him unable to live or die as he pleased, finally breaking his will as he agreed to confess everything. Without wasting time, he directly asked if they knew where a man named Unshin was. At the name, Fatio reacted violently and demanded to know how he even knew that person. The MC revealed a sly grin, satisfied that his first guess had hit the mark. The scene shifted to nightfall in a quiet town, where the atmosphere was calm and still. Inside a house, a table had been prepared with warm tea and a generous spread of food. This was the central district of the first floor, and he sat alone observing his surroundings. He reflected that returning to the past had its advantages since gaining information early gave him breathing room, and the exhaustion from constant battles was slowly fading. Watching the townsfolk gather and trade peacefully, a rare sense of tranquility filled his heart. He wondered what the worlds the others lived in were truly like. The image of two wine glasses clinking together flashed through his mind. He remembered how he and two friends once shared moments of joy, just like that long ago. Back then, the smile on Lin Feng's lips was genuinely bright, the kind born from carefree days, with nothing weighing on his shoulders. He quickly steadied himself and shook off the sentimentality, telling himself that was enough reminiscing and it was time to focus. This fragment worked well against quitters like the wild dogs, but it still could not compare to the flawless invisibility of the invisibility helm. Part of the issue was likely his current strength, but another reason was that the fragment itself had yet to be refined. If the fragment's power were fully amplified, even true invisibility would become trivial. He did not know the upper limit of its authority, but the first step was clear: it had to be refined. The reason someone could seize the throne of the Sky Sovereign and become king of Olympus Peak was probably because they possessed the Spear of Judgment fragment. As for Hades, he never entered battle without carrying the invisibility helm. These were treasures that ensured Olympus would stand firm not just now, but far into the future. And the only person capable of refining something like this was. Thinking of that person brought a rare smile to his face, since it had been a long time since he last had the chance to see him. The man he had in mind was a blacksmith. At this moment, that old craftsman was still buried in his forge work, and Kim Gun casually referred to him as Uncle. Player devices operated by channeling the owner's mana, and once registered at the ranking office, a player's unique mana signature would display their information and ID on the equipment, offering basic item classification, internet browsing, and communication functions, making it an essential tool within the tower. Holding the device, he reflected that he had already registered as an official player. As for the forge, if he remembered correctly, it should be somewhere around this area. He glanced down another street, unsure of the exact location, and annoyed at how hard it was to find. Suddenly, a weak voice called out, begging him to spare a few points in charity. The man trembled as he approached, pleading that his child was starving. When he showed no reaction, the beggar's patience snapped and his true nature surfaced. Before the man could finish demanding he hand everything over, he turned and struck. It turned out to be a bandit gang, and as their companion was knocked down, the others panicked and charged forward. One of them shouted, "Michael, how dare you cause trouble for our organization?" Kim Gun's face darkened as he slashed toward the fat man, yelling insults, telling him to fix his own miserable life first. He coldly added not to vent their frustration on others, while effortlessly wiping them out alone. After dealing with the bandits, he resumed his search without hesitation. Upon reaching a wide alley, he spotted a signboard and realized he had finally found it. He stepped inside and raised his voice, asking if anyone was there. A wave of heat hit him instantly, making the place feel like a steaming furnace. From inside, a voice called out, asking if he had not said he was busy that morning. Volcaros soon emerged from the inner room. The moment he saw him, the man could not hide his shock and blurted out in disbelief. Volcaro loudly questioned whether that was an astrology heat core and asked if he had gotten lost since he did not look local. Kim Gun calmly looked over the weapons and replied that he was exactly where he meant to be, asking if this was not the forge, which left the old man surprised and asking if he wanted to buy equipment. He scoffed that if he thought those scraps were good enough he could buy them, but they might not even compare to what he already had. He picked up a dull sword forged carelessly, its edge blunt and unfinished. It looked more like a club than a blade, and he judged the entire rack to be failed attempts. He teased that the old man was surprisingly good at ruining materials. He then asked if his name was Volcaro, and irritation instantly flashed across the blacksmith's eyes. A sharp aura radiated from him as he demanded to know who sent him, yet he remained unfazed. He assured him there was no need to be so guarded. He introduced himself as just a player who had recently stepped onto the first floor. Volcaro glanced at the highest floor displayed on his device, saw it was only one, and concluded he was not lying. Lin Feng thought that if the old man swung that hammer carelessly, it would spell disaster, and if he addressed him improperly, that hammer might fly straight at him, so caution was necessary. The blacksmith asked what he wanted, and he immediately revealed he wished to commission an item refinement. The moment Volcaro saw the fragment, his excitement surged, and he asked if he could inspect it more closely. He gasped in awe, recognizing it as an unrefined crystal. Kim Gun asked if he could refine it, and after examining it carefully, Volcaro confidently replied that he could, though he demanded to know where he obtained such a treasure. He openly stated it was a reward for clearing the tutorial, causing the blacksmith to shout in disbelief. Volcaro realized the tutorial should not have ended yet, and asked how many days it took, and he answered 5 days and 2 hours, adding that he ranked first. Hearing that, Volcaro knew a new record had been set, and understood why a mere first-floor player possessed such an expensive item, concluding this was no ordinary man. He admitted he could only refine it properly, and that using cheap materials would damage it, so he would need a substance capable of withstanding the crystal's immense power. He then pointed at the shabby equipment around them, and asked if he was truly confident in trusting something so precious to him. He calmly answered yes, prompting the blacksmith to mutter that he was quite bold. Volcaro questioned whether he was not afraid he might run off with the crystal, and he joked that the old man did not look like a thief. He added that if he had coveted the crystal, he would have seen greed in his eyes, but instead he only saw pure excitement. He also said he doubted the old man would botch the job, since he himself was extremely picky. While Volcaro fussed over preparations, he tested the balance of the dull sword, realizing that such perfect weight distribution could not come from time and materials alone, but from a veteran blacksmith's skill and experience. A craftsman of that caliber being stuck in such a rundown corner of the first floor felt like a waste. With that thought, Kim Gun suggested smoothing the blade's edge and crafting a dragon-shaped hilt, though he admitted old habits were hard to break. He forgot to ruin the sword's balance, and the moment he said that, the old man abruptly froze. Then Volcaro burst out laughing, admitting that he was far more interesting than he expected. He asked if he was a pureblood, and which guild he belonged to, and Kim Gun replied that he had no guild, though he supposed he did resemble a pureblood somewhat. The blacksmith chuckled and questioned what he meant by somewhat, then agreed to accept the request, saying since he trusted him enough to hand it over, he would refine it with everything he had. However, his expression turned serious as he added one condition. He must keep it a secret that the fragment had been refined and where it was refined. He asked if that was acceptable, and the MC answered with a faint smile that of course it was. The scene shifted to a food stall in the city where a steaming, lavish breakfast sat before him, purchased with 3 points. As he ate, he reflected that he had already given Volcaro his contact number, and now only needed to wait about 10 days, which was fine since he planned to remain on the first floor for a while anyway. Based on what he learned from interrogating the wild dogs, their gathering would take place in 2 days, and although wiping them out alone would be easiest, he could not act recklessly just yet. Before he could finish eating, a familiar figure suddenly took a seat across from him. Kim Gun looked surprised and asked how he found him, and Hakan casually replied that he simply asked around the inns for his name, leveraging his wide connections. He figured Olympus held major influence over the first floor, and with Hakan being someone important, tracking him down would not be difficult. Then Hakan asked if he had registered his player device and requested his number. He jokingly entered his contact, remarking he never expected to have a guy asking for his number one day. Hakan laughed loudly, saying he did not realize he could joke and had assumed he was serious and bland all the time. Since he was in a decent mood, he replied that he would not exactly call himself humorous. He then asked when he planned to climb the tower, and Hakan answered between bites that he would probably go up in 5 days after grinding levels in the outer zones. He added that he wanted to improve his team coordination first, and the MC simply responded that he understood. He then suggested they handle something together, which made Hakan curious about what he meant. He calmly stated that he wanted to completely eradicate the wild dogs, and Hakan replied that even dealing with them alone was troublesome, and with only 10 teammates he doubted it was feasible. He interrupted and clarified it would not be 10 people, just the 2 of them. Hakan grew tense and asked for more details, but he calmly said it was too early and told him to return the night after tomorrow, otherwise he would do it alone. Hakan suppressed his excitement and agreed to meet again in 2 days. He quickly stood up to leave, saying he would see him later, which surprised him since he was leaving so soon. Hakan explained seriously that if he wanted more time, he needed to move quickly and excused himself for the day. Kim Gun let out a quiet sigh, recognizing how much Hakan treasured the team he built during the tutorial and how sincerely he was trying to strengthen them to climb the tower together. Keep running the calculations. Senza already kept you waiting long enough. I already wrapped up what I needed to do. Why don't you just say what business you have with me? The man finally spoke up, clearly surprised when Hakan suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He stepped forward with a polite greeting. This is our first meeting, right? Nice to meet you, I'm from Olympus. Do you have a moment to talk? Oyang wondered if Hakan was truly a descendant of the Sky Sovereign. At the very least, shouldn't you greet me properly? Agamemnon sat down without hesitation. I came here specifically to see you, so don't take it the wrong way. Oyang, I heard you ranked first in this trial's tutorial. Even Lord Hakan only managed second place. They say the gap between first and second is massive. Word is a real monster entered the tower this time. Aoyang replied calmly, that's high praise, I appreciate it. Agamemnon lifted his teacup. Lord Hakan mentioned you two are like friends. Like friends, huh? Is that how you see it? He answered bluntly, not exactly. The MC was slightly surprised. Does he want to be friends? Maybe he's trying to get close to me. Well, it doesn't cost me anything. Agamemnon continued, yet you still chose not to form a team with Hakan. Smart decision. Bonds formed during the tutorial rarely last. Not many even dare to climb the tower. Fewer still become climbers. But you're different. You have the potential to surpass an ordinary climber and rise as a high-ranked climber, a true powerhouse of the tower. Don't you think you should find the right partner? Join Olympus. Serve under the protection of Lord Ares. We can provide anything you need. Lord Ares is nothing like those lowborn trash who don't even know their own mothers. He is the son of Lady Hera and Lord Zeus, both legendary beings who became high-ranked climbers long ago. Become one of Lord Ares' people. That's far better than siding with some half-blood mongrel. Oyang's expression darkened. That's enough. He said nothing further and tilted his head back, draining his tea while thinking. Olympus really goes all out recruiting rookies. After a moment, he set the cup down. Thanks for the tea. I'll be leaving now. Agamemnon was visibly taken aback by his attitude. Are you seriously rejecting an offer from Olympus? Oyang answered without hesitation. Yes, I have no intention of joining. I even refused a personal request from Hakan, the son of Zeus. And you, calling others lowborn when Ares is the child of Zeus and Hera. What does that have to do with you? Not your lineage, is it? Agamemnon hadn't expected such sharp words. Veins bulged on his face as anger surged. He paused, then began again. Olympus is, the MC cut him off. I only have one answer. I refuse to join a bunch of weaklings like you. With that, Aoyang turned and walked away, leaving him sitting there alone. Fury burned in Agamemnon's eyes. Seeing him silent for so long, a worried voice asked, Are you all right, Lord Agamemnon? He muttered coldly, How many wild hounds can we summon? The voice faltered. Wild hounds, don't tell me you're planning. The subordinate stammered, They're already gathering, sir. We were waiting to finish the harvest before assembling full forces. He's just a rookie. Do we really need that much preparation to kill him? Please reconsider. He broke records and even defeated Lord Hakan. Do you think a few wild hounds can handle him? Agamemnon sighed and stood, then prepare around 100. He gave the order viciously. Once the harvest period ends, we kill Aoyang. 2 days later, Aoyang met Hakan again. Hakan eagerly asked, So how are you planning to wipe out those wild hounds? First, we need to meet someone. It took me a while to track down Han's location. Hakan hurried after him. Who are we meeting? The MC replied, Just follow me for now. For some reason, his eyes shifted into a deep crimson hue. Hakan felt a chill. Those eyes again. He recalled what Jen had said back in that room. You bastard, are you the same kind as that monkey? Back then, Traitor had clearly been referring to the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Hakan knew that name well, the most gifted warrior in the history of the tower. From the moment he began climbing, it took him less than a century to reach high-rank climber status. Yet Aoyang didn't just wield a staff like Wukong, he also fought with precision like Apollo. Watching his back, Hakan couldn't help but wonder, who is this guy really? Did he refuse Olympus because he already belongs somewhere else? Then Hakan glanced at his arm and remembered, that's right, he can also use giant transformation. That skill belongs only to Hercules, the hero who slaughtered tens of thousands of giants. But not every giant possesses it. Could Aoyang actually be from the giant clan? If that's why he refused Olympus, then… Suddenly a voice cut through his thoughts. Hakan. Lost in thought, he hadn't noticed they had reached a door. Before opening it, Aoyang warned, behave yourself in there. Hakan blinked. Behave how? He didn't explain. Instead, he called out loudly for the shop owner and stepped inside. A voice from within answered, Sorry, we're closed. If you're looking for something, leave your name and number. I'll contact you tomorrow. The MC simply said one word, Unchin. The man's hand froze mid-motion. Aoyang added, I'm looking for someone named Unchin. The man suddenly bolted, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Aoyang instantly gave chase. Where do you think you're going? Even with the head start, he quickly caught the man by the collar. The man struggled free and pulled a dagger, thrusting it toward him. But he didn't give him the chance. With a single kick, the MC slammed him to the ground. His crimson eyes burned with killing intent. Stay still. The moment he finished speaking, the ground where the man had fallen exploded into a massive crater. Unchin trembled in shock. How is he this strong? The MC spoke coldly. Real name Unchin, alias Unchin, a martial realm player who abandoned the climb. His gaze turned icy and threatening. You're the king of the wild hounds. Unchin shouted desperately. Why are you doing this? You've got the wrong guy. Aoyang sneered. Wrong my ass. Then why were you running just now? The man trembled in pain. and hurriedly explained that he only ran because the MC's eyes looked terrifying. Hakan stepped forward. Are you sure this is the guy we're looking for? Just because he tried to run doesn't mean he's the king of the wild hounds. That feels like a stretch. He looks harmless. Oyang pointed at the dagger. Does that look like an ordinary knife to you? Take a closer look at the ground where he just fell. Hakan's eyes widened. It melted the floor. Is that poison? He nodded. Yeah, a lethal toxin extracted from the upper floors. Using that on other players is strictly forbidden. Getting your hands on it is already difficult, not to mention you need a guild permit. Do you really think a random shop owner could possess something like that? And he kept it hidden on him at all times. The man's expression twisted as his true face surfaced. Where did you get your information? How do you know my real identity? More importantly, how do you know my name? Hakan flinched at the sudden change in his voice and face. The youthful look vanished, replaced by something aged and sinister. Oyang replied casually, who knows? Guess I just figured it out. The man snapped in frustration. You've got guts. Do you even know who you're messing with? Midrant, he suddenly stared at Hakan's features. That hair and those eyes. Don't tell me you're... Hakan froze, recalling the warning about behaving properly. So that's what he meant. Realizing this, he activated his inner energy. Golden lightning crackled outward, surrounding him. Unshin's face darkened. So Olympus has betrayed me. Hakan was stunned by that claim. Oyang cut in. Betrayed is a bit dramatic. We just need a small favor. You recently accepted a request from Agamemnon, didn't you? The man nodded. I did, so what? He continued calmly. The Sky Sovereign has taken an interest in Floor 1 lately. His son just completed the tutorial. So how long do you plan to keep playing Agamemnon's dog down here? He's not even one of the 3 great gods, just a newly promoted high-rank climber. If things go smoothly, the Sky Sovereign himself might back your wild hounds. Hakan stayed silent, struggling to process what he was hearing. The MC pressed on. Do well and you might even earn a position within Olympus. Unshin's resistance began to crumble. What exactly do you need from me? What can I do to assist you? Even as he asked, fear flickered in his eyes. Oyang got straight to the point. How many wild hounds are there in total? Around 1,000. He handed him a slip of paper. Tomorrow at midnight, gather them all at this location. And keep Agamemnon and Ares men out of this. It'll be better for you that way. Can you handle it? After that, he tapped Hakan's shoulder, who was still standing there stunned, and said, let's go. Hakan clearly had a storm of questions brewing inside. They stopped at a nearby tavern. Hakan muttered, you're pretty good at pretending to be close to someone's father. Then he shouted angrily, explain everything. Don't leave out a single detail. Yang stayed calm. You heard me. The wild hounds are working with Olympus. Hakan trembled with rage. You expect me to believe that? That's impossible. They must be exploiting Olympus' name. Olympus would never, he cut him off. I don't know what Olympus means to you, but it's time you see its true face. Stop viewing everything through rose-colored glasses. His expression darkened instantly. Hakan pieced the clues together, recalling the administrator's words and muttering that he wanted to rip Zeus' beard out for the mess. Unshin's earlier words echoed in his mind. Olympus betrayed me. And he had said if you want to know someone's true nature, uncover it yourself. Even if I told you everything, you wouldn't believe me. Hakan clenched his fists at the thought of Olympus, hidden side. 2 days later, Oyang sat alone in silence, clearly waiting for someone. Footsteps approached. He raised a brow. If you were any later, I would have left. So made up your mind, Hakan spoke slowly. I was born and raised in Olympus. It's my home, my family, my father is a hero. I barely remember my mother. I don't even recall her face, only her voice and one thing she told me. She said never forget Olympus pride. The name Olympus is my honor. I've thought it through, even if this is wrong, even if it means betraying Olympus. He asked quietly, that's your decision. Hakan continued, I don't know if you're right, but the wild hounds must be eradicated. They're parasites on Floor 1. And if they're Olympus' shameful secret, then I'll personally wipe them out. His face hardened as fury radiated from him. Together, they headed into a vast, shadowy cavern. The space was illuminated by small torches mounted along the walls. Countless yellow eyes gleamed in the dark. Every wild hound had gathered. They whispered among themselves, this place is huge, but it's damp as hell. The ground's nothing but mud. I didn't realize we had this many. At least 1,000 here. We're usually scattered everywhere. First time we've all assembled. I heard another squad got their hands on flop venom. What? That's worth 10,000 points. No way. Our team barely scored anything this round. After a while, the king of the wild hounds finally arrived, shouting that everyone was present. The chatter stopped instantly. They lined up neatly and bowed in respect. Unshin scanned the crowd, nodding in satisfaction. Raise your heads. Murmurs spread, that Unshin. I've never seen him in person before. Why show himself now? Suddenly, he drew his sword and lifted it high, declaring boldly. One of the leaders shouted, shut up and listen. Unshin continued, we have a mission. Since every one of you was summoned, it won't be easy. But I promise you this. After tonight, we'll rise to the heavens. The entire cavern erupted in thunderous cheers. Unshin continued loudly, let me introduce the ones backing us for this operation. The moment he finished speaking, 2 tall masked figures stepped into the cavern. Unshin turned and bowed respectfully. Thank you both for coming all this way. It's only a small token of gratitude, but please accept it. These are Asga notes. Asga notes are a currency forged from the Asga core. They can be exchanged for points and function like real money within the tower. Each note is worth 1,000 points. This is the total harvest from this round. One of the masked men was Aoyang. Since Asga regulates the value, their worth is guaranteed. He spoke calmly. Can you swear this is everything? Unshin nodded quickly. Yes, my lord. He smiled faintly. Just a glance told him the pile was worth hundreds of thousands of points. So Unshin really betrayed Agamemnon completely. That fool must be expecting this payout. The MC stored the money in his system inventory. Understood. Thanks for the gift. Unshin bowed again, saying it was nothing. Then Unshin asked carefully, what would you have us do now? Yang didn't waste time. It's about time we say goodbye. He snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant, the entire cavern was swallowed by a sea of flames. This was the grand inferno art. The wild hounds screamed in terror as the heat engulfed them. What the hell is this? Fire. Unshin panicked, shouting in disbelief. How is the fire spreading so fast? Is that liquid on the ground oil instead of water? But there's no smell. The horde shrieked desperately. It's too hot. Get out, run outside. Only then did he realize the ground was covered in odorless powder. Rage and hatred burned in Unshin's eyes as he glared at him. Damn you. What do you think you're doing? Ouyang answered coldly. Can't you tell we're taking out the trash? Unshin stammered, you're not from Olympus. Hakken pierced a wild hound beside him and replied fiercely, no, I am from Olympus. Then why attack us? Unshin roared, because you're a stain on Olympus. I'll erase you myself. Ouyang joined the slaughter, sword flashing like a demon god. Dozens fell in seconds. Unshin screamed, bastards, I'll kill you. He shouted orders, attack. There are only 2 of them. But the overwhelming aura of the 2 made his heart tremble. Traitor cursed, we're finished. They're wiping us out. Agamemnon, I have to contact Lord Agamemnon. He pulled out his communication orb. But nothing went as planned. His message wouldn't send, leaving him stunned. Unshin screamed in despair. Why won't it send? Why isn't it working? Ouyang explained calmly. In this chaos, you think it would function normally. Player devices convert text into mana signals. In a place saturated with mana like this, they're useless. His heart sank. He watched helplessly as his subordinates were consumed by flames. With nowhere left to retreat, he charged forward recklessly. Unshin rushed at him, cursing wildly, desperation twisting his voice. His withered face struggled against death, looking grotesque. Ouyang stood motionless, crimson eyes blazing as he stared him down. Terror flooded Unshin's mind. His body refused to move. In a flash, the MC pivoted and slashed toward the king of the wild hounds. Unshin, it's time to say farewell. The blade descended decisively. After finishing him, he walked toward Hakken. You all right? Hakken let out a deep breath. What about you? We just slaughtered nearly 1,000 men. He looked surprised, so he feels guilt, not exhaustion. I'm fine. The MC noticed he lacked battlefield experience. Being shaken by killing was only natural. How can you stay so indifferent? Hakken demanded. He answered firmly. Murder, theft, slavery, that's how they earn points. Killing one of them saves dozens, maybe hundreds. Why should I hesitate? Hakken sighed. You're not wrong, but he interrupted. For some people, clinging to half-baked guilt is just more convenient. Those words left Hakken silent. He stood slowly. You look harmless, but your tongue is sharp. He smirked. Is that a compliment? Hakken chuckled awkwardly. Yeah, it is. The MC thought to himself. His mental resilience is impressive. A few harsh truths and he's already stabilized. He couldn't help but remark, you're surprisingly suited for this harsh world. Hakken teased back, you're nothing like you appear either. You don't exactly look like someone who does good deeds. He shrugged, I'll take that as praise. Hakken replied, acting without personal gain isn't easy. Just like during the tutorial, you always moved with a broader vision than I did. I was taught as a child to act for the greater cause. Aoyang's face darkened. He couldn't believe he said that so proudly. But you're wrong about one thing, there is profit. He pulled out a bulging money pouch. Hakken blinked, that's you played a key role in this. Want to share? If dirty money bothers you, feel free to refuse. But at the sight of cash, his eyes lit up despite himself. In the end, he couldn't resist. Fine, I'll take a little, he nodded approvingly. That's more like it. Then he asked, you ranked second in the tutorial, right? Hakken frowned, so what? His expression turned serious. What was your reward? Elsewhere, a fist slammed onto a table. Why? Agamemnon roared, why can't I contact him? His subordinate stuttered in fear. I don't know. I tried messaging Unshin, but... Agamemnon clenched his teeth. Unless he's gone insane, there's no way he'd dare betray me and run. At the same time, another subordinate burst in, shouting breathlessly, Lord Agamemnon, we found the wild hounds, but I think you should see this yourself. He rushed to the scene with his men. Burned corpses were scattered everywhere, charred beyond recognition. Agamemnon trembled. What is this? Sweat rolled down his back as a terrifying thought surfaced. Don't tell me even Unshin is. The subordinate swallowed. Yes, my lord, he's among the bodies. Agamemnon snapped. What about the money, the harvested points? The massive fortune had vanished without a trace. His eyes turned bloodshot as he roared in fury. Meanwhile, Aoyang calmly counted his new earnings. 384,000 points, an insane haul. Even rankers rarely see that kind of daily income, and that was after splitting it with Hakken. At least food and lodging won't be a concern anymore. If only I could head to Asgard and convert these points now. But Olympus would immediately trace me as the one who wiped out the wild hounds. stirring floor one's already messy waters isn't wise. This amount might not be enough for full crafting materials, but it should secure the core components for the black sacred crystal. That means forging it earlier than planned. The black sacred crystal was currently his highest ranked item. By now, it was likely taking shape in the hands of the tower's greatest blacksmith. The real issue was something else. He raised his hand and circulated his inner energy, examining his own strength. Then he observed the nameless egg. No clue what creature lay inside, what would hatch, or how to trigger it. Incubation progress remained at 0%. Even the description was cryptic. How am I supposed to use this thing? Half-crafted items sometimes have vague descriptions, but an egg with no explanation at all, that's new. Haken ranked second and received the Thunder Emperor gauntlets, a top-tier piece even high-ranked climbers would use. Compared to that, this egg can't be ordinary. It might rival, maybe even surpass, the black sacred crystal. He rubbed his temples and sighed in frustration. No answers came. Suddenly, he noticed something different on the egg. Wait, what are these patterns? They definitely weren't there before. He turned it over repeatedly. I've seen these markings somewhere. Outer divine inscription. At that moment, a notification window appeared. The egg acknowledges you. Aoyang frowned. Acknowledges me. What does that even mean? After resting briefly, he headed to the blacksmith's workshop. The streets were quiet as usual. He let out a long breath. Too many things to think about lately. Will whatever hatches become an ally, or another calamity capable of destroying the world? Most creatures hatched from eggs imprint on the first being they see and stay with during incubation. That's why some rankers desperately hunt legendary beast eggs to raise as companions. If this egg works the same way, then this gamble is beyond massive. He shook his head, telling himself not to overthink it. Worrying changes nothing. Focus on what's in front of you. He stepped inside the forge. It's me. The old blacksmith greeted him warmly without pausing his hammering. You're here. Volcaro placed the crystal down. This thing is unbelievably tough. I called you because I have a question. Show me your current weapon and armor. If you use a sword, what type, length, thickness, and your armor, weight. He blinked. Why ask? Volcaro explained. I have some byproduct from refining that crystal. I want to craft something with it. This dust alone is worth more than most crystals in existence. He recalled Hades. Scythe was forged from residue during the refinement of the invisibility helm fragment. But don't you need matching materials? Volcaro stood proudly. I may not have adamantium, but I have something similar. Since it's crystal dust, midrin will suffice. I have about 1.8 kilograms. Not much, but mixed properly, it's enough for a piece of gear. Midrin isn't the hardest metal, but it has exceptional mana conductivity, a rare alloy capable of absorbing mana depending on refinement. Classified as a high-grade crafting material, he immediately recognized its value. Even half a kilogram mixed with other metals makes quality gear. 1.8 kilograms would cost at least 300,000 points. With the Wild Hound money, he could afford it, but spending it now would be risky. At best, he could buy a third. Seeing his hesitation, Volcaro chuckled. I'll put it on your tab. He blinked. A tab? What if I run off without paying? The old man laughed. Crafting this is my greed. I suggested it. If you take the item and disappear, I won't chase you. Besides, what you entrusted me with is worth far more than this midrin. At this point, it can't even be measured in points. You trusted me with it. Returning that trust is only natural. Hearing that, Aoyang felt a wave of nostalgia. The old man hadn't changed at all. He smiled warmly and summoned a sword from his system. He presented it to Volcaro, who stared in amazement. I need a sword. As long as it's not too heavy for me to wield, the weight doesn't matter. Use this one as reference for shape and length. Volcaro grinned confidently. A sword, that's my specialty. A week passed at the Olympus Branch Guild. Agamemnon paced restlessly, clearly plotting something. He smirked. I never expected such an opportunity. The Wild Hound's destruction was merely a trial from the tower, paving the way for something greater. If I complete this mission, not only will my past mistakes be forgiven, but the Sky Sovereign might finally notice me. A subordinate reported, Lord Agamemnon, we've gathered all players from floors 1 through 10. Around 200 in total, he asked, and the reinforcements. After calculating the tower's restrictions and the administrator's interference, suitable reinforcements have just arrived. Agamemnon sheathed his sword at his waist and couldn't help but murmur in satisfaction. Perfect. Then he raised his voice. Warriors of Olympus Peak, move out. From this moment on, we hunt down a criminal. Meanwhile, Aoyang was still battling massive feral beasts. The corpse of a giant leopard lay at his feet. A notification appeared. Heavenly Star Iron Refinement has increased by 0.006%. He sighed inwardly. This thing progresses painfully slow. I've spent 10 days waiting for the crystal refinement, and all I've done is grind monsters. The system panel displayed. Heavenly Star Iron. You possess the fate and potential to shatter even the heavens. From now on, your destiny and value will rise according to the lives you take. All stats increased by 3. Aoyang calculated quietly. Looks like floor 1 has a refinement cap after all. Even with non-stop hunting, I've only gained 1 level. Still better than doing nothing. His communication orb suddenly vibrated, snapping him from his thoughts. A new message from Volcaro. It's done. Come quickly. At the forge, the old blacksmith admired his masterpiece with pride. No matter how long I stare at it, I don't tire of this brilliance. I never thought I'd see such light again. I'd love to craft something flawless with this material, but perhaps that's impossible. He polished the crystal repeatedly, each pass making it shine even more dazzlingly. Just as he was immersed in admiration, a noise echoed from outside. Volcaro frowned instantly, recognizing the disturbance. He grabbed his hammer irritably, of all times. He knew this day would come, but even one more day would have been nice. With that thought, he pushed aside the curtain and stepped out. Waiting outside was a formidable army bearing Olympus insignia. Agamemnon sneered. Didn't expect to find you hiding in such a shabby place. No wonder it took us so long. Volcaro's eyes darkened. You're disturbing my neighbors. What business drags you here? Agamemnon replied mockingly. What a poetic question. Traitor Hephaestus. He thrust his blade toward the old man. The soldiers gasped. Hephaestus, Olympus Master Smith. I thought we were hunting a rookie causing trouble on floor 1. That's a rancor. How are we supposed to capture him? Agamemnon reassured them. Don't panic. Rancors are heavily restricted on floor 1. Hearing that, Volcaro swung his hammer fiercely. Restricted power. He glared. Don't make me laugh. Come closer and I'll smash every skull here. Agamemnon scoffed. After being punished by the Sky Sovereign, you stand here without armor and still dare call yourself a rancor. And we have a rancor of our own. The one introduced was a high-rank subordinate of Apollo, Chrysis. Volcaro's eyes widened. Chrysis. You became a rancor. You know the penalty for interfering on lower floors, don't you? Chrysis remained calm. You're a rancor too. What difference does it make? Volcaro tightened his grip on the hammer. You people excel at twisted schemes. Then he roared, come at me. Chrysis immediately grew cautious. Chaos erupted as the two sides clashed. Lightning and shockwaves tore through the forge. The soldiers couldn't withstand the pressure. His electric aura alone made them scream in agony. Volcaro looked like a wrathful thunder god, striking wildly. Even Chrysis faltered under the fury of a veteran rancor. Blood splattered across the yard. Casualties mounted rapidly. Chrysis stared coldly. I once admired you. Thousands of years ago, after becoming a rancor, you abandoned power and chose to follow your creed with only your hammer. Volcaro sneered. That's why you admired me. As he spoke, Chrysis leapt back, narrowly avoiding a devastating blow. But Volcaro pressed on, eyes blazing as he gathered strength for another strike. Chrysis couldn't fully withstand the raging assault and was forced back again. Volcaro seemed nearly out of control, fury blazing in his gaze. It was clear he intended to let no one leave alive. The soldiers were crushed one after another. His body was drenched in enemy blood, yet his anger showed no sign of fading. Chrysis mocked coldly. Attacking players far below your floor must mean severe punishment awaits. I truly respected you. Abandoning everything to pursue your belief was admirable. He raised his spear. That's exactly why I never wanted to fight you. Yet the moment he finished speaking, he launched a brutal strike toward Volcaro. The old man blocked with his hammer, scoffing, enough nonsense. Their powers collided, creating a massive shockwave that blew the roof apart. Smoke and dust blurred the surroundings. Through the haze, blood-stained walls came into view. Volcaro was injured now, blood dripping from his hand. But an even worse problem emerged. His entire body was slowly turning to stone. Volcaro roared, you bastard, before it. Chrysis calmly answered his doubt. This is a creation of Lord Aegis. It's only a replica, but once you've exhausted yourself, this alone is enough. They watched with satisfaction as he gradually transformed into a lifeless stone statue. Chrysis' face remained cold, though a hint of sadness flickered in his eyes. So this is how it ends. Agamemnon couldn't hide his excitement. It was written all over his face. Finally, he turned and ordered, seize this traitor at once. A frosty voice cut through the air. That won't be happening. Oyang arrived at last, dashing forward and cleanly slicing off the leg of a soldier near Agamemnon. The man screamed in agony. My leg. He stepped in front of Volcaro protectively. The MC asked coldly, what business does this mob have setting foot in a place like this? Agamemnon sneered. Well, if it isn't Oyang. He said nothing, just stared him down, waiting to see what excuse would follow. The soldiers whispered, isn't that the rookie who broke records in the tutorial? You mean the one who swept everything? I thought he was already a climber. One soldier shouted in disdain, who the hell do you think you are interfering here? With one glance, he recognized Chrysis. Two rancors fighting in this tiny slum. What a joke. If this drags on and the administrator intervenes, Olympus, influence on floor 1 will take a hit. Agamemnon barked, what do you think you're doing? He thought to himself, they need uncle that badly to launch a giant war. Agamemnon laughed, planning to stand there until the petrification ends. He replied calmly, and if I am? Agamemnon glanced at the statue uneasily. It almost looked like it just twitched. Aegis power can petrify only once per day, and this is just a copy. I don't even know how long it'll last. If the effect wears off and he moves again, there's no more time to waste. The statue's movements were becoming more obvious. Agamemnon roared, what are you waiting for? Kill him and bring Hephaestus to me. The soldiers hesitated. Forgive us, my lord. If we kill a rookie traitor, we'll face punishment. Without a word, he slashed the protesting soldier. Blood splattered across his armor. So what if there's punishment? Seeing the fate of the dissenter, the troops clenched their teeth and charged. I'll kill him. Meanwhile, the system notified him that Grand Inferno art had been integrated into his skill core. Ouyang swung his blade, flames erupting from his power and engulfing the enemies. The soldiers screamed under the heat. Some shouted that they were being burned alive. Agamemnon ordered fiercely, "Keep your distance and attack." He glared fiercely as his fire eyes activated, analyzing combat patterns. Alone, he shattered the encirclement, scattering the soldiers. At the same time, fire eyes countered the incoming fire mana. They were clearly no match. Every twin-blade attacker fell beneath his strikes. Suddenly, a beam of light shot toward his face from behind, catching him off guard. Thunder-charged spheres lunged in an ambush. They soared into the air with terrifying force. Yet he didn't flinch, counterattacking and sending soldiers scrambling in panic. He scoffed, "This is all you've got. Numbers don't equal strength." The soldiers shouted to each other, "Don't falter, corner him." Agamemnon trembled. What the hell is this? Some of them reached floor 10. I knew he ranked first and beat Haken, but witnessing his aura and raw power firsthand was shocking. This is a rookie. He unleashed Grand Inferno art again. A blazing pillar of fire swept across the battlefield. Gritting his teeth, he glanced at the statue behind him. "Uncle, how long are you going to sleep?" The statue showed no clear response. He continued holding the line, buying time for him to awaken. The system displayed fire eyes resisting solar fragment, flame core resisting solar fragment. Crisis asked coldly, "What is your relationship with Hephaestus?" He wiped sweat from his face. "I'm his customer." Crisis couldn't believe it. "A customer? You stepped into this war over that." He analyzed calmly. As expected of a ranker, even weakened by penalties, his pressure is immense. Apollo's right-hand man. One slip and I'll be burned to ash. Counting his wounds and penalty backlash, he can't strike me more than 5 times. He activated giant transformation. Thankfully, fire eyes and flame core grant decent fire resistance. I can handle this. I've endured Surach's world-ending flame before. Crisis narrowed his eyes. You possess skills most rankers don't. He sneered, but what can a rookie really accomplish? Ouyang clenched his teeth, forcing himself to withstand the blazing assault. System analysis. Giant transformation has collided with solar fragment. Fire eyes is resisting the solar fragment. Flame core is resisting the solar fragment. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire area. System notification. Resistance to solar fragment failed. Burn effect activated. Ouyang cursed inwardly. I knew brute force alone wouldn't be enough. If I'd stocked up on frost crystals, at least my fire resistance would be higher. He clicked his tongue. This bastard won't even give me a second to breathe. Then he activated burst detonation. From within the raging flames, 3 strange blue circles appeared. Crisis fire was so intense it threatened to consume the entire block. Nearby houses were already affected. Smoke quickly thickened after the exchange. The system warned again. Flame core resisting solar fragment. Resistance failed. Burn effect upgraded to level 2. He gasped. Damn it. At this rate I'll be roasted alive. But with him unleashing power like that, the penalty must be brutal. Just as he expected, Crisis trembled in pain from the backlash and couldn't suppress a groan. He calculated quickly, 2 more hits, if I can stall just a little longer. Before he could catch his breath, another blast came crashing toward him. Flames engulfed his body violently. He coughed up blood. The impact sent him flying backward. He was clearly injured. But Crisis also spat out blood, shock flashing across his face. His body was covered in wounds as well. Neither of them looked better than the other. Pain racked Ouyang's body. He kept vomiting blood. He thought grimly, I underestimated him just because we're on floor 1. Even injured by penalties, he's terrifying. I can still fight, but if I take 2 more hits, beating him will be impossible. He struggled to his feet and looked around. He hadn't flown far. This was still Uncle's workshop. The newly forged black sacred crystal still rested on the table, glowing and drawing his attention. Item Black Sacred Crystal, a fragment containing primordial dark power, holds endless dark mana, refined artifact. Crisis remembered someone telling him, you'll only understand punishment once you experience it. You'll see how vast the tower's flowing power truly is. He forced himself up. They were right. It was as if the tower itself were alive. This was its will, restraining those who lost control and protecting lower floors. So this is the tower's punishment and intent, he murmured in gratitude. Agamemnon grew impatient. Capture the traitor and assess casualties. The soldiers responded, yes, my lord. He glanced toward where Ouyang had been blasted. What about him? Crisis replied calmly, leave him. Agamemnon blinked. What? The mission is complete. We already broke tower rules by causing chaos on floor 1. I don't want unnecessary killing. Agamemnon forced himself to agree. Just then, a loud crash echoed from the wall. Agamemnon tensed. He's still alive. Crisis stepped forward. Stay back. Agamemnon snapped. You're telling me to spare him. Crisis narrowed his eyes. No, he's dangerous. His mana shifted to darkness. That changes everything. Even if he looks half dead, that aura. Agamemnon waved it off. You're exhausted. Let us handle him. But to his shock, Ouyang had vanished. Agamemnon spun around frantically. Where is he? In an instant, he reappeared beside Volcaro's statue and seized it. Agamemnon panicked. Petrification doesn't freeze consciousness. He'll break it. What are you idiots doing? Are you just going to watch? He screamed hysterically, "Kill him." He circulated his inner energy. A surge of green power condensed into a fierce current. Then he slammed his palm into the ground, unleashing the force toward his enemies. Those struck felt the world spin. Breathing became difficult. Crisis chuckled softly. Dangerous indeed. The tower has summoned a monster. Agamemnon snapped. This isn't the time to admire him. Crisis replied coolly, "Didn't you say you'd handle him? My mission was only to retrieve Hephaestus." Agamemnon gritted his teeth. "Are you serious?" Seeing his panic, Crisis reassured him. "Calm down, I see it clearly now." His expression hardened as he fixed his gaze on Aoyang. Meanwhile, he rampaged through the battlefield, soldiers falling one after another. As he fought, he sensed a powerful presence approaching. "So you're finally here, Crisis." Amid smoke and flames, the two heavyweights faced each other. Crisis raised his hand. Dark mist gathered around him. Impressive, controlling two different mana attributes simultaneously is something even high-rank climbers struggle with. If he joins Olympus, he'll be a priceless gem. I want him. He spoke aloud. "Aoyang, right, why not join us? If you need equipment, I'll give you better than what that old man can craft." He answered calmly. "That still isn't everything I need. And I already gave someone my answer." Crisis' aura intensified. "So you refuse? How disappointing." In the next second, Crisis lunged at him like a starving beast pouncing on prey. Aoyang kept his taunting tone. "You really think you can still fight like this?" Crisis laughed coldly, listened to the rookie talking. He thought to himself that maybe 100 years from now, he would proudly recount this very day. The day he clashed with Aoyang when the kid had just arrived on floor 1, fighting someone destined to surpass even high-rank climbers. But that story only matters if I survive this battle. Seeing his resolve, the MC instantly realized, damn it, Crisis is ready to go all in. You want Uncle that badly. If Uncle doesn't join Olympus, the next great war might actually be prevented. To stop that disaster, I have to hold out. With that thought, he planted his feet firmly into the ground. At the same time, Crisis charged straight at him with overwhelming force. Their clash erupted instantly. Crisis unleashed a fierce strike toward him. He was stunned. He can still unleash something this strong. Aoyang smirked. "You know what? You're worth killing." Crisis flinched at that. Another earth-shattering explosion followed. This might be the most intense showdown ever between a ranker and a floor 1 player. Agamemnon was horrified. This is insane. No ranker has ever gone all out like this on floor 1. He should be grateful he hasn't been erased by the tower's punishment yet. How did the fight turn out? Seeing Aoyang lying motionless, Agamemnon burst into laughter. It's over. Even Kim Gun couldn't endure a blow like that. Suddenly, someone struck Agamemnon from behind, making him cough blood. He turned in shock. It was Hephaestus. The old smith roared, "This ends now." His eyes blazed with fury. "It's not over, you Olympus dogs." Agamemnon cursed back. "Aren't you afraid of punishment?" The hammer came crashing down. "I don't care." Agamemnon spat blood. Hephaestus declared boldly, "I don't care about the others, but you I will kill." Agamemnon trembled, stammering in fear at the murderous aura surrounding him. "Someone help." A tall man suddenly appeared and blocked the hammer strike meant for Agamemnon. A commanding voice echoed, "You've gone too far." Hephaestus clicked his tongue in annoyance. Why now of all times? Agamemnon was too shaken to speak, staring at his unexpected savior. It was none other than the administrator of floor 1. The administrator frowned. "So you expect me to let a giant run wild on floor 1? If you want a proper fight, take it upstairs." Agamemnon spoke carefully. "There must be some misunderstanding. I had no intention of fighting." The administrator snapped. "You're from Olympus, aren't you?" Agamemnon nodded nervously. "Yes." The administrator pointed at his forehead. "Go tell Zeus this." Agamemnon gasped. A mark flared on his head as the administrator continued. "If he pulls this stunt again, I'll personally rip out his beard." Agamemnon froze as the administrator added, "Deliver my message clearly." Hephaestus stood nearby, secretly pleased. With that mark engraved, Agamemnon would be forced to relay the message exactly as ordered. The old smith couldn't hide his satisfaction. Olympus suffered a crushing defeat today. Now back to Aoyang and Crisis' earlier clash. At the most critical moment, the system announced that the egg had slightly reacted. He was startled. Damn, is it trying to devour me while I'm weak? Or is it protecting me? As soon as the danger passed, it returned to dormancy. Aoyang slowly regained consciousness. When did I pass out? Before he could think further, a loud voice dragged him back to reality. He looked weakly at Hephaestus. "Oh, uncle," the old man barked. "Watch your mouth. Call me by my proper name." Seeing him sit up, he asked anxiously, "How's your body?" He replied, "I'll live." "What about you, uncle?" Hephaestus snapped. "How long will you keep calling me that?" He grinned mischievously. "What should I call you, aunt, instead?" The old man roared, "Quit it already." He teased, "You're only alive because of me. That means I can call you whatever I want." The old smith grumbled, "You brat." Suddenly, his lips tightened, as if he wanted to say something. The usually gruff man hesitated awkwardly. He pretended not to hear. What was that? Hephaestus snapped. I said thank you. How many times do I need to repeat it? He complained playfully. That's only twice. The old man shook his head. I don't even know why I tried making that thing for you. He laughed softly. You're just embarrassed. Hephaestus finally admitted. Volcaro isn't my real name. I am Hephaestus, once the blacksmith of Olympus. He already knew but remained silent. The old man frowned. You're not surprised. He shrugged. Isn't this surprise enough? The old smith grumbled. I can't tell if you're lying or just bad at it. He studied him closely. This brat knew my identity from the start. That's why I suspected he was from Olympus. But now I'm sure. He's not from Olympus, and he's no ordinary player either. With that realization, he said, forget it. After this incident, Olympus will stay quiet for a while. That's why I went all out and rented a large, top-tier forge for several days. Hephaestus said vaguely, whether it's a favor or a grudge, I repay it tenfold. Give me a few days and I'll forge you the finest sword. Hearing that, Aoyang simply sat on the bed in silence. Ever since reuniting, he had grown strangely fond of the old smith. He kept watching him before flashing a warm smile. Then he stepped outside and said, understood. Once the sword is finished, I'll start climbing the tower. With that thought, he spoke honestly. I'm looking forward to it. Seeing his torn and battered state, Hephaestus glared and barked. Go to the hospital first. After recovering, he resumed training to loosen his body. This time, his targets were those massive apes. He exhaled deeply. After days in the hospital, I can finally move properly again. I planned to confront Olympus around floor 10, but the schedule shifted. Still, that works in my favor. Olympus can't interfere with floor 1 for years due to the administrator's watch, and my bond with Uncle feels like before. Especially since I've gained this, it'll be crucial in the second giant war. The black sacred crystal is extremely difficult to control, yet its power dwarfs Hades' invisibility helm. If it differs from the helm, maybe it also affects its wielder differently. After refinement, I found 3 major differences. Black sacred crystal fragment holds the origin of darkness, contains endless dark mana. The unrefined description vanished. All stats, amplification, and consumption rates increased. And finally, the ability, Summon Hell. Hell, a word synonymous with Hades, a force deeply aligned with his power. The restriction line shows I can't use its full strength yet. Still, it reveals its true nature. It feels more like a catalyst that summons power than a container holding it. After using it for a full day, I've learned how to handle it better. He sighed. Time to head back. At that moment, a message arrived from Hephaestus. Come here, he chuckled. Perfect timing as always. The scene shifted to a wide street. He quickly followed the given address. Entering the massive forge, he couldn't help but whistle. This place must cost a fortune. Any item that man crafts is worth at least 100,000 points. Considering Olympus profits flow into his pocket, he might even rank among the wealthiest rankers. I'm a little jealous. He stepped inside and called out, It's quiet. Guess you're done. The old smith grinned, You're here. Hephaestus handed him an item directly. Here, take it. As always, straight to the point. He asked curiously, I know about the sword, but what's this? The old man urged him, Open it. He opened the box, eager to see what Uncle had prepared. He blinked in confusion. There's nothing inside. The old man sighed. Look closer, idiot. He reached out and felt something soft. Gloves. Invisible gloves. Thin gloves crafted from special materials. Excellent mana conductivity. Visibility can be toggled. He quickly guessed, made with midrin alloy. Hephaestus smirked, sharp as ever. Examining them closely, they felt like wearing nothing. Why go through the trouble of making them invisible? As he inspected further, he found a small switch. Pressing it caused the black sacred crystal to materialize and glow brightly. The old smith turned away. I assume you don't need instructions. I lacked time and materials, so I just combined what I had. Use it however you want. He realized the old man hated seeing him hold the crystal barehanded. Then he saw the sword, a masterpiece forged with intricate detail down to every engraving. He was stunned, no flaws at all. Just holding it, I can feel its edge. Incredible, Hephaestus said, Name it. System alert, Blacksmith Hephaestus requests a name. Please choose. He thought seriously. The deep black of the crystal dust devoured Midrin's blue sheen. A blade of the night, I'll call it Nightfall Fang. He hummed happily. The old smith froze. That naming sense is something else. Notification, you have obtained Nightfall Fang. It will bind to you per Hephaestus' wish. A sword as calm and dark as midnight. Its name reflects both its appearance and effects. Nightfall Fang, forged from midrin and sacred crystal residue by Hephaestus, stores dark mana, up to 200% stamina recovery in darkness, up to 100% mana amplification in darkness, up to 100% mana recovery in darkness. He marveled, with these regeneration effects, I might never tire fighting in the dark. It exceeded his expectations, yet Hephaestus stood there with a dark expression. The reason was simple. The name was the final piece of a masterpiece, and that strange title nearly ruined it. Still, seeing him so satisfied, he sighed. If it suits you, that's enough. So you're heading up next, of course. And Olympus, he answered calmly. What else? I'll bring them down. He gestured from the tower's peak all the way to its base. Hephaestus muttered lightly, but inside he was serious. Being dragged into something this big, and he's not even worried. What a strange kid, not a trace of fear or hesitation. Finally, he waved him off. Go already, we're done here, I won't interfere anymore. He headed toward the door, though a trace of reluctance lingered in his steps. Ouyang thought to himself, as always we part so quickly, it's been so long since we last met. He recalled that day. Uncle, was this made from adamantium? Weren't we short on iron? How did you even manage that? Back then the old man simply said, you said you lost your sword, didn't you? If you want to fight those outsiders, you need at least one proper blade. He had been deeply moved. You melted your own hammer, didn't you? You used your bare hands instead. Why? Hephaestus had looked utterly fed up. Stop whining and just take it. Though rough in speech, he was a man full of heart. Thinking of that, he gently touched the sword. You entrusted your heart to me. I'm truly glad to see you again. He bowed deeply in gratitude and farewell to his old friend, though Hephaestus never saw it. Scene shift to a study room, everything neatly organized. Inside, a girl hummed cheerfully while reading. She was Supervisor Suri. Taking a bite of chocolate, she read, Kim Gun, rookie who entered floor 112 days ago, set a new tutorial record, rated potential S-class. This year's rookie crop is impressive. Haken was already strong and fun to watch, yet Kim Gun surpassed him and took first place. He came alone even though he could have formed a team. Does he think no one on this floor can match him? This structure can withstand even Vankoma's attacks. Go ahead and show me what you've got. Scene shifts to the floor 1 testing arena, the Colosseum. He surveyed the area, a strength evaluation test. Simple, defeat every opponent that appears. He glanced at the rankings. As expected, Sun Wukong sat at the top. Compared to my previous life, that score is high. Back then, I only reached round 12. A familiar name appears here too. Round 16, that's impressive. Higher than before I regressed, probably thanks to those Thunder Emperor gloves. He steadied himself. No matter what floor he's on, I'll catch up soon. The system announced. Test begins now. Objective, defeat your opponents. No one has ever seen the end of this trial. The more enemies defeated, the greater the reward. Any player aiming to become a ranker must attempt this. With that, he pushed open the gate. A massive, ferocious monster awaited inside. The heavy door's noise alerted the creature instantly. It roared and stood tall, waiting for him to approach. Without hesitation, he activated Giant Blade technique and struck. Gripping Nightfall Fang, he leapt and delivered a powerful kick. The ground shattered under the impact. In moments, the monster's head split clean in two. He turned away just as the heavy body collapsed. Annihilating star completion increased by 0.008%. Floor 1 test cleared. Floor 1 is just the prologue. The real climb starts now. System prompt, attempt next challenge. He answered with one word, fight. Challenge 2 initiated. Suri watched in disbelief. That's impossible. Haken also slaughtered monsters, but not this fast. This might be the first time in history. He's even faster than Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven. Watching him move fluidly across the screen, she was stunned. Wave after wave of monsters fell before him. He fought non-stop without resting. To conserve mana and stamina, he barely used skills. His focus wasn't the test itself, but something greater. Surpassing high-ranker records. System prompt, attempt next challenge. He answered shortly, fight. He tightened his grip as Fire Eyes activated Great Scorching Flame. He unleashed Great Scorching Flame, Brand Blade. He blinked, he blocked it. Fine, no more dragging this out. A blazing inferno swept across the arena. System alert, Giant's power covering your arms. Proficiency too low. Endurance insufficient. Partial giantification activated. The opponent's sword cracked under the overwhelming flames. He followed through, slashing the enemy's arm. The knight's helmet split cleanly in half. Overwhelmed by his dominance, the man dropped to his knees in defeat. The older warrior sighed. This is my second loss. That blonde brat before was strong too. He never gave up no matter how many times I cut him. We were evenly matched, but you're stronger. He replied, if your blade wasn't so worn, it would have been harder. The old man chuckled. Empty praise, you'd win anyway. Still, thank you. I got to enjoy battle again. System notification. Level up. Strength +1. Agility +1. Endurance +1. Annihilating star completion increased by 4.78%. Challenge 19 cleared. Now my record matches Sun Wukong. Finally, Challenge 20. The stage no one has ever cleared. He clicked his tongue. Seriously, can a guy even catch his breath? And honestly, if challengers were given too much time to rest, this arena would lose all meaning. He quickly recovered his stamina, steadying his breathing as he prepared for the next round. EU World had already entered its final trial, yet his face showed not the slightest hint of hesitation. In the next instant, a violent gale erupted, blades of wind spiraling and slicing around him. Jin Guang felt a chill crawl up his spine as he sensed the overwhelming surge of mana and killing intent, so intense it raised goosebumps across his skin. Is that thing really coming out here? The system alert rang out, informing him that his hand was now wrapped in the power of a giant. From beyond the gate, a savage wave of killing aura burst forth, blasting rocks and debris into the air. The boss of the final trial had finally revealed itself. Wild, hissing screeches echoed through the battlefield. He clenched his teeth and pushed with everything he had, struggling to withstand its terrifying force. Before he could even get a clear look at it, the creature had already lunged forward with a crushing assault. Even after activating giant form, he was still being driven back, leaving him inwardly stunned. It flipped and lunged relentlessly toward him, forcing the MC into a desperate scramble just to dodge. His fingers dug viciously into the ground, anchoring himself so he wouldn't be blown away. The voice of the little heaven great sage echoed in his mind, recalling what had happened during the 20th trial of the first floor. I was knocked unconscious and left in chaos by a single sweep of that damn thing's tail. If you want to survive, you'll need vitality on my level. Anyone else hit by that strike wouldn't walk away intact. Even with only one head and tail visible, there was no doubt it was that monster. This is supposed to be the final trial, but we're only on the first floor. He asked wearily, could you be mistaking it for another creature? The Heaven Great Sage replied sternly, Jin Guang, do you really think I'd confuse something like that? An 8-headed serpent, so massive each head could span a mountain ridge and fill entire valleys. A being rivaling divine beasts and even dragons. A fragment of an ancient entity from the outer god realms. It should have been sealed long ago by Susanoo, who would have thought it would appear here. He cursed under his breath at the damned administrators, as if they could just do whatever they pleased. His mission this time was to defeat the 8th head of the 8-forked Orochi. He couldn't help but grit his teeth at the absurd level of difficulty. The ferocious beast stared at him with blazing golden eyes, as if eager to devour him whole. It suddenly roared and hurled itself toward him with a thunderous charge. He thought back to what he'd heard. It only has one head now, and it seems to be the smallest. Even so, in my current state, one wrong move and I'm finished. The creature's massive body slithered forward, clearly aiming to coil around and crush him. He twisted and shifted, doing everything he could to avoid being struck by the monster. His body skidded endlessly across the ground, battered and increasingly ragged. Up to this point, he hadn't found a single chance to counterattack. The giant serpent charged recklessly, and its enormous size alone made it a nightmare for any player to handle. He shouted in frustration, realizing its attacks lacked coordination and pattern. The Orochi I know wouldn't fight like this. As soon as he said that, he activated Holy Crystal Kick. Only now did he finally glimpse an opening to strike, though the monster continued to emit grating, ear-piercing screeches. His entire body burned from the scorching substance the serpent had spewed. He strained to slip aside, but it kept blasting waves of searing smoke without pause. Then it dragged its heavy body again, trying to slam directly into him. He growled in irritation. Even with Kai Fang reinforced by the Holy Crystal's power, its scales were reducing the impact of his blows. At this rate, the trial truly seemed impossible. While he was distracted, its tail swept across and knocked him flat to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he analyzed the situation. The tower would never create a challenge that couldn't be overcome. I just need to find it. That thing has to be somewhere on Orochi's body. High above, Suri continued to watch his battle without blinking. She wondered why he had suddenly stopped attacking for so long. Has he finally realized how reckless he's been? Regardless, reaching this point was already an unbelievable achievement. Just give up, even Iyugen barely wounded Orochi. Before she could finish the thought, he had already found it. Suri never expected him to actually pinpoint the serpent's weakness. In the next second, he gathered all his strength and launched a ruthless strike at that spot. He stomped hard against its body, using the force to propel himself upward. The moment it saw him, it snapped its head around, hissing a sharp warning. A savage glint flashed in his eyes. Who would have guessed it was hidden right here? Watching closely, Suri realized he was targeting a small indentation near Orochi's heart. She also knew that was the only area on its body without scales. He deduced that this must be Orochi's reverse scale, the sole golden scale among the rest. With his target locked in, he drove his sword down mercilessly into that exact point. Just as he predicted, the instant the blade pierced that scale, the serpent convulsed in agony. Moments later, its massive body went still, its breath fading as its eyes turned lifeless. Seeing that it had stopped moving, Jin Guang slowly pulled his sword free, finally letting out a long, heavy breath. Its massive corpse crashed down, shattering the ground beneath from sheer weight. He clicked his tongue in irritation. Even at the very end it had caused chaos. Suri stammered in shock, unable to believe what she was seeing. This had never happened before. A sinful serpent so enormous it could blanket 8 mountain ranges and 8 valleys, capable of wielding strange spells and twisted magic. The one who prevented an entire floor from being wiped out by that catastrophe was the high-ranking divine mechanism, Susanoo. Susanoo wielded an indestructible demonic blade, imbued with a sealing curse that could bind any entity it pierced. That strike left an eternal wound on Orochi's chest, forming the legendary reverse scale upon its body. Watching his heroic figure, Suri concluded she was witnessing the rise of a new legend. The system announced that he had eliminated Orochi's 8th head. He leveled up, Skyslaying star completion increased by 12%. Strength, agility, and endurance all rose by 1. He had cleared the final achievement, and his accomplishment would be engraved within the Roman arena. He calculated that he had already leveled on the 19th stage, yet at his current rank, once he entered the level 60 range, even a full hunt might not grant a single level. Only 31 levels remained until he reached level 100. His growth speed was faster than expected. Suddenly a voice rang out, causing him to stiffen. Player Jin Guang. He sized up Suri. Agile movements, precise steps, a tracker who concealed her presence, an elf woman with 6 daggers strapped behind her back, and the belt of a supervisor. She asked if he was the one who defeated Yamato no Orochi, and whether he knew about the reverse scale. He explained that the tower would never create an unbeatable trial, and even if it was the final challenge, the difficulty felt excessive. So he searched carefully and eventually found the answer. She examined his eyes. Are those fiery golden eyes? He calmly replied that they were not yet at that level. Suri deduced that he possessed insight eyes and giant transformation, skills tied to 2 top-tier divine mechanisms. Intrigued, she wondered whether he belonged to Olympus or heaven, perhaps even a successor to the Heaven Great Sage. He answered that no matter the faction, he had already figured out the reason behind everything. She reassured him that a trial supervisor could not disclose details about challenges or participating players. He sensed she had misunderstood something, but decided it was unimportant. She handed him a sword, explaining it was an additional reward from the administrators. She had been instructed to give it to anyone who cleared the first floor, but she never thought the day would come because of Orochi. Now the rightful owner had appeared. She told him to inspect it himself since she did not know what it truly was. When the blade was drawn, Suri gasped in shock. It was broken. He studied it for a long moment, realizing this was where it had been hidden. The information window appeared. Tosca's sword fragment. Long ago, Susanoo used this blade to seal Orochi, and a special power remains within. Because it is shattered, he must gather the remaining fragments to unlock its true strength. He smiled in satisfaction. With this, his plans could proceed smoothly. When she offered to report any complaints about the reward, he replied that it was more than enough. He knew this was merely a bonus. The real reward was still coming. A flood of notifications followed. He cleared all first-floor trials and gained 20,000 points. All stats increased by 2. He obtained Tosca's sword fragment. He obtained Orochi's 8th heart. The 8th heart had been severed during Susanoo's sealing ritual, and it contained a lethal toxin. He analyzed that such potent poison could not be used in ordinary ways. However, if properly neutralized, it could become an elixir coveted even by high-ranking divine mechanisms. Suri admitted she suspected it, but it truly had been granted as a reward. It was extremely hard to appraise for points. She congratulated him. She advised him not to use it recklessly. He thanked her sincerely for the warning. As he reached to activate the system, a sudden alert froze him in place. The system voice echoed that the egg was reacting. The egg was speaking. He stiffened in disbelief, unable to comprehend what was happening. The system announced that the egg had revealed itself. A powerful aura burst forth, enveloping him completely. Even Suri was stunned by the overwhelming energy. In his mind, he realized the egg was about to hatch. Reveal itself, so it has come to this. His expression grew unsettled. Countless spikes emerged around them, resembling the stingers of a scorpion. Suri wondered how it had entered a space protected by the tower's power. Orochi's corpse began to move again. He shouted in alarm for it to wait. Before he could finish, the system declared that the egg was devouring Orochi's 8th head. Those sharp spikes were consuming the giant serpent's remains. Suri shuddered at the sight, horrified that it was devouring killing intent itself. She had never seen such a creature, and asked what it was, though she admitted the corpse now belonged to him and questioned whether this was his skill. He was just as shocked, saying it seemed similar to one of his abilities. After a pause, he admitted honestly that he was not entirely sure. The egg continued absorbing the massive carcass without stopping. After a while, he asked if it was full. The system responded that the egg nodded and began humming cheerfully. He thought it looked like a freakish monster, yet behaved like a child. What exactly was it? Once it finished devouring the enormous body, it quietly drifted into sleep. He wondered why the egg, which had shown no reaction for so long, suddenly appeared. Perhaps the hatching rate had increased. Suri stepped closer with curiosity and asked if he knew what that thing just now was. Jin Guang answered honestly that he knew a little. She thought to herself that she had assumed he was just another Sun Wukong, but after witnessing that strange power, she was no longer certain. After all, heaven would never allow a tracker to conceal such a bizarre and monstrous force. With that in mind, she added that he probably carried many secrets, so she would not reveal what happened today. She said she hoped to hear his name again on a much higher floor. He smiled faintly, knowing she always had the habit of bidding farewell to those who cleared a trial. From what he remembered, she was a knowledgeable warrior, upright, quick-witted, and strikingly beautiful. He gently took her hand and said it was a pleasure meeting her. At that moment, the ranking board updated, and his name claimed the very top spot. Outside, the crowd erupted in chatter. The player who had held first place for over 1,000 years had been replaced. They whispered that the newcomer also ranked first in the trial stage and was another monster like Sun Wukong, a pureblood no less, but no one knew where he came from. One man answered that he seemed to be from Earth, though no one had ever heard of such a place. Another added that he took first place in every challenge he entered. Someone speculated that in a few years, he might even rise to the level of a divine mechanism. The scene shifted to a vast labyrinth, the trial ground of the 9th floor. Explosions thundered as the ground and stone walls burst apart repeatedly. It was him, smashing through everything in sight. A notification appeared announcing he had cleared the 9th floor labyrinth. A new path opened, and additional rewards were added to his first clear achievements. The labyrinth contained multiple exits, and finding the true one was notoriously difficult, leaving many challengers anxious. Still, the rich rewards made the risk unavoidable. He smiled to himself, wondering if it was time to meet that person. The scene shifted to Hephaestus' forge, where the old smith's face was tense and covered in sweat. Meanwhile, he tried his best to put on the most innocent and charming expression he could manage. After a month, he greeted the blacksmith first, calling him uncle. His grin widened as he said he had come to retrieve the item he left in the smith's care. The old man snapped at being called uncle and told him to wait since he was almost finished. He obediently stood by. The smith remained deeply focused, his hands moving without pause. Sweat poured off him as he worked with intense concentration before finally glancing up. He asked if it was unbearably hot. He replied casually that it was. The smith grew curious, wondering how high his fire resistance was, since he seemed completely unfazed by the furnace heat. Then he remembered that the 9th floor test had taken 10 days. He demanded to know why it took so long and what he had done. The MC simply said he was not sure. Irritated, the smith threatened that he would withhold the requested item unless he explained. He obediently revealed that the labyrinth did not have just one exit, so he spent time creating additional paths. The smith realized he had deliberately opened multiple routes for extra rewards and thought the MC was insane. Speechless, he wondered why the boy never did anything the normal way and grew curious about what he would attempt in the next trial. He laughed and said he would return later to share more stories. The smith guessed this weapon was meant for the upcoming test. The old craftsman admitted he had never forged anything quite like it, especially one with such low mana conductivity. The item was the nameless sword, forged from mixed materials. It had extremely low mana flow, but an absurdly sharp edge capable of slicing flesh with ease. He explained that its mana conductivity was among the worst he had ever seen. However, low mana flow meant exceptional mana resistance, so he crafted it mainly from armor-grade materials. He guessed it likely contained minerals like pyrita and obsidian. The smith called it a terrible failure in terms of mana stats, yet by the MC's request, it was a success and he guaranteed it. He activated secret sword art, but the activation failed as an unknown force blocked his mana. He smiled in satisfaction, saying it was even better than expected. He admitted he liked the blade. The smith chuckled, saying this commission had been surprisingly entertaining. After all, who would think to forge a weapon from armor materials? As the smith finished speaking, he grabbed his hand firmly. The system announced that he had transferred 10,000 Asla points to Hephaestus. The old man stuttered in shock. He grinned and said that getting used to freebies would only cause him trouble later. It was time to part ways. He smiled and promised to return. The scene shifted near the teleportation gate as he quickly arrived. The system confirmed his 9th floor record and deducted 10 points for teleportation. It asked him to select his destination. He felt satisfied, thinking he had finally reached a double-digit floor. He requested to be taken to the martial world on the 10th floor. The quest panel appeared to verify his eligibility. Teleportation to floor 10 initiated. Welcome to the martial world. This was the northern starting city of the 10th floor, Wu City. A vast continent surrounded by seas, the martial world was an ecosystem where only the strong ruled. Unlike previous floors, the trial here began the moment one stepped onto it. Warriors shouted everywhere, recruiting disciples for the Dragon Sword sect and inviting those with true passion to join. Sword users were urged toward the Wolf Sword Hall, while those seeking hardened bodies were directed to the Iron Body Gate, each claiming their martial arts were the best for climbing the tower. At the same time, the system declared the 10th floor trial had begun and instructed him to choose a sect and pass its initiation test. On this side, the recruiters kept shouting non-stop, urging everyone to join their sect instead of the others. This trial required challengers to pass a sect's initiation by learning and demonstrating their martial arts. Because this test was completely different from the previous ones, many players stalled here and never managed to move forward. Jin Guang scanned the scene and judged it felt more like a chaotic marketplace than a sacred martial realm. Suddenly a voice called out, greeting the young man and guessing from his outfit that he had some skill, then asking if he used a sword. The man declared it must be fate and insisted he join their everlasting sword sect. Seeing him silent, the recruiter kept rambling, boasting that their sect had been founded long before the tower even existed. He added that the major sects likely had no interest in this place and would never personally come to recruit disciples. The man kept praising the everlasting sword sect until the MC cut him off, politely saying he had already chosen a sect and excused himself. The recruiter flared up, accusing him of looking down on both him and his sect. He calmly replied that while that was not his intention, the accusation was not entirely wrong either. Enraged, the man drew his sword and mocked him as some lucky outsider who knew nothing about the greatness of the everlasting sword sect. He sighed inwardly, realizing trouble had found him again, but showing strength before a newcomer in this chaotic square might attract useful attention. He coolly asked whether the man feared punishment and reminded him that harassing a new arrival would damage the sect's reputation. Though the man insisted martial rules demanded he defend their honor. The recruiter shouted that it was too late to beg for mercy. He answered that he had no intention of begging, and if the man insisted, then he would respond accordingly. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression darkened and killing intent flickered in his eyes toward the swordsman. The man felt a chill in his heart, startled by that terrifying gaze. His whole body trembled as he gritted his teeth and glared back stubbornly. The crowd buzzed in surprise, recognizing the swordsman as Jiang Gunning, the so-called pride of the everlasting sword sect who had recently caused trouble. Some whispered that their sect master despised outsiders, and that Jiang Gunning had likely been sent to recruit, questioning why he was acting so recklessly. The murmurs continued, as someone mentioned seeing an outsider provoke him earlier. Overwhelmed with shame, Jiang Gunning shouted for everyone to move aside and hurriedly fled. He ground his teeth in fury, swearing that if he ever saw that bastard again, things would end differently. The scene shifted to a vast forest, where he sprinted forward at full speed on his 10th day in the martial world. Fatigue began to set in as he realized he had traveled over 4,000 kilometers in 10 days. He seriously reflected that this was one of the biggest flaws of the martial world. Without reliable teleportation methods, one had to rely on sheer endurance and run everywhere. Soon he reached a mountaintop and gazed down in awe, realizing this was the heavenly mountains of the western region on the 10th floor. He sensed he was close to his destination now and quickened his pace. As evening fell, the forest was bathed in a breathtaking sunset glow. He wandered alone through the wilderness, surrounded by tangled vegetation and an atmosphere of desolation. Kim Gun walked lightly behind the withered trees, his footsteps echoing with a lonely calm. He suddenly stopped, sensing a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. The MC quickly realized there were around 20 people nearby, not just a large group, but skilled ones at that. He could not help but marvel that Heavenly Mountain truly lived up to its name as a den of monsters. A dark voice emerged from the bushes asking who he was, and saying he did not look lost. They questioned whether he came here knowingly. He calmly replied not to be so wary because he was not an enemy. Kim Gun asked if this was the Western Heavenly Mountain, the stronghold of the Eastern Heavenly Demon cult. The group stepped out from hiding, and one of them admitted that he seemed well informed. He thought this situation felt like encountering wild wolves again, but this time it was on a completely different level. The Heavenly Demon cult had always stood in opposition to the Martial Alliance. Though confined to Heavenly Mountain, it was still worthy of being called the strongest sect under heaven. The man before him was Wang Hammock, a pureblood elite of the Heavenly Demon cult from the 40th floor. Wang Hammock observed that, judging from his aura, he was far from an ordinary player. He asked which floor he came from and demanded his name if he wished to join, saying they would test his skills. The MC interrupted and said that was not his intention. Wang Hammock looked at him with slight surprise and a probing gaze. He introduced himself clearly as player Kim Gun and declared he wished to undertake the Heavenly Demon cult's trial. Wang Hammock showed interest, saying it had been a long time since anyone attempted their trial. He reminded him that if he had come this far, he must know why players avoided their tests. Kim Gun answered that it was because the success rate was extremely low, but Wang Hammock corrected him. It was not that the success rate was low, it was that no one could pass at all. No player had ever cleared their trial, creating an unspoken rule never to attempt it. The MC realized that aside from recruiting high-floor players, they had no other way to expand. That was why their influence continued to weaken despite their strength. Wang Hammock motioned for him to follow and led the way forward. Kim Gun stepped directly into the barrier. The system warned that he was resisting the barrier's effect. It then notified him that his resistance had failed. He observed that the path ahead looked different than before, and realized he had to find the correct route among countless trails. Wang Hammock warned that a single wrong step would leave him lost forever unless the Heavenly Demon intervened. He told him to follow carefully, but before finishing his sentence, he suddenly froze. When he looked around, Kim Gun had vanished completely. He was shocked because he had been right there. The scene shifted to a desolate part of the forest covered in dense mist. The area was surrounded by an enormous, network-like formation. Kim Gun activated his Insight Eye skill to analyze and locate the true path. He wondered where the end lay after passing more than 10 separate trails. The entire forest seemed blanketed by thick fog. He focused all his senses and perception to identify the correct direction. Eventually, he found a path that split into 2 distinct routes. Using Insight Eye again, he determined that both paths were real. Since neither was fake, he would not be trapped by illusion, but he was certain only one was the true route. He tilted his head upward and sensed a faint wind blowing from the left. Standing still, he carefully observed and calculated before choosing his direction. At last, he stepped forward along the path he selected. As he advanced, the scenery around him gradually shifted. He soon reached a narrow passage where a small house appeared, with a cloth curtain hanging at its entrance. Strangely, a candle burned above it, its flickering flame illuminating the loom frame in the darkness. He walked inside and saw an elderly man with white hair and beard sitting nearby. Without making a sound, he observed quietly and realized this was a historical scene from the martial world. This old man was the high-ranking strategist who lived before the martial world entered the tower. Sensing his presence, the old man spoke calmly, saying he had finally arrived. The surroundings matched the name Heavenly Demon perfectly, gloomy and oppressive. He noticed wind blowing in a room with no open doors, realizing the place was not what it appeared to be and that the small hut was merely an illusion. The old man asked since when he had known, revealing that this too was part of the trial. Kim Gun answered calmly that no true trial would simply require following others, and he had known the old man was watching even before entering the barrier. The elder praised him, saying he was someone who could find his own path. Suddenly, a burst of blue light flared, forcing him to shield his eyes. When he opened them, he found himself standing in a forest again, as the voice echoed that he had passed. The system window did not appear, but the old man said that question had been the test, implying he was satisfied. He sighed internally, realizing meeting the elder's expectations would not be easy. Rumors spoke of a demon residing within the Heavenly Demon cult. The scene shifted to a bustling village, though it felt slightly off. A rough voice suddenly called out to him. It was Kang Buk, who looked shocked to see him here. He wondered whether revealing the truth would cause trouble, that he had met the Heavenly Demon, then simply said he had come in earlier. Kamyu froze at that answer. He came in here. He broke through the barrier on his own, even faster than those of us who know the route. Kim Gun asked again, but how I got here isn't what matters, right? Then he shrugged casually. I'm tired of wandering around. Let's move. This is the infamous Heavenly Demon Divine cult, so at least you guys provide dorms for trial takers, right? A subordinate stepped forward and questioned, My lord, is this really acceptable? I've never heard of an outsider crossing the barrier. Kamyu cut him off. No, even I, after 50 years here, only travel using the path I memorized. He stared warily at the MC's back. Just who the hell is this guy? The scene shifts to a steaming hot spring bath. At this moment, Jin Jun had been brought in to clean himself, leisurely washing his face. His bare, muscular body sat still in the tub, deep in thought. After countless exhausting days, this was probably the longest he'd relaxed in a while. Jin Jun glanced around and thought, too small. If the trial were easier, more people would attempt it, and there'd be more chances to interact with other scenarios. He dipped his head under the water, thinking about Hephaestus. That old man is stubborn as hell. There's got to be a reason. He looked at his unhatched egg. No one knows what's inside. Then he shook his head, but it definitely won't be useless. The system began updating the egg's status. The egg is cooling down. The egg feels comfortable. He stared at it. Ever since entering the Heavenly Demon's territory, this thing hasn't stayed still for even a second. Flashback, a surprised voice rang out. What are you doing on the 10th floor? Of course, trying the Heavenly Demon cult's trial. It's so difficult, people say clearing it is impossible. But if the rumors are true, the rewards are insane. However, the Heavenly Demon died in the early stages of this war. Chrono's clock has already been created, so we can't get any more information now. There's only one choice left, just try it. And when talking about the martial world, you can't ignore the martial arts tournament. If you win, you'll get a grand crimson pill. Plus, you might learn a supreme secret art from Shaolin or the Jin Gun sect. Another guy interrupted. Sure, the rewards are great, but winning is easier said than done. Back then, he wondered, wait, has no one ever won the martial arts tournament here? The great sage equal to heaven roared, you guys looking for trouble with me? A tournament? They dare hold something like that without telling me. Who organized such a fun event? It's always been around. The other guy nervously explained, well, you just rushed to the next floor without listening. The great sage caused a scene. I told you I didn't know. Damn it, why am I the only one clueless about this? Thinking back, a warm smile formed on Jin Jun's lips. With that personality, there's no way he'd tolerate missing a tournament. He quietly continued thinking. He had no idea what awaited him there. But one thing was certain, it wouldn't be boring. The egg kept expressing emotions. The egg is moving. The egg feels warm. Ever since stepping into the Heavenly Demon cult's territory, this thing hasn't calmed down at all. Flashback to about a month ago, a few days after testing himself against the arena master on floor 1, now on floor 2. He held it up and examined it. It had grown several times larger than before. A mysterious egg bearing traces of an outer god fragment. After seeing Orochi, another fragment of an outer god, he felt an odd certainty. This could very well be an egg of an outer god. Countless eyes and sharp fangs sprouting everywhere. Would it look like that when it hatches? No, even after fighting them for so long, he still couldn't predict it. Outer gods have no fixed form. They're mysterious entities reflecting each person's emotions, like fear. That made him think of his companions. If they were here, at least he could discuss it. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Hey, are you sleeping? He muttered, should I let this thing live or sell it off? It seemed to understand. The system notified that the egg shook its head. Jinjun got annoyed. So you only react when I show killing intent. You've been hearing me all along, but ignoring me. He wiped his face and frowned, cursing. Damn useless egg. Fine then, I've got no other choice. This isn't self-defense or anything. Seeing him draw his sword, the egg panicked and retreated back into the system. Jinjun didn't hesitate and slashed down hard. The egg felt shocked. The egg screamed. A cloud of dust quickly filled the room, but nothing seemed to happen. The egg curled up, hugging itself. He thought it can manifest physically like it did with Orochi. Does it see me as its master? Not sure if it chose not to attack or simply couldn't. Guess I'll just keep observing it. Back to the present on floor 10. The egg was relaxing in the hot bath with him. The egg feels warm. Jinjun blinked and asked, Mythic. The egg quickly nodded. He smirked, so you finally respond, but the egg immediately fell asleep again. He grumbled, you slept for a whole month. Wake up for a second, then go back to sleep. At least give me a hint. Outer gods and the heavenly demon cult. Hopefully, I didn't just walk straight into a tiger's den. Time passed quickly. The next day at the heavenly demon cult. In a room, 4 people sat in a meeting. Today's discussion topic is quite interesting. The Spear King spoke. Since John Jerry's era, this is the first challenger in 30 years, right? The Heavenly King, Fist King, corrected him. To be precise, 34 years. A deep voice echoed, who is this Jinjun? The Peach King added, I know you've been hiding in the Heavenly Mountain, but I've told you countless times to keep up with outside matters. The old man with white hair snapped angrily. Complaining won't solve anything. Just tell me who he is. He is the Heavenly King, Sword King. The Blade King explained that he's been #1 on every leaderboard since the tutorial began. The Sword King frowned, skeptical. Rumors are usually exaggerated twists of the truth. They debated back and forth, but records carved into the tower don't lie. This isn't something words can alter. Let's meet him in person. Do it, Spear King. The moment they finished speaking, he raised his hand and signaled his subordinates. The entire unit responded instantly, marching with force toward the hall. In mere moments, the office was packed wall to wall with warriors. They shouted in unison, paying respects to the Spear King. Every martial artist knelt low, none daring to lift their heads. From outside, a familiar figure pushed the door open and strode in confidently. The Spear King's face darkened as he looked at him. So you're Jinjun. Standing before countless warriors, even before the 4 heavenly kings of the heavenly demon cult, he showed zero fear. This guy's guts are insane. With a single glance, Jinjun recognized them. Sword, blade, spear, and fist, the 4 heavenly kings who rule the cult's peak. So they're the ones in charge of the second trial, not the heavenly demon himself. The Fist King spoke, so you're the one who cleared his trial. You do seem a bit different. Let's hope the rumors aren't empty hype. We'll begin the second trial now. Suddenly, a voice shouted, please wait. The vice captain of the Black Storm Guild, John Jiryong, stepped forward. Forgive my interruption, but I have a request for the 4 heavenly kings. Allow me to test him instead. The Sword King chuckled, amused. A challenge, huh? What do the rest of you think? The Blade King waved casually. Do as you wish, Jerry. Jiryong quickly bowed. Thank you, my lords. Jinjun observed quietly. The tower had already begun punishing him just for showing hostility earlier. That meant this guy was no joke. The MC felt a spark of excitement. Finally, a worthy opponent. He spoke calmly. This doesn't feel like an official cult trial, does it? The Sword King nodded. True, without a reward it's hardly a trial, let's see. Jiryong declared, I'll wager one of the cult's prized elixirs, the Crimson Blood Pill. Satisfied, Jinjun smiled faintly. That's more than enough. The system notification appeared. You have accepted the challenge from Vice Captain John Jiryong. Restrictions on John Jiryong have been partially reduced. Penalties have been partially lifted. New quest, defeat John Jiryong to earn his acknowledgement. As for the pill, the Crimson Blood Pill is a blood-red elixir, one of the heavenly demon cult's finest treasures, worth more than a lesser Crimson Pill. The two faced off instantly, powerful killing intent surging from both sides. Storm-like pressure erupted across the arena. He calculated silently. The penalties are adjusted around floor 30. That's still far too intense for a floor 10 spar. Just how brutal is the real trial? With heavyweights like the Heavenly Kings present, the Heavenly Demon must have ordered them here because someone cleared the first trial. What a grand welcome, Jiryong sneered. Your name is Jin Yuan, right? So you passed the Heavenly Demon's first test. Jinjun replied flatly, and Jiryong scoffed. I don't know what the Heavenly Demon saw in you, but he was cut off as the MC shot back. If you talk this much, guess you didn't get recognized. He smirked slyly, eyes gleaming with mockery. Unlike me. Jiryong gritted his teeth, golden fury flashing in his eyes. You bastard. He immediately drew his sword and slashed viciously at Jinjun. But he wasn't easy prey. With a smooth sidestep, he avoided the strike. Jiryong roared again, cursing as he attacked relentlessly. Blades flashed, one attacked, one evaded. They were evenly matched move for move. You're right, I haven't been acknowledged. I swore my life to the Heavenly Demon cult. I devoted everything to passing that trial. I risked my life climbing this tower. I trained endlessly to bring glory to the cult. I endured countless trials, and yet an outsider like you. Who are you to receive his recognition? Why not me? His voice trembled with resentment and jealousy. Jin Jun replied coolly, you sound like a whining child. Only then did he place his hand on his sword. A dense aura radiated from the blade, yet he never unsheathed it. He simply kept defending, calm and composed like he was sparring for practice, while Jiryong lunged in rage. Then he taunted him, want to know why. He let go of his sword and chose to fight barehanded. Leaping forward, Jiryong blinked in confusion. System alert, your arm contains the power of a giant. Partial giant transformation activated. Before Jiryong could react, he slammed a devastating punch down, smashing him into the ground. Blood burst from his nose. He couldn't even process what just happened. The MC stood tall and said calmly, the reason is simple, you're weak. Silence fell over the arena. Everyone was stunned by that single blow. The Sword King watched quietly, observing his every movement. After a long pause, a satisfied smile spread across his face. It had been years since he felt this impressed. Fascinating, it's been a while since I've seen something this entertaining. To think he's this strong without even mastering the sword. The Blade King laughed lightly. Without those penalties, what do you think would happen? The Fist King cut in. What's the point of guessing? Just look at him. The Sword King grew excited. Give him a crimson blood pill. The system alert flashed. You have cleared John Jiryong's trial. Reward obtained. 1 crimson blood pill. The Sword King said casually, it's nothing extraordinary, but take it. Jin Jun nodded with a faint smile. That's plenty. I barely had to try. The Fist King scoffed. Do you even understand that pill's true value? Most players on floor 10 haven't even seen something like it. The Blade King was stunned. He treated fighting Jiryong like child's play. I can't tell if he's arrogant or just fearless. The Blade King asked curiously, have you trained in any martial art before? I can't place your sword style, but the way you redirected his blade was impressive. Jin Jun answered honestly, I just copied what I saw. The Sword King burst into laughter. You truly leave us speechless. Fine, let me explain the next trial, Fist King. The Fist King stepped forward. The second trial of the Heavenly Demon Cult will be against me, Pung Beklim. Not a normal duel. You only need to withstand 3 of my moves. The trial begins in 3 months. Until then, aside from high-tier pills and secret arts, we'll provide whatever you need. Training grounds, fasting pills, clothing, lodging. Just ask. He calculated silently. Pung Beklim may rank lowest in technique among the 4 heavenly pillars, but the sheer force behind his strikes rivals the others. There will definitely be penalties. This feels less like a fair match, and more like a trap designed so no one passes. But only 3 moves. If it's just 3, Jin Jun suddenly spoke. Let's start now. The disciples gasped. No one even dared breathe loudly. The Spear King warned him, this isn't like your match with the Vice Captain. The Fist King is on another level. Careless words make it sound like you're belittling the Heavenly Demon Cult. He replied sincerely, if it sounded that way, I apologize. I have no intention of disrespecting the cult. The Spear King was about to speak when the Blade King waved it off. It's fine. Beklim's killing intent surged. If he wants to fight now, I'm ready. The Sword King stopped him. Enough. This is the cult leader's trial. It's not the same as before. Only the Heavenly Demon can alter this trial. The Sword King repeated calmly. Jin Jun, you have 3 months. Train and figure out how to endure 3 strikes from the Fist King. He knew there was no room to argue. Understood. Afterward, whispers spread. That outsider is insane. He dared underestimate the Fist King. I thought I misheard. He doesn't look weak. Does he even know who the 4 heavenly kings are? The MC felt slightly wronged. They're overreacting. And now the Sword King himself, ranked 2nd, is personally guiding him. Out of curiosity or something darker, he asked, is this the cult leader's order? The Sword King answered honestly, no, think of it as personal interest. It's been a long time since I've met an outsider. After seeing you myself, I'm curious. I have a feeling you might pass the cult leader's trial. He analyzed those words. It sounded like the Sword King wanted him to succeed. Strange. Most sects want talent to strengthen their ranks. What made him speak so seriously? Before he could think further, they arrived. The Sword King added, if you need preparation, visit the armory or the martial library. Why are you heading to the alchemy hall? I'll go there later. He stopped and asked, you said aside from high-tier pills and secret arts, you'll provide anything I need. Correct. Without another word, he headed to his room, tossing over his shoulder, you might regret this. The next morning, the courtyard buzzed with activity as everyone laid out herbs to dry. Rare medicinal plants filled baskets and jars, each neatly labeled. The alchemist trembled, recalling how Jin Jun demanded nearly every rare ingredient in storage. They weren't drying herbs, they were packing them up for him. At least several hundred pounds, enough to challenge the martial alliance. How does he plan to use all that alone? The alchemist sighed. Anything left after 3 months must be returned, and if you ruin any of it. He cut him off. I'll pay for damages, I remember. The courtyard shelves were emptied clean. After collecting everything, he left casually. See you in 3 months. The alchemist nearly cried. Don't forget to return the leftovers. He thought dryly. There won't be any. The Heavenly Demon Cult's base sits atop a remote mountain, isolated from the world. From here, even airplanes can be seen passing by. Deep within lies a massive cave, used for closed-door cultivation. Impossible to breach from outside, perfect for him. Jin Jun arrived alone and dumped out the mountain of herbs he acquired. The pile rivaled the stock of an entire apothecary shop. He scattered them across the ground and began eating them one by one. It looked like he planned to devour everything. Soon he felt sick. He had never eaten to the point of bursting. Some tasted awful. Mixing certain herbs created poison, but he avoided lethal combinations and endured the stomach cramps. After all, he already possessed Orochi's heart, a source of extreme toxin. He had wondered where to find enough herbs to neutralize Orochi's poison. Turns out luck favored him here. At that moment, the egg opened its mouth. He glared at it, making the egg flinch. "Don't even think about it. If you try anything, I'll cook and eat you." System warning, the egg is terrified. The egg returns to sleep. Then a bold idea flashed in his mind. You have absorbed the eighth of Orochi's hearts. Orochi's poison spreads throughout your body. Your poison resistance negates the poison's status effect. Poison resistance increased by 1. His power surged rapidly, rising without pause. It felt like severe poisoning. A mouthful of blood burst from his lips. Jin Jun felt unbearable pain tearing through his body. Gritting his teeth, he realized he needed more herbs. At the same time, his inner power kept rising without pause. He struggled to grab another bundle of herbs, but the agony overwhelmed him and he collapsed again. Trembling, he realized something was wrong. The surge of his inner force wasn't normal. A notification appeared. New skill acquired, Mana Dominion. He frowned. Mana Dominion. It felt like mana itself was gravitating toward him. Maybe he could absorb every last trace of mana within Orochi's heart. Forcing himself upright, he stuffed more herbs into his mouth and chewed desperately. I didn't think it would come to this. His inner power continued to climb. This is going to take time. 1 month later, outside the training cave, 2 figures stood waiting. Jiryong muttered, "It's been a month and he hasn't shown himself. I thought he'd at least visit the arena or grab a secret art. Is he planning to stay inside all 3 months?" Hammock frowned. Anyone who reaches floor 10 wouldn't miss the chance to learn a martial art. So what is he doing? To prepare himself, the Fist King had gone into closed-door training, shaking the heavenly mountain daily with his power. And what about Jin Jun? He's too quiet. I almost thought he'd died in there. Jiryong grew curious about what he was doing with that mountain of herbs. Hammock suddenly stiffened. Wait, the cave door is opening. Both of them held their breath, staring at the entrance. He stepped out calmly and asked, "You two here to escort me?" They were stunned. After staying inside so long, he looked like a different person. Later, they brought him to a restaurant. He devoured a chicken leg like someone who hadn't eaten in years. The two sat in silence while he ignored them and kept stuffing food into his mouth. Jiryong couldn't help asking, "Did you starve for a month?" There were plenty of fasting pills in the cave. Holding another drumstick, he replied, "I plan to come out at least once. I didn't want to eat something that tastes awful." Jiryong blinked. "You're still eating. Does he have 3 stomachs?" Jiryong asked, "So you really survived on herbs alone?" "Why?" Hammock added, "You don't look poisoned or injured." Then Hammock suddenly realized, an antidote. Some rare pills offer incredible effects, but are hard to absorb because of their potent toxins. Normally no one would risk it, but with unlimited herbs to counteract the poison, it makes sense. Still, how powerful must that toxin be to require that much material? After finishing his meal, he stood up. "Thanks for the food. I'll head back." Hammock asked, "Back where?" The training cave. He shook his head. "No." His expression turned serious. "Where's the martial library?" The scene shifted to the heavenly demon cult's martial library, peaceful and silent. Upon arrival, he noticed 2 gatekeepers and sensed the tight security. They were players too, and strong ones at that. The martial library is the foundation of any sect, preserving its core techniques. For the heavenly demon cult, it's even more crucial. A man stepped forward respectfully. "You must be Lord Jin Jun. I was informed of your visit. I'll guide you." He followed the guide and quickly arrived at his destination. The man opened the door. "So you've arrived." He looked around in awe. "I can read any book here." The guide nodded. "Correct. But beyond that door are restricted texts. As long as you avoid those, you're free to use this place. Take your time." The guide left and he stood alone inside the massive library, stunned. He began searching for suitable manuals. There were countless low-level martial arts open to outsiders. This place was 3 or 4 times larger than any library he'd seen. 2 months left before the trial. I need to find what I'm looking for within 1 month. A method to counter the Fist King, one of the 4 heavenly kings and a top master of the martial world. The answer must lie here, within the roots of the heavenly demon cult. The origin of the arts mastered by Mugen, the heavenly demon spirit. Meanwhile, in the Sword King's study, he raised an eyebrow. Again. The informant reported, yes. He spent a month in the cave, then another month reading in the library. It seems he intends to read every book. Mujek shook his head. What takes others 3 years, he wants to finish in 3 months. The Sword King sipped tea. Everything he does is strange, even the herbs. Jiryong added, "It feels like a waste of time. I don't think he's worth your attention." He set down his cup. "You're right, I can't predict his actions at all." After a pause, he smiled faintly, "And that makes me even more curious. Back to Jin Jun, a voice called out, "It's only noon. You're leaving already. You usually stay late." He stepped out and replied, "I finished what I needed." He looked far better than when he was in the cave. "I found everything I was searching for." The Sword King mused, "He keeps defying my expectations." Another month passed, one in seclusion, one in the library, and he spent the final month back in the training cave. Becklem muttered, "Am I worrying over nothing? Does he really need all that preparation?" Still, everyone was waiting for the rise of a new figure. "I'll try not to kill him." The scene shifted to the training grounds, heavy silence in the air. Whispers spread among the crowd. It's been a while since things felt this exciting. A chance to witness the Heavenly King's skills is rare. I heard Jin Jun's gotten pretty famous lately. The major guilds are causing chaos trying to recruit him. The Fist King was already prepared. He stepped out from the changing room, radiating overwhelming presence. The crowd buzzed in awe. "That's the Fist King. It's my first time seeing him in person. He's terrifying. This isn't someone you joke around with." He scanned the arena with a cold gaze. The cult has grown soft. Too many weaklings. Finally fed up with the noise, Becklem roared, "Silence. This is no ordinary match. It is a trial of the heavenly demon. Show proper respect." The moment he shouted, the crowd froze. No one even dared breathe loudly. From afar, a powerful aura approached rapidly. Jin Jun appeared after 3 months, visibly transformed. The force he emitted made everyone inhale sharply. Sensing the tension, he asked lightly, "What's with the atmosphere?" Becklem responded, "You're late, Jin Yuan." He drew his sword casually. "I thought I was on time." The main character always arrives perfectly. Becklem smirked. "Your attitude hasn't changed." "Good, then let's begin. I'm curious how far you've come in 3 months." The second trial of the Heavenly Demon cult officially started. He declared confidently, "You won't regret giving me 3 months." His objective was simple: evade or withstand 3 strikes from Pung Becklem. The instant he finished speaking, Becklem unleashed his inner force, blasting forward with immense pressure. Before even throwing the first punch, the ground shattered from the sheer force. He was stunned for a split second by the overwhelming power. This was Heavenly Thunder Finger. Right at the start, Becklem used a killing move of monstrous scale. Dark clouds gathered overhead, lightning crashing toward him. The massive storm felt like it would swallow him whole. He looked tiny beneath it, yet remained calm, gripping his sword tightly. If he blocked this wrong, it would be fatal. Becklem nodded in satisfaction, dodging smart choice. If you had tried to block that, you'd already be drenched in blood. He calculated rapidly. Mana, or internal force in martial terms. The penalty reduction must be huge for Becklem to use this much power. He came prepared. This was his second time facing a domain-level master, but Becklem was on an entirely different tier. Compared to his previous fight with that old man under harsher penalties, this pressure was far greater. He assessed again. Becklem surpassed the last opponent by a wide margin. The Fist King gave him no time to breathe, channeling power for the second move. His arm carved through the air. The motion was so swift no one could clearly see it. Try dodging this. This was 100-step Thunder Fist. Jin Jun activated Prediction I to analyze the attack trajectory. The punch shot straight for his face, but he narrowly evaded it. Behind him, the earth exploded like a raging storm. Becklem muttered, "You dodged again." He thought to himself, "It's not just speed. It's like he can read my movements." Becklem focused carefully. His eyes turned red. A skill. So that's why he's confident. A skill that predicts my attacks. Assuming that was his only trick, Becklem let out a cold laugh. The martial world is vast. You can't rely on a single skill to survive. The Fist King raised a palm brimming with killing intent and thrust it forward. "This time under the same sky, you won't escape." From above, the Sword King observed. That move could affect even outside the arena. "We need a barrier to protect the spectators." The Spear King acted immediately. The ground below cracked and crumbled from the monstrous force. He noticed the Heavenly Kings preparing defenses. This move felt different. With this scale, it will cover the entire arena. There's no room to dodge. But with wider range, the power per point might be thinner. He chose to block. Activating Partial Giant Transformation, he reinforced his arm. Becklem sneered, not dodging anymore. Maybe that's wise, but you picked the wrong opponent. His eyes turned savage as he unleashed the final strike. The third move, Heaven-Shattering Thunder. True to its name, the destructive force was like a bomb leveling a city. In the stands, even a guard was blown away, gasping for air. "I'm going to die." The crowd trembled. Is this the true level of a Lord-tier skill? Through the smoke and debris, everyone searched. What happened to Jin Jun? He stood firm. System notification. You have successfully withstood 3 strikes from Pung Becklem. You have cleared the second trial of the Heavenly Demon cult. He felt shaken. Becklem truly lived up to the rumors, a master blending martial arts and player abilities. Even so, he endured. The combination of pure technique and skill was astonishing. Becklem stared in disbelief. "So you actually blocked it." Becklem studied him seriously. He had assumed the boy would fail, yet he blocked it without a scratch. A sly grin slowly spread across the old master's face. Becklem laughed excitedly. "Want to keep going?" A prompt appeared. "Will you continue the trial?" He calculated quickly. The The penalties were rising. This time Becklem would unleash his full strength. That was exactly what he wanted. Without a word, he began channeling internal force into his sword. Becklem stammered in shock. "How do you possess Heavenly Demon's spirit?" He answered calmly, "It's not the true Heavenly Demon's spirit, just an incomplete shield." The Blade King muttered. "He learned it in 1 month at the library. No wonder the Fist King looks uneasy." The Sword King observed closely. The core of Heavenly Demon's spirit is shaping mana into a form with its own will. Even a crude manifestation still qualifies. "Just who is Jin Jun?" Raising his sword, he added, "If you won't attack, I will." Killing intent flared in his eyes as he faced Becklem head-on. He exhaled softly. "Good, it seems to have side effects. If it were a complete Heavenly Demon spirit, it would only make him more compliant. What a pity." In moments, he successfully blocked the Fist King's 47th strike. Becklem cursed under his breath. Even an incomplete shield could intimidate Heavenly Demon masters with its absurd difficulty. But it wouldn't last. An unfinished Heavenly Demon spirit would gradually weaken. Becklem roared, "Fight me fairly," Jinjun he smirked. Didn't expect fairness talk in a fight between a player and a domain master. Becklem kept throwing punches, yet he countered each with precise sword blocks. By now, he had stopped the 59th strike. Fatigue crept in. The power was monstrous. Time dragged on as Becklem seemed endlessly fueled. Is he adapting to my Heavenly Demon spirit, or is it fading? Becklem grinned. 59 moves. Impressive. He glared fiercely, but it won't hold much longer. Won't it? He shot back, tightening his grip. The penalties surged again. Before he could finish thinking, a brutal punch slammed into his stomach. Blood sprayed out. He instantly activated partial giant transformation, power flooding his arm as stamina drained. He followed with Mana Sphere, launching a fierce counterattack. Becklem gritted his teeth, still channeling internal force despite visible strain from penalties. Refusing to yield, his fist tore through the air again. A massive explosion erupted, the earth flipping like plowed soil. Smoke filled the arena while Becklem stood unmoving like a statue. He was astonished. Even with partial Heavenly Demon spirit mastery, how could a mere floor 10 rookie last this long? This kid was clearly on another level. Still, Becklem wasn't one to be bullied. He was enjoying this fight. Another savage strike came crashing down. Becklem roared, "Come at me, Jinjun." He cursed inwardly, "Damn it." Becklem mocked him, "What's wrong? Where did that calm look go?" He spun to counter as Becklem attacked again. Each strike grew heavier. No matter how resilient, he was still human. Against a domain master, the struggle was real. He had now blocked 89 strikes from Becklem, yet the Fist King showed no signs of stopping. Becklem looked like he was savoring a thrilling game. The Heavenly Demon spirit was nearing its limit. One clean hit and it would end, but Becklem left no openings. "Honestly, I'm not enjoying this." Becklem replied coldly, "This is only the beginning, don't speak so weakly." Seeing him constantly defend, Becklem taunted, "Planning to dodge forever? Fine, run as much as you want." Becklem unleashed a barrage. He realized if this continued, he'd lose. It was time to end it. "I need to close the distance. Even 1 second of restricting his movement is enough." Giant transformation activated again. His enlarged hand swung violently toward Becklem. System notice, all giant power concentrated in the right hand. "Just 1 moment is enough," he muttered. Power temporarily converted into stamina. The battle tilted toward the Fist King, but his resolve wavered for only a second. An opening appeared. Becklem's punch shot forward, yet he barely managed to block it with his palm. The force was overwhelming. His wrist split open and bled. Becklem was shocked. He blocked that at point-blank range. Impossible. Wait, what's happening to his sword? Before Becklem could react, he slashed fiercely across the Fist King's chest. A long gash tore open, blood pouring freely. After that strike, he was visibly exhausted. His massive hand shrank back to normal size. Becklem was stunned. He couldn't believe it. To think he had actually bled while fighting a mere player. No, the real issue was that he had left an opening and allowed that strike to land on his chest. If this continued as a real duel, he would have won within a few more moves. But this wasn't a duel. It was a trial, and if Jin Jun needed more time. If only his level and stats were slightly higher. After a pause, Becklem finally spoke. "I concede." The entire arena erupted. The Fist King surrendered. Impossible. From the stands, the other 3 kings watched with interest. So a miracle has happened. The Sword King thought quietly. No, not a miracle. That young man truly has talent. Someone protested, but the trial exceeded its limits. The Sword King replied calmly, "Our duty is only to observe." He knew the heavenly demon himself was watching. System notification. You have perfectly cleared the second trial of the heavenly demon cult. You have acquired the skill Heavenly Demon Spirit. Back in the chamber of the 4 kings, one asked, "Is it fine to leave things like this?" The Spear King worried. Everyone rushes to the martial library searching for Heavenly Demon Spirit. The Sword King remained composed. "It's fine. Heavenly Demon Spirit is placed among low-tier manuals for a reason. At first glance, it looks like nothing more than a breathing technique. How many could even recognize it as Heavenly Demon Spirit? And mastering it is an entirely different matter." The Blade King nodded. "So discovering and learning it is itself part of the test." "Exactly. Becklem, don't feel ashamed. Who would have guessed he'd find and learn Heavenly Demon Spirit in just 3 months?" Beklim sat in silence, then chuckled, ashamed. Suddenly he burst into loud laughter, confusing the Blade and Spear Kings. In that moment, the boy searched for an opening and found one. Beklim said firmly, Jinjun will one day become a high-ranking domain master. Perhaps he may even surpass the cult leader. I haven't felt this exhilarated in years. The Blade King was speechless at such bold words. The Spear King sighed. No one would think that was the face of someone who lost. Beklim laughed heartily. Why don't you two spar with him next? Facing our future cult leader might be an honor. The Blade King snapped. You're too loud. The Sword King pondered seriously. The cult leader will soon seek him for the final trial. A status window appeared. His inner power now stood at 98. Jinjun lay on his bed recovering. His arm was badly injured. Seeing that number, he wasn't satisfied. Still not 3 digits. He recalled the shallow cut on Beklim's chest. If Beklim hadn't conceded, he would have lost for sure. He had countered with his left hand after blocking with his right, but it wasn't just a difference in strength. Facing rankers requires more than brute force. Still, he should feel relieved for clearing the second trial. He estimated the wound would heal in 2 days. Good thing his recovery speed was high, otherwise he'd be bedridden longer. He had also obtained Heavenly Demon Spirit, the cult's exclusive martial art created by Mujin. It dominates low-tier techniques. He evaluated it calmly. He discovered it himself, not as a reward. Even domain masters crave A-rank skills. This was the very skill Mujin had nearly perfected. In the final trial, would he face Mujin directly instead of an illusion? Suddenly a voice broke his thoughts. Lord Jinjun, are you there? The Heavenly Demon summons you. He immediately made his way there. Heavenly Demon Cult, Sect Leader's Hall. A subordinate bowed, only you may enter. It's his order. He stepped into a dark chamber. Where is he? I can't sense his presence. Then again, failing to detect a domain master was normal. The egg seemed uneasy. The egg trembles. He scanned the darkness. The presence must be this way. From above, an aura descended and a hoarse voice echoed. So you've arrived. It was Mujin. He bowed respectfully. I heard you summon me. Mujin replied, correct, how's your arm? He raised it, as you can see. Suddenly his sword reacted, activating Twilight Blade. Under Night's influence, your HP recovery increases. Recovery speed plus 102%. Mujin's eyes locked onto the blade. A fine sword, enough to make me want it. He scoffed inwardly. Mention a sword and he gets greedy. He refused directly. Sorry, but no. An old man would chew my head off if I lost it. Mujin asked, was it forged by Hephaestus? He has the right to boast. You know him. I don't know him personally. I once wielded one of his blades. As he spoke, Mujin's internal force surged. Enough small talk. Let's begin the final trial. Jinjun blinked. You mean now? He forced a pitiful look. With my arm like this, Mujin replied calmly. Didn't you just say it was fine? Jinjun argued, moving isn't the problem, but I can't fight yet. Mujin cut him off. It doesn't matter. You won't need that arm anyway. He felt annoyed. This guy really does whatever he wants. I was hoping to face the final trial at full strength. In the next instant, Mujin vanished into a swirl of mist. His eyes turned crimson. An illusion barrier. A voice echoed. Why are you hesitating? Step forward. He scanned the surroundings carefully. This barrier was far more intricate and precise than before. His prediction eye struggled against soul suppression true art, but it failed to break through. He clicked his tongue. Damn it, I can't pierce this. One wrong step and I could fall. Suddenly, a powerful hand grabbed him and yanked him forward. Just like that, he was forcibly dragged into the Heavenly Demon Cave. The final trial of the Heavenly Demon cult began. Thick mist surrounded him. He instinctively covered his face. Once steady, he slowly opened his eyes and looked around. A familiar silhouette stood ahead. The surroundings were pitch black, yet he could clearly see the figure. Seeing his wary expression, Mujin said calmly, follow me. He channeled internal force into his hand, igniting a small flame to light the path. Mujin glanced at him. So you've mastered Heavenly Demon's spirit. He replied quickly. I acquired the skill. Mujin continued. Then controlling it should be easy. Skills have made this world more convenient. You are an outstanding warrior. Take good care of it. He blinked. What do you mean? Take care of it. What is he talking about? His gaze drifted to the egg at his side. Enhan stirred softly. That expression made him uneasy. Ahead of him burned a violet flame, illuminating the entire space. He sensed it immediately, power from outside the tower, faint but unmistakably tied to an outer god. Is this why the egg reacted the moment I entered the cult? The thing before him was. System alert, giant flame skill is trembling under mysterious power. Mujin explained solemnly, we call it the sacred flame. A prophecy has been passed down since the cult settled on Heavenly Mountain and discovered this fire. The cult exists to protect this flame and find its rightful owner, the first Heavenly Demon. The second Heavenly Demon, even my own master. They all devoted their lives to it. I will do the same. He frowned. A prophecy. You truly believe that? Mujin replied, before becoming a sect, we were a faith. A faith collapses if belief wavers. Over time, greater factions rose and overshadowed us. As Heavenly Demon, I had no choice but to use schemes to protect the sacred flame. From then on, anyone seeking to join the cult must pass our trials to prove their worth. So you created the trials and disguised the sacred flame as a reward. Mujin nodded. Exactly. I hid and protected it behind the guise of trials. That's why the difficulty is so extreme. Has anyone ever reached this stage? Mujin recalled the Sword King. He saw it once, but he could not conquer it. Mujin raised his hand and circulated internal force. This is the final trial. Endure the flame until it acknowledges you. Before he could react, blazing fire engulfed him. System message: if you surrender, the trial will end. Mujin's expression darkened. Even for him, this was brutal. To throw a boy into raging divine fire. Even Sun Wukong endured 49 days in the 8 trigrams furnace near the peak of his power. Instead of enduring, would this boy survive at all? Even with heavenly demon spirit and the strength to block Becklam's fists. Before this mysterious power, all achievements meant nothing. He would be reduced to a mere mortal. Mujin observed closely, yet Jin Jun's expression did not change. His eyes burned crimson. The flames fed on fear, but fiery eyes resisted the sacred flame. His flame robe also resisted. This power takes the shape of fear itself. It devours and burns those who tremble before it. He told himself repeatedly, "It's not hot, it's not hot." The egg opened its eyes, flaring with aggression. He stopped it. "Stay still. If you ate it all, there won't be any left for me." He extended his hand, feeling the heat. "It's been a long time since I felt this." Beings that inspire terror beyond comprehension. Entities that transcend logic. The outer gods he once fought endlessly. "If I fear this power, I don't deserve to wield it." His gaze sharpened. "I don't know what you are, but I've grown sick of facing your kind. The only thing weakened by returning to the past was my body, not my will forged in endless war against the outer gods." Sheathing his sword, Jin Jun reminded himself why he fought so desperately in this collapsing world. He returned to the past to change everything. He recalled the sky-high despair, the suffocating swamp of hopelessness, the countless regrets of being born powerless and foolish. Through endless wars against them, he made that vow hundreds, thousands of times, standing beside comrades who bled with him. After returning and climbing again from floor 1, his heart didn't weaken. It grew stronger, far stronger. He roared, "I came here for one reason only. I returned to defeat all of you." The moment those words fell, the flames surged violently toward him. He didn't flinch. Instead, his eyes burned with even greater resolve. At that instant, the black sacred crystal in his hand began to glow. System notification: you have cleared the Heavenly Demon Cult's trial. From this moment forward, you are granted the title Vice Cult Leader of the Heavenly Demon Cult. He also acquired a superior skill beyond Giant Flame, Sacred Flame. His stats surged upward. Having completed the trial, he now had the right to ascend to the next floor. He blinked. "I passed, so it didn't want to fight me. I really obtained this flame." Outside, Mujin watched as the fire suddenly dissipated. Did he surrender? Did he die? Before the thought finished, a familiar silhouette emerged from within the fading blaze. He survived. The sacred flame returned to calm form as he stood there like a demon reborn. Mujin couldn't suppress his curiosity. How did the trial go? But when he saw him clearly, he froze, unsure how to respond. The title Vice Cult Leader grants absolute authority over contracted cultists. It can only be revoked by the Heavenly Demon himself. As for Sacred Flame, it is an inextinguishable fire. Its power grows with the enemy's emotions without extra mana cost. It will not harm those you do not wish to injure. Days later, Mujin remained deep in thought in his private chamber, replaying what he had witnessed. Only now did he truly believe Jin Jun had genuinely obtained the Sacred Flame. Suddenly, the door opened. Jin Jun stood silently before him. Mujin said, "You've come." They walked into a small courtyard. Mujin noted, "You recovered quickly. Not a single burn." He replied coldly, "You have no reason to keep me here. I gained the Sacred Flame. You fulfilled your duty as Heavenly Demon." Mujin answered, "Habits are hard to break. Leaving this place feels strange." He added, "I received a title." Mujin interrupted, "Vice Cult Leader. Accept it. With Sacred Flame and Heavenly Demon Spirit, you have the right. Even if I become a domain master, I won't join the cult." Mujin waved it off. "Do as you please. It's not a chain, it's a rightful reward." Though diminished, the cult once stood against the entire martial world. That authority is another form of power. A reward as precious as Sacred Flame. He exhaled in relief. At least he's not forcing me to be the next Heavenly Demon. He rose to his feet. "Then I'll accept it gratefully." Mujin asked, "Leaving so soon?" He nodded. "I'll return when the Great Martial War begins." Mujin studied him. "You plan to participate?" He smiled faintly. "If possible, I'll be going now." Watching his back fade away, Mujin thought, "Have I truly fulfilled my responsibility?" The chains binding him for years felt gone. His heart stirred uneasily. What should I do now? There is still that matter. The desire the cult held even before the Sacred Flame appeared. It seems we must return to the martial world. Scene shift, floor 11. The sky was clear and bright. A man's trembling voice echoed, "Please, please." He kept praying. His name was Hallaman. The rankings had finally appeared. He had been waiting anxiously for this. Lat and Melly must be here. The others should be. His face turned pale. What is this? Names he had never heard filled the list, even notorious blacklisted troublemakers. What about Team B? He quickly clicked to check. Player roll with rare healing. Direct bloodline of Jin Jun, their lineup could easily clear floor 11. Team of Jin Jun Jin Jun. He was horrified. That team was stacked with well-known names. Could luck really be this cruel? I've failed 3 times. This is the worst. My team can't be that bad. Then he spotted the name Jin Jun. Wait, that Jin Jun. They say he's extraordinary, but against over 200 players with superior synergy, even he stands no chance. What rotten luck. Elsewhere, someone slammed a fist on the table. 30 points. He shouted angrily, "Why is the lodging so expensive?" The clerk replied coldly, "New here, that's how it works, don't like it. Leave." Jin Jun yawned, "Childish. I know every big guild name. All talented purebloods went to Team B, and they shoved me into Team A. The examiner for floor 11 is Hypnos, a domain master from Olympus. So this is their way of settling scores from last time. They want me eliminated. Thoroughly prepared, I see. What a terrible start." The clerk yawned. Next customer. He stepped forward. Any rooms left? Only the top floor, 100 points. He replied generously, "Fine." The clerk's face twisted with annoyance. Eugen continued, asking if he had enough cash on hand. The moment money was mentioned, the man straightened up and replied that he did, then asked what kind of bills were needed. EU swiftly pulled out a thick stack of notes and set them on the table. ASGA counted 374 sheets, each worth 1,000 points. He told him to deduct the commission fee and convert everything into points. At that moment, the old man stared at him like he was glowing. Zhang Kui found the person before him almost blindingly radiant and hurriedly responded that he understood. In no time, he received 366,320 points. His total balance now stood at 931,420 points. The system popped up a prompt asking if he wanted to summon a subordinate. Kim Gun immediately called someone over. As soon as he finished, a spirit materialized and politely asked how it could assist him. He was surprised that this was the taste of the 11th floor administrator, but at least it was better than some grinning clown. Shaking off the thought, he said he wanted to access the shop. The spirit cheerfully asked what he needed, boasting they had everything except what they did not. Kim Gun inwardly thought the fairy was overly friendly, probably smelling money, and replied that he would browse first. The little spirit flashed a bright smile and snapped its fingers, saying it understood. Moments later, the shop interface opened, packed with countless useful items. He pondered that he needed materials to complete the holy black crystal of adamantium, and figured it had to be here. At last, he found adamantium, the strongest metal in existence and every blacksmith's ultimate dream. Excited, he quickly asked the tiny fairy how much it cost. Instead of stating the price immediately, it enthusiastically rambled about how premium the adamantium material was. The fairy wondered why he wanted unfinished materials when there were superior finished items available. He explained that completed gear was overpriced, so crafting it himself would be cheaper. The fairy grinned and said adamantium was an exception. It was an unbreakable mineral that guided and even amplified mana. There was nothing else like it in the world. Kim Gun silently assessed that these guys really had detailed information. The fairy added that if it could be melted down, there would still be leftovers even after forging a top-tier item. He was stunned because everything it said was spot on. Due to its extreme hardness and resilience, fewer than 10 of the world's greatest blacksmiths could actually smelt it. Yet because of its extraordinary properties, smiths called it the mineral of their dreams. The fairy then asked if he was close to Hephaestus. He questioned what that had to do with anything. The fairy explained it mattered because with this material, he could forge as many supreme-grade items as he wished. Ordinary people struggled to find a blacksmith, and even if they did, the cost was astronomical, but he was different. Therefore, the adamantium sold to him would naturally be priced much higher. After calculating all factors, 1.5 kilograms of adamantium would cost 1.5 million points. Hearing that number, his face darkened as he admitted he did not have that kind of money. The fairy quickly offered a loan with 11.5% interest, then revised it to 10% because his credit rating was high. Kim Gun said it seemed he had no other choice. The fairy happily declared it a wise decision and prepared to record the debt with interest. He cut it off and stated he would buy elsewhere. The fairy broke into a sweat and offered a small discount, insisting it was rare and hard to find. The MC calmly replied that even without it, he could still climb the tower. He added that he had plenty of time. Other floors had many subordinates, and there were auctions anyway, so he could just buy something else. He told the fairy to forget the deal, and it stammered, asking him to wait. Kim Gun repeated coldly that he said to drop it. He declared he was not buying. The fairy looked genuinely dejected at his icy expression. Still unwilling to give up, it lowered the price to 1.3 million. He showed clear annoyance and refused. It dropped it again to 1.2 million, but he held firm and repeated that he would not buy. Finally, it said 1 million was the lowest possible price. Acting irritated, he countered that if it was so desperate, he would pay 850,000. The fairy's face darkened as it cursed him inwardly for being such a ruthless trader. It realized it might not find another big spender like him anytime soon. He stated that 850,000 was his absolute limit, forcing the fairy to resolve to seal the deal. In a strained voice, it asked if he could raise it to 900,000, claiming it would take a loss at 850,000. Seeing his expression sour even more, it gritted its teeth and agreed to 850,000, begging him to stop making that face. He calculated that 850,000 was acceptable, and the fairy forced a smile as it initiated the transaction. Kim Gun felt satisfied for securing it slightly below market price. When asked if he needed anything else, he coldly replied that he was done. Thrilled about closing such a large sale, the fairy lowered its voice sweetly and told him to call if he needed anything. The MC scoffed at its fake charm. He looked at the item he had just bought and thought about delivering this letter to his uncle. But he could not predict what schemes those Olympus bastards would pull during the test, so he could not leave the holy black crystal behind. Completing Zen would likely take 1 to 3 months. It was not easy, and rushing it was impossible, so he had no choice but to wait. He decided he would meet that old man right after finishing the test. With a week left before it began, he had plenty of time and considered taking a stroll. The scene shifted to the pureblood successor, born into the prestigious Namgung clan, a man capable of leading a mid-tier martial sect with ease. With exceptional talent, refined skills, and leadership honed through hardship, Jin Gun was regarded as a genius player. Inside the 11th floor dungeon, Agria's labyrinth, everyone was fighting intensely. One of them wondered if this was truly the only dungeon on the 11th floor. The group murmured that they might be the only ones clearing it this quickly. Someone suggested they could push straight to the end without much trouble, but reminded them not to forget who was accompanying them. A cold voice rang out, urging them to hurry and sweep the place clean so they could rest before the test. The crowd buzzed, saying there was no need to prepare for this test. They mentioned Team A might be boring, but it still had Kim Gun, a notorious figure who had even passed the Heavenly Demon Cult trial. So what if he did? Someone scoffed. They were still arranged into his team like loot to be taken. Jin Gun spoke up, telling everyone to stop the pointless chatter and move faster. No matter what situation they faced, all they had to do was give it everything. After hearing him, no one dared to complain again. They answered in unison, calling him a truly reliable captain. Jin Gun thought to himself about Kim Gun. He had never seen the man in person, yet his name kept surfacing again and again. He did not know where that guy came from, but that only meant one thing. The man had to be insanely capable. He hoped to face him in battle during the upcoming test. While lost in thought, he suddenly sensed something unusual. His expression shifted in shock, and he quickly ordered everyone to halt immediately. Something was stuck above them, almost like monsters fused to the ceiling. His team looked up in confusion. Was that fire, or had something been scorched and glued to the roof? Unable to resist his curiosity, Jin Gun leapt upward in a flash to inspect it himself. He swung his blade and sliced through the strange object to see what it really was. The charred mass dropped instantly after the cut. The group stared at the blackened lump and wondered if this lump of coal was Agria, the dungeon boss. Had someone already cleared this place? It looked more than burned, yet there were no scorch marks on the walls or ceiling. After careful observation, Jin Gun concluded it was not simple fire damage. It was a sword strike roughly 1.3 meters long. Someone had cleaved through Agria in a single blow after softening it with intense heat. Killing a boss monster in one hit. Could it have been a high-ranking banner lord? But why would someone like that trigger a dungeon on a lower floor? There was no other logical explanation. He then told everyone to abandon the dungeon and head back. It had already been conquered. The scene shifted to a luxurious chamber, where a man sat deep in thought on an ornate chair. No matter how he calculated it, the gap in strength between the two teams was overwhelming. Only terrible luck could land someone in such an unfair test. He rubbed his temples, wondering why a promising player like Kim Gun had a bounty on his head. This man was Hypnos, the 11th floor trial administrator. He recalled the command given to him. By order of the Great Olympus, eliminate the player Kim Gun, and once completed, you will be rewarded generously. Thinking about it, Hypnos let out a mocking smile. Being ordered around like a dog left a bitter taste. Pushing the thought aside, he mounted his beast, assuming the preparations were complete. Suddenly, a message arrived. Hypnos frowned. Who would contact him right before the trial began. The sender was none other than Hela. The scene changed to the dark forest of Alilam, where a suffocating gloom filled the air. IU World glanced at the roster board. Only 51 participants had joined. He scanned the area and realized more players had quit than he initially expected. Hypnos was surprised that he had actually shown up despite the trial being such an obvious trap. After a brief pause, he raised his voice and greeted everyone. He introduced himself as Hypnos, the 11th floor trial administrator. Even though Team A seemed short on members, nothing would be adjusted. The test would proceed with the current two teams and begin once he finished explaining the rules. He then raised a flag and announced that this week's trial would be capture the flag. Hypnos explained that once they obtained flags, they could combine them. The number displayed on each flag would represent how many had been gathered, all thanks to magical technology. As for where to find them, the forest had been sealed long ago specifically for this event. Countless monsters of various ranks roamed the area, and flags were scattered everywhere. Along roads, beneath cliffs, atop trees, even attached to monsters. He bragged about how much effort had gone into designing this trial. Their only task was simple: gather as many flags as possible. The team holding the most flags when time ran out would win. Easy enough. However, this was called capture the flag, not pick up the flag. They were allowed to steal flags from the opposing team. Methods did not matter. Robbery, threats, even killing were permitted. Hearing this, several players visibly tensed. Hypnos added one final twist. Each team would have one randomly chosen king, and any flags held by that king would count double. He reassured them this was not chess, so losing a king would not mean automatic defeat. Still, having a powerful king would be ideal, so good luck. After all, luck was crucial in this trial. Kim Gun listened and silently noted that once again, everything hinged on luck. That meant they would likely pick the weakest member of Team A as king. With the rules laid out, the trial officially began. Hypnos stretched out his hand as a beam of light enveloped every player, forming something like a guiding compass. The system summarized the 11th floor trial. Capture the flag had begun, and flags could be seized from the enemy at any cost. After 24 hours, the team with the most flags would win. Contribution points would be calculated based on individual flag counts. Handing flags to the king would double contribution points, but if the king was robbed, those points would vanish. Rewards would be distributed according to contribution. At the start, both Team A and Team B had 0 flags. Halloman stared at his glowing body in shock. What was happening? Was he the king? Panic flooded him as he wondered what he was supposed to do. Watching from a distance, he was not surprised at all. The MC let out a helpless sigh and wondered how someone like Halloman even made it to the 11th floor. At the same time, Halloman ran after him, asking where he was going. He coldly replied whether he thought acting like that would keep him safe. He told him to calm down because he would protect him. He would not have to face Team B right away. His eyes suddenly turned crimson. It was time to begin. On the other side, Jin Gun silently observed him with a complicated gaze. The surrounding players whispered among themselves, saying the outcome was obvious due to the huge difference in numbers. They might as well finish quickly and celebrate. Jin Gun reflected that he understood why his teammates felt relaxed. Their numbers were 4 times greater than the opposing side, but that very confidence was making them careless. A sudden voice broke his train of thought, asking if he was worried. Namgung turned around in mild surprise. Roll bowed politely and said it was an honor that he remembered her name. Jin Gun fell silent for a moment, studying the woman before him without speaking. He frowned slightly. She was a healer and buffer. Now he understood why people called her an angel. Even among support-type players, her strength was rare. Roll gently told him not to worry. The power gap between the two teams was obvious, so he could relax. He finally responded, asking if she did not find it strange. Even if it was random, such a massive imbalance felt off. She calmly said it might just be coincidence. He cut her off, saying that in his world of power struggles, nothing happened by chance. Roll grew thoughtful at his words. He added that their team's king was a the. No one really knew him, and he seemed like an ordinary player. Jin Gun questioned whether anyone would truly care who the king was under these circumstances. He tried to recall, and vaguely remembered seeing someone glowing with golden light when the trial began. Something about it bothered him. He prided himself on a sharp memory and never forgot what he had seen. Yet he could not remember that person's face at all. He wondered what that man had looked like. Meanwhile, Halloman sat in a daze, staring at the scoreboard of both teams. Another player mentioned that fewer flags had spawned than expected, and most of the ones they found were guarded by monsters, but they had still collected a decent amount. With their current numbers, they believed they could defeat the opposing king and take the lad. Halloman thought they had someone capable of that. The player who had found the most flags so far for Team A was Kim Gun. Their last encounter did not suggest he was cooperative, but if he was king, then protecting him might secure victory. Although he had coldly left him behind earlier, he did say to wait. That meant he would probably return soon. Another teammate complained that the forest was too vast and navigation was difficult. They discussed where Team B might have started. Unsure of the answer, they decided to rest and regroup at midnight. Suddenly, a noise echoed nearby, causing everyone present to turn pale. A sly voice rang out, mocking them for getting caught and claiming he had warned them to be careful. It turned out Team B had been hunting, and their mission was to guard their flags while ambushing enemies. Members of Team A grumbled. Even if Kim Gun was on their side, it would not matter if their king was taken down. Moreover, capturing the king would grant a massive amount of contribution points. One team, a member gritted his teeth and charged, saying they had 10 people. Before he could finish speaking, a brutal sword slash cut across his neck. The man who rushed forward fell dead instantly. The enemy sneered, saying 10 had become 9. As he spoke, his cunning eyes locked onto the remaining Team A players. Team A erupted into chaos, scattering in all directions to avoid the killer. Team B seized the momentum and pressed the attack. One of them laughed loudly, shouting for them to run. Panic screams filled the air as someone shouted that he surrendered. Another player grabbed Halloman and pulled him away. but blood suddenly splattered everywhere, covering him. The man dragging Halloman had been sliced clean in half. The attacker snarled that the king's head belonged to him. Halloman collapsed in terror at the gruesome sight. The enemy lunged like a starving tiger, raising his blade to strike him down. Halloman squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for death. At the last second, Kim Gun arrived and rescued the king. He scolded him coldly, saying he had told him to stay put and stop wandering around. Overwhelmed with relief, Halloman burst into tears and looked at him like a savior. Truly, only he could have saved Halloman in that moment. The man cried out in gratitude. Team B members froze in fear upon recognizing Kim Gun. They realized the rumors were true. He had killed with a single strike. As he approached, one of them shouted for everyone to retreat. A majestic sword slash swept out, instantly killing 2 more enemies. The rest shouted desperately that they outnumbered him and should just kill him together. One masked fighter wielding twin blades rushed in aggressively. Yet as he leaped forward, a calm slash glided across his forehead. The man could not even react, his face frozen in shock. In the next instant, his body was cleanly split in 2, leaving the other players trembling. Faced with his overwhelming killing intent, Team B's remaining members shook uncontrollably. One of them panicked and begged for mercy, but of course he refused. The man dropped to his knees, claiming he only had 2 flags, though that was still more than most here. He offered to hand them over in exchange for his life. Seeing the desperate play, the MC paused briefly. In the end, he accepted the flags and spared the man. His team gained 2 flags, and he earned 20 contribution points. He then glared at the others and asked what about the rest of them. He told them to hand everything over and leave, unless they wanted to continue. Just hearing that word made them tremble. They quickly gave in and asked how many flags they needed to surrender. Within moments, his team collected a large number of flags without expending any effort. Halloman shivered, thinking how lucky he was that this terrifying monster was actually his ally. He gritted his teeth and apologized for deceiving him, saying it was only because he had spoken so bluntly. Kim Gun replied calmly that half the match had already passed. Halloman blinked in confusion. Had it really? They had only been fighting for 4 hours. He asked where the rest of their teammates were. Halloman explained they had split up to gather more flags first. The MC nodded, saying it was a smart move as long as they did not get robbed. Kim Gun counted the flags he had collected. Halloman was stunned. 27. How could one person gather that many? He shrugged and said it was not that much. He calculated that Team A originally had 64 flags. With his haul, the total should be 67. He realized the trial had entered the true capture phase. He told Halloman to listen carefully. Now that enough flags had been gathered, players would think hunting enemies was more efficient than fighting monsters, and many would target the king directly. Halloman jolted and asked if he meant him. He replied who else it could be. Halloman admitted he was right but still looked uneasy. The MC warned him to stay at least 20 meters away from him from now on. Even he would struggle if the king fell. He confirmed his name was Halloman and told him to stick close but never cross that 20-meter limit. The man obediently agreed. Kim Gun thought to himself that the real battle had finally begun. On the other side, Jin Gun was shocked to hear that they had fled after handing over their flags. The survivors trembled, saying he would not understand unless he saw it himself. His sword was too fast to track. They added that his crimson eyes felt demonic and chilling. Jin Gun sighed in frustration at how 10 skilled players had run from him. They argued that even moving in groups did not guarantee survival. 10 against 1 had still been useless. Roll asked if Kim Gun had joined up with Team A's king. If so, he would likely continue guarding him. She suggested contacting Salamup, Kaichel, and other elite players immediately. Jin Gun guessed she wanted to use that tactic. Roll replied they still had time and could not keep retreating. Team B still had many seasoned fighters. Not to mention the 2 of them could be decisive factors. She asked if he had a better idea. No one else offered one. Silence fell over the group before she declared their course. They would hunt down the king and Kim Gun together. A cunning smile appeared on her face. 12 hours quickly passed since the trial began. He continued to gain flags by defeating and robbing Team B players. Halloman joked that instead of a team battle, it felt like 200 people were trying to survive against a monster named Kim Gun. The MC thought he had enough flags for now. Whether 100 or 1,000 points, he had gathered plenty but would not hand them over yet. As long as he protected the king while moving, it was fine. But if the king was robbed or killed, the loss would be irreparable. He decided to transfer the flags only right before the trial ended. Halloman noticed that merely seeing him made others flee. He was unsure whether it was instinct or the atmosphere that terrified them. He recalled that earlier Team B players had dropped their flags the moment they saw him. Did they recognize him? He muttered that they must have exchanged information. He voiced his suspicion that they knew Halloman was the king and that he was protecting him. They likely shared flag counts and agreed to surrender and escape if they encountered him. He said that meant they were plotting something. While thinking, he sensed a gust of wind slicing toward them. Fortunately, Kim Gun intercepted the incoming arrow in time. The arrowhead had nearly pierced Halaman's eye. His body shook violently. He fell to the ground in fear and screamed uncontrollably. The MC snapped the arrow in half and realized their strategy. They were preserving their lives to execute something bigger. It was a classic encirclement formation known in the martial world as Heavenly Net and Earth Trap. He cursed himself for not wiping them out earlier. Halaman panicked. Suddenly, he raised his sword toward Halaman, startling him into shouting in terror. In a swift motion, he carved several lines into the ground, forming a circle. Halaman stared blankly at the drawn circle. He told him no matter what happened, he must not leave it or he would truly die. Halaman stammered in confusion, thinking he meant to kill him there. He snapped that he never said that and ordered him to stay put. He reminded him that if he wandered again like before, he would not save him next time. Halaman asked if staying inside was enough. The MC warned that if he moved even slightly, he would not protect him again. He reassured him briefly. Halaman, still anxiously, demanded a promise that he would be saved. Before he could finish, he turned around and prepared to leave. Halaman chased after him like a lost chick calling for help. He immediately drew his sword and threatened him to stay inside the circle. In a nearby bush, whispers spread as someone questioned why they were targeting the king first. They explained that 55 people had to unite just to defeat Kim Gun. He was that strong, so forcing him to defend the king would put him at a disadvantage. Another said even he would fall if the king died. Suddenly, someone reported that Kim Gun was moving deeper into the forest alone. One man pushed forward arrogantly and told everyone to move aside. Team B was filled with renowned talents like Jin Gun and Roll, meaning major guilds were watching this trial closely. He thought that if he killed Kim Gun right now, his fame would skyrocket. Dismissing the arrow as too weak, he hurled his spear with full force, imagining himself becoming a rising star. He grinned proudly, confident that his azure flame throw had been perfectly executed. Yet Kim Gun did not move an inch, and the spear froze midair as if space itself had locked it in place. Before Vok could even process what was happening, the spear reversed direction and shot back, piercing straight through the man beside him. The sight enraged him instantly, his eyes turning bloodshot with fury. In the next heartbeat, everyone standing near Vok collapsed to the ground, blood spilling everywhere. A cold voice echoed out, saying there were only a few useless fools on this side. The old man caught sight of the boy and instantly panicked, shouting about the demon's source, because at that moment, he was the only one still breathing. His eyes were vicious, like a devil crawling out of hell to claim Kim Gun's life as he snarled, "Speak, where is Jin Gun?" After squeezing out the intel he needed, he flashed away in an instant, and only then did the ones who had barely escaped dare to lift their heads, muttering that he had vanished again. They kept whispering about him, saying his stealth skill was insanely high, that they couldn't even catch a shadow, and unless he stood right in front of them, they would never detect him. No one knew when he arrived, but he was already standing behind that guy, calmly saying assassins don't swing longswords, and they love dressing in black, while Kim Gun's far sight was pretty sharp too, making the man jolt and look up. The group shouted in shock, asking when he showed up, and Kim Gun even praised them for having a solid scout and using a heavenly net formation, though with so few members the setup was full of gaps. The white-haired man's face darkened and he scoffed, saying, "Not many people, huh, you sure about that?" He followed the man's gaze and thought to himself that they had finally arrived. Jin Gun stepped into the arena, asking why he abandoned the king and wandered off, questioning if he was giving up the test just to fight. And though he said it was a pity things turned out like this, the MC stayed silent. Jin Gun continued, saying it was unintentional, but he led an elite squad despite their small number, and that didn't mean he felt ashamed about the current situation. He added that this was only an exam, and this time luck simply wasn't on his side. He frowned and said he didn't get what he meant. Jin Gun replied bluntly that he liked to be direct, and suggested they call it quits, saying he didn't want a battle like this. Luo suddenly smiled faintly, finally understanding what he was implying. The MC lifted his sword and remarked that from what he knew, Jin Gun sure talked a lot. Jin Gun was startled because he had predicted this, but the MC didn't follow his script, so with no other choice, he shouted for everyone to fall back. He declared he would fight him alone, and though Kim Gun looked surprised and asked if he wanted a one-on-one, Jin Gun said he didn't care how many rushed in and politely refused the offer. The moment he finished speaking, he circulated his inner energy and dashed straight at the MC. A sword slash tore through the air, but he reacted instantly and blocked the opening strike. Luo found it fascinating, commenting that a player from the 11th floor possessing that kind of strength was impressive. It made him curious about Jin Gun's stats, and a fierce glint flashed across his eyes. Jin Gun unleashed a storm of sword strikes toward him, yet Kim Gun still hadn't made a move to counterattack. Jin Gun's Emperor sword form could generate crushing pressure around him with every swing. That blade felt heavier than the weapons of any major sect. He couldn't help but wonder what this gap between them truly meant. Even wielding such a sword, he was still being overpowered, and the clash between them grew increasingly intense. Soon Luo channeled more power into him, and Jin Gun's body erupted with a massive surge of inner force. The Archangel Commander's blessing granted him boosted strength and stamina, sharpened his agility, and even accelerated his mana recovery. Jin Gun shot Luo an irritated look and demanded to know what this cowardly move was supposed to mean. She answered calmly that even with her buffs, he was still being pushed back. She added that didn't it mean the match was already decided. Watching them pause, she assumed he believed the battle was over and continued pouring mana into him. Jin Gun was confused by the word over when suddenly purple flames engulfed the area around him. He stared at the pure violet fire and realized it was the same blaze he had seen in Agria's dungeon. There was no way it was a coincidence. He was certain the MC was that person. His face remained calm as he stared at his opponent. Jin Gun felt something was off because the sword art just now was different from the strike that nearly tore Agria apart, almost like it belonged to someone else. With that level of attack power, there was no way he could have killed Agria in a single slash. He wondered if he was overthinking, or if the MC was simply holding back against him. Seeing both of them just staring at each other, Luo couldn't help but feel puzzled. She questioned why they had stopped fighting, and then heard Jin Gun's voice telling her to retreat. He said continuing was meaningless, and their only outcome would be to head to Trader, and Luo realized it was a voice transmission, shocked that Jin Gun was conceding and asking why. On the other side, Jin Gun asked if he was the one who conquered Agria's dungeon, and when he replied yes, what about it? Jin Gun fell silent and said he understood, and the MC sensed his fighting spirit had already faded. After that, he stopped attacking and sheathed his sword. Whispers erupted about Agria being the toughest dungeon on the 11th floor, and that its conqueror was Yuguenyu. The team was unwilling to accept it and tried to step forward, questioning their captain, saying this wasn't like him, and that if they all rushed in together, they might stand a chance. Jin Gun responded that a victory like that would mean nothing, because Kim Gun alone was compensating for the absurd gap in numbers, and if that wasn't enough to pass the test then, he didn't deserve it. He told them they could keep fighting if they wanted, but his team was leaving. Luo sneered that this didn't match what she had heard about him, calling him a coward. Jin Gun ignored her, saying she could say whatever she liked because he valued his comrades, lives over his own pride, leaving the team deeply moved. The others murmured that he was too stubborn, but they admired that about their captain, saying they could always retake the test later. Luo found herself speechless and could only swallow her anger. Kim Gun thought back, saying he had warned them to be cautious, and that when heading to Trader the fewer people the better. He reminded himself that adults losing their temper over a children's match wasn't a good look, especially since they would need these kids to fight beyond the city walls one day. Some of them would surely become future pillars of the realm. There was no need to weaken his own side for no reason, and he figured if Hercules were in his place, he would avoid killing anyone. Hercules had both the strength and the heart of a hero who never broke his promises, something he admired, though he knew he wasn't that kind of hero. Kim Gun's expression darkened as he admitted he had hoped they would all withdraw, but now he couldn't predict what would happen next. He told himself he would try his best, but if bloodshed became unavoidable, then so be it. Luo refused to listen to Jin Gun's advice, completely unwilling to accept defeat like that. She immediately unleashed her holy blessing skill, empowering everyone behind her, then screamed for them to charge him all at once. Kim Gun let out a dry chuckle, thinking it looked like he was about to step into a children's brawl. He circulated his inner energy and released a crushing aura that rapidly spread out and blanketed them all. The group panicked as their formation skills pierced through the flames, but Kim Gun was still standing there alone. Yet none of them had the courage to push forward, their bodies trembling the moment they saw the shape of that fire. They screamed in terror, calling him a demon, and he realized the holy flame must look like some hellish fiend in their eyes. The blaze only grew stronger as it devoured their fear. Even he struggled to rein it in once it expanded too much, so he had to suppress it carefully. Their sword arms shook violently, and a few forced themselves to shout that they had to kill Kim Gun. He calculated that they were enduring the holy flame, for now thanks to Luo buffs. Kim Gun glanced at Luo guessing she still had plenty of enhancements left to cast. She poured every ounce of power into strengthening her players, clearly determined to take his life. Luo clenched her teeth in frustration, wondering why her perfectly tailored buffs weren't working, as each player froze in fear near the flames like facing an unstoppable frost arrow. They couldn't even get close to him, let alone injure him. Realizing this, she decided to unleash a finishing move straight at him. A massive sword manifested in the air and came crashing down toward Kim Gun's head. Luo gritted her teeth and roared with all her strength, yelling for Trader. But her attack didn't just fail to harm him, it couldn't even function properly under his overwhelming presence. Kim Gun gathered his internal force and swung fiercely, shattering the giant sword into pieces. Luo shouted in disbelief, unable to accept what had just happened. The battlefield was left in ruins, with casualties piling up around them. Everyone present trembled before Kim Gun's overwhelming might. Jin Gun's earlier words replayed in Luo mind like a slow-motion scene. Retreat continuing is meaningless, will only end up in Trader. Say what you want, but I value my comrades lives over my pride. Regret flooded Luo as she admitted Jin Gun was right, and his voice transmission ordered everyone to fall back, since even capturing the king would mean nothing if they all fell in traitor. Kim Gun spoke up, saying if they planned to run, they should leave their flags behind and he would spare them. Luo was stunned and asked if he could hear their voice transmissions. He calmly replied that he didn't need to hear anything. Their faces revealed everything they were thinking. Luo asked what he would do if they left without surrendering the flags, and he answered bluntly that he wouldn't let them go. After a brief pause, he told them to stop wasting energy and hand them over. Soon enough, he collected a large batch of flags for his team. Luo couldn't help but ask if he truly had no intention of killing anyone. She argued that even without flags, they could gather more since he was alone and no longer had a king, but he cut her off and asked if she wanted him to kill her. Luo mentioned she heard he had rejected sponsorship offers from major guilds, even though he clearly operated on a different level. She said she couldn't promise him better opportunities than she had, but he declined without hesitation, telling her no thanks. Stunned by his quick refusal, she at least asked for his player ID, but Kim Gun shut that down too, saying he knew exactly what she was aiming for. She questioned why he rejected help that would benefit his future, pointing out that his refusal to quit despite an unfair test showed he had a clear goal. She insisted no one could climb the tower alone, and that he needed strong teammates and a powerful guild. Even someone like him couldn't scale the tower on skill alone, and had to understand he would need more than just his own power. She asked why he insisted on walking such a dangerous path by himself. She had no concept of giving up, which was likely why she climbed so quickly, but from his perspective, guilds and sponsorships would only hold him back. Guilds fought for power inside the tower, and pride, greed, and suspicion could tear everything apart. That was why he couldn't accept their help and had to grow stronger on his own. Only then, if the worst situation came, could he become the pillar supporting the tower. Kim Gun finally said he didn't get why everyone was so curious, because there was nothing special. He could climb the tower without teammates or a guild. He declared that he could do it. No, he had to do it, and his face hardened with determination. The scene shifted to the forest, where Hallaman was waiting anxiously, wondering when he would return. The woods were dark and suffocating, eerie shadows stretching everywhere as if it were eternally night. Hallaman looked around nervously, unsure how much longer he had to wait. While trembling in fear, he failed to notice something in the distant bushes locking onto him. Suddenly it fired toward Hallaman, carrying a burst of flames, but he barely managed to dodge. A mocking voice rang out, saying he had decent reflexes after all. Several figures stepped out from the bushes, taunting him and asking if he wanted them to kill him since he just stood there in traitor silence. They wanted to finish it quickly, saying that even with Nam Gang, Jin Gun, and Luo the other team struggled against Kim Gun, which meant he was monstrously strong. Hallaman was stunned, realizing Kim Gun had fought Team B alone against those top players. He remembered Kim Gun's warning that if he stepped outside the circle again, he wouldn't be saved, and that he had been told not to leave it. He thought running would only get him caught, and he had no chance of winning against them. But if he stayed inside the circle and stalled for time, Kim Gun would definitely come back. His only option was to trust him and follow his instructions to the end. Thinking that through, Hallaman swung his sword and roared for them to come at him, but the group burst out laughing, saying he must have lost his mind. They reminded each other not to forget to split the contribution points and to divide the flags properly afterward. Just then, a barrage of throwing daggers shot toward him, only to be stopped by an invisible circular barrier. One of them charged straight at Hallaman, who panicked but refused to step outside the circle in traitor, knowing he could not leave it. The attacker smashed into his face with a brutal kick, blood spraying everywhere as he mocked how easy it was. Hallaman squeezed his eyes shut, telling himself as long as he stayed inside the circle he would be fine, while the other guy wondered what nonsense he was muttering. The attacker sneered that there was no grand scheme, just bad luck, and told him to say goodbye. Suddenly, a swirl of silver smoke began spreading behind that man's back. For no clear reason, he was violently blasted away, shocking everyone watching. They panicked and shouted, asking what the hell was going on and if it was a ghost. It was the heavenly demon spirit skill protecting Hallaman, and though Jin Gun had no clue what happened, at least he was still alive. The scene shifted as he recalled Luo words, praising him as impressive and hoping they would be teammates next time. Kim Gun frowned, annoyed that he had wasted so much time in a conversation longer than he intended. Still, it ended peacefully, which meant as long as Hallaman kept his promise, everything was fine. Suddenly his eyes sharpened, realizing there was only one thing left. He calmly announced that everyone else had left, and whoever was hiding could come out now. A voice from the bushes asked when he had noticed, and Kim Gun replied it had been a while. A figure dressed head to toe in traitor gear stepped out, saying he was as perceptive as the rumors claimed. The man scanned him carefully, noting that despite such massive flames, there wasn't a single burn mark on him. He admitted the power was extraordinary, saying he had never seen a skill that could selectively burn specific targets. A flame with its own would surely attract that person's interest, so Kim Gun asked why a proctor was lurking here dressed like that. The man looked surprised and asked if he could see his face, and Kim Gun answered casually that he saw it clearly. The proctor was stunned, wondering if it was some skill that could pierce through an Olympian illusion. He realized this player was truly exceptional and couldn't help exclaiming in disbelief. He admitted he had expected Kim Gun to chase the king the moment the test began. Instead, he chose to fight Team B alone. He activated World Alert Hypnos, revealing himself as an Olympian famous for illusion techniques. An Olympian interfering in an official test would pay dearly if the administrators discovered it, especially after the incidents on Floor 1. Kim Gun looked at him with disdain, thinking they truly dared to provoke him at his own doorstep. He never expected they would set up such a blatant trap for him. A dense killing intent radiated from him as purple flames coiled around his body. Hypnos was shocked because an ordinary player would have collapsed the moment he unleashed his full mana. His stats shouldn't have been high enough to resist this pressure, so was he enduring purely through willpower? He had assumed the enforcers of a major guild were exaggerating when they fixated on a single player. But now he understood why the higher-ups were so uneasy and even sent an Olympian to eliminate him. He remembered Hera's message ordering him to kill the MC at any cost. Hypnos immediately cast his Dark Knight skill, plunging the entire area into absolute darkness. Dark Knight inflicted illusions on all living beings within range and forced them towards sleep. He warned that this time would be different and much harder to resist. He urged him to stop struggling and surrender, as the MC's body began showing signs of drowsiness. Hypnos tempted him, offering a beautiful dream, and his eyes slowly closed. He appeared to fall silent and slip into the slumber induced by Hypnos. If a low-floor player claimed he had faced an Olympian, no one would believe him. Even if he survived, people would never accept that a nobody could encounter someone from mighty Olympus. Yet here he was, in a confrontation others could only dream of. If he escaped alive, he would at least have a wild story to tell. Unfortunately, Hypnos pressed his blade to his neck, preparing to finish it. Suddenly, Kim Gun snapped awake and slashed across Hypnos's chest, catching him completely off guard. Blood burst out as searing pain flooded through him, forcing him to grit his teeth. Kim Gun mocked him for cutting too shallow, and Hypnos cursed, realizing he had only pretended to sleep. He accused him of fighting in such a shameless way. Kim Gun replied that Hypnos had no right to say that, and that he had no intention of boasting about battling an Olympian. Still, he wouldn't mind telling the tale of defeating an Olympus proctor, no matter how Hypnos tried to provoke him. Kim Gun stared straight at him and said he wasn't joking. At the same time, under the influence of Dark Knight, his stamina surged and his recovery speed increased by 200%. After a brief pause, he added that the knight did not belong to Hypnos alone. He analyzed that Hypnos was a close combat mage specializing in dark mana, perfect for illusions. Even though he had wounded him, he was still an Olympian. He tightened his grip on his sword and locked eyes with him, confident against this type of opponent. The two stood in silence, each calculating their next move in the darkness. Hypnos suddenly dashed forward without hesitation. Kim Gun decided he was done playing defense and stepped in to meet him head-on. The two clashed like evenly matched rivals, neither giving an inch. Even against an Olympian, he showed no sign of being at a disadvantage. Strike after strike collided as they dodged and countered, the surrounding earth shattering under the shockwaves. His sword began emitting a pitch-black glow, making him look like the embodiment of darkness itself. Hypnos proved why he was an Olympian and finally broke through, landing a solid punch that left Kim Gun momentarily dazed. But he refused to fall, tightening his grip and using the momentum to rebound instantly. Hypnos was slashed across the chest again, blood spraying out in a vivid arc. Suddenly he sensed something was off and spun around sharply. The one he had just cut was only a shadow clone, while the real Hypnos attacked from behind, though Kim Gun narrowly avoided it. The blade carved viciously toward the back of his neck. At that exact moment, a massive surge of purple fire erupted from his body and engulfed Hypnos entirely. Hypnos grit his teeth as an unbearable heat flooded through him. The flames expanded wildly, making him feel as if he stood inside a raging volcano. Worse yet, the fire moved like it had a soul, targeting him deliberately. No matter which direction he tried to dodge, the flames tracked him relentlessly. Hypnos was startled as the blaze suddenly intensified and felt even hotter. Living up to his status, he quickly analyzed it and realized the heat was psychological, not real. The flame reacted to his fear. Its power fluctuated based on terror levels, making it a troublesome ability. After grasping the core principle, he circulated his energy and blasted the fire away from his body. Kim Gun inwardly admitted that an Olympian truly was formidable to dispel the holy flame like that. Not giving him time to recover, he lunged forward again with his sword. Their blades collided violently, and the duel only grew fiercer. Hypnos leapt into the air and moved at extreme speed, circling to find an opening. Yet wherever he appeared, Kim Gun predicted it and blocked in time. Hypnos felt a chill inside, knowing this opponent was genuinely extraordinary. If this man ever became an Olympian, he would turn into a monster, and that future had to be prevented. Jealousy flickered in his eyes as he activated Moon Dream, determined to make Kim Gun fall in traitor. Standing amid that overwhelming power, anyone else would have collapsed long ago. Even so, he remained calm and asked if Hypnos feared the administrator, who replied his loyalty belonged only to Olympus. Kim Gun scoffed and said Hypnos could not even imagine the burden he carried. He recalled Kronos telling him that anyone who returned to the past must carry the entire tower on their shoulders. The one who turned back had to bear that weight to keep hundreds of worlds and billions of lives from falling into despair again. He thought that even someone like him, who engraved promises in his heart, hesitated before speaking of the greater cause. After that reflection, Kim Gun spoke again with steady resolve. He declared that the greater cause meant sacrificing oneself, not others, which made Hypnos grit his teeth in fury. He reminded himself he had returned only to relive those hellish battles once more. He even mocked himself, thinking the line sounded cooler than he expected. The moment he finished, Hypnos launched another savage strike that sent rocks crashing down. Dust and debris swallowed Kim Gun, and Hypnos panted heavily from exhaustion. He shouted that Kim Gun dared speak of sacrifice without understanding Olympus's grand ideals, convincing himself every crime was justified for Olympus. Satisfied with that thought, Hypnos closed his eyes as if ready to accept any punishment. But suddenly, a blade pierced through him from behind with ruthless force. The thrust was decisive and full-powered, and Hypnos turned in shock to see Kim Gun. His face was fierce and unwavering as he stared directly at his opponent. Hypnos roared and unleashed all his strength, blasting Kim Gun backward. Clutching his wound, he cursed that Moon Dream should have turned fear into reality, regardless of illusion resistance. He wondered how Kim Gun could feel no fear even as rocks crushed down, and the MC replied calmly that his eyes were simply excellent. Hypnos refused to yield, vowing it was not over and that he would find another method if illusions failed. He thought that though only half complete, this was his best anti-illusion skill and the reason he felt confident, then declared it was over. Hypnos, confused and furious, raised his sword to strike again. Suddenly, a tremendous force intervened and shattered Hypnos's blade into fragments. He spun around to see none other than Administrator Hong Heng glaring at him. Terrified, Hypnos dropped to his knees and babbled excuses until the administrator barked for an explanation. Since he had initiated the fight, he struggled to justify himself and stammered. With no way out, Hypnos lowered his head and begged forgiveness, as the administrator demanded whether Olympus had ordered it. When he failed to answer, the administrator listed Ares and Hera as possibilities, and Hypnos trembled, claiming it was all his own doing. The administrator instantly saw through the lie and sneered, asking if he planned to shoulder all the blame alone. Cutting him off, he declared that regardless, Olympus would be held responsible. From this moment on, Hypnos, your title as trial proctor is revoked, and Olympus loses all authority on floor 11, yet he protested unwillingly at the administrator's ruling. The administrator glared furiously and roared, daring him to question the verdict. His voice carried overwhelming inner force that blasted Hypnos backward. He slammed into the ground as agony spread through his body, leaving him shaken. The judgment was clear. A proctor fighting a participant was unforgivable, so he would be sentenced to endless years trapped in traitor. Fear overtook Hypnos as he crawled forward begging the administrator to wait. Before he could say anything more, his body began sinking into the stone beneath him. His eyes turned bloodshot with rage as he glared viciously at Kim Gun. Whether from fury or internal injury, he could only choke out Kim Gun's name before losing his voice. As he sank completely, Kim Gun watched calmly and waved mockingly. After handling the matter, the administrator faced Kim Gun and admitted he was indeed unusual to fight an Olympian so confidently. He responded coolly that due to administrative oversights, he had been forced into unnecessary trouble. He knew the administrator's power rivaled top-tier Olympians who ruled the tower and only feared breaking its laws. Kim Gun pointed out the many strange aspects of the trial, from team assignments onward, suggesting the proctor acted under authority and someone had to take responsibility. Amused by his bluntness, the administrator admitted he was correct and promised compensation after the trial ended. He asked if that promise would be kept, and the administrator declared his words were not to be compared with others. Sensing hidden spectators, he ended the talk and remarked that a new wave was rising in the tower. Jin Gun realized he had only followed to find his team's king, but instead witnessed the unimaginable. He understood everything had been orchestrated, and his companions wondered how Olympus could risk such a massive issue. Jin Gun felt certain higher powers were involved for chaos of that scale. He subtly warned the onlookers not to ignite a war between the Martial Alliance and Olympus, though someone questioned how Kim Gun could rival a proctor. Kim Gun remained expressionless while thinking he heard every word. Nam Gong Jin Gun recalled that even Sun Wukong once defeated an Olympian as a player, but facing Olympus made this far bigger. He asked what Kim Gun would do now that Olympus would treat him as an enemy, yet before he finished, the MC declared he would fight until Olympus's king fell. Jin Gun was stunned and asked why he bore such hostility toward Olympus. He explained he had once helped a blacksmith craft a weapon Olympus refused to make, and since then they sought his life. Jin Gun trembled, realizing the blacksmith tied to Olympus must be Hephaestus. He had heard rumors about recent chaos in the tower, and never expected the figure behind it stood before him. He nodded and warned him to be careful, because even immense strength might not withstand Olympus. One companion asked where he was heading. Seeing the Martial Alliance conference message, he said he would return immediately. Halliman rushed over in tears of relief, thinking he had nearly fallen in traitor. Kim Gun sighed and reminded him he had not fallen at all. Halliman smiled, saying he had remained steadfast, though hesitating as he spoke. Hearing his hesitation, Halliman panicked, but Kim Gun reassured him that he had not given up and had done well. He then handed over flag 618 to Halliman. Halliman stammered in shock, realizing they would gain huge rewards, yet what moved him most was the praise. In a situation where victory seemed impossible, the one who turned it around acknowledged his effort. He felt proud to have fulfilled his role as king until the end. The system announced that player Kim Gun had transferred 618 flags to the king. The total doubled to 1,236 flags. Team A received 12,360 challenge points as the trial concluded. Final tally showed Team A victorious, with 1,236 flags against Team B's 2. Unexpectedly, Kim Gun gained an extra 10,000 points and unlocked the point shop. The Floor 11 rankings updated, and he earned the right to ascend to Floor 12. He remained first place with 22,360 points. On Floor 12, he sat quietly reviewing the leaderboard. Satisfied with over 20,000 points, he guessed the bonus came from the administrator. He examined second place rank 36 who surpassed many Olympians, and noted Sun Wukong ranked 11th, but team trials were not his forte. He imagined Sun Wukong scoffing that team missions were beneath him, leaving him speechless at the predictable reaction. Hapkin ranked 6th with 7,860 points. That was no surprise, since Hapkin's talent had always been exceptional and grew stronger climbing the tower. The events on Floor 1 had clearly hardened him. He wondered how much Hapkin had changed since they first met. Thinking of that reluctant ally stirred his curiosity. The scene shifted back to Jin Gun. His clan stood above the heavenly demon cult and led the Martial Alliance, a high-level family that produced numerous Olympians and restored Jin Gun clan's former glory. The dignified man before them was the clan head Jin Gun. After hearing the report, he pondered deeply how chaotic the Floor 11 trial had become. He bowed respectfully and admitted that even the administrator had personally appeared. He felt reporting through player channels would leave traces, so he returned ahead of schedule to explain in person. Jin Gun said Olympus was preparing for the Gigantomachia and had located Hephaestus, but because of Kim Gun, they failed to recruit him. The elder calmly poured tea and coldly remarked that Kim Gun had become a thorn in their side. He reminded them that someone in his team had once received support from Asgard. Jin Gun confirmed it was a man named Gibbons, and added that Asgard would eventually hear about this matter. Kim Gun was like a small star slipping across the sky, about to stand at the center of a brewing storm. It seemed this year's Martial Alliance conference would be more chaotic than ever. Back to Kim Gun, he held a treasured blade and focused his energy, clearly attempting a blade compression trial. After carefully assessing it, he hurled the weapon fiercely into the distance. His power burst forth as streaks of purple light shot forward in a straight line. Stone targets shattered into fragments under the overwhelming impact. Onlookers were stunned as he destroyed every target without missing despite the distance, and his speed kept increasing. They gasped that he was aiming to break records with that insane performance. Countless stone markers were obliterated in moments as the system announced he had eliminated 1,000 targets. Kim Gun nodded in satisfaction, saying this was perfect for training since while confident in throwing weapons, it was his first time shaping spears from holy flame. Just like that, he cleared Floor 19 and gained access to the next level. The system leveled him up and granted additional bonus points. He calculated he still had 5 minutes left, but no targets remained, realizing he had exceeded the 100 target requirement tenfold, though the reward felt lacking. Yet thanks to Floor 11 bonuses, he obtained desired items and reached his limit faster. Deciding higher floors beyond 20 were needed, though Floor 20's tasks were complex, so he would pause climbing and instead focus on raising his mana to Tier 3. The most efficient method now was consuming a 1,000,000-point pill. It was the Crimson Grand Pill forged once every 3 years within the Martial Alliance. According to what he learned, it could only be obtained at the Martial Alliance conference. After finishing his task, he departed while deep in thought. With only a few days left, he decided it was time to go. One day before the conference, Floor 10 of the Martial Alliance buzzed with excitement. A young disciple exclaimed at the huge crowd, while another compared it to a festival. Many believed Jin Gun would win since he was hailed as a prodigy, though some argued guild titans overshadowed him. Others bet on Hakken, who had reached Floor 25 and waited for this event, claiming he would become an Olympian within 10 years. Street vendors shouted breaking news that Kim Gun would also participate, shocking listeners. People wondered why someone focused on climbing and rejecting guild sponsorships would join such a spotlight event. Some guessed it was for rewards, and that his confidence meant he aimed for victory, since his name dominated recent headlines. Many predicted numerous guilds would attend to recruit Kim Il-gwon because of his rising fame. Back at his residence, invitation letters piled up before him. Every Martial Alliance faction offer was rejected one by one. Each rejection left them astonished. Even the guild master of the 12 terrestrial branches was turned away. That master was an Olympian from the Dragon clan named Brand New. He suggested discussing inside rather than at the door, but Kim Gun grew impatient with the hassle. A familiar voice mocked Brand New's struggling guild, revealing himself as Suriel. Ignoring the tension, Suriel introduced himself from Zion Guild and asked if he would be dismissed too. Kim Gun was surprised even archangels came and stated this was already the 13th visit today, cutting Suriel short. Suriel calmly said Zion would always reserve a place for him, while secretly irritated. Kim Gun replied that even with such offers, he would never contact them. Suriel was stunned when a familiar voice laughed, saying that response suited Kim Gun perfectly. Hakan stepped forward with a confident grin and asked if he too would be chased away. He burned his own calling card theatrically and greeted his old friend. Kim Gun rolled his eyes and told him to leave as well despite his flashy entrance. Brand New was shocked that even Hakan of Olympus appeared, recalling they had been teammates during the tutorial. Kim Gun impatiently told them to go, and Hakan pretended to be offended by his bluntness. The two entered his room and he slammed the door shut. A subordinate complained about the insult to their guild's reputation, but Brand New silenced him and said they were not the only ones rejected. Once inside, Hakan admired the luxurious room. He joked about the cost and wealth, while Kim Gun explained he had paused climbing to rest properly. A loud voice called outside, but he calmly said if it were urgent they would have broken the door already. Hakan teased that with constant interruptions he could not truly rest, though he guessed the conference caused the frenzy. Sitting down, Hakan remarked on his fame making him easy to track, and he replied that he would have told him directly anyway. Hakan laughed that he wanted to surprise him, but saw no reaction on his face. Asked about his teammates, Hakan said they were at the dorms and none were eliminated since all aimed to become Olympians. Changing tone, he asked if it was true he stopped Hephaestus from being captured despite Olympus' involvement. He reminded him his father held immense influence and he knew nearly everything, questioning why he would make Olympus his enemy. Kim Gun asked why he still came despite knowing the risk, and Hakan answered honestly that he was never the cautious type and those seeking opportunity were Hela's people. He added that Ares was involved too, and his relationship with Hera was strained, but Kim Gun cut in asking how even his father knew, surprising Hakan at the casual way he spoke. Hakan explained his father had long abandoned Olympus to focus on conquering the tower's final floor. Kim Gun reflected that no one had ever cleared beyond floor 100, which was why reaching it earned the title Zenker. He wondered how they would react if they learned of a realm above that so-called final floor. Hakan warned that Olympus was furious. He saved a so-called criminal and advised caution, but Kim Gun interrupted asking if even he called his uncle that. He then invited Hakan to accompany him somewhere, leaving him confused. Kim Gun revealed he was heading to see the man Hakan called a criminal, Uncle Hephaestus. The image of the gruff, yet warm-hearted blacksmith surfaced in his mind. In Lozan, the forge still burned bright, as Volcaro continued hammering tirelessly. He gripped the hammer that had followed him his entire life. Sweat drenched his body, yet he ignored the strain. The blazing flames lit his weary face in the forge. He muttered that it had already been 4 days and questioned if he was overexerting himself, though doing nothing made his hands itch. More than half the items he wished to craft were weapons, and he refused to stop now. The blade for that young man would be his final masterpiece for his benefactor. Rumors reaching even floor 1 meant Kim Gun had climbed again and promised to visit soon, yet Volcaro wondered when that would be. Just then a familiar voice called out, and warmth flickered across Volcaro's face. Seeing him enter without knocking, Volcaro immediately scolded him. His gaze then shifted sharply to the unfamiliar figure behind him. Volcaro scrutinized the newcomer and asked why he brought an Olympian. The man stepped forward, introducing himself as Hakan. Volcaro quickly recognized him as one of Rush's sons. Hakan asked if it was so hard to call him brother, and Volcaro replied that with tensions among siblings, he could not speak so intimately. Killing intent flared as Volcaro gathered energy and demanded if he came to capture him, which Hakan hurriedly denied. He insisted he lacked such power and only wished to meet him, leaving Volcaro puzzled. Hakan confessed he could no longer trust Olympus, surprising Volcaro. For Rush's son to distrust Olympus was shocking indeed. Since childhood, he had heard his brother was a criminal, and later learned his friend saved him. He wanted to judge him personally, and Volcaro noticed how much he resembled Rush. Perhaps he inherited more of their father's blood. Volcaro folded his arms and asked what he thought, and Hakan admitted he could not decide from a glance. He knew Volcaro had stopped forging, but Olympus still used many weapons he once crafted. Volcaro did not deny it, and Hakan asked when he truly stopped. The question darkened Volcaro's expression. Kim Gun also grew solemn, as Volcaro answered that he quit after the giant war. He began recounting the conflict of the giants. The giants were a ruling race, blessed with immense strength, yet were feared and accused by others. Olympus once stood beside them to gain its current position. The giants considered Olympus allies and friends. Volcaro considered them his friends as well. Yet those friends were pierced by weapons he himself forged. The giant war erupted when Rush and Olympus turned against them. The reason was simple political ambition. Olympus sought to monopolize authority, once shared with the giants. Giants of Asgard and Olympus, along with Zenker, from many guilds fought for territory. The battle shook heaven like thunder and drenched the tower lands in blood. His giant comrades perished in that war. It was to restore Olympus's prestige that he abandoned his post. That was when he stopped forging weapons, and Kim Gun could not hide the sorrow recalling how he once wept telling this story. Even now Volcaro suppressed his emotions to maintain composure. He revealed that decades later Olympus asked him to forge again, likely because some giants survived and another conflict loomed. He told Hakan to choose whom to trust freely since he might be wrong, yet he would still oppose Olympus. After declaring that, Volcaro turned away. He then called out saying he had work in the warehouse if they were not just here to introduce him. As Kim Gun followed, he glanced at Hakan, who had grown unusually silent. He decided not to disturb him, knowing he needed time to think. Hakan's hand hung loosely for a moment. Then it clenched tight as he struggled with turbulent emotions. Inside Lozen's storage room, Volcaro spoke first the moment they stepped in. "He seems like a decent kid. I get why you brought him here." Volcaro wondered if he planned to keep traveling with Hakan, and Kim Gun admitted he was unsure, but willing to try since praise from that old smith was rare. Volcaro shot him a glare saying he hoped so, and he teased back that just like his uncle, he did not fully trust Hakan either. Volcaro explained Hakan was still at an impressionable age, and his path was unpredictable, so observation was his only option. He added that Kim Gun always tried to win, even in casual conversations. Together they arrived at a sealed chamber, and Volcaro unlocked the chains as the barrier was removed. He said he completed it as requested, but faced some complications during forging. After hearing the name he chose, Volcaro refused to let him claim it first, so he named the item himself, Kinney. Kim Gun stepped closer to inspect it. In his previous life, Volcaro had named Hades's divine helm Kinney, and now the same name was given to a completely different artifact. Volcaro explained he used every ounce of adamantium provided and infused sacred dark crystal within, invisible to the naked eye. He urged him to try it on, saying the glove was unbelievably thin despite being forged from adamantium. Volcaro silently observed, knowing Kim Gun's strength was proven against Olympians, but wondering if he was worthy. Watching him wear the glove, Volcaro worried whether he could truly bear its weight. Kim Gun acknowledged and asked if the composition could be reduced. Suddenly darkness swallowed his vision, and no one stood before him. From the void, a pair of eyes slowly opened, as if awakening from a long slumber. They resembled feline eyes glowing with sharp golden light. The gaze locked onto him, and a deep voice asked who he was. He thought that question should be his instead. After observing briefly, he realized this was Kinney's trial, and introduced himself as Kim Gun. The eye studied him and remarked he came from a different time. He was startled, wondering if it sensed his regression. He asked what it was. The entity shifted rapidly, but offered no spoken reply. He dryly noted that since it was only an eye, perhaps speech was impossible. A heavy pressure weighed on him. Even among Olympus's 3 divine relics, little was known about Kinney, forged from sacred dark crystal. It vanished during the Outer Realm invasion, and the only clue he had came from Kronos. In the past, it had been Hades's helm. Now Kinney existed as a glove sealed within sacred dark crystal, or perhaps it was the crystal itself. He wanted to uncover its true power, but conversation was difficult. Suddenly, another voice echoed asking who was there. At once the mysterious egg awakened and began radiating energy. The ground around Kim Gun shook violently. He sensed massive dark mana density and feared corrosion if it touched him. Holy flame erupted around him as he clenched his teeth, knowing he had to evade quickly. He decided to restrain it with a holy flame formation. A blue streak brushed past him, and he realized it was not an attack. The system notified continuous updates about the egg nearing hatching. The hatch rate climbed to 41.29%. The egg emitted cheerful humming sounds. Its progress surged beyond previous levels after absorbing Orach's essence, leaving him tense about what creature would emerge. He wondered if hunger triggered it, and suspected the egg originated from outer gods who might reveal their origin. The eye's presence sharply increased the hatch rate, so he addressed it. He asked if it knew what the egg was, but it only stared silently. Frustrated, he urged it to say anything. The eye slowly closed and uttered 2 words, "Observe." As it shut completely, he shouted for it to wait. A violent tremor suddenly shook everything. A familiar hammer struck down, unleashing thunderous sparks. He realized Volcaro's hammer shattered the illusion and struck his head to wake him. Volcaro looked anxious as Kim Gun regained clarity. He asked if he was all right after sensing strange mana enveloping him. Relieved to see him safe, Volcaro laughed while Kim Gun felt he had just returned from Trader. Volcaro asked about the glove's feel, and he replied it was smooth and almost weightless. He thought it was ironic he had been distracted by the entity instead of the glove, and clearly remembered it saying observe. Sacred dark crystal, also known as a fragment of Kini, clearly hid a deeper secret. There were 3 fragments in total, and he resolved to gather the remaining 2 to uncover the truth. And out of those 2 fragments, I should be able to secure them. Kim Gun looked at the glove with satisfaction, setting his next target on the fragment held at West Pavilion. As soon as the 2 stepped out of the warehouse, Hakan rushed over in panic, asking what caused that terrifying tremor. Hephaestus frowned and bluntly said he had no idea. He lifted his hammer and pointed at Kim Gun, saying he only swung it once, leaving Hakan stunned that a single strike caused that. Still unable to suppress his curiosity, Hakan turned to Kim Gun. Noticing the new glove, he asked if it was a fresh artifact and whether he was all right, but Kim Gun simply replied he did not know what happened. Hakan forced a grin and joked they did not fight, and Kim Gun replied there was no way that would happen. He added that if that hammer had truly hit him, he would already be meeting his ancestors. Kim Gun reassured him nothing serious occurred, and he genuinely did not understand what happened, so Hakan reluctantly accepted it. He then asked if Hakan had reached a decision, and Hakan admitted it was complicated and he needed to speak with his siblings. Curious, Kim Gun asked who, and Hakan answered Apollo and Artemis. Apollo and Artemis, they were illegitimate children of Zeus like Hakan, and among the few high-level Olympians, key figures in the Gigantomachia. He wanted to consult those who understood that war best. He planned to investigate cautiously, though for now he would focus on the Martial Alliance conference. Beyond the rewards, he needed to spread his name and gain influence within Olympus, and Kim Gun asked if he had been planning this all along. Hakan said unlike Ares, he had to prove his worth constantly to win allies. This conference gathered more talented players than ever, and even famous Olympians would watch, so he refused to miss such a grand stage. He mentioned more than half the Olympians were watching Kim Gun, and the MC thought Hakan looked thrilled by the hype. Hakan added rumors that someone remarkable would appear, sparking Kim Gun's curiosity. Hakan revealed seriously it would be the vice leader of the Heavenly Demon cult. Seeing Kim Gun silent in surprise made Hakan secretly pleased. He teased if he was excited, while Kim Gun struggled not to react since that person was himself. The vice leader was essentially second only to the Heavenly Demon, commanding all disciples. The cult had long remained hidden within the martial world. They secluded themselves in Heavenly Mountain because a stubborn heavenly demon protected the holy flame, but with that burden lifted, their return was inevitable. Choosing a martial arts tournament as their stage showed bold ambition. If the cult re-emerged, it would greatly aid the future war against the outer gods. Hakan speculated the vice leader must be incredibly strong and likely a player, and Kim Gun calmly said that was him. Hakan blinked in confusion as he repeated that he himself was the vice leader. He burst out in excitement. He exclaimed that the vice leader equaled a prestigious heir position and wondered if it was the reward for passing the cult trial, while Hephaestus complained about the noise. The main reward was the Holy Flame Seed, but the title was included, and Hakan joked about attempting it himself. He noted this news would skyrocket Kim Gun's value, though he insisted he would not join any guild despite others thinking otherwise. Hakan eagerly anticipated the chaos tomorrow would bring. Time flew and the opening ceremony day arrived. This tournament would decide the strongest among 10,000 players. It became the tower's hottest event, with rising stars and elite spectators filling the arena. The crowd buzzed over who would claim the million-point prize. The announcer's voice echoed as the event began. The preliminaries divided players into groups of 10, with only the last one standing advancing, and combat methods were unrestricted. The audience erupted as contestants appeared. Someone pointed out a Siamun clan participant who joined despite only reaching floor 10. Another shouted Jiang Gunan from the Sapphire Sword Academy. Hearing himself called a jerk irritated him, but recognition was still satisfying. Having reached floor 18 qualified him well, since only players below 25 could enter. He aimed for a high ranking to elevate his academy's prestige. From afar, he spotted a familiar red-robed figure and recognized Kim Gun. Someone shouted that Kim Gun was really there. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Jiang Gunan cursed his luck at being grouped with Kim Gun in the preliminaries. As the countdown began, He resolved to at least defeat that red-robed brat and shouted at him. He demanded if he remembered him and vowed he had never forgotten the humiliation. The match started and he swore fate brought them together for revenge. He charged with his sword, but Kim Gun sidestepped effortlessly. He was stunned as he felt his jaw struck in an instant. Kim Gun coldly asked who he was, shocking him that he was not even remembered. The two clashed fiercely as the battle intensified. A Siamun observer confirmed the black-haired man in red was indeed Kim Gun. Kim Gun spoke calmly, saying they could come at him one by one or all at once, just end it quickly. His expression turned icy as he added that if they refused to move, then he would make the first move himself. Before the fighters could even process his words, he had already vanished from his spot. His speed was so overwhelming that no one in the arena could react in time. In the blink of an eye, they were already beaten down and scattered. Panic erupted as they screamed that he was coming, but by the time they shouted, he was already beside them. Seongmun trembled in shock, realizing his eyes could not even track Kim Gun's movements. Once the others were knocked out, he shifted targets instantly, making Seongmun freeze in fear. His hand had not even fully gripped his sword when Kim Gun appeared right in front of him. Startled, Seongmun raised an ice sword defensively, sensing that Kim Gun was not even attacking seriously. He felt as though he was being toyed with like a child before being blasted away. In mere moments, no opponents remained standing on the arena floor. Seongmun coughed up blood as a wave of pain surged through his body. He forced himself upright only to realize his ribs were broken, yet none of them were actually killed. It was no coincidence. Kim Gun had clearly held back against them. The announcer declared that the contestant advancing to the main stage was Kim Gun. He thought calmly that now he just needed to watch Haken's match, which should be next. Meanwhile, Haken unleashed his aura and crushed his own group of opponents effortlessly. The announcement rang out again, naming Haken as the next to advance. Watching from afar, Kim Gun noted that Haken had grown even stronger. His growth rate was unbelievable, having just cleared floor 25, yet already matching players from much higher floors. His mana, lightning control, talent, and even his appearance all mirrored Rush. If he became a ranker, he would undoubtedly stand beside Kim Gun, and then a familiar voice called out. The voice shouted loudly that it finally found him and told him to stop. Kim Gun looked confused and asked who he was, while Jiang Yunin angrily introduced himself from the Sapphire Sword sect and reminded him of their encounter. He demanded why Kim Gun humiliated him back then, when a deep voice suddenly interrupted with an apology. It stated that a disciple of their sect had behaved improperly. Kim Gun sensed this man was no ordinary person, likely a ranker, and asked what he wanted. The man introduced himself as Sobek, the sect master of the Sapphire Sword sect and a ranker. He explained he came hoping Kim Gun would cooperate with their sect. Kim Gun repeated the word sect and paused silently to gauge his intent. He realized a sect master being a ranker was natural, but still rejected the offer without hesitation. Sobek was not surprised, saying he heard Kim Gun refused every guild, so he asked why approach him at all. Sobek clarified they were not a guild, but a traditional martial sect under the Martial Alliance. Though weakened now, they carried a glorious legacy, yet Kim Gun suspected Sobek might be their only ranker. As Sobek continued speaking, Kim Gun cut him off and said he was leaving. Sobek's expression darkened as he claimed Kim Gun misunderstood. He insisted it was not a request and tightened his grip on Kim Gun's shoulder. Kim Gun sighed internally, knowing someone would eventually try to force him into recruitment through violence. He warned Sobek that attacking a tournament participant meant declaring war on the organizers and questioned if he feared the Nam Kung clan. Sobek laughed, boasting that the Zuch clan head was his blood brother, and he had no reason to fear the Jin Gun clan. Kim Gun realized he had backing but remained calm, asking if that clan head knew his name was being dragged around. Sobek smirked and claimed he only wished to befriend him. He insisted Kim Gun would see the Sapphire Sword sect as a good place if he listened. Kim Gun coldly repeated that he refused. Sobek was startled by his strength and began preparing for consequences as Kim Gun asked if he trusted the Jin Gun clan. He answered that he only trusted himself and increased the pressure on Sobek's shoulder. Sobek released inner force and pushed him back. He admitted brute force would not be easy, but with the tournament distracting the crowd, he needed a swift resolution. Considering possible punishment, he planned to end it in one strike when Kim Gun said he trusted something else too. A deep voice suddenly echoed, asking why the vice leader had been gone so long. It was Bitch Kim, the Fist King of the Heavenly Demon Cult. Sobek froze, realizing only the Heavenly Demon Cult used the title of Vice Leader. He understood Kim Gun was truly their Vice Leader and wondered what action should be taken. Bitch Kim casually suggested killing him, but Kim Gun said they had not even started fighting. Sobek felt fear, knowing he would lose against that powerhouse and risk becoming an enemy of the cult. He quickly lowered himself and apologized, claiming he did not know Kim Gun's status. He added that had he known, he would not have approached, and Bitch Kim coldly corrected that they were not some ordinary sect. Realizing he chose the wrong target, Sobek retreated in embarrassment and left after apologizing. Jingan's face darkened as he silently stared at the man before turning away, clearly in a sour mood. He quickly exposed them as the ones who spread rumors that the vice cult leader of the Heavenly Demon cult would enter the tournament, and Madam Kim burst out laughing. It was those disciples who got too hyped about returning to the martial world and couldn't keep their mouths shut, and Yi Yuan could only sigh in irritation because he already knew. Wu Lion grinned shamelessly and admitted he was part of it too, telling him not to take it to heart. Yi Yuan was speechless and wondered if that old man was always this ridiculous. He ordered them to monitor the Du clan patriarch, who was backing the spear sword sect leader, and told them to keep a close watch on every move, and Bitch Kim loudly accepted the command. Bitch Kim added that after the tournament, there would be a dinner with the Jin clan, and he would bring up the matter then because any shady act deserved proper punishment. When asked if he wanted to attend, Jin Gan flatly refused, saying it was nothing more than pointless socializing. As soon as he knocked on the door, a voice from inside calmly told him to come in. Heavenly Demon Mu Jin seemed to have anticipated his visit and was already waiting. The old man poured a cup of tea and immediately praised him, saying he did well. Jin Gan asked if he had watched the preliminaries, and Mu Jin replied that he already knew he would win, so there was no need. Seeing him remain silent, Mu Jin asked if his guess had been wrong. The old man poured tea for him again, and he calmly answered that Mu Jin was absolutely right. Suddenly, an overwhelming force spread out and sealed off the entire space around him. He realized the heavenly demon's mana was flooding into the teacup like a roaring waterfall, unbearably heavy. So this was a test, he thought as he clenched his teeth and forced himself to endure. The teacup trembled in his hand under the pressure, but he refused to let it shatter. His expression grew strained as his own mana began leaking out uncontrollably. He wondered if his power was reacting to his emotions. After a long moment, the heavenly demon finally spoke, saying he understood and withdrew his power. Mu Jin asked why someone far above this childish tournament would bother entering, and he honestly admitted he was short on money and needed the Great Scarlet Pill. He explained that unlike a true martial master, he relied heavily on system stats, and Mu Jin nodded, saying the Great Scarlet Pill was indeed valuable and the reason the tournament thrived. Curious, he asked what brought Mu Jin here, and the heavenly demon declared it was time for the cult to leave Heavenly Mountain, recruit new disciples, hold trials, and solidify their power in the martial world. With modern travel making the journey easier, Mu Jin chose to formally reveal the cult, and he felt satisfied that the old monster was finally making a bold move. He asked if Mu Jin was truly fine with this, reminding him that he had no intention of being tied down as vice cult leader. He said he would not shoulder responsibilities while exploiting his strength, warning that many disciples might oppose it. But Mu Jin stubbornly declared that as the heavenly demon, once he acknowledged someone, no one could object. Jin Gan pressed further, asking what if he ended up destroying the heavenly demon cult. Faced with that bold statement, Mu Jin fell into deep contemplation. The old man then asked if he had already fought the giant. Though Mu Jin had stayed on Heavenly Mountain and never experienced it himself, the event was so massive that everyone in the tower had heard, and he asked if the MC intended to stop the Second War. He admitted that was exactly his plan, and when Mu Jin asked if that made him Olympus's enemy, the MC shot back by asking if Mu Jin was willing to stand against Olympus, and Mu Jin replied that one cannot stop sailing just because of storms and must face them head-on. He couldn't understand why Mu Jin would risk everything for someone who was practically a stranger, especially when the path ahead endangered even his family on Heavenly Mountain. Why agree so easily, he wondered, and Mu Jin seemed to read his thoughts and told him to remember one thing if he failed to understand. Nothing else matters except this single truth he must engrave into his mind. Vice cult leader Jin Gan, from this moment on, you are the heavenly demon cult. The scene shifted to a lavish room filled with priceless porcelain. A voice remarked that the spear sword sect leader looked irritated and asked what was wrong. This tournament had drawn massive attention and showcased young prodigies like the Prince of Olympus, the heir of Asgard, the Angel of Xion, and even Kim Il-woo, whose strength made them eager to recruit him into the sacred martial academy. Rumor had it he climbed the tower after passing the heavenly demon cult's trial, which shocked everyone because out of all factions, he chose the demonic path. Sobek interrupted, revealing that Kim Yu-gon was actually the vice cult leader of the heavenly demon cult, leaving everyone stunned. He recounted how he had tried to greet the young genius, but was met with killing intent and driven away. The others complained that demonic sects were always like that, and concluded the martial alliance and the demonic cult would never coexist peacefully. Sobek calculated that for those long holding political power in the alliance, the heavenly demon cult's return posed a major threat. A sly grin spread across his face, as he thought no one here would welcome Jin Gan anymore. He then said that although Jin Gan was the strongest contender, they could not allow a vice cult leader of a demonic sect to claim the championship of such a historic tournament, and asked if anyone had a plan. Sobek stabbed his knife into the meat on the table and declared that he did have an idea. Why not execute it during the tournament's main event? 2 days later, the venue was packed and buzzing with excitement. Hakan was confused when the main event was postponed and transformed into a survival battle. He guessed the martial world was finally changing and asked Jin Gan what he thought, and the MC casually replied that who knew. Still, he seemed pleased, since a survival format would end things faster. Hakan agreed that one-on-one matches would have dragged on forever. He asked why Hakan was here and where his teammates were, and Hakan said they were out enjoying the sights on the final day. When he wondered if they would skip the main event, Hakan laughed and said everyone withdrew after hearing he was participating because fighting him was hopeless, which was honestly a smart move. The announcement sphere began counting down to the start of the tournament, and Hakan said it was almost time. They prepared themselves as waves of inner energy surged through the room. Yujin told them to move, grinning with excitement, as if he had long awaited this day. On the day of the main event, spectators filled the arena to witness the intense showdown. The two walked forward side by side like perfect partners while the crowd buzzed, whispering that Jin Gan and Hakan had arrived. Jin Gan noticed the crowd staring at them non-stop, and with someone as flashy as his companion, there was no way they would blend in. The fact that such a smooth talker had stayed silent this whole time showed he was already locking into battle mode. Suddenly, a voice called out, grabbing their attention, asking if Jin Gan still remembered him after all this time. It turned out to be none other than his former rival, Jin Gun of the prestigious Jin clan. He stepped forward and replied that Hakan's face was unforgettable, and Hakan nudged him, asking if he actually knew this guy. Jin Gun explained they had both taken the 11th floor trial together as enemies, and Hakan was shocked that he had survived. They shook hands quickly as Hakan introduced himself as the great heir of Olympus, and Jin Gun honestly said he had heard plenty of people claim that title before. Hakan laughed awkwardly, saying his family was a bit chaotic, leaving him unsure how to respond before Jin Gun said he understood. Jin Gun glanced at Jin Gan, noting he had stayed quiet the entire time but still allowed them to exchange greetings. He boldly guessed that Jin Gan was the vice cult leader of the heavenly demon divine cult, since he had overheard whispers before. The timing matched perfectly because the demonic cult began making moves right after someone cleared their trial. Now that strange and sinister sect was aiming for the championship despite not even belonging to the martial alliance. They must think that once Jin Gan passed their trial, it marked the start of their era, those scheming bastards. He recalled the heated discussion about the sudden rule and format changes, and he had stepped in to question them. He asked whether the heavenly demon cult had ever broken the rules or used dirty tricks outside the arena. What was wrong with the most talented person winning, and how could they disqualify someone just because he was not part of the martial establishment that was neither fair nor just? One of them mocked him, saying he sure knew how to play the hero. They told him that if he was so scared he should leave, and Jin Gun from the prestigious clan was dragged into it. Jin Gun fumed at Keon, that venomous snake whose arrogance clearly came from the Rui clan, and if a second-rate family could act like that, it meant most martial academies supported them. It disgusted him that both seniors and juniors in the martial world would agree to underhanded schemes behind the scenes. No matter what tricks they played, they were only digging their own graves. Seeing Jin Gun stare for too long, Jin Gan asked calmly if he had something to say. He thought it best to warn him, admitting he was not too worried after seeing his skills firsthand. Still, he advised him to stay sharp during the main event. At that moment, an announcement declared the main event would begin shortly and called all participants into the arena. The announcement repeated itself, and Hakan asked what that warning earlier was about. Completely unfazed, he simply told Hakan to head inside. The interior buzzed with excitement as contestants lined up waiting for the survival match to start. As soon as Hakan entered, he grinned, saying he finally understood the warning. Countless hostile eyes were fixed on Jin Gan, and Hakan teased that he was insanely popular. He quickly caught on and muttered that they were acting like children. Hakan declared that his only true opponent was him, so he better not lose to anyone else. He shot back, telling Hakan to worry about himself. Drawing his sword, he prepared for battle, knowing there was no way he would fall here. The crowd buzzed that this tournament would go down in history, and maybe even change the format forever. Sobek praised the Rui clan patriarch for the idea, claiming they nearly let the demonic sect steal the tournament's glory, while the patriarch humbly said everything had been arranged days ago. Another man suggested visiting his sect after the match, and Sobek laughed, saying everyone would be warmly welcomed. While they joked around, only one man remained silent. Jin Gun thought bitterly that the martial world had become a place where silver tongues mattered more than sword skill. Though only a second-rate clan, Keon had expanded his influence beyond even his own family, and he blamed himself for that failure. That was why he decided to use this tournament as a stepping stone to reshape the martial world no matter the cost. Suddenly, someone entered the room, startling everyone as they demanded to know who it was. Jin Gun was stunned and stammered at the sight of Jin Gan. The others quickly stood up in alarm, and one barked that they could not even handle a single person, as Mu Jin had already arrived, remarking that his vice cult leader was performing brilliantly. He apologized for the late introduction, saying he had been invited by the Jin clan. He then revealed himself as Mu Jin, the heavenly demon and sect master of the heavenly demon cult. One man panicked, questioning why the heavenly demon cult was present. Jin Gun respectfully welcomed him, saying he had been waiting. He thanked the heavenly demon for traveling such a long distance. Everyone in the room instinctively stepped back, some already gripping their swords. Mujin's face darkened as he warned that anyone who drew their blade would die by his hand. Sobek nervously sheathed his sword, and Mujin coldly said that was the right choice. He stated that if things proceeded normally, the vice cult leader would win for sure, which they found unacceptable since a demonic sect should not claim the martial championship. When they stayed silent, he questioned what those expressions meant. Mujin smirked and asked if he looked angry, clarifying he had no reason to be. After all, the elaborate plan they prepared would soon collapse. Outside, he continued fighting relentlessly, still unable to find a worthy opponent. Another challenger quickly fell beneath his blade. Gritting his teeth, he sensed a hidden sword art known in this world as sword aura, and anyone capable of wielding it had to be highly skilled as their attacks intensify. Immediately after, Seo Moon Chang charged forward with a fierce strike aimed straight at him. But the sheer force coming off Jin Gan made his opponent tremble uncontrollably. Sensing the danger, the man instantly leapt back to widen the distance between them. Jin Gan didn't bother beating around the bush and asked if they were all targeting only him, and the man snapped back telling him not to make it sound personal. He claimed it was simply because the Heavenly Demon cult and the Martial Alliance had always been sworn enemies. The MC immediately understood that was why the tournament format had changed. Whoever designed this scheme kept it simple but brutally effective. In a chaotic free-for-all with thousands fighting, it was completely normal for weaker fighters to team up against someone stronger, and no one would call it cheating. Clever plan, he admitted, but any grudge between factions had nothing to do with him. To him, they were nothing but small fry, so he told them to draw their swords and use their skills. A strange energy suddenly interfered and blocked part of his mana flow. The power of his secret sword technique dropped noticeably. Gion sensed the surge of aura and realized that creating such a massive sword aura required at least 60 points in mystic power. Still, it did not seem as overwhelming as the exaggerated rumors had claimed. Concluding the stories were blown out of proportion, they believed they could bring him down. After finishing his calculations, Gion immediately ordered everyone to capture him at once. He commanded a full-scale assault. At that signal, the group rushed forward like starving beasts. At the same time, Hakan charged into the fray. His fierce strikes exploded outward, knocking several attackers off their feet. Soon the two of them were surrounded by dozens of enemies, closing in from all sides. Hakan roared at them, calling them shameless weaklings for ganging up. Gion coldly asked if that meant he was siding with Jin Gan. Hakan answered without hesitation that he absolutely was. The crowd murmured about building good relations with Olympus, and Hakan mocked whoever came up with such a stupid idea. He taunted them for having black hearts and accused the Zuch clan of backing them, shocking another fighter who scolded him for being so crude. Unbothered about his image, Hakan fired back that he was only speaking at their brainless level. In the next instant, he vanished and reappeared in front of Gion at blinding speed. A savage punch shot straight toward Gion's face. Gion's hands trembled as he felt the terrifying force behind that blow. He shouted that he would handle Hakan and told the others to quickly finish off Jin Gan before assisting him. Charging like a madman, his eyes gleamed with vicious intent. But he was no match for someone raised within Olympus like Hakan. Gion questioned why Olympus would help Jin Gan if they were enemies, and Hakan shot back asking how they even knew that. It became clear that the Zeus clan had likely colluded with Olympus, and even Jin Gun realized it. Looking at the men around him, Hakan could not help thinking how rotten they truly were. He then poured all of his anger directly onto Gion. The overwhelming strength forced Gion back in horror, though he refused to accept defeat. He raged internally that Hakan being strong was natural, but he himself was a genius destined to lead the martial world. That thought shattered as another punch smashed into his face and twisted his features. Gion simply could not believe it. He could not even muster the strength to resist. Blow after blow drove him stumbling backward. Furious, he yelled that if Hakan had kept quiet, they would have easily eliminated Jin Gan, and Hakan laughed at the absurdity. His aura flared like a raging beast as he asked whether they truly believed they stood any chance against the MC. From within the dust, a powerful presence emerged. Jin Gan thrust his blade fiercely towards Seo Moon. The strike was so fast that Seo Moon could not react in time. His face remained calm as he watched his opponent's desperate response. Moments later, he ripped the sword free, sending Seongmun flying away. Hakan sneered that despite all their careful preparation, they were crushed by someone using only half his strength. Gion trembled in fury and demanded to know what he meant. He knew he could not defeat Hakan, but was Jin Gan truly even stronger? Nearly exhausted and beaten down, Gion collapsed to his knees and cursed them as monsters. Without giving him time to recover, Hakan delivered one final blow that knocked him out cold. Groaning in pain, Gion admitted defeat and begged them to stop as the surrounding fighters watched in fear. Everyone dropped their weapons and shouted at the top of their lungs, I surrender too, don't drag me into this." In the next second, the entire crowd gave up and scattered, not a single soul daring to challenge those two monsters anymore. Kim Gun stepped forward calmly. Looks like it's just the two of us now. Want to start right away. Hacken grinned with excitement. Of course, I've been waiting for this. At the same time, a crushing aura exploded out from his body. Hacken repeated what he once said. Fruit tastes sweetest the moment it ripens. Yugong spoke up. I know you want to fight now, but let me ask you 2 questions first. Hacken snapped impatiently. Why stall? If you've got something to say, spit it out. Do you regret standing against Olympus? Hacken answered without hesitation. I'm no fool. I know exactly what I'm doing. Of course I don't regret it. Then he continued. Now here's my second question. Did you forget the time I sent you flying with a single punch? Hearing that, Hacken's face darkened in embarrassment. He thought bitterly, how could I forget? That was the first time I ever lost to someone who wasn't a ranked ace. This time he isn't even using the sword at his waist or his secret blade art. He's conserving mana. Hacken charged forward aggressively. Of course I remember. My turn to ask, do I still look like the same guy from back then? He replied coolly, no, you look even weaker. Hacken smiled in satisfaction. Good, I've heard your answer. That power you're desperately hiding, I'll force you to reveal every last bit of it. The two of them shot toward each other like wild beasts, but this wasn't just a fight, it was a clash of pride. Hacken fought barehanded against Kim Gun's blade, yet he didn't fall behind in the slightest. They were evenly matched. The shockwaves from their power tore through the arena like a raging storm. The spectators outside shielded their faces and struggled to stay upright. This is insane. Those guys are players, more like hidden rankers in disguise. Meanwhile, the two fighters continued testing each other, neither side gaining the upper hand. Hacken, brimming with energy, roared, Yugong, come on, fight harder. He stayed silent and rushed at Hacken again with overwhelming force. Hacken dodged swiftly, but the spot he had just vacated exploded into a massive crater. The entire arena was flooded with blinding light from the so-called child of the dream god. Stray bolts of lightning shot wildly toward the audience. Some spectators couldn't endure the electric shocks and screamed in terror, I surrender, please let me go. Jin Gun gripped his treasured saber tightly, barely managing to resist the pressure and protect himself. He was secretly shaken. So this is the final match. I've heard so much about Hacken, but I never imagined he'd be this strong. As the son of Rush, he and I were often called the prodigies of the new generation. I even saw him as a rival. But with that monstrous strength, even if I had countless clones, I still couldn't win. He glanced over. Even Kim Gun seemed to be struggling. Did he really defeat a Zenker with all those skills? At some point, his movement speed and reflexes became unbelievably fast. Kim Gun caught sight of Hacken charging from behind and instantly twisted his body to dodge. He couldn't help but admit, this guy is seriously fast. Just how high is his agility stat? Before he could think further, Hacken pressed the attack again, giving him no time to breathe. The battle dragged on with no end in sight, yet Hacken still showed no signs of fatigue. One more hit. Yugong raised his shoulder, slamming it upwards so Hacken's head collided with it violently. Hacken clutched his forehead in frustration. You bastard. Kim Gun flashed a smug grin. Hacken's irritation flared, and a thunderous explosion erupted around him. Cracks began to spread along Kim Gun's sword, and he clicked his tongue. You're pretty strong, Hacken mocked. That pathetic stick you call a sword is about to snap. You okay with that? I don't get it. Is this all you've got? What have you been doing all this time? Then he noticed blood pouring nonstop from his own arm, making him freeze in shock. Kim Gun smirked. Did you think I was just standing there taking hits? Hacken grew even more annoyed. Hacken was stunned. After taking my Thunder Fist head-on, he's completely fine. I hate to admit it, but his stamina surpasses mine. But when it comes to mystic power, I'm superior, so let's keep going. He answered calmly, suit yourself. Hacken stomped the ground fiercely. First, I'll shatter that sword. With that thought, he unleashed a savage blow straight at Kim Gun's blade. Hacken gritted his teeth as torrents of lightning surged wildly around him. He refused to yield and swung his sword forward at Hacken with blinding speed. In the end, Hacken's punch landed true and shattered Kim Gun's sword. He cheered inwardly, I did it. Yugong leapt high into the air. Not bad. His calm remark left Hacken utterly confused. Shouldn't I be the one holding the advantage? Why does he sound so relaxed? Suddenly, Hacken realized something was wrong. His mana flow was reversing. By the time he understood, the MC's fist was already in front of him. What the hell? Too late. Hacken took the punch head-on, and a deafening shockwave blasted him backward. The force slammed him into the ground, shattering the earth around him into pieces. And just like that, Hacken was completely crushed. Kim Gun let out a long breath, finally releasing the tension. He glanced at the guy foaming at the mouth on the ground. There's still one left. I don't have time for this. Gotta finish it fast. Honestly, you don't even need me to say it. The outcome of that fight was obvious. The referee's voice thundered through the arena. The champion of the martial arts tournament is Kim Gun. His image was projected across all 4 sides of the arena for everyone to see. The nameless sword had shattered. It was a blade forged from mixed materials with terrible mana conductivity, but the edge was razor sharp, perfect for butchering livestock. He sighed in regret. It was great for training mana control, but it broke sooner than I expected. The mana flow was as awful as I requested from that old craftsman. He even said, "I'm only making it this bad because you asked. I guarantee the worst conductivity possible." With his mystic power suppressed, his current level should be roughly equal to Haken's. Just acting wouldn't fool the rankers. This should be enough to trick them, though I'm a little worried about that final punch. The referee quickly raised his voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of the 834th martial arts tournament is the player Yugong. How do you feel about winning?" Kim Gun replied calmly, "It's nice." The referee blinked in surprise at his indifferent tone. "That's it," he answered simply. "Yeah, that's unbelievably bland." The referee forced a laugh. "Ah, thank you for your answer. Now let's present the prize. As everyone knows, the reward is a grand scarlet pill from Shaolin Temple. The monks claim this batch has exceptional effects." He lowered his gaze thoughtfully. "Absorbing this is going to take quite some time. Next up is floor 20. There's a lot I need to prepare, but first I have to hit my target stats. The Grand Scarlet Pill is an immortal elixir refined once every 3 years at Shaolin Temple. Made from hundreds of rare ingredients and a secret inherited formula, it grants an enormous surge of mystic power when consumed. During the award ceremony, the heavenly demon stood among the crowd, watching clearly, a satisfied smile on his face. Kion trembled in fury. Why would Haken side with that bastard? Isn't he Rush's son, Kim Gun's enemy? The surrounding crowd laughed cheerfully, so the top favorite took the crown. This tournament was a massive success. Yeah, the martial world is truly blessed. The heavenly demons sneered inwardly. Just minutes ago they were cursing the heavenly demon sect, and now they dare call its vice leader a blessing to the martial world. What a joke. Kion shouted Jin Gun, "What are you planning by joining hands with the demon sect?" He replied coldly, "Don't call them that. Their proper name is the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. And I didn't join hands. I proposed a formal alliance." He roared back, "How can the martial alliance cooperate with a demonic cult?" Jin Gun countered, "Is that worse than relying on Olympus?" His body radiated anger. The martial world's problems should be solved by martial artists. Or are you planning to hand this world over to Olympus? The crowd began whispering, "What does Olympus have to do with this?" He finally erupted in fury. "You should be ashamed of yourself." Under that crushing pressure, the man couldn't stop himself from trembling. Kion thought bitterly, "So you knew everything from the start. You stayed silent because my faction held the majority here, so you couldn't confront me directly. But now, with the heavenly demon backing you and your sharp reasoning, the balance has completely shifted to your side. Has their era truly begun? I, Zhu Xin, leader of the factions within the martial alliance and strategist of the martial world, am ending like this." Mujin spoke up. "Forgive me for interrupting while you settle your conflict, but before I leave, I have one question." His gaze turned fierce. "Who here is named Munsobek?" Hearing his name called, the man who had remained silent all this time flinched. Faced with the heavenly demon's overwhelming aura, he trembled in fear. "I'm finished." A few days later, at the Jin Gun clan training grounds, surrounded by towering mountains, a hidden cave lay discreetly in the center. Kim Gun thought to himself, "Not just anyone can rent this place. I got pretty lucky." Normally, renting it for 10 days would cost an outrageous amount. Earlier, Jin Gun had said this kind of privilege is natural for a tournament champion. Don't underestimate the Nam Kung clan. He recalled the first time he saw the tower and dreamed of becoming a ranker of the Jin Gun clan because everything felt so vast. But now it seemed much smaller. He took out the Grand Scarlet Pill. This immortal elixir, crafted once every 3 years at Shaolin Temple from hundreds of ingredients and a secret formula, grants a massive amount of mystic power upon consumption. Kim Gun calculated, "I'm just 1 point away from 100, but it won't be easy. In my past life, I heard about this." The effectiveness of the Grand Scarlet Pill depends heavily on the user. Martial artists say it relies on breath control and chi circulation, but the key factor is concentration. My guess is the real bottleneck is how much mana I can control. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill and entered cultivation. A dense and pure wave of mana began flooding through his body. The energy churned violently inside him. It felt slightly easier to handle thanks to his master mana techniques, but that alone wasn't enough. Suddenly it grew difficult. Sweat poured down his face. I gambled 50-50 that my stats would rise, but at this rate I might fail. Scene shift to floor 22, the nation of Portuga. The sounds of battle echoed everywhere. This was Neptu, one of Portuga's 12 islands. A frightened voice cried out, "Please let us go. We didn't do anything wrong. Why are you doing this to us?" Another voice mocked, "You're huge yet crying like a baby. Are all giants this cowardly? These kids aren't even 10 by human standards, yet they're already over 4 meters tall. With a body that big, you won't be hiding anywhere. You idiots should never have betrayed Asuka and teamed up with the demon race. Now stop stalling and talk." The terrified kid stammered, "What do you want to know?" The sly man replied, "The legendary ocean stone of Portuga. I'm a member of the Scarlet Langhorang Guild. In the Sea Kingdom of Portuga, there's an old legend. Whoever obtains the ocean stone will become the god of the seas." The boy insisted it was a myth. Orang sneered, "I don't fully believe it either, but I heard a credible rumor. The giant tribe supposedly hid the ocean stone somewhere. Olympus spread the news, so it must carry weight." The child trembled. "You know our connection to Olympus instead." still. He cut him off. Of course I know. If I'm lucky, I'll force you to confess. If not, then. Floor 20 is under Olympus's control. They won't care if I kill 1 or 2 giants. If you don't want trouble, you'd better talk. A voice rang out in broad daylight, acting like thugs in the open. They jolted and turned around, staring at a familiar figure standing tall. Oreng shouted, "Who the hell are you? Don't play hero here. Get lost." Suddenly he froze as he looked closer. Wait, that face. Kim Gun closed his eyes as the insight eye activated, granting him predictive combat awareness. His senses began sharpening at a terrifying rate. He recalled the cave when overwhelming mana surged into him uncontrollably. I couldn't stop absorbing it. It was like the mana wanted to become mine. Then his secret power increased by 1. Your mystic power has reached 100. An innate skill has awakened upon reaching the required stat threshold. Back in the present, his sensory stats continued climbing. He unlocked Sensory Pursuit, activating Sensory Pursuit. This ability allows him to detect all individuals and living beings within a 50-meter radius. Oreng went silent. I'm sure he's this year's martial arts tournament champion, Yugong. The 2 young giants watched him cautiously, their faces tight with anxiety. The MC spoke coldly. Playing hero, is that what you think? I'll show you I'm not joking. Like a demon descending from the sky, he appeared above them, sending chills down their spines. How is he this strong? Damn it, which faction are you from? I don't care who you belong to, but you're crossing the line. Every place has its rules. Oreng panicked and stepped in front of his companion. Wait, he looks familiar. He shouted, "You're Kim Gun, right?" Oreng smirked, didn't expect to run into the vice leader of the heavenly demon divine cult here. The boy Bua gasped, "That's the famous Kim Gun." His little sister shrank back in fear. The group scoffed, just some snot-nosed brat who barely reached floor 20. You think we're like the small fry you've beaten before? Let's go. Oreng muttered darkly, there might be heavenly demon guards nearby. The other man cursed as he left. Lucky you, giant freaks. Oreng grinned viciously. Yugong is a thorn in their side. If we fish in troubled waters, we might gain Olympus's favor. After making up his mind, he hurried off. I need to report to floor 20 headquarters. Once they were gone, Bua stammered. Thank you for saving us. He asked calmly, even if you're young, handling those guys shouldn't be impossible. Why didn't you fight back? Bua answered honestly, you seem to know about giants. Which side are you on, Olympus or Asgard? The little girl said softly, brother, he saved us before. Bua frowned. So what? He's still human. You think he helped us for free? The MC smirked. Smart kid. Bua shouted, I knew it. You're after the ocean stone too, right? Damn humans, you're all the same. Why won't anyone believe us? We don't know anything. Why are you all targeting us over baseless rumors? He interrupted. I know you don't have the stone. I came for another reason. After a pause, Yugong said, Bua, I want to meet your elder. Bua trembled. The elder doesn't meet just anyone, especially not a human. Get lost. You said yourself you could crush us easily. He reflected that giants aren't weak. They're born with overwhelming physical strength. Even though they could fight back, they endure because they know conflict with humans could bring extinction again. He's sharp for someone so young. Bua growled angrily. Let's go. The little girl hurried after him. Bua looked at the communication orb in Noelle's hand. Did you contact the elder? She nodded. He saved us. I thought we should at least pass along his request. She honestly handed the message over. Whether the elder agrees depends on him now. Kim Gun silently stared at the orb, waiting for the elder's response. Soon a reply appeared. The elder agreed to see him. Not long after, 3 massive wolves carried them swiftly through the forest. Bua clenched his teeth in frustration. You don't understand. Why would the elder agree to meet someone like him? Enwea wondered aloud. Maybe he has a beast taming skill or some illusion art. How else could he make the wolves obey so easily? He's definitely extraordinary. I heard he was outstanding in the martial arts tournament. Bua snapped. So what? He's not even a ranker. I just don't like him. And the fact he wants to see the elder is suspicious. The boy fell silent, calculating quietly. Enwea teased, you want to fight him, don't you? You can't. Bua looked annoyed. I know. We're here. The 3 riders dashed through the forest at incredible speed, the wolves moving flawlessly. They raced past steep cliffs and rugged terrain as if it were nothing. At last, they reached the giant village hidden deep within the forest. Seeing a wolf affectionately lick Kim Gun's face, Bua shouted, Stupid wolf, don't lick him. He's dirty. He ignored the complaint. We're here. He looked at the vibrant surroundings, feeling an indescribable emotion. In front of them stood a colossal tree. It was the giant tree Adam. Bua puffed up with pride. Beautiful, right? Impressive, isn't it? This tree will never burn or fall. The boy rambled about the legend, saying it was a branch of the world tree, though even he wasn't sure if that was true. Hearing that, Yugong felt a sting in his chest. A tree that would never burn or collapse had turned to ashes during the giant genocide before his regression. Lost in thought, he didn't notice they had already descended. The boy shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and get down. He replied loudly, I'm coming. Bua warned him, from here on, watch your attitude. If you get stomped flat, don't blame us for bringing you along. Inside, the scenery looked like a painting. The atmosphere was unbelievably peaceful. The houses stood close together. Since he arrived at night, he couldn't see many giants going about their lives. The giant residents stared at him in shock. What's this? A human? He's with Bua and Iga. Is he a guest? No way, a human could never be our guest. The little girl reassured him softly, don't mind them. You're the elder's guest, there's nothing to fear. The elder's home wasn't far. Stone steps led up to it, carved by hand, giving it a solemn presence. The three of them approached quickly. Compared to him, the house was enormous. Bua sounded nervous. Elder, are you inside? A deep voice echoed from within, come in. The door slowly creaked open. He thought, finally I get to meet him. A high ranker, a transcendent being before the Gigantomachy catastrophe. He was known as the living history of the giant tribe. In the dim corner sat a man gently stroking a small fox. He was Afa, the elder of the giants. At the sight of him, Afa spoke warmly. A pleasure to meet you, child of humanity. The elder asked, what did you say your name was? I'm old now. My memory isn't what it used to be. He answered promptly, I'm Kim Gun. Ah yes, Kim Gun. That brat Hephaestus keeps mentioning you. He blinked. Brat. Afa got straight to the point. I heard you're opposing Olympus. For a kid who just reached floor 20 and isn't even a ranker, that's impressive. But that's not bravery, it's recklessness. If you value your life, you should give up. A single breath from them would be enough to erase you. He replied calmly, I heard you're a pacifist. Or are you simply afraid? The elder's expression hardened slightly. You speak without thinking. He continued, Olympus is preparing for the next Gigantomachy, and you're still going to sit back and watch your race walk toward extinction. Afa looked surprised. My mana refuses to suppress this child. He studied him carefully. The aura radiating from him was overwhelming. There wasn't a trace of fear in those eyes. Instead, they burned with unwavering determination. The elder sighed, you truly are as bold as I heard. He thought silently to himself. His mana control is astonishing. Afa admitted, you're right. If we keep running, extinction is only a matter of time. A decade, a century, maybe even tomorrow. Hephaestus said you're searching for the ocean stone, but contrary to rumors, we never possessed it. However, I do know where it is. He frowned. Why tell me? The elder replied, 2 reasons. First, Hephaestus vouching for you proves you're not aligned with Olympus. After a pause, he added, the second reason is you. He fell silent, staring directly at him. Time passed quietly. Outside, the sound of crickets filled the night. After finishing their discussion, he stepped out. Moonlight illuminated each of his steps. He raised his hand, recalling the way Afa had stared at it. The second reason, you are the strongest player of this era. He thought Hephaestus must have praised me a lot, but the elder might be overestimating me. Or is this a test to see if I'm worthy of the ocean stone? Whatever, I'll find out soon enough where it is. It's huge. As he walked through the garden, he couldn't help but stare at the Adam tree. It's almost as massive as the Rui staff. At my current level, I couldn't even scratch it. On the other hand, that means I can go all out without holding back. I still can't fully control the sacred flame. When it slips free, it incinerates everything it touches. He closed his eyes. Fine then. Fiery golden eyes activated instantly. Battle awareness engaged, scanning all objects and living beings within a 50-meter radius. His perception increased by 50%. A colossal purple flame enveloped him. It roared violently, spreading toward the massive tree. He soared upward, and the flames chased after him like a living beast. Suddenly, he felt something strange in his body. Did activating too many high-tier skills at once cause this? My head is ringing. Before he could finish that thought, his body suddenly went limp. Luckily, he regained his focus almost immediately. Kim Gun flipped backward in time to keep himself from collapsing. But the purple flame suddenly flared, as if gasoline had been poured onto it. It erupted violently, blazing out of control. He lay on the ground, clicking his tongue. That was close. I almost blacked out. He exhaled slowly. All I did was combine domain perception with fiery golden eyes. I never expected to see the world this clearly. Just as I thought, the resonance between these two skills is insane. The problem is, the sharper my perception gets, the more strain my brain takes. I'll have to train to handle it. Suddenly, a voice shouted, what the hell is that? Why is he here? The giant grimaced. A human? No, a filthy insect. Damn it. He was Quan, a warrior of the giant tribe. I've heard a lot about you. They say you're an exceptional fighter, but I wonder if those rumors are true or just exaggerated. Another giant warned him, even if he's human, he's Elder Afa's guest. Bua escorted him personally. Isn't this too much? So what? Yugong raised a brow. Insect. Quan roared, to us, every human is an enemy. Meanwhile, inside the elder's room, a blue flame flickered, casting shadows across the walls. He sat silently, one sentence echoing in his mind. Humans are enemies. Humans are enemies. Seeing the boy brought back memories of that battlefield, where countless giants had fallen. Blood flowed like rivers. Back then he had screamed in fury, damn you, Olympus. A voice had shouted, run, it's coming. A tidal wave. Afa had trembled helplessly. The one who descended that day was the god of the sea. He commanded the waves without mercy, staring down at the giants. The elder jolted awake from his daze. The little fox licked his face as if to comfort him. He stroked it gently. I'm fine, really. How many times have I dreamed that nightmare? But today it felt disturbingly real. Is it because of that human child? Exhausted, his thoughts drifted between Olympus and Kim Gun. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted outside. Hey, there's a fight over there. Really, who is it? It's Kim Gun. The elder muttered to himself. This time, things won't go as you wish. See God Poseidon. Back at the Adam Tree, the clash had already begun. Kim Gun and Quan faced off, killing intent radiating from both sides. Quan glared at him in fury. All humans are enemies. His fist shot forward, but he caught it effortlessly. Quan strained with all his strength, yet couldn't push his fist any closer to the MC's face. For a moment, neither spoke. They simply locked eyes with fierce hostility. Suddenly, he smiled strangely, as if amused. That smile only fueled Quan's rage. This bastard. You think this is funny? He poured more force into his punch. He tightened his grip instead. A sharp crack rang out and Quan screamed, "My hand." Quan went berserk. How can an ant like you do this to me? He's been hiding his strength. He released his grip, sending Quan crashing face first into the ground. The surrounding giants trembled. Kim Gun's voice turned cold. There are more than 5 of you left, right? Call them all out. His expression grew savage. I'll fight you all to the end. Moments later, more giants rushed over. How many are left? One shouted in panic. Even Tunker and Vunka are about to lose. What's going on? I knew he was trouble. But how can a dozen giants fail to beat a single human? Meanwhile, he continued battling without pause. One after another, every giant was knocked down before him. A fallen giant glared at him bitterly, unwilling to accept defeat. He didn't stop. Placing his hand on the giant's body, he began absorbing power. The giant cursed, "You bastard." System notification. Your arm has acquired partial giant strength. Partial giant transformation activated. His eyes burned red. Stop coming one by one. Charge me together, still not giving up. Alone in the giant village, he stood undefeated, and no one dared step forward. Yua told his sister, I know you don't want me to fight him, but if he insists, then maybe this is our way of welcoming a guest. The girl continued trembling. The crowd murmured, damn it, even those two are stepping in. Who would have thought we'd see the giant bloodline heirs fight? He thought, I've never heard of them before, so they hold more importance than I realized. Yua shouted, from the first moment I saw you, I wanted to test you. Let's see how strong the famous Yugong really is. He swung his blade. Test me all you want. Kim Gun smirked, as long as you can handle it. Yua's fighting spirit surged. You've got guts. He then charged fiercely toward him. That speed and force were no joke. Even he couldn't underestimate it. System notification. Fiery golden eyes is analyzing the target. Domain perception activated. His gaze instantly locked onto Bua's attack pattern and movement trajectory. The savage punch came flying in, but Kim Gun smoothly evaded it with his skill. Bua spun around and attacked again, yet he still dodged with ease. Suddenly, Bua whipped a reverse kick toward him, but he raised his bare hand and blocked it. He was slightly surprised. He's faster than I expected. Bua suddenly shouted to his sister now. That single word caught him off guard. Iga launched a punch at the same time, but he swiftly drew his sword and parried. Even so, the sheer force sent him flying backward. He blinked in disbelief. That girl is strong as a bull. If I rely only on physical strength without mana, this will be tough. But I decided to use this as training. I'll fight them using only the skills I've practiced. Bua smirked. Do you know why I can't argue with my sister? Because she's stronger than me. The moment he finished speaking, she attacked from behind, forcing him into a defensive position. Two fists shot straight toward his face at the same time. He stood still for a split second. A thunderous explosion erupted, rocks and dust blasting outward. But he had already vanished. Their fists slammed into the ground, leaving a massive crater. Iga stared at her hand in shock. Where did he go? Without anyone noticing, he had already slipped far away from them. He used Ham's footwork to launch himself upward. The long-lost helm boots, infused with divine power, increased jump height by 50%, allowed double jumps midair, and granted void step once per day. He thought, this is the last technique I need to train today. On floor 11, rankings were determined by items purchased with combat points. I've already tested the double jump, so all that's left is void step. In the next instant, he dropped down and slashed at the girl's arm. Pain shot through her instantly, and blood flowed, making Enwea tremble. Seeing his sister hurt, Bua roared in rage. Are you okay? He cursed loudly, damn you slippery bastard. Enwea cornered him, she nodded. A blur shot forward at incredible speed. The speed and power stunned the giant spectators. Bua shouted, everyone move. The crowd panicked. The siblings charged in, determined to grab him. He moved like an arrow, darting nonstop. The two worked together flawlessly. One tried to restrain him while the other punched, at least in theory. In reality, he leapt upward again, escaping their reach. Bua growled, damn it, if he keeps jumping midair and changing direction freely, how are we supposed to catch him? Enwea gasped. He dodges before we even attack, like he knows where we're striking. Bua frowned. I don't know what he's planning, but he hasn't counterattacked yet. I won't let this play out the way he wants. He began gathering his inner strength. Enwea shouted in panic. No, he's using his finishing move. Stop, he thought, even if he's not a ranker. Concentrating that much mana into one blow is dangerous. Fiery golden eyes continued analyzing, confirming he was going all out. He calculated quickly, I won't dodge, I'll face it head on. Yua resolved to find an opening. Meanwhile, fiery golden eyes kept reading his moves. Every single attack was predicted in advance. He assessed the power of that raging mana vortex. The moment the attack was unleashed, he rushed straight into it like a moth to flame, shocking Bua. Bua stared at him in disbelief. He bit his lip in frustration. Damn it. In the next second, the blade rested at Bua's throat. You charged in like that. You're crazier than I thought. I lost, he smiled faintly, having no intention of truly hurting them. The surrounding giants were stunned. What just happened? Enwea gasped. That attack should have triggered punishment. How did he pierce through it? He extended his hand. At least you two are better than the rest. I hope we can spar again someday. Yua stared at the offered hand. Just better. Fine. Whether tomorrow or later, I'll challenge him again, and next time I'll win no matter what. Thinking that, he smiled with renewed determination. All right, it's an honor. Night fell over the giant village, a place where sunlight rarely seemed to linger. Before they knew it, 10 days had already passed, and Kim Gun had spent that entire time living among them. Right now, Bua was tearing into a chunk of meat, devouring it like a starving beast. The sheer smell and size left him staring in disbelief. He looked at the massive slab of meat on his plate, speechless. What kind of monster cut is this? Bua grinned. Finish eating and let's spar again. Today I'm definitely winning. He kept rushing everyone. You guys too, hurry up and eat. The others silently groaned. At this rate, we'll wreck our stomachs. Kim Gun finally said, take a break. I'm not fighting today. Bua frowned. What, why not? He sighed. The floor 20 test is tomorrow. I need to stay in peak condition. Bua pouted. Fine then. Enwea looked confused. The first time my brother and I fought him, I thought we'd eventually win. But even now, when 5 of us charge together, we still can't defeat him. We may be young, but for a single human to beat 5 giants in minutes, if he uses mana seriously, just how strong would he be? Noticing her deep in thought, he asked, what's wrong? She replied softly, nothing. I was just thinking about earlier. You seem stronger than 10 days ago. He shrugged. Really? I don't feel much difference. I still haven't mastered the skill I'm training. She looked stunned. Still not. Bua cut in. You're searching for the ocean stone, right? After passing the test and moving up, will you come back? He shook his head. I plan to find it before moving on. Bua blinked. What? The test is tomorrow. When would you search? Does it have something to do with the floor 20 test? Does the elder know? Maybe. But I doubt Offer is the only one aware. The giant god lineage is one example. You call yourselves descendants of the giant god. Your father probably knows too. He just chose silence. Bua frowned. Is that item really that important? He nodded. It is. Bua still doubted him. If we truly had it like the rumors say, why would the elder tell you? He darkened slightly. Maybe because I'm the strongest. Quan exploded in anger. Damn it. Why would the elder do this? If he knew everything, why stay silent? Even knowing we suffered because of that ridiculous legend. Enwea tried to calm him. Relax, Quan, he shouted back. Am I wrong? Do you know how many times those bastards harassed me because of that rumor? I almost died for it. Be honest, it's not just me. All of us have endured it. Is that stupid stone worth more than our lives? I have to stay alert whenever I leave. I hide and run. If caught, I can only endure. What even is that rock? The elder, he interrupted. He was right. Quan froze. Did I hear that correctly? He continued calmly. If you truly possessed it, you'd have been wiped out long ago. Silence is better than extinction. Quan roared, you filthy insect. What do you know to speak like that? He lunged at him. A punch flew, but he sidestepped easily. He slammed Quan down onto the table. Food scattered everywhere in a chaotic mess. Quan trembled with rage. Let me go, he said coldly, and what do you know about Afa? Ignorance isn't a crime, but not knowing doesn't mean you can shout whatever you want. Understand, with that, he released him. Quan kept yelling in frustration. He didn't bother responding and walked away. Iga muttered. He left. Another giant stopped Quan. You fought him for days and still don't get it. You can't beat him. Quan stubbornly replied, I don't care. I'm going to the elder. I need answers. Bua stepped in. Leave it. Whether he's right or wrong we'll know tomorrow. Don't cause more trouble. Even Bua felt unsettled. Could it be true that the elder and my father hid this? Kim Gun, what exactly do you know? Scene shifts back to Kim Gun. He quickly returned to his room. Lying on the giant-sized bed, he looked tiny. He sighed in exhaustion. Using fiery golden eyes and domain perception non-stop for 10 days is giving me migraines. I need rest before the test. Suddenly, he noticed his gloves releasing faint black mist. Kinney only reacts like this when it senses a divine weapon linked to Poseidon. The ocean stone, a fragment of the divine sea trident. It started reacting the moment I stepped onto floor 20, but lately it's stronger and more frequent. The trident fragment shares the same origin as Kinney. Black star stone are the fragments connected. If the 3 fragments were once whole, it makes sense they resonate. If I'm right, this can act as a radar. If Kinney is the key to the test, that'd be perfect. But first, I need to awaken it. He couldn't shake the thought. Kinney, find the remaining fragments. Seek their presence. He kept urging himself, open your eyes like before. He poured sacred flame into Kinney repeatedly. I'll use you so well that even that old man will be shocked. So stop sleeping. "Wake up," he muttered to Kinney, but there was no response. The next morning on a massive island, the sea was crystal clear and refreshingly cool. This place was none other than the Floor 20 test zone, Truton Island. Not only that, the island was crawling with massive beasts. Kim Gun looked around in surprise. "This island may be small, but it's packed with monsters." Yua nodded. "It's a lot like the tutorial island, right? I heard the tutorial area was modeled after this place." Enwea giggled. "Remember when you almost died to that giant Myra bird?" The boy instantly flushed red. "Yua explained anyway. We're escorting you because the elder told us to guide you to the test site. But honestly, nothing here should threaten you. We cleared this test easily." He let out a slow breath. "Who knows? This might not be an ordinary test." Enwea added, "Even some giant rankers are paying attention to this one. Not many came because they feared it might turn into a battlefield. It feels bigger than usual." He thought to himself, Afa made a bold move. They're being extremely cautious. After staying hidden since the Gigantomachy catastrophe, there's no way Olympus, their sworn enemy, wouldn't notice such a sudden shift. "If this goes wrong, I won't just lose the giant's trust. I must secure the ocean stone." System notification. "The test begins in 10 minutes. He said, I'm heading out. The rest is up to you." He reminded them, "Afa sending you here means your tribe's stance has already changed. Go all out." Yua grinned, "Of course. I've waited a long time for this." Suddenly, a group of hostile figures rushed in. The boy shouted, "Don't worry. Go, we'll catch up." One of them yelled, "Don't let him escape. Capture Kim Gun. He must not reach the test zone. Hurry and deal with these giant brutes, then go after him." Before he finished speaking, a heavy kick slammed into his stomach. The impact was monstrous. An explosion erupted, sending debris flying everywhere. The attacker trembled but kept provoking them. "You cowards want to die?" Bua smirked. "Cowards. Maybe you haven't realized, but things are different now." The man froze. "What do you mean?" Before he could finish, Enwea smashed another attacker's head, blood spraying instantly. Gentle as she usually seemed, she now looked like a bloodthirsty monster facing her enemies. Her dark gaze sent chills down their spines. It was as if all their hatred toward humans had been unleashed. The man shivered. "That look, they're nothing like before." Bua spoke coldly. "Bad news for you. From now on, we fight seriously." His eyes turned savage as well. High above floor 20, two figures silently observed everything below. A voice murmured, "So Kim Gun saved 2 children of the giant tribe." The speaker was Ho Rang, guild master of Scarlet Langhorang and one of the floor 20 examiners. His subordinate replied, "Yes, sir. We also received reports that the giants escorted him here." Ho Rang sneered. "Those mad dogs can't stop him. He's already humiliated Olympus twice. I sent agents to block his participation. We'll tail him. Focus on the test while I handle him." The subordinate obeyed at once. The man beside him frowned. "Giants helping a human? Strange. Since Gigantomachy, most giants despise humans. Do you think centuries of hatred vanished just because he saved a few kids?" Ho Rang replied calmly, "Who knows?" Secretly, he suspected the giants were hiding the ocean stone. He recalled his father's words, "Become a floor 20 examiner and find the stone. If you do, I'll acknowledge you as my son." He believed his father's obsession was real. The man even defied Rush because of that stone. Kim Gun, a human, shaking hands with giants, and the giants leaving the forest alongside him. Could he be connected to the ocean stone? There's no other reason the silent giant tribe would act again. At that moment, a report came in. "Apologies, sir. We've lost sight of Kim Gun." Meanwhile, he stood atop a cliff, observing the battlefield below. Floor 20 test has begun. He thought there were some nuisances on the way, but I made it. I'm sure those two can handle things. After enduring for so long, letting loose is only natural. This mission takes place on Truton Island, known for its diverse sea monsters. For the next 12 hours, hunt the beasts and collect the hearts of the abyss. Your score will be calculated based on the number of hearts of the abyss you obtain. He analyzed it. This is similar to the capture the flag test on floor 11, except there's no limit on how many can pass. Many will form teams to climb together. Too bad, except for me, they'll all fail. With that thought, he dove straight into the sea. As he sank deeper, Afa's voice echoed in his mind. "Hephaestus said you seek the ocean stone. We never possessed it. But I do know where it lies. You'll face countless sea monsters below. If they awaken, strike their bellies, not their backs. Even if you survive them, that only clears the first gate leading to the ocean stone. Can you do it? I'm asking you. Kim Gun, are you confident you can claim the ocean stone?" Scene shifts to another group battling a sea monster underwater. The timer kept ticking down. One asked, "Everyone okay?" They panted, "We're fine. This test is easier than expected. We've collected 15. Each member got 1. Not even halfway through. At this pace, we'll gather even more hearts of the abyss. Maybe even aim for bonus rewards. Finding Kim Gun and stopping him is a direct order from Olympus, so I can't ignore it. But with just this many people, we don't stand a chance." He exhaled in relief. Good thing he vanished somewhere. Better to face punishment later than lose my teeth fighting him. "Wherever you're hiding, stay there, you gong." After saying that, he barked orders. "If you're done resting, we move. Split into 2 teams. Spread out and gather more. Suddenly, a violent tremor erupted beneath the water, startling everyone. One of them stared at the surging current in panic. What the hell is that? The group shouted in chaos. A monster. Something's coming, get ready. Out of nowhere, Kim Gun burst from the sea and landed behind them. They sighed in relief only to freeze again. A human, a player. Wait, did he just shoot up from underwater? One of them suddenly recognized him and swallowed nervously. He stared at them like a demon. Olympus sent you, didn't they? Their leader stiffened. How does he know? Was our information leaked? We heard he's at odds with Olympus. If that's true, what happens to us? He said calmly, I was just guessing, but judging by your faces, I was right. They blinked in disbelief. He was bluffing. He tilted his head. Why are you all backing away? Relax, I'm not in the mood to fight you. There's no need to look so scared. I'm not your enemy today. As soon as he finished speaking, the sea roared again, shaking the ground violently. Massive whirlpools formed across the ocean, swirling ominously. Soon, gigantic ferocious beasts surfaced, sending the group into panic. Their bodies were pitch black, eyes glowing as they roared with gaping jaws. Worse yet, it wasn't just one. A whole pack slammed against the cliffs like starving predators, making the earth quake. The leader's face darkened. Sea fiends, how many are there? Someone screamed, Akai, something big is happening. A horde of monsters is charging from that side. Akai panicked, we need to retreat. What are the examiners doing? If we don't move, we'll lose our escape route. Leave the island now. They hesitated, leave, we'll forfeit the test. Akai snapped, that doesn't matter, something's wrong with this trial. No, he interrupted, nothing's wrong. He drew his sword slowly. Now this is what you call a real test. System notification. The test is being adjusted. He thought, I'll break the seal on its belly with the crescent moon script. Once it rises from the abyss unsealed, the difficulty will change. Akai gasped, adjusted. Then what were we fighting for? A terrified voice shouted, Akai, run. He recalled that the system would eventually demand he defeat it, and only then would the reward become the ocean stone. Once that happens, the administrator will take over the trial. Even Olympus won't be able to interfere. Why do I know this? Because I was the one who raised the golden sea turtle and fed it the crystal before it fell into slumber. That's right, the giant tribe will make sure Olympus cannot interfere until the test ends. So Kim Gun, your task is simple. Don't let the ocean stone fall into Poseidon's hands. You must claim it and guard it at any cost. The monsters have sensed the stone and are frantically hunting it. He thought if even these beasts can detect it, Olympus must be panicking. Why do they keep targeting me though? They've probably realized the test is no longer under their control. System notification. The test is being adjusted. The sea turtle is about to appear. So it's finally awake. Is it that direction? The sea turtle's body has been designated as the new battlefield. Defeat the sea turtle and obtain the ocean stone. Still no sign of Kim Gun. Team 2 reported we're sweeping the island and maintaining contact. We'll find him soon. How can he hide on such a tiny island? Ho Rang clenched his fists. There's no way he escaped the island. What's happening? The ground is shaking. The monsters are going berserk. He gritted his teeth. That bastard. What is he plotting? His system flashed. The test is being adjusted. You have been forcibly removed from the test zone due to insufficient qualifications. Ho Rang froze, completely caught off guard. In moments, they were expelled from the area, powerless to resist. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves elsewhere, no longer on the mountain. He looked back at where he had stood, shock still written across his face. The system repeated. The test has been adjusted. The sea turtle is about to appear. The sea turtle's body will serve as the battlefield. Defeat the sea turtle and seize the ocean stone. From the depths, a colossal creature rose slowly, its eyes blazing with fury. It opened its jaws and smashed its body into the mountain. It was the sea turtle, the only turtle that failed to become the Blackland tyrant, ruler of Floor 20, and one of the ocean's most powerful beings. Ho Rang cursed. The sea turtle's seal was broken, so the administrator altered the difficulty. I didn't expect the reward for defeating it to be the ocean stone. Its enormous size must be influenced by that stone. This has to be that brat's doing. No sane person would trigger this. I need to report to father and request reinforcements. Once the test ends, you won't leave alive. The moment he finished speaking, a figure crashed down from the mountain. It was members of Scarlet Langhorang. All of them had been beaten and looked utterly miserable. Ho Rang's expression darkened. It's been a long time since Gigantomachy. Long time no see, Suda. Suda, a giant ranker and the 21st son of Surt. Suda spoke coldly. I don't think we're close enough for small talk, Ho Rang. You're the examiner of this floor, so why aren't you in the test zone? What are you doing here? Ho Rang replied. Something came up. And you, why are you near the test area? Suda answered calmly. I just happened to catch these fools bullying my tribe's children. A whole pack of grown men ganging up on 2 kids. I couldn't just watch, so I stepped in. Got a problem with that. Ho Rang clicked his tongue in frustration. One disaster after another. This is spiraling out of control. He forced himself calm. If you want to fight, I won't refuse. But remember this. No matter who you are, I won't let you interfere with this test. His subordinates quickly moved into defensive formation. Suda sneered, look who's talking. One unexpected setback and you're already frowning, yet you dare lecture us. Do you think the giant tribe would sabotage the test? Not in 100 million years. Hear this clearly. by order of Elder Afa. From this moment on, we officially stand with the player Kim Gun. Scene shifts back to Kim Gun. He continued slaughtering monsters without pause. Every creature that charged at him was cut down in a few swift, ruthless strikes. While fighting, he kept scanning his surroundings. Loud clashes echoed in the distance. He narrowed his eyes. Suda must have joined, so the heavy hitters are moving. Looks like Offer is going all in. If that's the case, I won't disappoint him. The ocean stone will be mine. With that vow, he surged toward the open jaws lurking beneath the waves. Without hesitation, he launched himself straight at the colossal sea turtle. He dove directly into its massive mouth. The surrounding sea beasts stared in disbelief. Inside was pitch black. Dark Night Fang's special effect activated under the influence of darkness. Stamina recovery speed increased by 112%. Mana recovery increased by 56%. Mana amplification increased by 56% under darkness. Even within its stomach, he continued battling the monsters. He unleashed violet holy flames, burning them mercilessly as their screams echoed. The system displayed a mission update. Objective: defeat the sea turtle and obtain the ocean crystal. He smirked. Perfect. I'll crush it and take that prize. He recalled the legend. Whoever controls the ocean stone becomes the god of the sea. As he fought, his momentum grew fiercer. EU World was clearly gaining control. The sea turtle devouring the ocean stone wasn't just myth. At this moment, it was practically a sea god. The darkness was absolute. Not even a single ray of sunlight reached inside. He realized many monsters had followed him in, drawn by the ocean stone. Counting the native creatures, this place was swarming. This wasn't just a turtle's stomach anymore. It had become a dungeon with its own ecosystem. Suddenly, a torrent of seawater flooded in from its open mouth. The monsters inside howled wildly in chaos. He gritted his teeth. With its size, every time it opens its mouth, a tidal wave pours in. He shot upward, escaping the swirling vortex below. An idea sparked. He ignited holy fire at the tip of Dark Night Fang. Under darkness, the blade's special effect activated again. A deep violet aura filled the air, making nearby monsters hesitate. He lunged forward and drove the blade into them mercilessly. One fell, then another. In moments, several were cut down. He moved like a shadow through them, though the numbers were overwhelming. He nodded in satisfaction. Not as flawless as Hades' absolute stealth, but enough to slip from their sight temporarily. One monster charged at him, jaws wide. The others sniffed aggressively, tracking their prey. Their eyesight was poor, relying heavily on scent. While cloaked, he muttered, "Are you so used to blood that my scent irritates you? What am I, a virus?" Meanwhile, the completion rate of slaughtering Heavenly Star kept rising steadily. He had thought finishing this trial would max out Zhou Tian Star's mastery, but at this pace, it would be tough. Fine, time to change hunting tactics. I'll ignore the small fry. Where's the ocean stone? Don't tell me it's just lying in some random corner. The most dangerous place is often the safest. The core of a colossal being like this turtle must be its mana heart. That's where it should be. Kinney's reaction grew stronger. It's that way. Whether it's the ocean stone or the mana core, heavy defenses are guaranteed. More monsters could flood in any time. I need a breakthrough with minimal damage. Wait, now that I think about it. I've been using fiery golden eyes since entering because it's so dark, but boosting vision lowers predictive combat accuracy. What if I sacrifice sight and enhance other senses? If I rely purely on vision, prediction drops, so I'll reduce sight and amplify my other senses instead. With that decision, he activated Battle Instinct. He stood in the middle of an enormous swarm of monsters. The moment they caught his scent, they prepared to rush him. He exhaled sharply and grinned. Feels like frying in a nest of demons. All right, shut up and clear the path for me. His blade shot forward like a vengeful comet, brutally piercing straight through the monster's chest. He gripped his sword without hesitation and slashed fiercely at the swarm charging him. With a single devastating swing, he split the creature clean in half. Jin Jun was starting to feel the fatigue creep in. These monsters just kept coming. There were more here than all the beasts he'd faced since climbing the tower. Luckily, the Night Hunter set effect boosted his stamina and mana recovery rate, keeping him barely in the fight. The horde felt endless. No matter how many he cut down, more kept spawning like a cursed tide. He calculated his rising stats, but if he kept burning mana at this pace, he'd collapse before locating the ocean crystal's hiding place. His mana had already dropped to half. It felt like he was close. Was this the right spot? Hey, wake up. How much longer can I keep fighting? It's been over an hour since I stepped in here. Frustration boiled over as he charged ahead, hacking wildly. Come on, show yourself. Before my mana runs dry, reveal yourself. His arm kept swinging relentlessly until he suddenly froze. Something familiar caught his eye and made him stop in his tracks. He gathered the last of his strength and dashed toward it like a man possessed. Jin Jun's eyes lit up. There it is. A brilliant crimson glow radiated from the spot ahead. It looked like a massive chunk of molten lava, pulsing with heat. That thing seemed to be drawing all the monsters in. Wow, what a crowd. What is this, some kind of festival? He sneered and raised his sword toward them. He channeled his inner power and glared at the horde. Move aside. You have no reason to guard it anymore. The true owner of the mysterious ocean crystal is me. The 2-meter winged boots, Athena's shield and Apollo's sun chariot. Those were legendary masterpieces forged by Hephaestus, the tower's greatest blacksmith. But if one had to name his finest creation among countless artifacts, it would undoubtedly be Rush's lightning, a relic capable of obliterating an entire island with a single swing and bending the weather to its wielder's will. And the kini wrapped around his arm now stood on the same level. He glared viciously at the monsters, and they returned the stare without blinking. Alone, he was about to face a swarm as dense as a black sea. Jin calculated that adamantium could withstand the combined force of the Dark Starstone, Celestial Starstone, and Ocean Crystal. Of course, an artifact's true power still depended heavily on its creator's skill. In the past, Hades' kini had been forged by one of Hephaestus' disciples. His own, however, was crafted by the master himself. In other words, his kini was even more flawless than Hades'. As that thought crossed his mind, a surge of violet flames blasted toward the monsters, forcing them to recoil. In an instant, they lunged at Jin like beasts, trying to swallow him whole. So you still charge in knowing there's no way out. You small fry are just craving something far beyond your reach. He summoned Hellfall and unleashed a massive beam of light that swept violently across the battlefield. He watched as the monsters vanished within the torrent of mana, as if devoured by an unseen maw. Where does this stream of dark energy even lead? Raider felt like his right arm was being torn apart. Even with over 100 mana, it still hurt this much. My body alone isn't enough to handle the kini's power. 2 more times. I just need to endure 2 more bursts. He activated his boots, and Hermes' step materialized beneath him. System notification. Due to the artifact's effect, your strength has increased by 50%. Jin launched himself straight at the horde and struck with everything he had. Fighting that many sea monsters alone was exhausting, no matter how strong he was. But he couldn't let the giant tribe down. Skill activated, Skybreaker. Movement speed increased by 100% for 5 seconds. You may perform air step for 5 seconds. Just one more time, he could feel his body nearing its limit. He scanned the field with his eyes as the system alert flashed. Golden flame eyes activated. Jin clenched his jaw and looked around. Where are you hiding? His kini gauntlet seemed to react to a nearby fragment. Finally found you. Fury burned in his eyes as he swore to split it apart in a single blow. He dashed forward and beheaded one of the massive serpents in a single slash. Its blood burst out like a ruptured dam, spraying everywhere. In mere moments, the area was flooded into a crimson sea. Seeing their comrades slaughtered so brutally, the sea monsters hesitated in shock. Then they surged toward Jin again, one charging boldly at the front. It was met with a crushing strike and instantly sent to the afterlife. Fatigue finally weighed him down. His hair was disheveled, his breathing heavy. Monster blood smeared across his face, giving him an even darker, more ominous presence. He wiped the blood from his face while the remaining monsters stood still, watching his every move. He glanced at his right arm beneath the kini. Even if I can't see it, it's probably a battlefield under there. I need higher mana and stamina if I ever want to wield its power perfectly. Right now, the priority is leveling up and boosting his core stats before anything else. He shifted the sword to his left hand and barked at the monsters. Move aside. I'm exhausted already. He immediately poured his inner energy into the black stone. Off to the side, Z stood watching Suta's group with a cold sneer. What a bunch of fools. You really think a Yu-Wen can seize the ocean crystal? Suta spoke firmly. He will succeed. The elder believes in him. Z scoffed inwardly. Idiots, he's doomed to fail. How could he possibly defeat a monster that became the sovereign of the sea and commands the ocean's true power? For now, we wait, but once the trial ends, I'll wipe those bastards out. Suddenly, the giant turtle began convulsing violently, thrashing and shrieking as if in unbearable agony. Waves roared in succession, and another tremor struck, forcing everyone on shore to hold their breath. The system quickly announced, player EUGUN has passed the trial. Z's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Impossible, that can't be true. He immediately ordered his men. Find Jin and bring him to me. Don't let Suta interfere. Stop them at all costs. Suta shouted back, don't let them touch a single hair on Jin's head. Ziz let out a mocking laugh. So you're dragging the giant tribe into this. What happens if another gigantomachy breaks out because of you? Suta shot back. Weren't you planning that all along? Drop the act, you dogs of Olympus. Let's settle this once and for all Ziz. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes. Foolish. History will repeat itself. Joshua tightened his grip on his sword and took a battle stance. From beneath the sea, a massive chariot surged toward the shore. Ziz taunted him, remember our third clash. Back then, all you did was run away like a coward, planning to flee again this time. Suta trembled with fury. Ziz, you bastard. I am Poseidon's son, have you no shame? Ziz sneered. Since when did you start respecting my father? He continued threatening. I warned you. History always repeats. A violent shockwave erupted, sending rocks and debris flying into the sky. The clash between the giant tribe and Olympus erupted instantly. Suta clenched his teeth. Are we going to fail to stop them again? Is another blood-soaked chapter about to be written? The memory of that brutal war still haunted him, filling his heart with dread. Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the entire area. Everyone froze. What was that sound? A towering wave surged from the sea and rushed toward the land. Panic spread instantly. Is that a sea god? No, that's not a god. It's monsters. Before the words finished, countless sea beasts burst from the water. and behind them a pair of savage eyes and a colossal silhouette slowly rose. It resembled a dragon with the body of a serpent, clearly the ruler of the lesser creatures. That sea beast was none other than the high-tier monster Leviathan. The crowd gasped. Leviathan only appears on floor 20. Wait, we are on floor 20. Damn it, that's this floor's boss. Why would a swarm appear now? They're not even creatures that move in packs. Ziz suddenly realized, whoever finds the ocean crystal becomes the king of the sea. So that's why father always obsessed over obtaining the ocean crystal. Was the legend they dismissed as myth actually true? The sea trembled again, waves crashing in softer ripples this time. A familiar figure stepped forward. Sorry to interrupt your little gathering, but I'm seriously exhausted. So how about you all clear out? In his hand was an object radiating a pure blue glow. The moment Z saw Jin Jun, his fury reignited. Jin Jun, you bastard. Hand it over, give me the ocean crystal now. He remained silent the entire time, staring coldly at him. After such intense fighting, the MC barely felt like moving. But Ziz was the opposite. He launched himself forward like a madman. He raised his trident, summoning a raging vortex of water around it. The strike came fast, but the MC only blocked, showing no intent to counterattack. He quickly realized, without water you're practically powerless. Just like a fish out of water, Ziz roared, "Shut your mouth, how dare you spout such nonsense." Raider thought calmly, I'm not wrong. Something is interfering and destabilizing his power. A force capable of nullifying water element mana. It must be the ocean crystal. Seeing the strange phenomenon, he speculated quietly, a backlash. He immediately activated Golden Flame Eyes and triggered Domain Perception. In the next instant, Jin Jun dashed towards Ziz, catching him completely off guard. The two collided head-on, neither willing to give an inch. Their killing intent thickened the air around them. Yet the pressure seemed to tilt slightly in Z's favor. He seized the momentum and unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes toward him. Jin Jun gritted his teeth, calculating that he had to overwhelm his opponent quickly. His blade slashed down fiercely, while Ziz raised his trident to block. His father's voice echoed in his mind. Ziz, find the ocean crystal. If you succeed, I will acknowledge you as my son. No matter the cost, I must earn father's recognition. I will be acknowledged as the son of the great sea god Poseidon, and become the true heir to the throne of the seas. With that thought fueling him, he launched another savage attack, while the MC continued to endure and defend. The overwhelming aura around them was so intense that no one dared step into the fight. Moments later, Ziz coughed up blood. He was clearly injured from the previous blow. Still, he forced himself back to his feet, refusing to remain on the defensive. Living up to his divine bloodline, Ziz immediately pressed forward with another strike at Jin Jun. A long gash split across his face, blood trickling down. Wen thought to himself, I assumed his pride would be his weakness. Turns out he's far tougher than I expected. It seemed he had wagered everything on this battle. Ziz glared viciously. Once I'm done with you, those giant brutes are next. You picked the wrong enemy, Jin Jun. I am the son of the mighty Poseidon. He pondered, if I fully unleash the Kinney's power, this might not drag on any longer. He leveled his sword at him. I knew it. Time to end this and secure my level up. Meanwhile, the giants were still locked in fierce combat with Olympus' forces. The battlefield grew increasingly tense, with no clear victor in sight. On his side, he still couldn't finish Ziz off, partly because he was drained from fighting the sea monsters earlier. Both warriors had long surpassed their limits, yet neither showed any intention of stopping. Ziz poured every ounce of focus into his assault. He slashed forward again, but luckily the MC dodged in time. Twirling his trident, he stared at him like a sworn enemy from ancient times. A vicious thrust shot forward, but he used the 2-meter leap to spring into the air and evade. Up to now, he hadn't counterattacked once, only dodging. No one knew what Jin Jun was planning. Ziz roared in frustration, "You sly bastard. Why is this brat so hard to pin down? He's dodging every single strike." Not only that, it felt like he could predict the next movement before the trident even swung. Could it have something to do with his eyes turning red? At that moment, Golden Flame Eyes, predictive reading and domain perception were fully activated. Jin Jun analyzed calmly. With the ocean crystal suppressing him, he can't use water attributes, yet his raw strength is still monstrous. Is it because he's Poseidon's son, or simply a higher rank gap? Ziz sneered, "Why did you stop? Have you finally realized the gap between us?" Wen shot back, "What nonsense." Then he mocked him further. "Or are you in a rush because you know the sea monsters are closing in?" Ziz scoffed, "With that arrogance, you still think you deserve to live. I'll rip that filthy mouth apart so you'll never speak again." Suddenly, a hand grabbed him, Lord Ziz. He snapped in fury, "How dare you block my path?" The subordinate pleaded, "We need to support the troops. The situation is getting worse." Ziz stubbornly tried to argue, but before he could finish, one of his men's heads was sliced clean off. Suda stood fiercely among the fallen enemies he had just defeated. He shouted, "Press them harder. Leave none alive. Take their limbs as trophies of this war." With sea monsters on one side and giants on the other, a subordinate urgently begged, "Lord Ziz, please think clearly. I don't know about the giants, but we cannot face the incoming swarm. We must retreat now." Even hearing that, he was unwilling to accept it. He hesitated, unable to make a decision. Grinding his teeth, he snarled, "You're telling me to run, when the very thing I've desired for so long is right in front of me." Watching his reaction, Jin smiled faintly. He's completely lost his mind. His men dragged him back. "Lord Z's, hurry," he roared unwillingly. "Let me go." Now he looked like nothing more than a defeated general, staring bitterly at Wen. In the end, cornered with no options left, he chose to retreat. Chaos erupted as they scrambled back, everyone board the sun chariot. Suta laughed loudly. "So the day Z's runs with his tail between his legs has finally come. Weren't you bragging just moments ago?" He chased after them. "Don't run like cowards. Let's end this here." The chariot shot into the sky, fleeing without looking back. Suta and the MC didn't pursue, only watching until their enemies vanished. Even now, Suta could hardly believe it. "Did we really win?" he replied calmly. "Yes." Clutching the ocean crystal tightly, he added, "It seems that way." Suta beamed. "We didn't endure or run this time." He shouted toward the blue sea. "The giant tribe has truly defeated Olympus." Night fell, and back at the giant tribe, a grand feast erupted to celebrate the victory. The crowd roared, "Bring out another barrel. We must savor this day to the fullest. Get it yourself, you little brat. Can't you see everyone's busy celebrating?" Every face was glowing with happiness and pride that couldn't be hidden. Wen sat alone in his private room sipping tea, clearly worn out after the brutal fight. Jin gazed out the window, listening to the lively cheers outside. They threw a feast the moment they returned. Considering how long they waited for this victory, it made sense. Maybe I should join them for a bit. "Forget it, this isn't the time to celebrate. I lost to Z's. If not for the ocean crystal, we wouldn't have lasted that long. If the fight had dragged on just a little more, I would have been completely defeated." Suda wouldn't have stood a chance either. In the worst case, the giants would have been wiped out. He looked at his hand. This level of strength still isn't enough to dig into the heart of Olympus. Still, things are moving better than expected. In just 5 years, I've come this far. Now that the ocean crystal is in my grasp, I'll rise even faster. He took out the communication orb and wondered what his next move should be. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Whatever it was, it lifted his mood, and he began humming softly. Elsewhere, Hephaestus suddenly sneezed repeatedly without stopping. He frowned. "Why do I feel a chill running down my spine while standing in front of a blazing forge? What's going on? Did I catch a cold or something?" At that moment, the communication orb lit up. He muttered, "Who's messaging at this hour?" "Hephaestus, how have you been lately? I just got my hands on something pretty incredible. Let's meet soon." He sighed. Honestly, catching a cold might have been better. The MC quickly sent the item over. Hephaestus gasped. "No way. Is that really the ocean crystal? You little devil, you're ridiculously good at finding rare treasures. Where did you even get this? My own uncle couldn't locate it for 1,000 years. He smiled casually. "I guess I was just luckier." Hephaestus rolled his eyes. "Cut the humble act. You're saying that like you found a coin on the street." With the ocean crystal gone and Z's acting recklessly, Olympus won't have time to worry about him for now. Hephaestus looked at him. "You must be thrilled." He grinned. "Losing some anxiety feels pretty good." The blacksmith thought to himself, "Father will be busy restraining that furious brother of mine. No matter how clever this brat is, there's no way he understands Olympus' internal conflicts." Yet once again, he flipped the board and forced events his way. How on earth does he keep doing this? No, from the very start, how is that even possible? He stared at the young man yawning in front of him. Hephaestus began analyzing carefully. "Let's see, just as I thought. Though the attribute differs, it resembles Father's lightning in structure." He asked, "Can you refine it?" Hephaestus replied, "Refining isn't the issue. I need additional materials to craft a compatible artifact." He sighed. "So it's like last time again. How many days will it take?" "Around 10 days, Hephaestus answered. "But there's no source of adamantium right now." He responded calmly, "I'll get it for you as soon as possible." Hephaestus blinked. "What did you say? Adamantium?" He nodded firmly. "Yes." The blacksmith stared wide-eyed. "Are you secretly loaded, or some tycoon's son?" He chuckled. "Not at all. I've already spent almost everything producing the kidney." "Then how do you plan to get it?" Hephaestus asked. "I'll find a way, even if it takes time." Hephaestus nodded. "If you say so, I believe you. So what's your next step?" "As you said, Olympus won't focus on me for a while. I plan to use this window to grind levels. I can't waste the time I fought so hard to earn." He studied him. "You're really determined to stand against Olympus." He replied vaguely, "If only that were the end of it." Hephaestus frowned. "What do you mean? Planning to shake heaven and earth again?" He only said, "I'll leave the forging to you. Don't worry about payment. I'll settle it later." Then he quickly added, "I have to go now. See you soon." He left the forge and headed back toward town. On the way, he thought, the old man looked shocked. If he knew my real plan, he'd probably faint. Suddenly, the system alerted him that the egg was stirring. He frowned. Why is it moving again? The incubation rate increased, but it should have been asleep for at least half a day. Hang on a little longer. You'll meet your brother soon. The egg tilted as if confused. He coaxed it, it'll be fun. The tower's hidden treasures will come one by one, and you'll grow stronger by devouring them. The egg seemed to nod eagerly. Be patient, a feast is waiting for you. Your food lies in the place Odin told me about, losing something he desired for ages. I can already imagine Poseidon's reaction. Now I just need to see if their relationship matches what Hedwyn remembers. Odin once warned that the ocean crystal should never fall into Olympus' hands, but if you take it, the consequences will be severe. You'll become Olympus' target. Back then Hercules said, "No need to worry, my father rules Olympus now." Poseidon wouldn't dare attack a mere player, not even a divine-ranked one, just to seize the ocean crystal. If a major faction's king moves openly, others won't stay idle. Things would spiral into chaos. Odin asked, what if Poseidon acts alone? Hercules replied, with my father watching, he won't act rashly. Though the three supreme gods of Olympus share the same bloodline, they are bound in an endless struggle for dominance. Especially my father and Poseidon, who constantly vie for the highest throne. After father obtained the meteorite stone and forged lightning from it, he held half of Olympus' power. That's when he realized the remaining two stones, the ocean crystal and the dark star stone, must never fall into his brother's hands. Back then Jinjun asked, so what's the answer? Hercules replied, I think you already know. We cannot abandon the ocean crystal. We must force Rush and Poseidon to tear each other apart. Back to the present, the room was a mess, furniture and objects scattered across the floor. An enraged voice roared, Why? Why did he say I'm forbidden from taking action? Kneeling on the ground unwillingly was the one who lost the wager and had to endure this fury. He was Orion, Poseidon's third son. He gritted his teeth. It's all that useless fool Z's fault. Then he added, has the heavenly realm truly forbidden us from clashing with the giant tribe? Poseidon raged wildly. It's not those giants. This entire mess was caused by a single player. That brat was merely an excuse for him to stop me from touching the ocean crystal. He even dared to scold me for interfering in Hephaestus' capture. Bastards, as he spoke, Poseidon's wrath only intensified. He turned to his son. What do you think, Orion? Doesn't he resemble a venomous serpent? Orion lowered his head. How could someone as lowly as I dare judge the heavenly lord? Poseidon snapped. Heavenly lord my foot, what's the point of asking? Rush has always been that way, ruthless, cold, and frighteningly pragmatic. No matter how talented Jinjun is, he's still just a player. Rush chose to ignore that troublesome prey and focus on a greater rival, me. He wants me to know my place. I've already lost the ocean crystal, and now I don't even have an excuse to mobilize the divine generals. Why is it that I'm the one who keeps losing everything? Poseidon continued smashing the room apart. At the giant castle, rumors spread fast. Have you heard? The ocean crystal fell into someone's hands. Odin chuckled with interest. Some nameless brat managed to claim the ocean crystal. Serves Olympus right. I bet those Olympus dogs are losing their minds right now. In a distant forest, a voice echoed. Jinjun, is that the name you mentioned? He's not even a divine general, yet he's already this formidable. I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to cross blades with him. The speaker was the war-fiend god Asura. Even at Flower Fruit Mountain, the great sage equal to heaven had heard of his rising fame. So that's the guy who actually claimed the ocean star stone. Now this just got a whole lot more interesting. I seriously thought he was just some green rookie, but now I can't wait to see what kind of chaos he stirs up next. We've officially arrived at the first floor of the tower. Thank you for riding the Sun Chariot, Pride of Olympus. You have spent 1,000 points. It's been an honor serving you, and we look forward to your next ride. Jin Gang stared in shock. Both this one and the one Ducio used are just replicas. Exactly how many copies of these things are out there? He stopped overthinking it. Whatever the case, that thing at least got him here faster than expected. Right in front of him stood the low barrier marking the first floor of this world's tower. He stretched out his hand. From what he'd heard, no one had ever managed to break this wall. And yet, who would have guessed that in the future, it would crumble on its own? Now wasn't the time to get lost in thought. He'd been told it was somewhere around here. His fiery golden eyes were scanning every possible path. He pulled a sword out from the system inventory. This was. The blade Susanoo once used to seal a great calamity. A special power lies dormant within it. Currently, it remains in a shattered state, and you must gather the remaining fragments to unlock its full strength. Jin Gang narrowed his eyes. Odin wasn't exaggerating. A trial like this had no business existing on the first floor. The dungeon of Ranker 57, one of the three Calamity Sons, Susanoo. Before his regression, the dungeon Susanoo created wasn't discovered until 100 years later. He'd heard the other two Calamity Sons eventually reclaimed the three divine relics. It didn't surprise him that Susanoo believed his brothers would one day find the place where he hid his treasure. They were blood-bound, after all. Still, he felt a faint twinge of guilt. Even so, he had to claim it in this timeline. With that resolve, he drove the sword straight into the ground. System notification. You have discovered Susanoo's hidden relic dungeon. He couldn't help but smirk. The flow of chronos really was absurdly convenient. The system chimed again, verifying player requirements. Criteria met, you may now enter. He almost laughed, realizing he'd just skipped ahead a full century by pulling this off. Quest, conquer the tower and claim Suzanu's relic. You may exit the dungeon after obtaining the key. That's a tall order. The relic and the key are probably both waiting inside. So even stepping into this tower wasn't going to be some casual stroll. He remained calm. Honestly, the more enemies, the better. Just like before, he fought alone against the swarm of spirit orbs. The real issue was that the proficiency of the sky-slaying spirit was barely increasing. He viciously thrust his sword into another spirit orb. Grabbing it by the back of its neck, he hurled it away without hesitation. The corpses of spirit orbs began piling up around him. The entire area was quickly dyed crimson with their blood. Only 0.003%. After killing the Sea Serpent King, it only jumped 0.5% at most. If only it had hit 100% back then. Still, thanks to his domain sense, his sensory stats had skyrocketed compared to before. He reached out and pushed open the door to the first floor. Light from outside slowly seeped into the pitch-black interior, yet not a single soul was in sight. He descended the stairs, and the system immediately announced that he was entering Suzanu's dungeon. This time, his objective was to reach the 100th floor. In no time at all, he cleared Suzanu's initial trial. He scanned the area. For its height, it wasn't very wide. Was this some kind of labyrinth dungeon? 100 floors felt like a miniature version of the tower itself. He never met Suzanu, but the rumors were legendary. The guy's notoriety rivaled the most infamous rankers. Let's just say his reputation couldn't get much worse. I want to fight him. I've heard he's a master swordsman, and possibly the one who's killed the most climbers in the tower. Yet despite all that infamy, everyone agreed on one thing about him. He was monstrously strong. Suddenly, the MC sensed something was off. He looked down at his body, confused as to why his inventory was acting strangely. What the hell? He quickly pulled out a longsword from the system. But it wasn't like he'd consciously summoned it. The weapons were drifting out on their own. Something unseen was staring straight at him. It took the form of a tiny warrior. Where am I? Inside a miniature tower. That's right, I became a traitor. The figure glared at him. You, who are you? Are you the one who brought the Tatsuka no Tsurugi here? He calmly answered, that's right. The spirit continued. Judging by your tone, you probably don't even know who I am. Despite its small frame, he could feel a terrifying killing intent radiating from it. You are one of the three Calamity Sons, Suzanu, a sword saint, spirit master, and necromancer. Ranked 57 in the tower during your lifetime, infamous as a bloodthirsty butcher. Suzanu blinked in surprise. You know quite a bit about me, and you became a traitor after facing the eight-headed serpent. His expression darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? He answered evenly. Either way, I know you were a remarkable figure. But let me ask you this. After living that kind of life, didn't you want the world's respect? Suzanu scoffed. Now that I'm a traitor, what does it matter? I didn't risk my life just to earn praise. Then let me be blunt. You dare say your life was nothing special. To you it may have been glorious, but I can't believe you're proud of the countless lives you betrayed. Honestly, I'm glad you fell. Suzanu's eyes widened. Even knowing who I am, you still speak so boldly. You don't act like a ranker. What faction are you with? He replied calmly. I'm just a new player who reached floor 21 not long ago. Floor 21, and you dare to act this fearless after climbing only that far. This isn't a place for insects like you. The horrors here are legs beyond anything on floor 21. He shrugged. I've already run into a few of them on my way here. Suzanu narrowed his eyes. You wiped them all out. Not bad. As long as you're holding that fragment, I'm bound to follow you. That's the rule etched into my existence. Jin Gang didn't care in the slightest. Do whatever you want. Suzanu pressed on. Do you have companions? Are you a pureblood? You don't quite look like one. He replied calmly that he had no allies and wasn't a pureblood either. The spirit kept firing off questions. Where are you from? How did you find this place? And where did you obtain the Tatsuka no Tsurugi fragment? The MC's face darkened. This guy sure talks a lot. Seeing him stay silent, Suzanu grew irritated. Why aren't you answering me? He snapped back that the constant chatter was distracting him. If you really want to know, then guide me through this place first. Nothing in this world comes free. I hate labyrinth dungeons. They're a complete waste of time. After a brief pause, Suzanu finally agreed. Fine. You'll have to travel quite far to reach the door to the next floor. For now, head straight down that corridor. He analyzed the structure. This maze was massive and insanely complex. Maybe I can use that method. Suzanu interrupted again. Enough stalling. Where did you get that sword fragment? He answered that he earned it on floor 1 during the Roman arena trial. Suzanu looked stunned. An arena. You're saying it was handed out as a reward for a first floor trial. He explained that the eight-headed serpent appeared in the final round. Suzanu's expression turned serious. That creature. A chill ran through him. Don't tell me. The eight-headed serpent. Before he could finish, the MC blasted apart the wall ahead, stones collapsing in a thunderous crash. Suzanu stared in disbelief. Did this brat really defeat the eight-headed serpent? By then, his hand was already gripping his sword, as inner energy surged through his meridians. His aura shifted instantly. He stood firm like a seasoned warrior dominating a battlefield. For some reason, Suzanu suddenly smiled. He asked why he was laughing. The spirit brushed it off. Nothing, just keep moving. Inwardly, Suzanu wondered how a kid with a strange relic managed to slay the eight-headed serpent. Just what kind of background does he have? Interesting, I'm curious how he'll conquer this place. This might actually be fun to watch. Susanoo questioned him again. Why destroy the wall when I already showed you the path? He shot back coldly, because I felt like it. You talk too much. System notification, you have leveled up. Strength increased by 1. Perception increased by 1. Agility increased by 1. He noted that these monsters all carried either demonic or undead attributes. He asked quietly if these were the ones who betrayed under Susanoo's blade. The spirit replied, perhaps. He was stunned. The small figure before him wasn't just a sword saint acknowledged by the war god Asura, but also one of the tower's most powerful spirit masters and necromancers. Trapping the souls of those he killed would have been effortless for him. Climbing this tower feels like walking over piles of corpses. That's disgusting. Susanoo sneered. What are you, some champion of justice? Justice? Spare me. I've met all kinds of people, but someone like you is a first. You claim I've only reached floor 21, yet you talk like you've seen the world. Not long after, the system announced he had reached floor 10. The moment he entered, a figure was already waiting. You have entered room 1. Defeat the enemy. The door to room 2 will open after completion. Clear room 5 to advance to the next stage. He stared at the undead ahead and muttered that it didn't even need to stand up. Sacred flame erupted from his palm, instantly engulfing the corpse. The fire clearly caused agony, yet for some reason, tears streamed down the undead's face. Just like that, he cleared room 1. Susanoo spoke up. Let me tell you something. As you guessed, these are all souls who betrayed beneath my blade. From wraiths to undead, they're imprisoned here. The oldest has lingered for over 5,000 years. Unless you surpass me in both necromancy and spirit arts, there's no way to save them. At the very least, killing them grants release from this prison. But from room 6 onward, the difficulty spikes brutally. What will you do, hero of justice? Will you abandon those deeper inside and rush upward after clearing room 5? His expression darkened. They were right, you really are scum. Susanoo bristled. How dare you? He continued calmly. Even if you hadn't said it, I would have tested it myself. Better hold on tight. If you get left behind, don't blame me. In a short span, he pushed through to floor 15. Soon after, he cleared floor 20 as well. On floor 33, countless undead fell to his blade, their souls finally freed. The undead wept and begged him, save me. No, please, just kill me. I want to escape this place. He absorbed their resentment as their anguished voices echoed. I don't want to suffer like this anymore. At last, he conquered floor 40. He wondered what it truly meant to absorb resentment. Floor 50 fell with surprising ease. There, he finally discovered Susanoo's first relic. He swiftly took the robe and put it on. System notification. You have obtained the robe of the 4 great elements. Susanoo exploded in anger as the aura of a traitor clung to the garment. You bastard. This robe bears the blessing of the elemental kings of fire, water, wind, and lightning. It grants immense resistance to those elements and can further amplify that defense by channeling mana. On the other side, Susanoo kept screaming for him to take the robe off. Jin Gang calmly assessed it. The elemental resistance is solid. Physical defense dropped a bit, but with domain sense, I can dodge instead of tanking hits. Susanoo stared at him in disbelief. You just walked in and already picked up something this good. Unbelievable. Fine, let's keep moving. Time flew by, and before he realized it, 42 days had passed since entering Susanoo's miniature tower. Exhaustion weighed on him. At some point, every kill started coming with whispers in his ears. Then a strange message appeared, saying he had absorbed resentment. What the hell does that even mean? Hearing the voices of traitors is something only high-tier necromancers can do. Could this be connected to Kinney? Either way, that dreadful sensation was slowly gnawing at his mind. Susanoo quickly noticed. You look tired. Your clearing speed has dropped. This dungeon isn't easy. Still, for someone who only climbed to floor 21, you're doing impressively well. That glove of yours seems special. Why haven't you used it? Saving it as your trump card. He frowned. What are you talking about? Susanoo replied, you and I are alike. That's why you're not using it. Or maybe it's not that you won't use it, but that you don't know how. He shot back, then tell me. How am I supposed to use it? Susanoo scoffed. How should I know? He clicked his tongue. Acting like you know everything when you don't know a thing. The spirit snapped back angrily, saying he already gave enough hints. Kids these days have no manners. Even so, he pondered seriously. Use it properly. I haven't touched Hellfire since entering this place. Is there something else I'm missing? I don't have much information about Kinney. It's in a different form now. Besides, he wasn't exactly close to its original owner, Hades. Among the 3 supreme gods of the underworld, Hades was the most mysterious of them all. There has to be more than just mana amplification. At least give me one useful clue. Susanoo continued, you've grown stronger since we entered, but compared to an upper-rank ranker, you're still far from ready. For a newcomer who only reached floor 21 to make it this far is miraculous, but you're still lacking. He muttered tiredly, stop buzzing around me like a fly. He pushed onward until he reached another door, then paused. Susanoo warned him, this one will be tough, finally paying attention to me. That's all I'll say, see for yourself. The MC ignored him. Why is this tiny guy so noisy? The moment he stepped inside, the system announced that he had entered floor 60. He scanned the area. What is this? Why is there nothing here? A strange chill ran through his senses, causing him to stiffen. Something was definitely off. From the shadows, a massive figure slowly advanced toward him. The man's eyes glowed blue as he glared at him like a sworn enemy. This time was different. The pressure rolling off him forced the MC to step back several paces. His heart trembled. That killing intent is insane. There's no way he was an ordinary player in life. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shook the entire chamber. New quest: defeat the Death Knight. King Arthur, unlike the lower undead, this one wore full armor and carried a majestic sword. He froze. Arthur. Memories of Arthur resurfaced in his mind. The first time I met him was when he just became an official player. His swordsmanship was extraordinary. Just from his aura, I knew he was special. He was deeply trusted by his comrades. The past flooded back. A young voice called out Merlin. The boy ran toward his friend. Don't tell me you're heading to the library again. Stop reading so much and come train outside. But the other boy refused softly. No, I'm fine. Even so, the young man insisted and dragged him along. Come on, let's go. Arthur's loyalty surpassed anyone I've ever known. I remember you, my friend. That was Merlin's memory of Arthur, from long before meeting Min. Back to the present, the one standing before him was Arthur, King of Knights, ruler of Britain, and leader of the Round Table. Arthur slowly rose to his feet, entering a battle stance. A trace of sorrow flickered in his eyes. He never imagined Arthur would become a traitor under Susanoo and be imprisoned here. Even as an undead, that weapon remained intact. The weapon in question was Arthur's legendary greatsword, Excalibur. Arthur wasn't a top-tier ranker in life, but his growth rate was said to be monstrous. In an instant, Arthur dashed forward, blade cutting through the air at blinding speed. The strike came fast. He sensed it immediately. Ice attribute mana. He could have dodged, but where the attack landed, a massive explosion erupted. He instantly activated Hermes' boots, leaping away and chaining it with skystep midair. The two clashed fiercely, exchanging blows without a single word. Sacred flame ignited along the edge of Night Crow as he unleashed demonic sword art. Under normal circumstances, I'd stand no chance against Arthur. But Susanoo, the master of this dungeon, had already slain him once. That meant Arthur's current power was significantly weakened compared to his prime. Arthur's gaze flickered for a split second, and he seized the moment to speak. Where are you looking? In that instant, he unleashed a devastating slash. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong mid-battle. Instead of Arthur, an enormous wall of ice stood before him. Arthur had already vanished in a blur. He clenched his teeth, staying on guard against that overwhelming speed. Arthur's blade shot forward in a straight, lethal thrust aimed right at him. Luckily, Jingang barely managed to evade in time. The sword grazed his shoulder, drawing a stream of fresh blood. He couldn't help but admit it. As the King of Knights, Arthur's swordsmanship was the very definition of a knight's ideal. He stepped in again. Now I understand how he climbed all the way to floor 60 in his lifetime. Suddenly, countless icy swords rained down from above, dripping freezing mist as they pierced the ground. A violent collision followed, detonating the area and sending smoke and debris everywhere. At that moment, the system warned that his body temperature was dropping rapidly. You have been inflicted with the frozen status. Snow began forming across his body. Thankfully, the robe of the four great elements resisted the cold. I dodged the ice blades with fiery golden eyes and domain sense, but this frost aura is brutal. It feels like I swallowed a block of ice. More strikes descended from the sky. On the surface, Arthur's attacks looked simple, yet they were executed with flawless precision. Arthur continued pressing forward without pause. The battlefield was soon blanketed in layers of thick smoke, like a raging fire had engulfed the place. Within that hazy void, a strange purple flash suddenly flickered. The system alerted him again. Your body temperature is rising rapidly, counteracting the frozen status. Frozen condition resisted successfully. He smirked. Smart tactic, but it won't be enough. Suddenly, his arm was reinforced with the strength of a giant. Endurance was temporarily converted into raw power. Due to low endurance, partial giantification activated. This will be different. He gritted his teeth and roared at his opponent. You don't need to keep fighting anymore. The moment he finished speaking, he unleashed a ferocious slash straight at Arthur. The flames from his blade instantly heated Arthur's armor until it glowed red. That single strike severed Arthur's arm clean off. Without stopping, he followed up with another slash, knocking the knight off balance. Unsatisfied, he continued striking relentlessly. In the end, victory finally tilted in Jin Gang's favor. He approached Arthur's motionless body. You can rest now. He immediately absorbed Arthur's resentment into himself. He lifted his gaze into the distance. If only Merlin could see you again. At the mention of that name, a voice echoed faintly. Merlin. He froze. Arthur, the voice grew urgent. Did you just say Merlin? If you grant my request, I will form any contract with you, even serve as your subordinate for life. In exchange, help me meet Merlin once more. There's something I must tell him. Arthur's voice trembled. Lancelot betrayed Britain. He was startled. Lancelot. I've heard that name many times. The current master of the Round Table and a high-rank ranker who elevated it into a great guild. Someone like that betrayed Britain. Arthur asked again, will you help me? He answered honestly, I'm not a necromancer. I can hear you because of this item, but I can't resurrect you as undead. Arthur sounded confused. How can that be? He continued, still I'll do what I can. I doubt we're out of options. Sooner or later I'll meet Merlin anyway. He calculated quickly. If removing Lancelot benefits Britain, having Arthur as an ally isn't a bad move. I accept your request. A satisfied voice replied, "Thank you. I owe you, system notification. You have accepted King Arthur's request, initiating the purification of Britain questline. Upon completion, you will gain King Arthur's absolute loyalty. You have obtained the soul of the King of Knights." He blinked. Absolute loyalty. I thought it was just a simple favor. Who knew it hid a secret quest? Susanoo scoffed. What a dull ending. Still, he was one of the more useful undead. The MC frowned. When did you show up again? Were you hiding? He asked bluntly if killing Arthur had been mere coincidence. Susanoo answered vaguely. Who knows? Climb to the very top and maybe I'll tell you. Suddenly, he hurled his sword forward with force. Susanoo shouted in shock. What are you doing? Who stores an item like that? He sighed. Sorry, I was distracted. I was just thinking how someone could design such a terrible trial. Still, that sword feels pretty good in hand. Let's move up. The sooner I clear this test, the sooner I can rest. Meanwhile, on floor 50, at the Ranking Administration Bureau, 2 guards trembled. That guy, where did he come from, and where is he now? A fist slammed onto the desk. Stop stuttering and answer me. Another voice cut through the tension. Are you planning to keep causing trouble here, Sun Wukong? Or should I say your clone? Sun Wukong snorted. That's none of your concern. I'm the director here. At least show some respect. Or do you intend to smash this bureau with just a clone? I cannot disclose that information. He serves as the administrative director of Floor 50's Ranking Bureau. Wukong clicked his tongue. Stingy bastards. What's wrong with sharing a little info? Furious, Sun Wukong stormed out. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. One of them exhaled shakily. That pressure was overwhelming, and that was only a clone. The director replied, if it were the real body, the administrator would have intervened personally. Unless someone is directly involved, no matter who asks, we only reveal ranking data. Nothing more. Understood? Everyone responded at once. Yes, sir. Setting aside the fact that we're forbidden from sharing information, even we who monitor everything in the tower have barely any data on that kid. Why is there zero record of his background? This can't be a system error. No wonder the administrators are so interested in him. He's been stuck on floor 21 for nearly 3 months, but there's no way someone like that would just stop climbing. What exactly is Jin Gang plotting? Meanwhile, on his side, he continued slaughtering undead without pause. Not long after, he cleared the trial on floor 99. He checked his evaluation panel. After all that struggle, these are the only stat gains. I'm exhausted. Just one more floor to go. Since the difficulty spiked after floor 90, the final stage is bound to be insane. Susanoo spoke up. What's wrong? Why are you spacing out? Aren't you curious what's behind that door? I'm looking forward to it. He frowned. There he goes again. I need to hurry. Susanoo admitted honestly that he never expected a brat from floor 21 to reach this far. Even after seeing his skills firsthand, he still found it hard to believe. Fiery golden eyes, giantification, even sacred flame. Sometimes I wonder if you're actually a ranker in disguise. He replied calmly that he was a ranker anymore. Susanoo raised a brow. What do you mean by not anymore? Without another word, he pushed open the final chamber door. System notification. You have entered the final floor. Clear this stage to obtain Susanoo's relic. He noticed Susanoo's spirit vanish, then a voice echoed, there he is. The one who killed me, he flinched. What? But weren't you the one who killed Arthur? A familiar voice rang out. Hey floor 21 brat, his heart skipped. No way. A figure seated in the darkness chuckled. Shall we continue our unfinished conversation? It was Susanoo himself. He admitted he had a bad habit of being curious. When you said you're not a ranker anymore, does that mean you once were? He answered vaguely, who knows? He couldn't help thinking how ironic it was that Susanoo turned himself into the final boss of his own dungeon. Susanoo smirked and told him to drop the act and answer properly. Meanwhile, fiery golden eyes analyzed the target. He suggested they make a wager, since he had a question of his own. The loser answers one question from the winner, no matter what it is. What do you say? If you're not confident, we can forget it. Susanoo burst out laughing, not confident. As if I accept, he immediately drew his sword. System notification. Wager with Susanoo established. Victory grants one truthful answer from him. The answer must be the truth. He could feel countless furious spirits lingering around. It had to be the resentment of those who fell under Susanoo's blade. At last, he understood why this dungeon existed. It wasn't to memorialize relics or treasures taken from the dead. Susanoo wasn't the type to cling to such things. He had bound himself to the system, even after becoming a traitor. Also, he could keep fighting. Final quest, defeat Susanoo, the Death Knight. Susanoo asked if he was done with Arthur. He tightened his grip on his sword, wary. Don't say it like that, you're jinxing it. Susanoo let out a sinister laugh and released a surge of inner energy that pressed down on him. He immediately sensed it. The killing intent was on an entirely different level from before. This was the aura of someone who slaughtered thousands of rankers, tens of thousands of players, and countless lives. Susanoo rose and looked at him. I'm glad to meet someone like you in this tower. Don't disappoint me. Fight with everything you have. He swung his blade down with crushing force. He gritted his teeth and barely managed to block the strike. Susanoo seemed impressed. You actually stopped that. They charged at each other again, their killing intents colliding violently. His sword lit up the entire chamber. This was the first time he'd faced such a battle-crazed opponent. Susanoo roared while he refused to back down. He activated fiery golden eyes and sharpened his domain sense to read every move. Even as a corpse, he's still this strong. He couldn't afford even a second of carelessness. One slip and he'd fall. Against an opponent like this, even attacking felt like a struggle. He quickly triggered his giant-strengthened arm once more. They clashed again in a brutal exchange, neither gaining clear advantage. Still, Susanoo's overall power was slightly superior. The pressure radiating from him forced the MC's expression to stiffen. From the darkness, a frostbitten hand suddenly grabbed him. Susanoo smirked, "Got you." He retaliated instantly, unleashing sacred flame at the Death Knight. The blazing fire swept towards Susanoo, engulfing him. He realized the gap in combat experience and raw strength between them was enormous. Panting heavily, he felt it clearly. Strength, speed, mana. Even sacred flame barely fazed him. Susanoo looked at the flames calmly. That fire again, how laughable. He burst into mocking laughter, yet there was genuine excitement in it. It's been ages since I felt this thrill. His mind drifted back to a time when he stood in a forest, speaking with a mysterious figure. Back then, Susanoo had been stunned. "You're asking me to kill Arthur, not some top-tier ranker, just a snot-nosed brat. Why would I do that? And who are you to even make such a request of me?" The cloaked man replied coldly that his identity didn't matter. "What matters is what you desire, isn't it?" Susanoo had been taken aback. "What I desire." The stranger had clearly researched him well. He uttered one word: war. If war erupts, you won't have to fear punishment or administrator interference. All you'll need to do is revel in a blood-soaked game. Isn't that tempting? Back to the present, he admitted that someone once ignited the battle-crazed fire inside him. Just like this brat in front of him now. He tightened his grip on the black sword as golden light flared around him. Jin Gang snapped at him. "Where are you looking? You still have time to glance elsewhere." He kept dodging frantically. "This is insane. If that blade lands cleanly, it won't just be a bleeding wound." Susanoo taunted him. "Dodging forever isn't fun. What should I expect from a kid who barely reached floor 22? If you stay this dull, I'll just end it." At that moment, a small chip appeared on his sword. Susanoo didn't hesitate to press the assault. He dropped low, narrowly avoiding a vicious slash aimed at his neck. Susanoo lunged forward and slammed his fist toward him. Yet this time, their clash grew even more intense. Susanoo grinned in satisfaction. "Good, so you're finally using it. Don't die too quickly. We still have much to discuss." He gritted his teeth. "The reason I can hear these wandering spirits despite not being a necromancer. The reason Kinney keeps absorbing their souls. And what Susanoo said when he saw Kinney. That glove has a special ability. Why aren't you using it? You and I are alike." He recalled that the Ocean Star Stone grants dominion over all sea creatures. The Celestial Meteor Stone controls the heavens. As that thought formed, his eyes changed color. A tremendous surge of power erupted from his body. Susanoo laughed wildly. "Excellent, now the real battle begins." At that moment, Kinney finally opened its eyes. He reversed the pressure and commanded coldly, "Submit." A storm-like aura exploded outward, engulfing the entire space. His presence now resembled that of a god. Susanoo raised his sword, delighted. "Good, let the true fight commence." Suddenly, countless fierce eyes opened in midair, staring at Susanoo. He stared in disbelief. "What is this? The spirits are breaking free from my control. From a mere floor 22 brat." Susanoo roared. "What did you do?" He answered calmly. "You said Kinney's true power was something else. Absolute dominion. Just like you became a traitor, I've awakened that power." Susanoo clicked his tongue. "I shouldn't have said that, but you think you can subdue me with that alone." Dream on. He slashed at the spirits, and then swept his blade toward him. This time, he didn't yield. He stepped in and intercepted Susanoo's sword directly. They clashed over and over, the battle stretching on endlessly. Gradually, Susanoo's overwhelming momentum began to wane. He chuckled softly. "Maybe you overestimated yourself. System notification. Your arm has been enhanced with giant strength. Hell summoning initiated." With Kinney's support, his confidence grew. "You're nothing more than roadside weeds." Susanoo evaluated him internally. "This is different. No, more than different. Even top-tier rankers lose composure before me. But this brat, no, this young man, radiates overwhelming dominance." A flicker of fear crept into him. They resumed close combat. Susanoo unleashed relentless attacks, yet every strike was blocked. At this point, his strength surpassed even high-ranking rankers by Susanoo's own standard. Frustration twisted his face. "Why can't I control the spirits?" Suddenly, Susanoo sensed something was terribly wrong. His gaze locked onto Kinney's eye. He shouted in panic, "What is that eye?" A violet flame shot into his body, burning relentlessly. He screamed in despair. How can a skeleton like me still feel pain? He replied coolly, looks like you're afraid of something. He explained that the purple flame grows stronger by devouring fear itself. Fear and fury twisted his face as Susanoo charged at him like a madman, throwing everything he had into the attack. He nearly roared in outrage, a nameless nobody like you dares. He stayed silent, yet a faint, mysterious smile slowly formed on his lips. Susanoo raised his sword again, aiming for a killing thrust to finish him off. But just as he was about to reach him, his body suddenly froze mid-lunge, unable to move an inch. Susanoo panicked. My body, why won't it move? No matter how great a ranker you once were, you're nothing more than a wandering spirit now. He stepped closer and placed a hand over Susanoo's face. What a meaningless end. Farewell. The moment he finished speaking, Susanoo's entire existence dissolved into nothingness, leaving not even a trace behind. System notification. You have cleared Susanoo's dungeon. You have obtained Susanoo's soul. He stared into the void. It's finally over. The system continued. You have acquired Susanoo's relic. That fight dragged on forever. You have earned the title Necro King. You may now exit using the return command. As soon as he left, another alert appeared. The dungeon will collapse in 30 minutes. The scene shifted back to the first floor wall at the edge of the world. After defeating Susanoo, he gained numerous items. Arthur's voice echoed, you truly defeated him. He answered calmly, he was already a traitor. I only severed his soul from that empty shell. Arthur nodded in understanding. He quickly checked his loot. First, Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the spirit blade Susanoo received after slaying the eight-headed serpent. One of the three divine regalia of the three Calamity Sons. It grants immense power instantly, but slowly erodes the wielder's lifespan. I'll pass on that. Next, the Necro King title, an S-rank title. You have become the ruler of the dead, sovereign of wandering souls. Accept their burden and lead them. Control souls with mana. Infuse souls into bodies. Summon physical vessels. Amplify undead with resentment. So this is where Hades' power came from. This feels more like a reward for awakening Kinney's power than for clearing the dungeon. A necromancer title. I didn't expect this. Arthur asked what he meant. He explained that he gained a title tied to necromancy, but had no clue how to use it. Arthur said that in Susanoo's tower, the undead possessed both body and soul. If you can control such beings, perhaps start by infusing a soul into an empty vessel. He thought carefully, a body, summon a vessel with mana, empower it with resentment. He joked that Arthur was practically his necromancy tutor now. Arthur snapped back angrily. Don't compare me to lowly necromancers. I am Arthur, King of Knights, he smirked. Of course I know that. The King of Knights, Arthur. With that, he tested his new power and summoned his first spirit. The system asked if he wanted to name it. He answered without hesitation, Arthur. Just like that, Arthur was renamed. He exploded in anger. What nonsense is this? Return my body. He shrugged. Susanoo's mini tower collapsed, so your original body's gone. For now, make do with this one. Arthur nearly cried in frustration. It's a shame I couldn't preserve your corpse, but this isn't bad either. Anyway, he glanced at the glove. You should come out now. Didn't you promise to answer me? Susanoo's voice echoed faintly, silent at first as if reluctant. I never thought I'd pay for my own actions like this. How ironic. Fine, what do you want to know? Does it concern the fool behind you? Arthur bristled. Fool. He asked directly, who ordered you to kill the King of Knights? Susanoo replied that he didn't know. He couldn't even identify the one who approached him. He frowned, dissatisfied. Instead, Susanoo offered to show his memory. In an instant, he was pulled into that memory. So this is Susanoo's memory. Two voices echoed. You want me to kill Arthur? Just a brat, not even a top ranker. Why should I? Who are you to ask? My identity doesn't matter. What matters is your desire. Or, if chaos erupts, you'll no longer fear punishment or administrator interference. All you need to do is revel in a bloody game. He thought grimly. I know that being. An entity capable of becoming anything and doing anything. The oldest god to infiltrate the tower. The outer deity, Seohyuozai. The voice continued. Tempting, isn't it? Susanoo in the past laughed. Very tempting indeed. Seohyuozai whispered that the fall of the King of Knights would be nothing more than a seed, but such seeds would soon spread throughout the entire tower. Past Susanoo grinned. A seed, I like it. I look forward to dancing on the stage you've prepared. Hearing this, he fell into deep thought. He snapped back to reality after witnessing that sinister exchange. He stood in silence while Arthur remained confused. Susanoo asked him, well, you've seen it now. He sneered, enjoy it. That bastard is worse than vermin. Susanoo added that shortly after their meeting, the Gigantomachia catastrophe erupted. Unfortunately, Hades interfered, preventing him from fully indulging in the war. Seeing his strange expression, Susanoo asked if he knew who it was. He answered coldly, I know him very well. He killed my friends and now he is the one I will destroy at any cost. The scene shifted to Yugyuan's home, where dusk painted everything in melancholy. He lay on his bed, lost in thought. After regressing, I thought everything was going smoothly, but the outer gods have already moved ahead of me. 1,000 years have passed since Arthur's fall. It's time to harvest the fruit of those planted seeds. Lance Lord, the current king of Britain, was also tied to Arthur's fall. Just what else is being hidden behind the curtains of Britain? No matter what, Arthur had now become Britain's hidden trump card. There was was no choice but to keep climbing. For everyone's sake, he swore he would change the course of events at any cost. He slowly closed his eyes, and the tragedies of the past replayed vividly in his mind. Back then, he had stood frozen, staring blankly at the devastation around him. Merlin, Asura, everyone except me. Today they all died here. When that brutal war erupted, countless soldiers surrounded and cornered him. He stepped over piles of corpses, blood soaking the ground in a nauseating stench. He and his comrades fought valiantly against the invading outer gods. Hercules mocked him, "Didn't expect you to be the one leading." He answered calmly, "I should have done it from the start." He clenched his teeth. "If I had known back then, I could have saved 3 more lives." He made a vow, "No matter what world you hide in, no matter which timeline you appear in, I will hunt you down and kill you." For everyone, in his dream, he charged forward with his sword like a fearless warrior. The nightmare jolted him awake. He cursed under his breath, "Damn dreams." He quickly changed clothes and stood up. "It's too early to say the outer gods have outpaced me. This is just the beginning. Before heading to floor 21, I should visit the old man. That soul-binding deal was intense. He's probably finished what I asked, though he'll likely scold me for disappearing so long." At Lozan, Hephaestus saw him and instantly hurled his hammer. He didn't expect such aggression, yet he didn't dodge. Pain shot through him as he collapsed, so it's not just a lecture. Hephaestus roared, "What the hell have you been doing showing up only now? Get lost, brat." He remained calm, feeling better now. Hephaestus snapped back, "Why didn't you dodge?" Trembling from the pain, he replied gently that he figured the beating would calm him down. Consider it an apology. The blacksmith was speechless. Even so, Hephaestus was still furious. "I haven't seen you at any floor tests lately. What have you been up to?" He realized the old man had been worried about him all along. He explained that he had been clearing a hidden dungeon with high difficulty, which took longer than expected. Hephaestus muttered that the brat must have wandered into another bizarre place. Then he asked about the item he had commissioned. Hephaestus cut him off and told him to check it. "Every time I see your face, I want to smash something. You're lucky I held back." Inside the box was the Ocean Star Stone Core, a water-based crystal infused with mana, crafting material, grants dominion over the sea, converts mana to water attribute, summon the ocean. He noted that aside from its attribute, it resembled the Black Star Stone, dominion over the sea. Hephaestus told him to hand over the glove. "Kinney, why? So I can embed the Ocean Star Stone into it. What else?" He flattered him, saying only he would think that far ahead. Hephaestus grumbled that he was just finishing the job and needed half a month more. While working, he remarked that it would be ideal if Kinney could wield both powers simultaneously. But a single item can only channel one attribute at a time. He nodded, understanding. He wondered if he should hint further, then asked if Kinney itself could be upgraded. Hephaestus frowned. "Upgrade it," he clarified. "Add more materials or inject additional mana." The bold idea startled the blacksmith. Seeing his reaction, he wondered if he had gone too far. Hephaestus muttered, "Is this brat a genius?" He asked what he meant. Hephaestus glared and said nothing. Then he admitted it was a good idea. "Sometimes you're useful." He teased him about calling him a genius. Hephaestus grabbed a blade and shouted that he never said such a thing. Later in Lozan, Hephaestus seriously reviewed his words. "Upgrade it." He recalled the suggestion of adding materials or mana to enhance Kinney itself. He reasoned that while mages could temporarily modify equipment, permanent changes were nearly impossible. Still, his blacksmith instincts told him otherwise. Maybe it isn't entirely impossible. He frowned, amazed by the boy's idea. Before he could think further, loud knocks pounded on the door. He stomped toward it and yelled, "Who the hell is banging this early?" Suddenly, he sensed something different, not Olympus lackeys. Through the dust, a figure stepped inside. "So this is your place." Hephaestus cursed loudly. "Just by looking at your pathetic state, I know that's only a clone. What are you doing here? Is your real body busy arguing in the heavens?" The great sage equal to heaven smiled. "Why so tense? It's been ages, relax a little." He exhaled, "It's hot in here. You're still alive, huh?" Hephaestus demanded to know what happened to the weapon he forged, pointing at the staff on his back. He answered casually that he found something better and discarded it. This staff once belonged to the Dragon King. Hephaestus fumed, asking if he was serious. The great sage nodded but said he didn't come to discuss that. "I'm looking for someone. Do you know a guy named Jin Gang?" From Hephaestus's expression, the great sage immediately realized and grinned. "So you do know him." He thought carefully. The fiery golden eyes can peer into truth and lies. Even if weaker in a clone, it's still the vision of the great sage equal to heaven. "If I lie, he'll catch it instantly. But when it comes to that brat, that's a different story." The great sage smirked. "What's so funny?" He decided to feign ignorance. "I don't know who you're talking about." The great sage frowned. "You're lying." He snapped back that he had already said he didn't know and wouldn't repeat himself. The great sage's face darkened. "Old man, I don't want to do this, but if you refuse to speak, you'll truly die by my hand." Hephaestus released a wave of anger in response. "Threaten me 1,000 times and it won't change the truth. I cannot reveal what I don't know." Grinding his teeth, he roared again. "I don't know him, you brat." The scene shifted to a cavern where players were buzzing with excitement. "Is that really him? Look at that red robe. That item costs 60,000 points. Who else could it be? But I heard he died. Is he climbing again?" Jin Gang's face hardened. "You dare gossip while I'm standing right here? Are you tired of living?" One player swallowed nervously. That's Jin Gang. He looks refined, but his tongue is ruthless. System notification. Floor 21 trial has begun. A crystal core has been generated. Protect it from the incoming monsters. An unknown number of doppelgangers are hidden among you. They intend to destroy the crystal. If all players fall or the crystal shatters, the trial fails. Identify and eliminate the doppelgangers. The trial ends when all are destroyed. The players gasp, doppelgangers among us. Panic spread, it can't be him, right? He scoffed, you fools. Are you really scared of something this trivial? He stepped forward with his sword in hand, afraid of a few doppelgangers. He stopped before one player. They locked eyes in silence. The man looked confused. What's wrong? A strange smile curled on his lips. Without a word, he swung decisively. The severed head hit the ground and instantly turned pale like wax. The crowd froze in shock. A doppelganger, he declared he would guard the crystal while they handled the monsters. Don't get in my way. The group trembled. That killing intent is real. There's no way that's a fake. He flashed a dark grin. All right, let's begin. Waves of monsters surged forward. They charged toward him and the players. Panic erupted. They're coming. This wave is twice as large. Everyone take positions. One player shouted for buffs and tanks to move up front. Another screamed that more monsters were approaching from the rear. A calm voice urged them to focus on the monsters. Jin Gang would deal with the doppelgangers. The man beside Renha felt strangely confident. The aura here feels different. Renha realized that just his presence alone was influencing morale. Distracted, he bumped into another player and quickly apologized. The other replied it was fine. The familiar voice startled him. It was someone who looked exactly like Jin Gang. Renha blinked in disbelief. They look identical. He muttered that he must have mistaken him. The other asked if he didn't find something strange. Renha frowned and asked what he meant. He pointed out that since killing the first doppelganger, Jin Gang hadn't found another. That seemed suspicious. Renha argued it might just take time. Finding one instantly was already impressive. Still, doubt lingered. Maybe it's one of his skills. He's a strange one. Was he suspecting Jin Gang was a doppelganger? Renha dismissed it. As long as he stands there, no one touches the crystal. Focus on the monsters. The lookalike smirked. This feeling is strange but entertaining. He watched him with envy. Let's see how far the great Jin Gang goes. System notification. Time remaining 25:02:12. The players were already exhausted. Damn it, we're going to die. How long must this continue? We have to find all the doppelgangers. One player complained that Jin Gang had barely moved. Is he even doing his part? Another replied that at least no one dared approach the crystal. The man grumbled that monsters would kill them first. The fake Jin Gang sighed quietly. He approached the group. Those rats are hiding well. After I killed the first, they're waiting for us to exhaust ourselves. The players looked confused. What do you mean? He answered calmly that he would clear this trial no matter what. Raising his sword, he proposed that everyone point out someone they found suspicious. If we eliminate the most suspicious one each time, this will end quickly. They trembled. Are you insane? How can we kill someone based only on suspicion without proof? Suddenly, someone raised a hand, claiming to have noticed suspicious behavior during battle. Others chimed in, causing anger to flare. Arguments erupted. Monsters kept pouring in. If this continues, we'll die before finding the doppelgangers. Gather all suspicious players in one place. The players were forcefully separated. Some shouted that this had gone too far. Do you really think everyone here is a doppelganger? The fake Jin Gang cut them off, saying since most agreed with his plan, it was time to expose the imposter. As soon as he finished speaking, he strode toward a player. Wait, don't come closer. Without hesitation, the fake swung his blade, forcing the man to scream. At that instant, the real Jin Gang stepped in and caught the sword barehanded. The imposter snapped his head around in shock. His eyes widened. He caught my sword with his bare hand. Jin Gang stared at the man wearing his face and said coldly, "So you finally crossed the line." He continued that he was willing to overlook minor harm, but sabotaging the trial was another matter entirely. The players gaped. Wait, why do they look exactly the same? Someone muttered they weren't just similar but identical like reflections. The fake felt dread rising. That means this guy is the real Jin Gang. Before he could finish thinking, Jin Gang murmured that he would handle him. In a blink, his eyes turned crimson as he activated truth-severing eyes. The imposter's body glowed and began reverting to its original form. He touched his face in panic. Damn it. The players were utterly confused. Is he a doppelganger? But the first one turned into mud. Then what is this? The fake insisted the other was the imposter, claiming to be the real one. Jin Gang shrugged as if amused. Then he kicked him hard, sending the fake crashing to the ground. The imposter's true face was fully exposed. He said, "If that's what you want, fine." He was blasted away under hundreds of watchful eyes. With the fake handled, Jin Gang turned and said if any more were hiding, step forward. Those he glanced at instantly paled, stammering they were just low-level players. One even shouted his name was Miles and offered proof. Jin Gang ignored them and walked toward Renha. Renha stiffened. So you're the real Jin Gang. Who are you? He pressed his blade to Renha's throat and said that question didn't matter. Are you suspecting me? Renha calmly explained his teammates could vouch for him since they hadn't separated once. One teammate stepped forward to confirm he was their captain. Jin Gang laughed faintly. So you claim innocence because you move as a group. Suddenly, he tightened his grip around Renha's neck. Renha gasped, asking what he meant. His teammates shouted for him to let go. As Renha struggled to breathe, his face began shifting. He tried to pry off the hand, choking him, but it was too late. Reinhardt reverted into a doppelganger. The teammate who defended him trembled in disbelief. Captain, why? Before he could finish, Jin Gang's sword pierced his head, forcing him back into doppelganger form. The players stared in horror. Even that one was fake. Jin Gang remarked that these doppelgangers were impressive actors, even manipulating their own emotions. He challenged them openly. Enough games, come out and end this. Growls echoed as several doppelgangers revealed themselves. He curled his lips in provocation. All of you, come at me. Then he unleashed the heavenly demon aura. System notification. Floor 21 trial complete. You may proceed to the next floor. The system's chime stirred Mammoth awake. Groggy, he saw a silhouette and asked if the trial was over. Jin Gang sat nearby and told him to get up if he was awake. Mammoth jolted back in fear. Jin Gang greeted him casually and asked his name. Mammoth blinked in confusion. Jin Gang raised a fist, asking if he was still half asleep. The boy stammered his name was Mammoth. Jin Gang observed he hadn't vanished after the trial, so he likely wasn't a doppelganger, though he couldn't be certain. What are you? Mammoth bowed honestly, admitting he was both a doppelganger and a player. Jin Gang asked if he was pure-blooded and from which clan. Hesitantly, he revealed his father was Belio. Jin Gang asked who. Mammoth answered that Belio was the Demon King, ruler of the doppelgangers. Jin Gang recalled Belio as the monarch of deceit, and one of the 7 demon kings of the Demon Lord Guild. Truth-severing eyes confirmed he wasn't lying. He thought of Hakken and the Demon Lord Guild's scale rivaling Olympus. This kid's status was comparable. He then asked why someone like him was here. Mammoth awkwardly said it was complicated. He added that this wasn't the best place to talk, leaving Jin Gang puzzled. After a pause, Mammoth stammered that he. Though startled, Jin Gang waited patiently. Suddenly, Mammoth's eyes sparkled as he declared he was a huge fan. Jin Gang froze. Mammoth excitedly said he'd admired him since he shattered the rankings on floor 1. He officially became a fan after witnessing his performance at the Martial Summit. He insisted there was no need to hold back and apologized sincerely for earlier mistakes. Jin Gang rechecked with truth-severing eyes and confirmed it was genuine. So he imitated me because I'm his idol. He thought befriending Belio's son could only be beneficial. He told Mammoth he would spare him this time. The boy beamed with gratitude. Before Mammoth could finish thanking him, Jin Gang summoned a mysterious orb in front of him and made a new proposal. He flashed a calm smile and said since he spared his life, the guy owed him a favor, then casually asked for his contact number so they could stay in touch. A month later, Jin Gang received a message from Mammoth saying he was joining the next challenge too, ending it with Semper Fidelis, Latin for always faithful. Lying on his bed, Jin Gang tapped the message orb after finishing reading the words Semper Fidelis and muttered to himself that he never expected to hear that phrase inside the tower, then thought about the kid who sent it and figured he was surprisingly straightforward. As he scrolled through the information, he calmly calculated that clearing floors 22 through 24 within the next 10 days should be no problem since they were just mid-20s level trials. He tilted his head in thought, figuring unless Olympus stepped in, this climb would be a piece of cake, and for now advancing up the tower posed no real threat. His train of thought was suddenly interrupted by a new message from Huxman, leaving him wondering why that guy was contacting him out of nowhere. Jin Gang read the glowing text on the orb, Hachigan, I am already on floor 22, let us meet up for a bit. On floor 22, at an open-air tea house, Hakken had arrived early and was already seated, waiting for Jin Gang. He walked over without hesitation, picked up a teacup, and remarked that Hakken had come pretty early, and only then did the other man snap out of his thoughts and look up at the sound of his voice. Taking a sip of tea, he casually glanced at the empty cup on the table and noted that it must have been a while since Hakken arrived, who simply replied that he had just gotten there. Hakken explained he had nothing better to do so he came early to enjoy the breeze, and after sitting down across from him, the MC asked what floor he had reached. Hakken answered honestly that he was already on floor 34. He looked at him with a hint of admiration and admitted that was pretty fast. Hakken said climbing was getting tougher lately, and the MC scoffed that hearing modesty from him sounded ridiculous, telling him to stop pretending, which made Hakken frown and ask what nonsense he was spouting. Hakken then directly called out to him, and he responded with a simple what. It seemed Hakken had heard rumors and bluntly asked if he was the one holding the ocean stone. Seeing his indifferent reaction, Hakken understood and explained that Olympus was in chaos due to internal strife between his uncle and father, so for now they were too busy to focus on him. He added that although Olympus was distracted by infighting and temporarily ignoring him, that would not last, and warned that he might truly become a traitor in their eyes. Hakken offered 2 choices, bow to Olympus and surrender the ocean stone, or seek protection from a power like Asgard or the celestial realm to back him up. The MC showed little interest, stood up, and asked if he was done talking because if so he would leave, leaving Hakken flustered and insisting they had not even reached the main point yet. When he actually turned to go, Hakken panicked and asked if he was seriously leaving, and he shot back that repeating the same question over and over was annoying. He then asked Hakan if he had chosen his own path, and the man snapped that of course he had, or he would not be sitting there, joking bitterly that meeting him like this would one day ruin his pride as a god's son. Hakan could only sigh and warn him to be careful on floor 25. He emphasized that the heart of Anguk was a trap specially prepared just for him. After he left, Hakan's orb lit up with a new message from Apollo, asking how things went. Hakan angrily recounted the conversation and complained that he was too stubborn, and when Apollo asked if he planned to betray them, Hakan snapped that he had no idea what the hell he was thinking. He then asked about Apollo's situation, and Apollo replied he was still considering since this matter was too important to decide lightly. Hakan seriously asked if he was sure he would not regret his choice, and Apollo answered that he had long made up his mind, but that did not mean he would simply stand by and do nothing. Apollo told Hakan to focus entirely on becoming a ranker and strengthening himself, and he agreed that it was time to grow stronger. Hakan worried that even after warning him about Anga, he seemed to ignore it, and Apollo coldly remarked that this was not a playground where a low-level player could act recklessly without consequences. Yet Hakan believed otherwise, pointing out how no one expected the outcomes of Christ, Hypnos, and Dresser, and with a faint smile said it might sound naive, but he felt the MC would not disappoint them this time either. At the same time, Jingan began the trial on floor 24. The mission required players to stop waves of raging bulls. The system added that with each round the number of bulls summoned would increase, and players would earn 10 points per round cleared. Each bull killed granted 5 points, and 10 points could be spent to summon a bull to attack the opposing team. Teams were forbidden from leaving their designated zones or surrendering, otherwise they would be eliminated. The last team standing would claim victory, and the first round would begin in 5 minutes. Mammoth rushed over excitedly and said it was a defense mission and they were on the same team, calling out to him enthusiastically, and he calmly replied yes before reminding him they would part ways after the next floor. Mammoth was stunned and asked why they could not stick together to the end, but he immediately shut that idea down. He added that Mammoth would understand after seeing the task he planned to take on floor 25, leaving the big guy confused and curious about his intentions. The system announcement echoed as circular boundaries formed around each team. The domain border is being established. Crossing it will result in elimination, distributing starting points, total points 10. He realized everyone began with 10 points, exactly enough to summon one bull. His teammates relaxed and laughed, saying this challenge looked like an easy clear. Because he was on their team, they felt secure and joked about finally having someone to carry them, and Mammoth grinned at him saying everyone was counting on him. He simply replied that he hoped they would not regret it, leaving Mammoth baffled. Countless notifications began flashing one after another. Each alert announced that a bull was being summoned. Hundreds of bulls materialized at once, turning his teammates pale with shock. They shouted in disbelief at the overwhelming numbers, wondering how this could still be only the first round. Mammoth suddenly understood that the other teams must have spent all their points to summon bulls against them, and admitted he got his meaning now. They were trying to eliminate the team with the highest chance of winning first. In other words, it had become a 1 versus 9 battle. Mammoth fell silent as countless mana spheres formed around him, showing he had activated Mana Burst. Mammoth stared in awe and asked if he was crazy, and how massive his mana pool had to be to fire that many shots at once, and he cut him off telling him to stop the chatter and step aside. He then launched the mana spheres at the charging bulls. The beasts roared and stampeded straight toward him with savage fury. Every bull struck by a mana sphere instantly vanished into nothingness. In mere moments, he had completely wiped out the entire herd. Watching Jingan unleash that terrifying power, his teammates felt a chill creep up their spines, wondering if they were even needed or just dead weight dragging him down. One player quickly suggested they should just stand still and play it safe, but before he could finish, he cut him off and told everyone to hold out as long as possible. If they had already chosen to stay, then at the very least they should aim to clear the trial with a respectable score. The other players instantly caught his meaning, realizing that if they refused to fight they would turn into stone, while in Mammoth's eyes he looked unbelievably cool. Over in Team 3, someone smugly commented that this stage felt ridiculously easy. They laughed as they watched Team 1 get swarmed by hundreds of bulls, bragging that their side had barely seen a single one, and guessing the other teams must be thinking the same way. Meanwhile, Team 5 proposed something bolder, saying they should focus all efforts on eliminating Team 1 first, since everyone knew they were the biggest threat. In Team 9, the apparent leader kept tapping the system interface and spent 300 points, triggering 30 bulls to be summoned in the next round. He ordered his teammates to follow suit, clearly determined to wipe out Team 1, believing the real competition would only begin once Jingan's team was defeated. The system soon announced that round 9 would begin in 5 minutes, as the battlefield was being reset. Team 1 gradually realized the other team's intentions and grew uneasy, complaining that they were facing nearly 1,000 bulls, while no elimination notices had appeared, meaning they were the only ones under attack. Mammoth muttered that if this kept up, it would never end. When he tried to charge forward, he stopped him and told him to endure until the final round, leaving Mammoth shaken, and asking if they could even survive that long and whether they truly had a chance to clear this trial. He glanced at Mammoth and teased that earlier he claimed 100 bugs were still just bugs, so why did he look less like a demon now? Mammoth broke into a cold sweat and awkwardly explained that things were different back then. Another system notification rang out, startling everyone in Team 1. A bull is being summoned. The team groaned in despair, complaining that the numbers were multiplying exponentially and begging the other teams to send some bulls their way instead, because at this rate they might not see tomorrow. Jingan stepped forward and told everyone to rest, because from this point on he would handle everything alone. Mammoth was stunned and asked if he really meant by himself and whether he would be okay, and he calmly answered that for now he could manage. Mammoth stared at him and silently counted the newly formed mana spheres appearing around him. He was horrified as the count kept rising, even more than before. His skill window appeared showing Mana Holder, an S+ class ability with 21.49% proficiency that increased mana recovery and resistance by 10% and heightened sensitivity to mana. He thought that with so many related skills, his control over mana had become far smoother, but even this level was still far from enough. Countless mana spheres floated around him as he recalled his past life when he could create 50 at once without breaking a sweat and wondered how many he could produce now. As the system announced the start of round 9, he prepared himself and softly said it was time to begin. The mana spheres dropped in an instant and bombarded the incoming bulls. Dozens then hundreds of notifications echoed that he had slain a bull and that the completion rate of Heaven Slaying Star had increased by 0.001%. You have slain a bull, you have slain a bull. Heaven Slaying Star completion rate increased by 0.001%. You have slain a bull, you have slain a bull. Heaven Slaying Star completion rate increased by 0.001%. Round 11 has begun, round 12 has begun, resetting battlefield. As round 13 started, he continued manipulating the mana spheres, while the completion rate of Heaven Slaying Star surged dramatically. Rank A+, completion rate 99.994%. A flood of bull kill notifications filled the air. Heaven Slaying Star completion rate increased by 0.001%. He concluded that 10 spheres were enough and that he now understood his limit per cast, so he should focus on precise control, then called Mammoth, who quickly responded. He told Mammoth to spend their points to summon bulls toward the other teams, shocking him. Mammoth asked if he was not planning to save points for an all-out counterattack, and he replied they should return the favor so the others would feel some pressure too. Mammoth worried that thousands of bulls were already charging at them and asked if he was tired yet. He brushed it off and said he was not tired, and even if he pushed past his limits, he would endure to the end. The team whispered in awe, questioning how high his mana stat was and how he could possibly control so many spheres at once. They called him a monster on a completely different level and wondered why someone like him was still not a ranker. Only Mammoth truly grasped the situation, knowing that as a pureblood demon, he was overwhelmingly powerful beyond reason. Having seen countless extraordinary players, Mammoth still felt shaken witnessing his strength firsthand and thought that even if his raw output was below a top ranker, no one had ever shown such limitless potential at the player stage. The more he thought about it, the more he admired him, realizing he was even cooler up close than from afar. He kept mowing down the endless waves of charging bulls without pause. Heaven Slaying Star completion rate increased by 0.001%. You have met the conditions for Heaven Slaying Star. Heaven Slaying Star rank A+, completion rate 100%. Heaven Slaying Star will be deleted. New notifications appeared stating that the conditions for Death Slaying Wisdom Star had been fulfilled. Death Slaying Wisdom Star rank A+, completion 100%, skill deleted. He could not hide his shock. The system displayed that he had obtained Demon Body, and a new stat Demon Power had been added, increasing by 20 points. Demon Body is the physique of a demon capable of wielding demon power. Rank S- with 0% proficiency, granting access to unique demon race skills, and adding 20 demon power that cannot be increased by leveling, but can enhance all abilities. He clenched his fist and felt the new power surging within him. He never expected the final evolution of Heaven Slaying Star to grant such a high-tier ability. Raising his hand, he manipulated a mana sphere and reflected that demon power was the unique force of the demon race, similar to mana yet fundamentally different. Its true nature was pure destruction on an entirely greater scale. Jingan activated the brand new skill he had just obtained in a single instant. In one overwhelming burst, he wiped out every remaining bull, and the speed of it all left his teammates staring blankly in shock, blurting out in disbelief. Mammoth turned pale and stammered as he asked whether he possessed some relic of the the demon race. He questioned how he could even wield demon power, and the MC simply laughed and admitted he did not really know, explaining that he had just gained a new skill and somehow could use it naturally. That answer only terrified everyone more, as they whispered that no wonder he seemed less than human, but wondered if it was truly fine for him to reveal such a secret so casually. He then calmly declared that he had already obtained what he wanted, and that it was time to end this game, leaving Mammoth confused as he asked what game he was talking about. He told Mammoth to look at the mission board in front of him, because obviously he meant this trial, where their total points had reached 24,355. The number displayed on the screen suddenly began to drop at an alarming rate. A system message followed announcing that he had used 24,350 points for summoning. It stated that 2,435 bulls would be summoned in the next round, and asked him to choose which team would receive them. Meanwhile, the other teams were completely unaware that he had prepared such a brutal counterattack and were lazily stretching and complaining. One of them cursed about how stubborn Jingan was, while another sighed that there was not much time left and they just had to endure a bit longer. A man leaned back on his arms and muttered that they might as well give up instead of dragging things out. Suddenly, he noticed a system notice stating that Team 2 had activated their summoning right. He immediately sat upright and snapped at his teammates, asking if Team 1 still had enough time to counterattack. Then countless notifications flooded the screen announcing bulls being summoned, leaving them gaping in horror and shouting in confusion. In the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by a dense sea of bulls, and realized this had to be Jingan's retaliation. The group began questioning their life choices, as they never imagined he would strike back so viciously. They could not help but wonder just how many points that demon had been hoarding. Someone yelled for everyone to grab their weapons and defend the front while others covered the rear, though panic was already setting in. Another shouted that there was no clear rear because the bulls were charging from every direction, so they had to defend all sides at once. The system announced that Team 1 had been eliminated and that Team 4 had also fallen. Team 7 was wiped out as well. One team after another collapsed under his overwhelming strategy as eliminations continued to stack up. He calculated that each summoning wave added around 200 more bulls, and reasoned that since these players had reached floor 24, perhaps one or two teams might barely survive. What truly mattered was time, and with a cold gaze, he wondered whether they could withstand the monstrous tide or perish before the timer ended, deciding he would toy with them until they were utterly exhausted. Even his own teammates felt a chill at his ruthless expression, and quietly questioned whether he was truly not a demon. They were grateful to be on his side, because facing him as an enemy would have given them goosebumps. Soon a new notification appeared stating that the floor 24 trial had been cleared, and they had earned 50,000 points. The team jumped in celebration, and thanked Jingan for carrying them to victory. One member expressed sincere gratitude, saying they cleared the challenge so easily thanks to him, and awkwardly corrected himself after calling him insanely cool before heading off. The system then displayed that he had gained an additional 54,360 points and obtained the skill Cloud Step. It explained that when activated, Cloud Step temporarily lightened his movements and allowed him to create invisible footholds in midair. He realized this was essentially the prototype of Hermes' movement art, but despite receiving a new skill, he found it somewhat underwhelming compared to his existing abilities, though at least he had earned over 100,000 points, and before heading up, Mammoth reluctantly said it seemed they would part ways now. However, he suddenly changed his mind and said they would stick together until floor 25 for now, leaving Mammoth stunned and asking if he truly meant it. Then happily grabbed Jinjan's hand and urged him to move out. The Mammoth activated its teleportation skill and shifted them to the next floor. In a flash, both of them were transported straight to the 25th floor of the British Tower. They landed near a crowd of players, overhearing scattered voices realizing they had arrived in Britain. One of the nearby players slowly commented that this place was known as the capital of Britain, and seeing it in person truly lived up to the rumors, even said to be a famous tourist landmark. Someone else asked if the statues over there were the Knights of the Round Table. Jinjin immediately turned toward where everyone was pointing, silently evaluating the Round Table Knights and their king. A towering statue of a knight on horseback, wielding a sword, stood before them. Arthur's voice echoed from within Jinjin's gauntlet, sounding slightly wistful as he admitted that was exactly how he once looked. Hearing that, he teased Arthur, asking if he was still feeling sentimental. Arthur snapped back angrily, saying forget sentimentality, and asking why it was so hard to get him a proper human body. He casually suggested that if Arthur agreed, they could just slay that mammoth from earlier for a body. Arthur roared that he had to be joking, while the mammoth returned from gathering intel and reported that the current king of Britain was Lancelot, though the statues had not changed. Jinjin coldly stated that man was merely a temporary ruler. The mammoth chuckled at that, pointing out it had already been a century since Arthur disappeared. Still curious, the mammoth brought up Lancelot again, noting Arthur led Britain to its golden age, yet Lancelot had ruled for thousands of years. Jinjin calmly replied that they would see the truth soon enough. The Round Table, he knew, would never just sit still. As they talked, a figure approached riding a stone horse, clad in Round Table armor, announcing that they had arrived. It was Percival, the 31st Knight of the Round Table. Seeing the crowd gathered before Altar's monument, Percival asked his attendant if these were the ones who passed the trial. The attendant confirmed, and each player hurried to introduce themselves, while Percival's gaze remained distinctly different. Jinjin sighed, remarking that every knight in the round table seemed driven by greed. After thinking it over, he admitted it made sense. No guild had grown faster than the round table, and they could easily dominate this floor indefinitely. The mammoth looked at the group and innocently asked if they were all round table knights. He replied that there was only one. Among everyone present, Percival's attention settled on Jinjin and the mammoth. With a polite smile, he asked for their names. The two exchanged glances before answering, Yujin and Ma Mo's. After learning their names, Percival commented that they spoke little and carried an unusual aura. He introduced himself as Percival, the 31st Knight of the Round Table. He wore a faint, unreadable smile and said he was delighted to meet newcomers. Yet when Percival opened his eyes fully, there was no emotion in them as he stated he came under royal orders. He explained they were searching for a candidate to fill a vacancy at the Round Table. The details would come later. Since everyone must be exhausted from the trial, they should rest first. Percival then informed them this was the border region near other nations, and that Camelot, Britain's capital, was not far. He gestured for them to follow. The mammoth frowned and whispered to Jinjin that something felt off, suspecting they were trying to lure him in. He casually hooked an arm around the mammoth's neck and whispered back that it was just a precaution. The mammoth blushed and hesitated, saying he could not believe such despicable prejudice still existed. He glanced at Jinjin and said he would stay alert if that was the case. The MC nodded in agreement. For now, they would simply follow along. Before long, they arrived at the capital's massive gates. Percival gazed proudly at the towering walls and declared that beyond them lay Camelot, the capital of Britain. The players gasped at the sheer scale, saying it was even larger than imagined, and wondered if that was the royal palace. Percival then added he had one request before they entered. Lowering his eyes, he said calmly that it was nothing serious. After a brief pause, Percival explained that Britain was extremely strict regarding the demon race, making it difficult for unidentified demons to enter or leave. The mammoth blinked in confusion, asking what he meant. He immediately flared up, shouting about such blatant discrimination, while Jinjin asked if Britain truly had such a law. Percival began explaining that the law was passed after the first king vanished, emphasizing it was a sensitive issue and asking for understanding. His gaze shifted to Jinjin as he suggested that if he were willing to vouch for the boy, things could be handled differently. Jinjin's expression darkened as he questioned what he meant, while the mammoth burned with anger, demanding to know why he needed someone to testify for him when his very existence was proof enough, even asking if Percival knew who his father was. Percival shrugged, saying he did not care who the boy's father was. Furious, the mammoth shouted that his father was Belial, one of the 7 demon kings and leader among the strongest in the tower. He declared himself the son of Belial and demanded how Percival dared question his identity. The guards paled at the name. The mammoth pointed at Percival and threatened to tell his father, scoffing at Percival's arrogance. An attendant quickly advised Percival that prolonging this exchange was unwise and suggested letting them pass since the boy's identity was known. Percival reluctantly agreed. The city gates opened, revealing the capital. A new message from Ma Mo's popped up as he vented to Jinjin about how those fools tried to bar him just for being a demon. He ranted that they dared question who his father was, only to fall silent once he revealed it. He laughed bitterly and asked how the MC predicted it, wondering if he had studied Britain's laws. Jinjin replied that it was just a gut feeling. Some players looked around in awe, marveling at Camelot's immense scale and pointing out what appeared to be the royal palace. After taking only a few steps, a system notification suddenly appeared before Jinjin. The egg had grown fangs, the egg was starving, the egg began crying noisily. The egg started writhing violently. He immediately understood. There were remnants of an outer god in this place. He quickly calculated that Skysundering Slash was complete, leaving only the egg to worry about, and decided to accelerate its hatching to uncover what lay inside. Jinjin could not help but worry whether it would stand with him against the outer gods or betray him at his weakest moment. Another notification appeared. The egg urged him to hurry. As he walked, he tried to calm it, telling it to quiet down. It kept pressing him until he grew irritated, wondering if its higher hatch rate made it this talkative. Inside the grounds of Camelot, Britain, from a balcony, dressed in formal royal attire, Jinjin spoke with Arthur, asking why he had been silent ever since they entered Camelot's territory. A fragment of Arthur's spirit emerged from the gauntlet and said that although Camelot had changed greatly, the essence of this place still felt the same. His spirit then slipped free from the gauntlet completely and drifted around the room in a slow circle. Jinjin watched him and asked if he meant the palace, saying it just looked like an ancient fortress. Arthur agreed, adding that it was even older than he was. Arthur frowned and questioned why he came here at all, warning that Olympus might already know his movements. The MC stayed calm, reminding him that Percival claimed Lancelot wanted to meet him. Earlier, after entering the capital, Percival invited Yujin to meet his highness at the palace and suggested bringing his companion, but Ma Mo's refused sarcastically, saying a filthy demon like him did not belong in a royal palace, so he had to go alone. Arthur waved it off, saying that was not what he meant. Eugen replied that Arthur himself mentioned someone he needed to meet. Arthur realized he meant Melina and asked if he came all this way to reunite him with an old friend. He answered that Melina wanted something from him, and he also had business to discuss. Arthur grew emotional and joked that when he was shoved into that snail body, he thought the MC was a heartless bastard with zero empathy. He laughed, asking if that was really how he saw him, and Arthur admitted that was not all. He added that Eugen always calculated every motive and reason behind everything, like a man who had already planned 10 steps ahead. Arthur continued that he even had the ability to execute those plans, then suddenly asked if he was doing this for him. Eugen lowered his head toward the spirit and admitted he was not acting without reason. Arthur replied that perhaps he simply lacked experience, reminding him that no matter how strong his will, he was still a low-level player. Arthur advised that to become a true powerhouse he must cast aside soft emotions and maintain an unshakable mind like diamond with a steadfast, pure heart. The MC cut him off, saying that was not it. He frowned and stated he came here with a full plan in mind. He told Arthur to watch closely how he would turn Britain upside down. Meanwhile, in a quiet garden, a maid bowed gratefully, thanking someone for intervening earlier because she never expected a knight to explode in rage over a small branch falling on his head. It turned out she had been threatened by an unstable knight. The knight had accused her of staining a round table uniform and declared she would pay with her hands. Clenching her fists, she said that without his help she would have faced worse trouble. The man replied that even the round table had rotten elements. The one who saved her was an elderly man with long silver hair and beard. After speaking, he kindly warned that constant, unjust blame would break her spirit, and she thanked him again. As he admired the flowers, she hesitantly mentioned she was new to the palace and noticed the knight seemed terrified of him, implying he held high status, and politely asked his name, hoping she caused no trouble. He gently touched the blossoms and calmly asked if she truly wanted an old man's name, telling her that if she was grateful she should care for the garden wholeheartedly. As soon as he finished speaking, the flowers bloomed brilliantly. He added that he often strolled here when his thoughts were troubled, revealing his name was Marcelo. Leaving the garden and descending the steps, he muttered that modern knights had forgotten where they sold their honor. Shaking his head, he sighed that the pride of a round table knight had faded, unlike in his era. He suddenly glanced elsewhere and asked if someone agreed. Eugen stepped out and casually replied that who could say. Approaching him, he identified him as Merlin, the great mage who founded Britain alongside the king, and Merlin admitted it was true, but said he did not recognize him. Merlin narrowed his eyes and remarked that Eugen had been following him for a while. Standing before him, he introduced himself as Jinjin, and Merlin repeated the name in surprise. Merlin wondered aloud why he revealed his name so easily, then said Eugen sounded familiar. He answered honestly that he was merely a new player. Merlin guessed Lancelot must have summoned him and asked why he sought him out. Instead of answering, he pulled a sword from his inventory. It was King Arthur's sword, presented directly to Merlin. Merlin was stunned, recognizing it as Excalibur. His gaze darkened as he demanded to know where Eugen obtained it, and he replied that it was a long story. Resting his hand on the blade, he added that such an important matter should not be discussed in broad daylight and asked for a cup of tea. At Merlin's residence, tea was poured. Merlin urged him to explain why he possessed Arthur's sword. He calmly said fate led him to find the relic, and Merlin echoed the word relic. Merlin fell into memory, recounting his past with Arthur, and admitting he never knew whether Arthur vanished or abandoned Britain. After 1,000 years without news, he felt not only anger but endless sorrow, confessing Arthur was a friend he could never forget and deeply missed. To him, Arthur was that important. After tea and pastries, Merlin said he was relieved Arthur's will lived on, then asked more questions. He demanded to know Eugen's connection to Arthur and how he knew of their friendship. He calmly explained he first met Arthur months ago, causing Merlin to sit upright in shock at the thought Arthur was alive then. He quickly clarified that it was not exactly like that. Then he summoned Arthur's spirit from the gauntlet. Merlin was startled and questioned if it was necromancy, praising the value of such power while asking what truly happened. Even before a massive goblin form, he remained calm and asked if he summoned it to kill him. Eugen coldly replied that of course not, saying it was better for the two old friends to speak directly instead of forcing him to explain everything. Merlin asked if he truly wanted him to converse with that being. Arthur in the goblin's body spoke up, greeting his old friend after so long. They fell silent until Merlin gasped. Tears welled in his eyes as he called out Arthur's name to the spirit within the monstrous body. Arthur teased that he recognized him instantly. Merlin leapt up angrily, scolding him for calling him that nickname, demanding some respect since he was older, and Arthur laughed, telling him to calm down as if he had seen a traitor resurrected. Merlin then examined the ugly giant body and asked why Arthur looked like that. Arthur shot an annoyed glare at the MC, blaming that brat for it. Arthur then said he had something important to tell him, and Merlin's face darkened, asking if it was about the bastard who killed him. Seeing Merlin's terrifying expression, Arthur swallowed his words and urged him not to rush into revenge, saying the matter was more important before revealing that the one who killed his son was inside this palace. Hearing that shocking news, Merlin's face instantly turned grim as he demanded clarification. Merlin asked again in disbelief, "What did you just say?" Arthur stared at him and bluntly revealed the name Lancelot, saying he was the one who murdered his son. After hearing that, Merlin fell into an eerie silence, while the mana around him began surging like a volcano on the verge of eruption. A hand landed on his shoulder as someone urged him to calm down. Jin warned that if he lost control now, more spies would swarm them. Merlin's face darkened as he demanded how he could possibly stay calm, yet he was told he still had to endure. Merlin took a deep breath to suppress his rage and glanced at Arthur's massive form, hesitantly asking about him. He carefully questioned whether Lancelot had killed Arthur as well. Arthur scoffed, saying there was no way he would fall to someone like that. Merlin nodded and admitted that back then Arthur was far stronger, but now Lancelot had become a high-tier ranker. He explained that even as a temporary ruler, Lancelot was still Britain's king, and killing him recklessly could shatter both Britain and the Round Table, which was why Arthur needed to appear personally. Arthur shot a look at Jin and clenched his fists in frustration, saying even if he wanted to act, appearing in this shabby goblin body would only give Lancelot an excuse to claim he was being controlled by his master. The discussion seemed to hit a dead end until Merlin muttered that it was not entirely impossible. Eugen then asked when the next Round Table meeting would be. Merlin said in about 10 days, and when asked if outsiders could attend, he hesitated. Though normally forbidden, Merlin admitted that if he intervened, it might be arranged. The MC revealed his plan, saying that on the day of that meeting, they would flip the Round Table upside down. Inside the castle, a red-cloaked knight approached the throne while 2 others hurried behind, greeting him and expressing relief at his safe return. The knight smiled beneath his hood and said it was thanks to them, asking if anything happened during his absence. They answered no. He placed a hand on the throne and declared that the people's interests must always come first. Sitting down, he proclaimed that such was the will of the King of Knights that must be upheld. The 2 knights knelt and pledged obedience. The man revealed himself as Lancelot, the temporary king of Britain. The 2 knights, Lolith and Thau, reported that the player Eugen Vasavan had been escorted into the palace under his command. They asked whether he wished to summon Eugen to the Grand Hall. Lancelot replied that meeting him personally would be better. Clenching his fist, he mentioned that while he was away handling affairs, he heard about Eugen through a Siat. While most mid-sized guilds were scrambling to recruit Eugen, the major guild Asgard remained eerily silent. Sitting on the throne, Lancelot explained that a lone player with no backing climbing the tower at lightning speed was suspicious, so Asgard began secretly investigating him. He twisted the narrative, claiming shocking information, linked Jin's backer to the traitor of King Arthur, the very foundation of Britain. Lolith and Thau were stunned and furious, asking if that was true. Lancelot feigned uncertainty, saying there was no solid proof yet, but since the source was Asgard, its credibility was significant. Their eyes burned with hatred as they asked if that was why Eugen was summoned. They swore they could not remain idle and begged for orders. Lancelot sighed theatrically, claiming he was equally enraged, but feared that exposing the truth would plunge Britain into chaos and risk angering the administrators if a ranker attacked a mere player. He added that it could damage Britain's relationship with Asgard, who provided the intelligence and were still investigating. The performance continued, as he insisted they could not let Eugen act freely. Lolith and Thau's fury intensified while Lancelot spoke. He emphasized that as Round Table knights, they must ensure no information leaked. No matter what happened, they pledged absolute obedience. From the throne, Lancelot declared their deeds would be eternally honored by him who sat there now. He swore before the fallen King Arthur that none who dared point a blade at Arthur or Britain would be forgiven. Still within the palace halls, Lancelot's sinister laughter echoed through the chambers. Slamming the armrest, he mocked how they were still blinded by a 1,000-year-old grudge. Alone, his vile grin widened as he ridiculed them for being too foolish to confirm whether Eugen was friend or foe. He reveled in the intoxicating thrill of controlling a nation's fate and commanding rankers like hunting dogs, savoring the sweetness of power. Arthur once basked in that sweetness alone, but now it belonged to him. All of it was for the ocean of Olympus. Inside another room, Jin used clairvoyant eye to observe Lancelot's every move. He muttered that he had not even been in the palace a full day, and they were already making moves. Activating flame vision, he peered through the door. Clicking his tongue at the late-night intrusion, he sensed 2 violent mana signatures outside, their power raging like it might explode. He concluded Lancelot had clearly provoked them. The 2 outside called out, asking if Jin was inside and if they could talk. At the knights' training grounds under the night sky, they stared at him coldly and thanked him for coming. He replied casually that it was not as if they could cross swords inside the palace. Thau's expression darkened as he drew his blade and asked if guilt was keeping him awake. Pointing the sword at him, he warned that if he refused to answer or lied, he would lose a limb, then demanded to know who killed King Arthur. Jinjin frowned and asked why they were questioning him about that. The moment he finished speaking, he realized what was happening. He swiftly dodged the blade slashing toward him. The MC rebuked them, asking if this was how rankers treated a mere player. Thao's killing intent surged as he repeated the question of who killed King Arthur. Stepping back, he asked if Lancelot ordered them to do this. Thao exploded in rage at the suggestion. He roared in outrage, demanding how he dared speak the king's name so casually. As Thao went berserk, Jinjin instantly drew his sword from his inventory and blocked the incoming strike. The two clashed head-on, blades flashing as they traded blows in midair. Because of that reckless aggression, Thao was immediately punished by the tower's enforcement system. Yujin noticed his irritation and realized the penalty was real, meaning they were not bluffing. Lancelot had clearly stirred up their thirst for revenge and manipulated them into doing his dirty work, and the scheme was working perfectly. He stepped forward again, deciding that he needed to take this guy down first. His sudden advance caught Thao completely off guard. In a split second, Thao was kicked flying backward. The knight frowned, wondering what that strange force just now was. For a brief instant, his vision went dark, and a chilling sensation crawled across his skin. Then Arthur's voice echoed out, telling him not to kill the knight since he was only being used. The MC replied that he already knew it was driven by a knight's loyalty, then smirked and wondered if he should let them meet Arthur. He quickly dismissed the idea since Merlin would believe him, but these two knights were convinced he had murdered Arthur. Staring at them for a long moment, he decided he could not reveal Arthur's existence before the round table meeting. Just then, another knight stepped forward without hesitation. The 42nd knight of the round table regarded him as a threat. That knight formally demanded a one-on-one duel. Jinjin had no choice but to accept the challenge. The duel would be strictly 1 versus 1, and any third-party interference would cancel the skill's effect. The match began. He glanced at the other knight and asked if he would not join in. Lawless answered righteously that his honor would not allow him to gang up on a single player. Hearing that, he smiled and asked if he was certain he could win alone, warning him not to underestimate his opponent. Lawlet frowned, saying the round table had always claimed victory this way. He inwardly scoffed at their supposed nobility. Before Britain and the round table rose to power, the land had endured endless bloody wars for hundreds of thousands of years, yet these men shamelessly claimed glory built by others. Jinjin declared that this would not be enough to defeat him and told him to watch closely. Pointing his sword at Lawlet, he said he would open their eyes. He activated giant strength, channeling it into his arm and temporarily converting stamina into raw power. Arthur grew anxious and reminded him not to kill them. He reassured Arthur that it would not go that far and dashed straight at Lawlet. An explosion erupted as earth and stone scattered everywhere, but the knight was far from weak. He quickly raised the round table knight's shield to defend. Behind the shield, Lawless grimaced, realizing this opponent was no ordinary player. He continued blocking every strike, warning himself not to underestimate him. After a few seconds, the MC sensed something unusual. Thao used the shield's force to shove him backward. Yujin, no rookie in combat, flipped back to avoid the follow-up and began respecting his opponent's skill. A true ranker indeed, his style was defense-focused yet packed with terrifying strength, like a charging war chariot. Even after taking the hits, the knight stood calmly and said that if he wanted a battle of strength, he would oblige. Jinjin lunged forward again, without hesitation. He warned him to take another hit. He announced he would once more convert stamina into strength and see how he handled it. The system confirmed he had sufficient stamina. Giant strength enveloped his entire body. Full-body gigantification succeeded. He slammed his fist down onto the shield. The impact made Lawlet's entire body tremble, as he wondered what kind of power this was. The MC thought to himself that it was not just brute force, since his gauntlet was forged from adamantium by a master craftsman of the tower. Raising another fist, he declared that the knight would pay. He struck the shield again with another crushing blow. This punch cracked the shield. He followed with yet another strike, chaining punches relentlessly. The shield began to fracture further, cracks spreading across its surface. Lawlet gritted his teeth until they bled, eyes bloodshot as he wondered how someone without flashy skills could push him into such a corner. Desperate, Lawlet activated a targeting skill aimed at Jinjin. The ability briefly halted his movement, but he quickly regained his balance. He surged forward once more and hammered the shield again. This time, the punch was even stronger than before. Even under protection, the shield splintered further, and seeing it on the verge of shattering, Lawlet began to panic at how this was possible. After all, he was just an ordinary player, not even a ranker. A massive explosion erupted, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Through the thick smoke, Jinjin's voice rang out, saying that if they truly believed he was involved in Arthur's assassination and wanted revenge, they should drop that fake knightly pride. At the same time, the one-on-one arena effect was cancelled due to third-party interference. Thao immediately stepped in front of Lawless, declaring he did not care how many opponents he faced. Jinjin brushed the torn fabric on his shoulder and muttered about fighting alone. He ripped the damaged cloth off, saying stubborn pride meant nothing more than blind obsession. Thao snapped back that he knew he was stubborn, Pointing his sword at the MC, he warned that if he intended to take on both of them, he better not regret it. With that, he activated a skill that enlarged his sword into a colossal blade. Yujin drew his weapon from the inventory and charged straight at him. Thao's giant sword came crashing down onto the ground with overwhelming force. From within the swirling smoke, Jinjin leapt high into the air. Locking onto his target, he unleashed heaven-shattering kick. He dodged the incoming sword arcs midair and activated air step. His speed increased by 100% for 5 seconds. He gained free aerial movement for 5 seconds and activated fiery golden eyes to map out a trajectory as his senses sharpened. Closing the distance with Thao, he swung his blade down in a fierce strike. Their swords collided, blasting them apart, and although Thao avoided the worst, the tower's punishment still struck him. They rushed at each other again, triggering another violent explosion. Jinjin fought with increasing ferocity, sparks scattering each time their blades clashed. In contrast, Thao was nearing his limit, eyes clouded and blood trickling from his lips as the penalties intensified. He realized dragging it out was pointless and needed to finish it in one decisive blow, but his current state made it impossible. The MC knocked Thao flying backward once more. Taking the chance, Thao shouted for Lawlet to retreat. Before leaving, Lawlet slammed his shield into the ground. Instantly, a massive sword barrier rose, separating Jinjin from them. Lawless cursed inwardly, realizing that even pure defense triggered brutal penalties. Gritting his teeth, Thao swore that even if his body was destroyed, he would sacrifice everything for Britain. Jinjin paused to assess the danger, knowing one wrong move could cost him everything. He concentrated power into his other hand, aware he could only sustain this for 1 minute. He quickly activated demonic aura, wondering if it would be enough to counter them. Channeling the aura, he lunged forward, deciding it was worth the risk. After careful observation, he spotted Lawless standing behind the barrier and thought he found the opening. There was a convergence point of mana that could disrupt the energy flow. The judgment of the round table descended, and the protective layer shattered. He swung his sword with full force, pouring everything into that single strike. A colossal explosion detonated. Even from afar, the blast resembled a nuclear bomb going off. After taking that hit, Lawlet and Thao collapsed to their knees. Lawlet turned to Thao and asked if he was still alive. He wondered if Thao had fainted, relieved to see he was barely breathing. There was no mistake, the final attack carried demonic aura. He could not comprehend how demonic energy and magic could coexist within one body. He believed no one could survive that blast, meaning no more information could be gathered. Yet Yujin remained the prime suspect in Arthur's death, and they would need to trace the demon linked to his aura. From within the lingering smoke, a silhouette suddenly emerged. Seeing Yujin step out unscathed, Lawlet stammered in shock, but another voice coldly remarked that the place was utterly destroyed. Jinjin glanced behind him, while Lawlet shouted in reverence to the king. He thought to himself that the darkness had finally arrived. The traitorous knight, Lancelot. Lawlet hurriedly dropped to his knees before Lancelot and began apologizing repeatedly. He begged forgiveness from his majesty. Lancelot calmly said that admitting fault was good, but for tarnishing Britain and the Round Table's reputation, he sentenced them as traitors. Without hesitation, Lancelot swung his sword and beheaded both knights in front of Jinjin. Their blood splattered across Lancelot's expressionless face. As if nothing happened, he coldly remarked that those fools were a disgrace to the nation, while Arthur burned with fury at the sight. Jinjin kept calming Arthur, urging him to endure and remain patient for now. He reminded Arthur that if Lancelot died here, the world would remember him as a noble king who protected Britain in Arthur's stead, and that was surely not what Arthur wanted. Lancelot wiped the blood from his face and cast a chilling glance toward Jinjin. At that moment, the egg reacted, displaying a faint flickering status. That gaze suggested an outer god might reside within him, likely under Olympus's command, because there was no reason to target him before Arthur's existence was exposed, making him suspect Olympus had discovered something or been forced to act, unless this had nothing to do with an outer god at all. Lancelot stepped up to Jin wearing the mask of a wise and benevolent king, apologizing on behalf of Thao and Lawless, and claiming the knights were unstable after the tragic incident involving the King of Knights, asking him to forgive their rash behavior. He then suggested that the current situation was not ideal for conversation, and proposed arranging a more proper meeting to talk things through. As the ruler of the kingdom, he declared it was his responsibility to handle such matters personally. The MC cut him off coldly, saying today or tomorrow made no difference, and to inform him once everything was prepared. He brushed past Lancelot, leaving him momentarily stunned. That blatant disregard only made Lancelot's eyes twitch with irritation. He began regretting his decision, thinking he should have sent more men. A strange sensation suddenly washed over Lancelot as Jin casually restored the damaged ground with a recovery skill while walking away. He could not shake the feeling that something had changed and wondered what happened inside the castle, as they had been monitoring him the whole time. a voice suddenly whispered near Lancelot's ear, asking what wind had brought him here at such an hour. The next morning at the training grounds, a group of guards curiously poked the ground with their spears, remarking that the surface felt different. They wondered if repairs had been done overnight, but none recalled any, and were told to stop chatting and focus. After brief murmuring, they were ordered to assemble immediately. Eugen sat quietly, thinking that no matter how far this place was from the castle, the surge of power from last night should have caused a stir, yet everything remained eerily calm. Lancelot must have done something behind the scenes. He set down his fork and complained that the food tasted awful and reeked of blood. Lancelot mocked him, saying he was not used to premium cuisine, and that from now on he would dine like this since it was what he deserved. Ginjan firmly repeated that he did not like it. Lancelot abruptly changed the topic, asking how he became acquainted with Merlin, noting that the old mage used to only care about gardening, but had grown more active since his arrival. He added that Merlin even showed up at the training grounds after he left, implying something suspicious, but the MC casually said it was just coincidence. Lancelot responded with a hollow laugh, asking if that was so. Seeing him circle around the issue, he told him to stop the nonsense and get to the point. The atmosphere between them instantly turned tense as Lancelot repeated that he wanted him to speak plainly. Ginjan sensed the area was completely sealed by Lancelot's mana, preventing any communication outside, as he revealed his intent, saying he heard he possessed the Holy Sea Stone and that an acquaintance of his wanted it, suggesting cooperation. He calmly replied that Poseidon wanted the Holy Sea Stone, causing Lancelot to frown and warn him not to casually utter that name. Lancelot admitted he originally planned to seize it by force the moment he entered Britain, mentioning he had many methods including killing and burning him. The MC had already anticipated this, realizing Lancelot intended to push Mammoth into danger. However, sending knights suggested he did not know Mamos was Belial's son. Lancelot then offered a choice, claiming the sea god's power had aided him greatly and promising alliance and future support if he handed over the stone. He scoffed, reminding him that just yesterday he tried to kill him, and now he was suddenly friendly. Standing up, he sarcastically praised Lancelot's generosity, saying it was truly heartwarming. He added that perhaps he should bow in gratitude and see if he could gain even more from such kindness. Lancelot's face twisted with anger. Unable to endure it, he snapped and called Ginjan a bastard, demanding to know who he thought he was. Before leaving, he dropped one final remark that he knew himself well, and only those ignorant failed to see what they had become. After exiting the dining hall, he pondered why Poseidon had contacted him personally, since with his status he could eliminate him anytime, meaning the sudden change in attitude had a deeper reason. He wondered if Poseidon was preparing to oppose Rush. As the player holding the Holy Sea Stone with potential to become a high-tier ranker, he suspected Poseidon valued his power too highly, since alone he could not face Rush. The more he thought, the more complicated it became, considering Poseidon might have another plan, and deciding to stay quiet and focus on strengthening himself. Arthur spoke up, telling him not to be too irritated since he was uncomfortable as well. He added that they did not have much time, and needed to wait just a little longer. He said the stage was already prepared when a message arrived telling him to get ready for tomorrow. The next day at Camelot's Round Table meeting hall, with Merlin's help, Eugen was granted a seat at the round table despite not being a knight. Many eyes turned toward him, whispering that it had been a long time since Merlin attended and questioning why he brought that outsider. They noticed 2 empty seats and realized Thao and Lollet were absent, making the meeting feel unusual. Among those present were Juan, Arthur's former right-hand man and first knight, and Zidrak, who quietly remarked to Juan that something felt off. He glanced at Lancelot and admitted he had a bad feeling. Lancelot suppressed his anger and declared that outsiders normally could not sit at the round table, but he would overlook it for Merlin since he had matters to discuss, asking if anyone objected. No one voiced opposition. He continued that regardless of consent, Ginjan was still an outsider and asked if he understood the value of that seat and whose it once was. He deliberately rested his hand on the adjacent chair and indifferently replied that he did not care about its meaning. He casually added it probably belonged to Thao or Lolitz. The knights erupted in outrage, accusing him of insolence. Lancelot pressed further, implying he knew what happened to them, and Eugen bluntly stated he witnessed Lancelot kill them. The knights became furious, declaring it unacceptable and demanding his immediate expulsion. Lancelot silenced them and admitted he was indeed the one who executed them. He then said everyone surely understood why it had to be done. He ordered Ginjan to speak the truth. Ginjan looked him straight in the eye and told Lancelot not to misunderstand. This meeting was never about him. It was a stage prepared for Lancelot to answer for his sins. The knights whispered among themselves, shocked at how calm he remained walking alone into a tiger's den. Lancelot clenched his fist and demanded to know what he was plotting. The MC suddenly stood up, stunning everyone, and said that Lancelot had a guest. He pushed the door open and remarked that he would surely be pleased to see who it was. The door creaked open slowly and a man stepped inside. The knight's eyes widened in disbelief as tears began to well up. tears of overwhelming emotion. It was Arthur, the King of Knights, who had vanished for over a decade. The knights immediately dropped to their knees and saluted him, calling out to their sovereign. Arthur turned to Juan and casually asked how his son was doing and whether he still used the sword he once gifted him, but Juan could only ask where he had been all this time. He then looked at Zidrak and joked about how the snot-nosed brat now had a seat at the table, while the knights confessed how long they had waited for his return. Only Lancelot could not maintain composure, trembling as he thought Arthur was supposed to be dead and questioned whether this was real. If Arthur reclaimed the throne, his own life would be finished, and he could not allow such madness to unfold, desperately searching for a way to handle the chaos. Lancelot suddenly erupted in agitation. He pointed at Jin and shouted that he came to Camelot with a demon of Belial's bloodline and declared the Arthur before them a fake. The Round Table knights began murmuring about Belial and false kings. Some recalled seeing Jin closely associated with demons before. Others argued that the royal crest and Excalibur were unmistakable proof, yet Lancelot stubbornly insisted it was an impostor. He drew his sword, and someone beside him shouted that things had gone too far. He glared at Jin and sneered that no matter how well he disguised the fraud, he would expose him. Lancelot lunged forward to strike Arthur and prove he was fake. Merlin instantly appeared and effortlessly blocked the attack. The Arthur behind him began to dissolve like mist. Merlin smirked at the quick reaction as Arthur suddenly transformed into Mammoth with a sly grin. Lancelot shouted that it was indeed an impostor. The knights shifted their stance and hurriedly ordered the capture of the intruders. Mammoth taunted them, asking why they drew their swords so slowly, as if they already knew something was wrong. Jin stood calmly behind Mammoth and Merlin, watching the knights closely. Behind him, the image of a massive demon materialized, bearing two razor-sharp fangs. It was Arthur in a monstrous form, roaring Lancelot's name with fury. He demanded to know how Lancelot knew he was dead. Lancelot felt terror in every cell as the overwhelming energy confirmed that this was the real Arthur. Seeing him silent and staring, Arthur ordered him to answer. Merlin raised a hand to stop interference, telling everyone to let them speak. Gawai gasped in shock at the elder's command. Lancelot trembled and claimed he only thought the demon was fake, while Arthur growled at his audacity to call him that. Arthur pressed further, reminding him that he claimed to have received the royal seal from him. He extended his hand, explaining that giving the ring meant choosing him as the next king. He revealed he still held one of the only two seals in existence, and demanded to know where Lancelot obtained the other. Tears of blood streamed from Arthur's eyes as he declared that seal belonged to Mordred Pendragon, his son. Unable to admit he killed Arthur's son, Lancelot stammered and avoided the knights' gazes. He glanced around and saw every knight waiting for the truth. Their fierce eyes bore into their false king, making him curse inwardly. Arthur swung at him, but Lancelot fled while muttering curses. He leapt through a window, leaving the royal knights stunned. Chaos erupted as the knights argued about what was happening and urged pursuit. Arthur quickly stopped them and told them to wait. He warned that if the entire round table moved at once, the people would panic, and protecting the citizens was their foremost duty. He assured them there was no need to chase, as Lancelot could not escape Camelot. Lancelot's goal was to flee, yet he would never abandon Britain, so he would hide and scheme instead. Meanwhile, Lancelot sprinted toward the city gates and ordered them open, shocking the soldiers. Without explanation, he dashed out the moment the gates parted. Suddenly, something ahead made him halt in alarm. Just as he was about to escape, a golden barrier flared up and blocked his path. He was thrown backward, and the soldiers shouted in confusion. They rushed to ask if His Majesty was unharmed. A system alert appeared stating that the area had been converted into a prison, and escape was impossible. Lancelot ground his teeth in fury. He cursed Merlin, convinced this was his scheme, and ordered everyone to stay away from the castle. Even without being told, he knew exactly who had orchestrated this trap. Lancelot gritted his teeth in fury, convinced this was all that old fox Merlin's doing. Suddenly, chains shot down from the sky, weaving together and binding Lancelot's limbs tightly in midair. The soldiers rushed forward in outrage, but Merlin shouted for them to stand back unless they wished to be caught in the crossfire, declaring that this man was no longer Britain's king, but a traitor. He recalled exactly what Kim Il-woo had suggested, that even a perfect double of Arthur would be exposed by the Round Table through mana alone. So instead, Arthur's aura had to be layered over Mammoth's body to deceive them, and now Merlin demanded Lancelot confess his heinous crimes or be exposed immediately. Glaring at the contemptible king, Merlin asked one final question: why he chose this path. Bound by countless chains, Lancelot remained silent for a moment. Veins darkened across his face as he let out a twisted laugh and mocked them for assuming he had some noble motive. His voice warped along with his body as it began to mutate, admitting he simply wanted the throne. His eyes were swallowed by a surge of black energy. For reasons unknown, the area around him exploded violently as if planted with hidden bombs. Merlin remembered Jin mentioning that the entity within Lancelot did not feel like demonic or magical power. He suspected it was a new energy born from Lancelot's betrayal, as the system declared that the Round Table's king had asserted sovereignty over his territory. A warning appeared that attacking the king within his domain would result in punishment. Merlin roared that he would not let him leave Camelot and launched a powerful strike. His blow smashed into Lancelot's position, causing a massive detonation. Yet Lancelot redirected the energy away from Merlin. The redirected force devastated everything in its path within seconds. Merlin clenched his teeth in fury, realizing Lancelot had aimed the attack at the city. He shouted that Lancelot had lost his mind. Instantly, he spread his mana over Britain to shield the city. He demanded to know how someone who sought to be king could use his own people as hostages and questioned his honor. A long divide formed between them as the system reported cracks appearing in the prison barrier. Lancelot sneered that no matter how powerful a mage Merlin was, he could not defeat a high-tier ranker, and Merlin realized the prison's fractures were already restoring. From the start, Lancelot's true objective had been to exhaust the prison's durability, as the system repeatedly displayed cracks and repairs. His eyes turned feral like a demon wearing human skin as rage twisted his features. He struck viciously at Merlin, but the round table shield blocked the assault. Meanwhile, Jinjin's egg reacted wildly, drooling, starving, and trembling with hunger. The MC's thoughts raced as he realized letting Lancelot escape was not an option, even if facing a high-tier ranker was beyond his limits. Cornered at last, Lancelot snarled that he had waited long for this day. Arthur roared that he would personally take Lancelot's life. Together, Arthur and the MC launched simultaneous attacks at him. Yet after evolving, Lancelot was stronger, blocking both their blades barehanded. He taunted Arthur, saying that a corpse's body could never defeat him, and that he was no longer the Lancelot of the past. Jinjin channeled his inner force as the system activated. A notification confirmed full-body gigantification and the summoning of Hell's presence. Countless eyes materialized around Lancelot, staring at him relentlessly. The sight made him falter in panic. The MC unleashed sacred flame, and Lancelot felt true danger for the first time. Voices echoed in his mind claiming he was one of their fragments and urging him to flee. They screamed that he was only a player and told him to exploit fear and escape. He shouted back that this was the body of a high-tier ranker and nothing could frighten him. But the voices warned it was too late. They said his body, soul, and everything else would be devoured. Then iron-like fangs began emerging. From the void, the egg manifested and started feeding. Its razor teeth snapped viciously into Lancelot's flesh. Piece by piece, his body was consumed. The egg revealed its true form and devoured the greedy, treacherous Lancelot. Racked with agony, he glared at Jinjin and screamed in hatred. He cursed the MC by name in desperation. The surroundings rapidly crumbled into ruin like an abandoned wasteland. Merlin watched Lancelot being swallowed and coldly remarked how pathetic he was. Only then did Lancelot truly feel terror and cry out for help. Naturally, no one lifted a finger to save such a wretched man. He begged endlessly, promising to do anything they wanted. Arthur declared that Thau, Lollet, and Mordred were the reasons he had to die. By then, the egg had gnawed him down to nothing but a charred skeleton. The skeleton collapsed, and the system notification appeared. You have eliminated Lancelot the Greedy and Treacherous. Britain's throne now stood empty, and in 10 days the selection for a new king would conclude, with whoever gained the majority vote ascending as ruler. You leveled up, agility increased by 2, focus increased by 1, you received 200,000 points. Eugen reflected that killing Lancelot granted points just like Arach's head had, since he was treated as a boss monster. His title was not merely Lancelot, but Lancelot the Greedy and Treacherous, a foolish calamity. Despair pierced the heavens, staining everything in endless gloom, like something never meant to be born. It seemed the outer gods all carried titles matching their traits and powers, and the seed planted in Lancelot by the foolish calamity likely stemmed from greed. After eating its fill, the egg patted its swollen belly in satisfaction, and even hummed cheerfully. The hatching rate had dropped to 70% remaining. Eugen observed that unlike when it devoured Arachi, it was digesting slower this time, as if processing something far heavier, when a voice suddenly asked what that thing was. Merlin stepped closer and remarked that it radiated an evil energy similar to Lancelot's, perhaps even worse, asking if it was the source of his strength, and the MC replied asking if it really looked that way. He glanced up at the sky and said to call it an outer beast for now, since even he knew little about it. Merlin was visibly startled, questioning whether such a creature truly existed in this world. After a moment of silence, he warned that they could not relax yet. He predicted that a devastating blow of immense power would soon descend upon them. The scene shifted to a palace where a trembling voice addressed Poseidon. Poseidon strode in angrily, asking if he would not even step out to greet him, yet remained strangely calm. The other replied that he had already opened the way, and Poseidon scoffed that even if he had not, he could have forced entry, calling it dull. He cut to the point and mentioned Britain. The other interrupted, noting Lancelot had been killed and asking if that was what he meant, surprising Poseidon. He admitted Olympus knew everything and asked what they planned to do, while Rush suggested minimizing the issue and accepting the minor loss. They agreed no evidence must link Olympus to Britain. The simplest solution was to erase everything. As he spoke, he prepared to unleash a divine strike upon the city, just as Jinjin predicted. Poseidon thought that if that descended, Britain would be destroyed, yet warned the administrator would not ignore it. Rush calmly replied he had already negotiated, and a single strike would be permitted. Below, Jinjin and Merlin watched the sky carefully. Merlin asked what he meant by one strike, and he explained that the thunder god Rush was preparing to attack. The system then issued a new quest notification. In 10 minutes, a bolt of lightning would strike Camelot. Resist the lightning and survive the day of ruin of Camelot. The challenge alert meant Rush had cleared it with the administrator, proving his cunning, while Merlin questioned why Rush would expend such power even if Olympus backed Lancelot. He reasoned that destroying Camelot would invite severe punishment and weaken Olympus against their rival Asgard. The system warned that the lightning would descend in 5 minutes. He acknowledged that even Olympus feared Asgard, especially Odin, yet that fear was why they had to erase all traces quickly despite the cost, and Merlin urged him to focus on action rather than debate. Merlin slammed his staff onto the ground. A protective barrier spread across Britain. The MC admired the grand magic befitting a master of countless spells, but knew it would not be enough and was urged to assist. Merlin scolded him for not just staring at the sky, and he responded that he had other plans. Activating fiery golden eyes, he recalled receiving a message days before arriving at Camelot. He was surprised the sender found him so quickly and felt awkward pretending not to know. He ignored it then, but now he could no longer do so. With 3 minutes remaining, he transmitted a message asking if the Watcher was observing and requesting help. The fiery golden eyes of the great sage, equal to heaven, locked onto Eugen. The sage teased him about what help he wanted, and he replied seriously. He asked if he wanted them exposed, while the great sage shrugged, and he countered that so much effort had been spent tracking him for a reason. As the timer dropped to 2 minutes, he pointed out the stalking was obvious and there must be questions to ask. The great sage wondered why someone skilled at escaping would stand his ground, and he admitted he could not watch Camelot fall. He requested assistance just this once and offered to owe him, and after contemplation, the great sage agreed. With that, he descended swiftly from the heavens. Merlin could not hide his awe as Wukong grinned proudly. He introduced himself flamboyantly as the great sage equal to heaven, son Wukong. The system announced 1 minute remained before the lightning struck. Wukong laughed at finally meeting him, but he cut him off, saying they would chat later and handle the crisis first. Wukong warned him this was a one-time favor. Eugen replied calmly that he had no intention of asking for more. The great sage chuckled in satisfaction. At last, time expired as Camelot's day of ruin began. Wukong raised his Rui Jingu Bang and shouted. He commanded it to extend, and the staff shot upward toward the sky. At that very moment, Rush unleashed a devastating strike straight toward the city. But Merlin's barrier and the Rui Jingu Bang managed to block the strike just in time. The old mage forced himself to endure and keep running his mana. He held on until blood spilled from his mouth. Meanwhile, the lightning only grew more violent. Merlin's shield was eventually shattered by the raging thunder. Now only the Rui Jingu Bang stood against the storm, and even that was struggling as the great sage gently stroked his staff, impressed, while Jinjin realized it was merely a skill-created replica, and that this clone of Sun Wukong was not strong enough to fully suppress Rush's divine lightning. Suddenly, his gauntlet reacted strangely as the eye embedded within it began to dim. He sensed the anomaly immediately and raised his hand to inspect it, puzzled. Then he looked upward, a vague premonition forming though he could not fully grasp it. Without hesitation, Jinjin shouted for the great sage to hold on a little longer, leaving Wukong confused by his strange choice of words. Instead of explaining, he stepped on Wukong's shoulder and used it as a launch point to soar higher. His eyes turned crimson as he silently faced the heavens. The great sage yelled in alarm, wondering where he was charging off to. Though he knew the MC was not weak, recklessly diving into that destructive lightning was insane, and he activated fiery golden eyes to track him. What he witnessed defied all expectations, leaving the great sage stunned. Somehow, the thunderclouds above began to dissipate. On his end, the system announced that the shell of 4 elements was resisting electric current. Kinney reacted to the lightning, the dark star crystal reacting repeatedly to the Z lightning. He realized the reaction mirrored when the dark star crystal neared the sea star crystal, deducing the lightning was forged from celestial star crystal, one of Hephaestus' creations. Everything clicked as Kinney was formed from dark star crystal, the lightning from holy celestial star crystal, and the sea star crystal was the third piece, all originally one. Otherwise, their resonance would not be this violent, and the gauntlet's voice echoed that it belonged to it. Kinney absorbed the lightning greedily until it brimmed with that destructive power. Even so, he coughed blood, as the force remained overwhelming despite being divided by the staff. He endured the shock status, while the shell of 4 elements partially resisted, but could not nullify it completely. Floating midair, he bitterly reflected on how hard he had fought for this strength, and yet it still was not enough against Rush. The system warned that shock had reached level 2, though partially resisted. He gritted his teeth and endured, his resolve only hardening. The system announced shock level 3, then higher with resistance failing. Within moments it climbed to level 5, as he vowed to one day surpass Rush. Kinney continued devouring every bolt Rush unleashed. Soon the sky returned to its original blue, and Rush's attack lost effect. He forced Kinney to absorb the remaining lightning, suffering severe electric backlash. Once stability returned, he finally relaxed and lost consciousness, falling from the sky. The great sage panicked at the sight of him plummeting, while Merlin realized he was unconscious. Wukong shot upward, cursing under his breath. Fortunately, his speed exceeded the fall, and he caught the MC safely. At last, the danger passed as Camelot's purge ended, and peace returned, if only briefly. Above, the scrying well Rush used shattered, and he clicked his tongue at the great sage's interference. Rush admitted failure to Poseidon, who stepped closer in disbelief. He cursed that the great sage had no reason to oppose Olympus, yet Rush replied that Wukong was unpredictable and indifferent to enemies. Even the heavenly court could not eliminate him, so making him an enemy was foolish, though Poseidon speculated his true body must have suffered if a clone blocked that strike. Rush called Ginge an unpredictable variable, leaving Poseidon stunned at such praise. He admitted the MC was troublesome even for high-tier envoys, perhaps nearing that level, and Poseidon worried Asgard had surely heard. Rush interrupted, saying there was one solution. A sudden surge of power struck toward Poseidon, who narrowly defended. Poseidon roared in fury, accusing Rush of trying to sacrifice him. Rush laughed coldly and apologized, claiming it was all for Olympus. He then activated another bolt of lightning. Blinding light engulfed the palace as Poseidon cursed him. After Camelot's purge ended, Ginjin received numerous rewards. His lightning resistance increased significantly. The great sage scolded him while holding him, calling him reckless for risking death after asking for help. He calmly replied that hearing such words from Wukong was ironic. The great sage began to question him further, but he fainted again mid-sentence. When he awoke, he was lying in a grand chamber within Britain's palace. He sat up, recalling fragments of events and realizing he had been unconscious, while his blade enhanced nighttime vitality recovery by 200%. Merlin entered, saying 5 days had passed, and recounting how the lightning vanished suddenly. He examined Kinney and sensed a new ability, activating Lightning Fragment. Instantly, massive arcs of lightning erupted from his gauntlet. Merlin teased that after all that effort blocking the lightning, he now intended to demolish the palace with it. Eugene's face darkened as he muttered an apology, admitting he still hadn't fully mastered this new ability. Out of nowhere, a familiar voice boomed through the Ascension chamber, shaking the entire room. "Since you're awake, lie still and behave instead of wrecking the place." Merlin snapped, then added that a certain guest had been waiting for days, desperate for him to open his eyes. The visitor was none other than Hephaestus. Seeing him stay silent, the old smith roared, "What, did I say something wrong, you brat? If you heard me, answer properly." Kim Gun's expression turned even darker, wondering why this troublesome uncle was here. What followed was an endless barrage of scolding from Hephaestus. Neither Kim Gun nor Merlin could fight back. They just endured the verbal onslaught together. After what felt like ages, Hephaestus finally ran out of breath and stopped ranting. The three of them sat down, and he calmly recounted everything that had happened. "That's how I managed to obtain a fragment of the Judgment Spear. The 3 divine stones should definitely be able to fuse into one." Eugene immediately asked about the red monkey. Hephaestus, still irritated, scoffed that the little beast was probably sleeping in some alley. "Let's get to the point. What's your real reason for coming here? If it's about Wukong, you probably won't be much help." He shamelessly denied it, claiming he just came to sightsee. Kim Gun clearly didn't buy it. Without any tact, he called him out, asking if he came out of concern. Hephaestus flared up, insisting again he was only there to enjoy the view. The air suddenly turned awkwardly silent. Merlin couldn't help but cover his mouth to hide a laugh. Noticing the tension, the old smith coughed a few times and changed the subject. "Do you still have the Sea Star Stone?" Eugene nodded, "Of course." Merlin looked stunned. "You're holding the Sea Star Stone." Hephaestus brought up the equipment upgrade plan they discussed before. Songy had figured out a solution. If Kinney could wield 2 types of power, it would be ideal, but each piece of gear could only merge with 1 fragment, so maybe they should enhance Kinney itself. "I've gathered all the materials. Is there a decent forge in Camelot? Mind if I borrow it?" Merlin laughed generously. "Who would dare refuse the greatest blacksmith in the tower? Be my guest." Kim Gun mused that the 2 old men surprisingly got along well, and this time they met even earlier than before. He examined the material list. 2 kilograms of adamantium would be perfect to channel the power of both crystal shards, and the durability would be top tier. Eugene quoted the price, 1.25 million, including crafting fees. Hephaestus frowned, accusing him of trying to cheat an old man despite bringing the materials himself. 1.5 million. After some bargaining, they settled at 1.4 million. The old smith glared at him, thinking that if the kid wasn't injured, he'd have smacked him already. No matter this life or the last, he had always cared about the MC the most. In the end, Hephaestus sighed and agreed. "Fine, deal. Grabbing the item, he said it would take about 4 days. Come find me after that and don't be late again. Kim Gun grinned. Got it, uncle. As soon as he felt a little better, he went out for a walk. Merlin explained that after the king vanished, the entire nation fell into chaos. The MC guessed the round table was in turmoil. Merlin confirmed it. Once news of the betrayal spread, there was no way they could stay calm. They were fiercely arguing over whether Arthur was real or fake, and if Lancelot was truly a traitor. Lancelot's influence was massive. The round table was unstable, and reclaiming its former glory would be incredibly difficult. When asked if he regretted it, Merlin firmly said no. This reckoning should have happened long ago. Cutting away the rot allows new life to grow. That's nature's law, and for this I'm grateful to you. Without you, we couldn't have corrected our mistakes. Kim Gun looked at him calmly. It's because you trusted me. Merlin immediately snapped at the familiar tone. How dare you call me Merlin so casually? He studied him and noted his wounds were healing well. Come with me somewhere. Can you summon Arthur? The two headed to the place Merlin mentioned. He explained it was discovered after Lancelot's betrayal. I found it while clearing out his residence. He probably couldn't destroy it, so he hid it in the most secret place only the king could access. Arthur's entire body trembled with emotion, his breathing turning uneven. His voice cracked as he whispered Mordred Pendragon, my son, my beloved son. Merlin stepped forward gently. I also wish your son could rest in peace, but a prince deserves a proper funeral. If we made it public, Britain would descend into deeper chaos, so I've kept him safe here for now. Kim Gun stared at Pendragon's body, and a bold idea suddenly formed in his mind. Eugene immediately voiced it. Why not use his body? Arthur froze in shock. That's impossible. His betrayal was my fault. If I did that, how could I preserve even a shred of my conscience? Merlin agreed that it might be too cruel for Arthur. Even I feel this isn't appropriate. Kim Gun cut in. Are you worried that if your son's body becomes my undead knight, his honor will be stained? Arthur admitted it, of course. If anyone must bear the disgrace of undeath, it should be me alone. The MC shook his head. You misunderstand. Let me explain. The things I plan to do in the future, do you think they will harm Britain? Arthur immediately denied it. Never. Because of you, my crumbling nation is returning to its rightful path. He continued, then think of this as you and your son forging a brighter future for Britain together. This is the son you hoped would inherit your throne, isn't he? Then surely he would trust his father's path and follow it without hesitation. Hearing this, Merlin fell silent, a deep sorrow rising in his chest. Arthur gazed at his child. My son loved Britain dearly. If no one stopped him, then for Britain's future, he would gladly follow your lead. Kim Gun smiled faintly. I won't let you regret today's decision. He raised his hand, guiding Arthur's soul into his son's body. The corpse soon moved fluidly as vitality surged through it, indistinguishable from a living person. A pact was forged. I will never betray you and will offer you my loyalty from the depths of my heart. Arthur looked at Kim Gun with reverence. You are my king. System notification. You have received the oath of the Death Knight Arthur. The power of the underworld sovereign has increased. The Death Knight Arthur's strength has been restored. You have gained the absolute loyalty of the King of Knights. Meanwhile, the great sage equal to heaven was recalling fragments of memory, muttering whether the kid was foolish or just pretending. If you wanted to betray, why ask me for help? Idiot. I never thought I'd hear that word from your mouth. Wait, you knew me before. Were we acquainted in the past? Hey, wake up. He stared at his own hand, lost in thought, feeling like that monkey had known him for ages. No matter how fearless someone was, standing before the great sage equal to heaven without the slightest fear and chatting like old buddies was just insane. The words old friends kept echoing in his head, putting the great sage in an unusually sour mood as he muttered about Kim Gun. Back in the present, he asked Arthur how the new body felt, and Arthur calmly responded. It feels smoother, probably because this body is close to high foundation level, but I still need time to fully adapt. And you don't need to speak so formally anymore. You are my king now. Kim Gun cut him off, saying that was enough. Arthur's figure faded away, leaving behind only swirling black mist around him. A familiar voice suddenly rang out in disbelief. The mighty King of Knights has actually pledged himself to someone else. Eugene looked up as the voice continued. Don't forget, without my help you'd already be a dried corpse. Still, what made you so sure I would step in to save you back then? I truly can't figure it out. But the more he thought about it, the more everything made sense. You understand me too well. Hearing that, Kim Gun fell silent and locked eyes with the great sage before him. He had assumed the monkey helped only because of the fiery golden eyes. Was there another reason? Everyone knew the fiery eyes as Sun Wukong's signature skill, but in truth, it was a hereditary divine ability of the Flower Fruit Mountain Monkey clan. At first, he figured the sage would save him, just to interrogate him about why a nameless player with no monkey bloodline possessed that power. Kim Gun replied calmly, who in this world hasn't heard of Nguyen Yu's title, Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven? A high foundation expert who once wreaked havoc in the heavenly court and then vanished into seclusion. The great sage shouted for him to stop the nonsense. Annoyed, he snapped, stop playing dumb. Can't you understand what I'm saying, or do I need to repeat myself? Yuan shot back that he never expected someone like him to call others stupid. The sage fumed, pointing out he had just insulted him twice. The more they talked, the more convinced the great sage became that he truly knew him. I can see things your half-baked eyes cannot. Don't think you can fool me. System notification. Fiery eyes attempting to dispel interference. Fiery golden eyes dispel failed. Kim Gun asked what those premium eyes of his could actually see. The sage answered bluntly that he knew him. I see my true body standing beside you, and you are close to that true self of mine. Extremely close. He sighed, realizing no excuse would bypass the fiery golden eyes. There was no tricking this stubborn monkey. In the end, Kim Gun reluctantly admitted the truths. We knew each other in a world I once lived in. The great sage frowned. A world you once lived in, then how did we meet? He answered simply, we were friends. Hearing that, the sage's fiery eyes began to resonate. More accurately, we were rivals destined to clash. Memories flooded back. The image of a monkey standing with arms crossed, glaring at him, surfaced vividly in his mind. He used to lie on a massive sunlit boulder, and the great sage would storm over shouting, "Hey, you sleeping there?" He would lazily reply, "Not yet." The monkey would bark, then get lost. "That's my spot." He would close his eyes again and say the sunlight was best right here. Without another word, the great sage unleashed a blast of power that shattered stone and sent debris flying. He glared coldly and warned that he had already told him to move. But Kim Gun had already leapt off the boulder, narrowly dodging the strike. Irritation flickered across his face. He retaliated with a surge of internal force that forced the great sage back several steps. Then the two clashed fiercely, fighting more like mortal enemies than old companions. Even so, he couldn't match the sage's terrifying speed. Blow after blow rained down, leaving Kim Gun dizzy and battered. Finally, the great sage delivered a crushing finishing strike. The explosion echoed through the forest, sending flocks of birds scattering in panic. Lying on the ground, he heard the monkey mock him, saying someone that weak would never reach the immortal foundation stage, and he was lucky not to be killed. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. The great sage frowned, asking what was so funny. Kim Gun replied that this was interesting, looking like a madman in his eyes. Without hesitation, they charged at each other again. Time passed, yet neither was willing to yield. Explosions roared across the mountains and forests. Even the surface of the water trembled violently from their battle. Anyone watching would never believe they were close friends. The way they looked at each other, it was the gaze of sworn enemies. They traded blows from land to water without pause. Their figures streaked across the sky at breathtaking speed. Kim Gun's body was bruised black and blue. Gritting his teeth, he thought the score was 9 losses and 0 wins. This time he had to win. The great sage was surprised, admitting the brat was faster than expected. As he spoke, Kim Gun's fist shot forward fiercely. The punch sent the sage flying back, and his strikes only grew faster with each exchange. Rain began to pour. He stepped forward proudly and declared 9 losses and 1 win. The great sage stared at him speechless, seeing him swollen and battered all over. It was clear that achieving victory against such a terrifying immortal foundation expert had cost him dearly. Sun Wukong was also covered in dust and blood, yet he laughed cheerfully. Kim Gun extended a hand to pull him up, a surprisingly warm gesture. As he shared these memories, the great sage stood stunned, realizing they had both truly enjoyed those battles. Kim Gun admitted it wasn't enjoyable at first. He had grown used to walking alone, so companionship felt unfamiliar. The great sage frowned. "If you prefer solitude, why did you stick with me instead of staying alone?" He answered bluntly that when you meet someone you can't beat, the only option is to follow them. But that stretch of time became unforgettable. He slowly opened up, and after every brutal clash, they would laugh together like fools. As Kim Gun continued, he revealed that he eventually learned about the outer gods, the deities lurking beyond the tower. That was why he chose to advance further. Saying that, he couldn't help recalling the suffocating darkness of that day. The great sage watched the scene he projected and asked in disbelief if all of them were truly gods. Eugene replied that their power was worthy of that title. The great sage quickly understood. "So that's why you fought alongside me?" He replied it wasn't just him. Their entire group stood together against the outer gods and suffered a crushing defeat. Rage leaked from him as he spoke. Even after reincarnating, he could never erase the horror of that day from his mind. The blood of his comrades flowed like rivers, corpses scattered everywhere. By the time Wukong and Kim Gun realized what had happened, it was already too late. The few survivors gathered and formed a final council to discuss how to salvage the situation. That was when the truth behind his return was revealed. Odin declared it was time to decide who would go back to the past. They needed someone who could grow the fastest and lead them to destroy the outer gods. Odin scanned the group before fixing his gaze on him. "Kim Guns, you will go." With that memory shared, the two returned to the present. Overwhelmed by grief, he covered his face to steady himself. The great sage muttered that he truly was someone who had returned from the future, and the mastery of fiery golden eyes surged. Eugene continued that one of his missions after returning was to protect Britain, because in the future Lancelot would become a massive threat to the tower. The sage asked if there had been progress. He shook his head. "Compared to the outer gods, what I've done so far is barely a drop in the ocean." The great sage then asked their odds if he fought them. He calmly said maybe 0.1%. The sage nearly shouted in shock, while he optimistically added that at least it wasn't 0. Scratching his head, the sage grumbled that those monsters sounded terrifying, and complained about complicated matters, wishing he could reclaim his true body. He asked if he meant the body sealed on the 40th floor. The sage froze in surprise when he heard that. Mouth agape, the great sage demanded to know how he knew. Kim Gun rolled his eyes, reminding him he came from the future. The monkey awkwardly stammered in response. The great sage, still shaken, asked if he would help him now that he knew everything. Eugene replied of course, but nothing came for free. The sage protested that he had just saved his life. He smiled faintly, saying helping him recover his true body wasn't enough compensation. The great sage tried bargaining, insisting on a one-for-one exchange and no funny business. Suddenly, while they argued, an army riding celestial warhorses filled the sky, descending with overwhelming presence. The great sage gaped, "Is that Valkyrie?" He wondered if something had happened in Asgard. Kim Gun guessed they were investigating the Round Table, a guild under Asgard's protection. Only Lancelot had ties to Olympus, which shocked the sage that an entire Valkyrie legion was dispatched over this. He explained it was more complicated. If the Round Table's leader turned out to be Olympus, Pawn, disaster would follow. Ragnarok, which destroyed Asgard, had its roots in the Round Table. Thinking back, he realized it was Olympus' scheme all along, using Lancelot to sabotage Asgard. Now that Lancelot was dealt with, he could breathe easier, but caution was still necessary. The great sage muttered about Ragnarok and asked if a battle was imminent, wondering if they should meet the Valkyries. He didn't even turn around, saying contact with Asgard now would accomplish nothing. The sage shouted that Asgard never started wars without guaranteed victory. He asked when the war would ignite. Before the war, Olympus would fall into internal conflict. The seeds of division were already sprouting. Hearing this, the great sage's expression darkened. The MC's calculating nature sent chills down his spine. Eugene recalled how, on the day he returned, the strongest immortal foundation experts of the tower gathered and passed on their lifetime knowledge to him. They built a desperate plan to save the tower, but even if he executed every step perfectly and told everyone he came from the future, success was never guaranteed. There were simply too many unpredictable variables. His current strength was still far from the goal, yet this was the entrusted will of the tower's immortal foundation masters, who poured all their hopes into him. As he opened the system interface, a voice echoed, telling him not to worry because they would soon reach the 40th floor. Kim Gun activated the Skill Invite Administrator for a private audience, dropping 1,000 agreement points without hesitation. The great sage equal to heaven grinned, and the administrator confirmed. With this method, he could ascend to the next floor instantly. But right then, the system's voice echoed again, announcing that the administrator was considering the request. The administrator is thinking. The administrator has fallen into deep contemplation. After a brief pause, the administrator finally agreed to meet him alone. Scene shift, Kim Gun stood quietly atop a towering fortress wall, completely alone with no one else in sight. He thought to himself, this is the border of Britain, the very edge of the world. The surroundings were bleak and lifeless. The vegetation withered to a dull gray, while traitor thorn vines spread like scars across the land. A memory surfaced alongside him, a lecture once given by his mentor, Kim Gun Ragnarok. It was from the distant future, the era where he once lived. Back then, Lancelot, leader of the Round Table, had ordered an assault on the demon tribe. That reckless command provoked the giant clan and the demon tribe into furious retaliation, forcing Olympus' summit into the fray. The power backing Lancelot couldn't just sit idle, while the Round Table was on the brink of annihilation. Meanwhile, the Asgard Alliance, claiming neutrality, jumped in the moment they saw their rivals ignite a war. War spiraled out of control, and in the end the tower suffered massive damage, its strategic balance severely weakened. So instead of fighting mortals, why not strike the gods themselves? That was why Kim Gun chose to stop Ragnarok. Even with such a simple conclusion, the great sage of Flower Fruit Mountain kept twitching and spinning his head in confusion. The MC glanced over. Got it. The sage grimaced and traitor groaned, clutching his head. A voice rang out. Here, higher difficulty will be rewarded with greater compensation. You understand that directly verifying through me will cost you quite a hefty amount of points, correct? Kim Gun replied calmly that it was fine. People tend to exaggerate these trials and the gods' demands anyway, and he had accumulated plenty of points. He added that if he did nothing, some old geezer would start throwing lightning everywhere. The administrator always prioritizes the tower's order. First comes the hierarchy of the tower, then the implementation of trials. That is both our duty and the very reason we exist. Eugen spoke up. In that case, prove that obligation. The system immediately announced that the climber's trial had been initialized. Do you accept? Entry fee 30,000 points. This mission requires you to cross the forest and pioneer a path within 1 year. You may receive support from the Vanguard expedition during the test. Bonus rewards will be granted accordingly if you complete it ahead of schedule. Kim Gun stood silently, carefully reviewing every detail of the instructions. The trial will begin the moment you leap from the wall. He frowned. A long-term mission lasting an entire year. Looks like they are serious this time. A voice echoed across the sky saying, "We already know everything." The Vanguard muttered nervously. He looked up to see a glowing radiance spreading overhead as the voice asked again, "Need my help?" The great sage equal to heaven clicked his tongue teasingly. "Don't get me wrong, it's not like I'm dying to help you or anything." Kim Gun ignored him and said, "Whatever, you can disappear now." He explained that if he accepted assistance, and it was judged as cheating, the entire entry fee would be wasted. The great sage sighed in disappointment. Is that so? What a shame. I actually wanted to lend you a hand. Wait, the great sage asked curiously, so I have to wait a whole year? The MC answered casually, of course not. He bent his knees and stomped hard against the fortress wall. One push was all he needed. Once I'm done, I'll call you. See you later. The moment Kim Gun finished speaking, he hurled himself off the wall. They exchanged brief farewells as he plunged downward. The trial has begun. Scene shifts to floor 25, the frontier garden at the world's edge. The moment the crowd spotted him, whispers erupted. Isn't that Kim Gun? I thought he was supposed to be in the city right now. It takes 4 days just to reach this place. How did he get here so fast? Looks like he entered the trial directly through the administrator. He even showed his player card to verify his identity. Is that actually allowed? The first to approach was Wallach, vice captain of Vanguard Squad 3. He told Kim Gun that if someone as talented as him was willing to assist, then he would gladly welcome it. But aren't you underestimating this trial a bit? We estimate it will take at least a year, maybe even 3, to clear this forest. How can you claim you'll finish something like this in just 1 month? Kim Gun simply walked past him without slowing down and replied that it would be fine. Wallach felt a chill. He's taking the lead. I thought a promising player like him would act more cautiously. I just hope nothing goes wrong. On the other side, Kim Gun began gathering his power, golden light erupting violently around him. The other players trembled at the terrifying aura. What is that? They shouted in panic. What are you doing all of a sudden? Meanwhile, he was lost in thought. He still felt slightly fatigued, but energy was surging wildly through his body. Is this the result of his increased stats? Kim Gun asked Wallach if this was his first time leading a Vanguard squad. The man hesitated and admitted it was. The MC continued. Even a single moment of hesitation or shock can cost your teammates their lives. A captain must always keep a cool head, no matter what kind of situation he faces. Suddenly, a roar thundered through the mountains. Eugen immediately unleashed his power to suppress the incoming surge of dark energy. The system announced simultaneously that the lightning fragment was reacting to the divine core stone, and the divine core stone was resonating with the lightning fragment. Activating skill lightning fragment. Due to low proficiency, casting time will be 30 seconds. He remained silent, his expression turning fierce. Kim Gun raised his sword and unleashed a devastating slash. From where he struck, blazing sparks erupted non-stop, lighting up the entire sky. He stood there like a true warrior, fearless and unshaken. The immense energy radiating from him was so overwhelming that the other players didn't even dare approach. The raging sparks shot forward, crashing toward distant sections of the forest. The monster caught in their path had no chance to evade. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Wallach muttered that this was insane and that he hadn't been joking about clearing the trial in a single month. The MC shouted at him, "Why are you still standing there? Move out now." Wallach's face turned pale, a flicker of fear clearly visible in his eyes. On the 4th day of the expedition, the knights were utterly exhausted, their armor cracked and bodies covered in cuts and bruises. One of the men following Renha spoke up. "Captain, you're moving too fast. At this rate, we won't be able to keep up with Kim Gun at all." Renha answered firmly that the Vanguard would halt at sunset. He knew everyone was worn out, but urged them to endure just a little longer. A soldier couldn't help recalling Kim Gun's overwhelming power. That guy is a monster. He had once heard of a high ranker with a similar skill set. The god of Rush, wielder of heaven's authority, who proclaimed himself ruler of the tower. He admitted Kim Gun was strong, though not yet equal to a high ranker. Still, his level already surpassed most rankers. Compared to other players on floor 25, they were hopelessly outclassed. At this pace, they wouldn't make meaningful progress in 2 weeks. No matter how talented he was, the forest was far too vast. Finishing this trial in half a month sounded impossible. Suddenly, a colossal monster blocked the knight's path, shattering his train of thought. Purple liquid splashed across Wallach's face, instantly draining the color from him. In the blink of an eye, a massive python materialized before them. It lifted its enormous head, bearing razor-sharp fangs, its glowing eyes staring at the knights as if ready to swallow them whole. Wallach froze, a single thought echoing in his mind. Damn it, we're too late. In that split second, Bitch Kim dashed forward and severed the beast's head in one clean strike, blood spraying everywhere. Several Vanguard members rushed to Wallach's side asking if he was alright. He exhaled and thanked Bitch Kim, saying he was fine. He bowed slightly and asked with gratitude, "Thank you for saving us, but may I know who you are?" Bitch Lim spoke calmly. "You are the Vanguard, correct? I am Peng Bai Lin, Heavenly Fist King of the Celestial Demon God Sect." He glanced at Wallach with an overwhelming aura. "I came under the young sect master's orders. Where is he?" Wallach was stunned. The Celestial Demon God Sect, one of the 4 heavenly sovereigns, represents them, and there's even a young sect master second only to the sect leader. He asked why Peng Bai Lin was searching for the young sect master here. Bai Lin answered loudly that he heard the young master was present. Wallach was confused, but only our team is here. Entry requires Vanguard permission. Then who could it be? Suddenly he remembered the young man from earlier. Wait, don't tell me. A figure emerged from the forest in the distance. Bai Lin brightened. There he is. So you were nearby. Kim Gun replied that he returned because it seemed Bai Lin was looking for the wrong person. He stared at him seriously. Don't tell me you came alone. Bai Lin chuckled, "Of course not. I followed your command." Wallach was shocked. Kim Gun is the young sect master of the celestial demon god sect. He scolded himself for being narrow-minded. Maybe this trial really could be finished within 2 weeks. Suddenly, a large group appeared. Tong Qing declared that the disciples pledged their lives to the young sect master. They knelt and formally greeted the young sect master of the celestial demon sect. Hearing that, Kim Gun raised his hand to stop them. He thought the trial required him to act alone, and that outside help was restricted except for the vanguard. A system notification appeared. Sender Kim Gun requesting reinforcements for the vanguard on floor 25. Bai Lin shouted that as many troops as possible should be mobilized. He reasoned that using his authority as young sect master still counted as utilizing his own assets. After deciding, he commanded that under his authority, they were to assist the vanguard in clearing the forest as quickly as possible. The group obeyed instantly, shouting their loyalty with utmost respect. Dawn slowly broke, and the white clouds began to thin. At last, they found a place to set up camp and rest after the grueling expedition. A faint glow flickered from Kim Gun's hand. New message from Merlin. I was wondering where you disappeared to. You're there. Wait, why is the celestial demon god sect involved too? He replied that he had simply used his young sect master status to mobilize more forces. Since Merlin represented the king, could he request reinforcements as well? Merlin responded that Britain was in chaos and he couldn't spare many men. Blue streaks of light suddenly flashed across the forest sky. Someone reported that the area was cleared. The Heavenly Fist King ordered them to open the path forward. He then turned to the young sect master and said he could finish the rest. Golden lightning burst from Kim Gun's hand, wiping out the remaining monsters instantly. On the 14th day, the system screen appeared again. You have completed the Vanguard Hero Trial of the World. Bonus rewards will be granted based on completion time. Your next bonus reward will be temporarily delayed. You may now advance to floor 26. Upon reaching floor 26, another notification arrived stating he had gained an additional 50,000 points. The total points reached 5,450. Rewards were distributed according to time and points. The system announced he gained 150,000 points and transferred 50,000 to the Fist King. As expected, another handshake was completed. The system confirmed another 50,000 points transferred to the Thunder King. The Heavenly Fist King raised his hand happily, laughing about the generous payment. Kim Gun watched the scene and reflected silently. There's nothing worse than a leader who hesitates to reward subordinates properly. Without the celestial demon god sect's support, he couldn't have achieved this. Looks like it's time to head back to Camelot. They've been rushing him non-stop. He imagined that fiery uncle yelling as always, complaining that he took too long and swearing not to let it slide this time. Suddenly, Bitch Lin approached coldly and said that if this counted as a reward, he wanted a different one. Confused by the eccentric man, Kim Gun saw Bai Lin grin and clench his fist, asking to spar without regard for ranks. The Heavenly Fist King protested angrily at the disrespect, but Kim Gun was used to Bai Lin's antics and calmly told him it was fine. He let his actions speak and invited him to begin the match. Bai Lin's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted and thanked him. Kim Gun nodded and instructed the nearby soldier to clear the area so no one would interfere with their duel. Bai Lin's battle intent surged as the system announced the duel was officially recognized and penalties would be temporarily lifted. He assessed the Fist King's power, one of the top 4 in the celestial demon god sect and the last to attain the king title, mastering a martial art symbolized by the fist. EU World raised his fist lightly and declared he wouldn't use the heavenly demon skill since it was hard to unleash full power here. Seeing blue lightning crackle from Bai Lin, Kim Gun felt energy surge within and wondered just how much stronger he had truly become. Around Bitch Kim, tens of thousands of blue lightning bolts crackled violently as if trying to incinerate Kim Gun. He roared that the MC was putting way too much power into a friendly duel, wasn't he? The two charged at each other like crashing tidal waves, their fists colliding and detonating into a cloud of smoke. Furious shockwaves erupted outward, tearing up the ground and whipping the surrounding rocks into a spiraling storm. Bai Lin laughed and asked if he wasn't going to use the fire god technique. Kim Gun smirked and said he had developed a new move instead. That statement stabbed straight into Bai Lin's pride. He growled that the MC would regret those words soon enough. Instantly, countless lightning arcs packed with overwhelming force shot toward him. At the peak of it was the devastating Thunder God Annihilation Fist, a strike powerful enough to shatter mountains. Bai Lin was stunned when he saw Kim Gun not only endure but block the attack. How did he stop that? It had been a long time since their last clash, so improvement was expected, but had he really grown this much? Kim Gun absorbed the full force of the lightning punches with a faint smile. The system announced that Giant's power was flowing through him, converting stamina into a higher tier of strength. He grinned and said now he would go all out. He unleashed his full cultivation and launched forward with explosive speed, moving at nearly 100 kilometers per hour. Then he drove all that accumulated force straight into Bai Lin. Bai Lin clenched his teeth in shock, feeling as if the bones in his arm were splintering. The power was monstrous. He was stunned because after suffering that humiliating loss before, this player had surged upward through 10 floors in rapid succession. Bitch Kim had trained relentlessly since that defeat just to face him again. He wanted a rematch without restrictions, without suppression, a true battle. And now he witnessed how far the MC had risen. Kim Gun's eyes burned with unwavering determination. Even though Bai Lin was at a disadvantage, he felt satisfied because his long-held wish had finally come true. Without hesitation, the MC threw a brutal punch directly at his face. The impact sent Bai Lin coughing up a mouthful of blood. His aura flared even more violently, but this fight was far from over. Bai Lin grit his teeth and began circulating his inner cultivation. He shot upward into the air, blasting debris in every direction. His hands moved rapidly through the air in complex patterns. Ferocious lightning spears formed and hurled toward him. This was Heavenly Thunder Fist. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed through the sky, calling out Bai Lin. Purple energy swirled around him as the voice demanded if he could see it. Bai Lin froze, confused. The face and voice belonged to the celestial demon Mujin, glaring at Bai Lin with clear anger. Yet Bai Lin pressed his attack regardless, slamming his strike downward as the ground cracked beneath the shot. He panted heavily afterward, shaken by the oppressive aura he had just witnessed. It was as if the celestial demon had acknowledged him. At that same moment, Kim Gun struck again and asked what he had seen. Bai Lin admitted in fear that he saw the sect leader. The MC chuckled softly, noting how the celestial demon sect always held absolute reverence for their heavenly demon. Bai Lin suddenly dropped to his knees, his overwhelming force cracking the earth once more. He shouted that he had lost and thanked the young sect master for accepting such an impudent challenge. Kim Gun replied casually that it was nothing. Scene shift to the palace. Merlin told Kim Gun he had been on the front lines for a while and would soon be busy again. He asked if the great sage had brought him back. Kim Gun rested while frowning in exhaustion, saying he honestly thought he might not survive the return. He remembered the chaotic journey where they argued non-stop, telling that lunatic to slow down. Merlin added that he now owed a debt to the celestial demon god sect, perhaps even to the entire martial world. It was shocking that the celestial demon god sect had officially joined the martial alliance, placing it on equal footing with the top guilds. Kim Gun agreed. When asked about the round table, Merlin complained that after provoking Asgard, some bold members even considered leaving. The culprits were unclear, but Lancelot was to blame. Kim Gun corrected him, saying Olympus was the real cause. They were in the middle of a massive storm, but things would stabilize. He promised it. Merlin nodded that whatever came next would come. Suddenly, Merlin released his power, and a blue aura enveloped Wu Jun. He said that to achieve his goal, he would need this item and urged him to continue forward. Merlin named it Tri-Sea Mantle and told him to use it well. He did not know exactly what he sought to save, but believed he could achieve it. Wu Jun pondered quietly about Sea Stone. If he forged it into equipment, it would be better suited for defense rather than a weapon. He immediately thought of Hephaestus and vowed that this time the old craftsman would not regret it. Merlin explained he assumed Wu Jun preferred something comfortable over heavy armor, so he created this. He put it on and confirmed it fit perfectly. It felt incredibly light, covering most of his body. Instead of compressing adamantium like before, it distributed the material evenly. Tri-Sea Mantle was crafted from pure sea stone and adamantium. It wielded the power of the ocean, manipulating seawater and converting water attribute mana with tidal authority. Kim Gun then picked up his sword, and Merlin watched curiously. His movements did not stop, causing Merlin to gasp in shock. Before he could ask what he was doing, Kim Gun decisively slashed at his own sleeve, fabric fluttering through the air. Merlin panicked and asked if he had lost his mind and why he would suddenly do that. Wu Jun laughed calmly, saying he was just testing the armor's defense and effects. Merlin was speechless and asked how he dared cut himself with his own blade. He reassured him not to worry. He concluded that it looked like ordinary clothing, but despite being made of adamantium, it was unbelievably durable and remained undamaged even under his own strike. Even though it was thin as paper, it wouldn't tear easily. It felt like this equipment had drawn the attention of some other entity. Finishing that thought, Kim Gun warned Merlin that things might get dangerous and told him to step back. Merlin stared at him in shock. Is that blue magic? He couldn't help but wonder whose shadow that figure behind him belonged to. At the same time, the system announced that the Egg of Dang had reacted. Congratulations, the Egg of Dang Yang is responding. Thinking about the egg, he questioned whether it was like the strange eyes he had once seen inside the tower. It felt sentient with its own will and consciousness, radiating a dangerous pressure. What exactly are you? You have no name, you're not a monster, nor are you human, so what are you? Suddenly, a voice echoed from the sky, startling him. This is the second time. A powerful blue light engulfed the two of them like a miniature ocean. Merlin was stunned, asking what it was. It was wrapped in unstable magic, and he wondered if he should attack. Yuan admitted he had no idea what kind of entity it was. He felt uneasy, certain he had seen that face before, yet it was as if the memory had been erased. Could it be targeting the thunder god jewel that Rush possessed? He wanted to know how it had obtained the power of an outer god, and why it manifested as equipment. Meanwhile, the egg's hatching rate continued to rise. Merlin asked if he was leaving right away. Kim Gun nodded and said he should go. Merlin was surprised that he wouldn't even rest. Merlin laughed and said that next time he visited, there might even be a statue of him in the palace. He agreed quickly and promised to return if he had the chance, then prepared to depart. The system flashed a notification that the world exploration reward had been granted. Strength increased by 1, stamina increased by 1, floor 28 trial initiated, floor 28 trial cleared. You received 20,000 points, floor 27 trial cleared, and the trials kept appearing one after another. He had to conquer them all. Time passed swiftly as he continued completing missions. Before he realized it, half a year had gone by. On floor 41, within the trial zone, Kim Gun sat casually, grilling a freshly caught fish. Suddenly, he heard unfamiliar voices in the distance, saying he was here. A one-eyed man claimed he had activated silence field, so the MC wouldn't hear them. Another bald man asked if he had summoned 50 stones at once, noting it was a decent amount, but still insignificant compared to theirs. They whispered that he wasn't even ranked on floor 25, meaning he couldn't be that dangerous. Some even speculated he climbed through cheating with backing from powerful forces. Their leader ordered everyone to take positions and move together in case something went wrong. Meanwhile, he calmly took out his stones and began counting them while the group signaled each other. Weapons were raised, ready to strike, but it was unclear whether he had already noticed. He suddenly merged all his stones into a single massive cluster. At that moment, the leader shouted, and the group charged him. He rose to his feet instantly. 3 of them attacked simultaneously. He merely turned his head. The one-eyed man caught sight of the number above his head and froze in terror. Kim Gun turned back with a sinister smile. His points now read 817. The man stammered in disbelief, insisting he had only summoned 50 stones. After his raging flames swept across the ground, not a single enemy remained. Silence returned. He scoffed, thinking they were the last surviving team and should have put up more resistance given their pile of summoning stones. Holding the stones, he calculated that splitting and summoning them altered collection values. Using them as bait allowed him to gather over 1,000 stones quickly. It was an efficient farming strategy. Even without hunting monsters, enemies would come to him. Now it was time for the main trial. He clenched his fists in anticipation. The system warned that he had used a summoning stone and asked how many he wished to activate. Kim Gun smiled and said all of them. The system announced he had used 1,020 summoning stones. You have summoned Demon King Diablo. Red flames erupted around the massive platform, gradually forming streams like flowing lava. He was surprised, Diablo, the Demon King appearing in a floor 41 trial. This trial was designed by tower administrators and the demon tribe for climbers, normally manageable, but a demon lord ranked above 20th tier appearing here was unexpected. Such a being was far beyond what an ordinary player could handle. The balance of this floor was completely shattered. A terrifying voice echoed that he had been sleeping peacefully until some foolish human used 1,000 summoning stones. Did the lowly human even know who he was? Kim Gun faced him calmly and asked if he was Diablo. The demon snarled that since he knew, he should kneel and beg forgiveness. He drew his sword smoothly, implying his answer was obvious. He declared he would defeat Diablo and take all his points, his expression utterly steady. Diablo swung his fist forward, mocking him for daring to challenge him despite knowing his identity. The system announced that he had entered Diablo's dark tropic domain. Diablo threatened to crush every bone in his body into dust. The system warned that his senses were being paralyzed. He was resisting a domination status condition. Objective: defeat Diablo. Kim Gun calculated calmly. A negative status condition, not ideal. I'll start by countering this dark lightning. At that exact moment, his evil eye resisted the dark domain's effect and successfully nullified it. Sacred flames began burning through the dark domain, his fire clashing head-on with the Demon King's inferno. The two unleashed blazing attacks at each other without hesitation. Kim Gun wondered if his strike had actually done any real damage. Suddenly, a grotesque crimson hand lunged viciously toward him. The ground shattered and debris exploded everywhere, but he barely managed to dodge in time. Diablo stared at him with a wicked grin, bearing rows of jagged, horrifying teeth. Interesting. Seeing Kim Gun charge forward only excited him more. That's more like it. You shouldn't fall so easily. Diablo hurled another torrent of flames straight at him. He swung his sword with explosive speed, striking Diablo before the demon could evade. Diablo staggered, momentarily dazed, then crashed to the ground, shaking the entire area. The shockwave knocked Kim Gun off balance as well, sending him flying backward. At the same time, Diablo's massive tail whipped toward where he had landed. He leapt into the air to avoid it and countered with another slash. The attack carried roaring flames, his power raging fiercely against the Demon King's might. It was a rare sight, fire versus fire. Neither side could claim the upper hand. Diablo growled in irritation, saying he disliked the type of flame the MC was using. He then gathered hellfire in his mouth and unleashed it in a devastating blast. Kim Gun kept dodging continuously and was beginning to feel the strain. He calculated quickly. Sacred flame alone wouldn't be enough. Diablo's spiritual power matched his physical body. Of course, ordinary fire wouldn't harm him. Still, the lightning-infused strikes powered by Kinney's energy seemed to be effective. Diablo's body burned intensely, like a monster crawling straight out of molten magma. Where did you run off to, you pest? Now he understood which attacks truly worked. Compared to the Demon King's overwhelming force, he was clearly at a disadvantage. So he focused on evasion first, waiting for the perfect opening. Diablo roared in frustration, calling him a rat hiding in the shadows. After observing long enough, Kim Gun finally confirmed the optimal attack pattern. He gripped his sword and shot upward. I'll end this in a flash, activating Sky Step. The system displayed that his movement speed would increase by 100% for 5 seconds. He could move freely through the air for the next 5 seconds. Diablo caught sight of him. The demon smirked. There you are. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire region as if a natural disaster had struck. Kim Gun was shocked that even such a powerful strike hadn't killed Diablo. The demon was still resisting. His face hardened with resolve as the system chimed again. Your entire body has been reinforced with giant strength. Diablo panicked internally. No, he's not just enduring, he's charging straight at me. The Demon King roared, clenching his teeth as his body began failing him. At that instant, Kim Gun surged forward and severed Diablo's arm with a brutal slash. Diablo screamed in agony, cursing him, while the system announced his body was fully saturated with giant power. Another violent explosion burst forth, flames raging everywhere. Kim Gun seized the momentum and pressed the attack. He thrust his blade into the Demon King before Diablo could react. Diablo spoke in disbelief. You must be a player to achieve this. I don't like it. Join the Demon Guild and I will grant you the right to become the next Demon King once you reach the proper rank. He replied that he was human. How could a guild that only accepted demons allow him to join? Diablo explained that though he was mortal, demonic energy flowed in his veins, proving his potential to rule demons. Hearing this, Kim Gun tensed. The demon had sensed his dark energy. He assessed the offer seriously. He had never seen a recruitment proposal like this. It seemed Diablo was genuinely interested in him. Without hesitation, Kim Gun slashed forward and declared he was human and would not join any guild. Diablo roared in anger. You refuse all guilds, I see. So you are Kim Yo's pawn. As soon as those words left his mouth, another explosion thundered. In the end, he defeated Demon King Diablo and earned 1 million points. Maximum summoning score achieved. The test will now conclude automatically. You have cleared floor 41. You have received 1 million points. Within those rewards, he obtained Diablo's horn and received the blessing of Diablo, Demon King of the Infernal Abyss. This item increased his affinity with demonkind. Demonic ritual proficiency increased. Evil energy increased by 20 points. You have reached floor 42. He walked forward, scanning his surroundings. Kim Gun muttered that this place was as terrible as ever, damp and suffocating. A familiar voice echoed, saying I knew it. I still don't understand why my uncle insists on living here. They added that the place was unbearably humid. He remained silent, observing to confirm his suspicion. Haken stepped forward, raising a torch to light the path, and greeted him. Welcome to hell. The two of them continued walking together along the dark road. Haken couldn't hold back and laugh, saying when he thought about it, the MC was still insanely impressive. Hell, it's not even officially floor 42 yet. I just got excited seeing you. Wu Jun shot him a look. So that's how you greet someone you're happy to see. Haken scratched his head and said welcome to hell is just this floor's nickname. He fell silent, thinking he had always hated floor 42, even before he turned back time. Food was scarce, support was non-existent, and even breathing felt suffocating in this sealed, humid world. Haken added that he heard about what happened on floor 33, and said no one had ever caused Olympus that much trouble before. Kim Gun looked surprised that he already knew. Haken explained that after climbing higher and surpassing many Olympus rankers, more of them approached him, so he now had access to better information. He nodded in understanding, and thought to himself that Haken's reputation now far exceeded his days as an ordinary player. He bet there were probably lines of people trying to build connections with him. Looking ahead, Kim Gun asked if he was sure this was the right place. Haken confirmed there were many similar paths, but this one was a symbolic location of Olympus, and he had visited it several times. Then let's go, this is where real hell begins. Both of them stared down into the darkness. They kept walking yet still hadn't reached the bottom, and he muttered it was deeper than expected. It felt like more than 10 minutes had passed since they started descending. Nothing seemed to slow their pace. He glanced at his companion, Haken. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated the abyss ahead, as if something was watching them. Kim Gun silently observed, thinking there were many of them, and whatever it was, it couldn't be good. A sense of unease crept over him. It felt like unseen eyes were scrutinizing him. That must be the host's greeting. Behind the rocks, numerous three-headed hounds lurked in the shadows, stalking him and Haken. He calmly circulated his inner power, unsure if it would work, but deciding it was worth trying. The beasts sensed they had been discovered and stopped hiding. One of them lunged aggressively. Kim Gun unleashed his 5 sovereign fists and struck the charging beast. The three-headed hound was blasted backward. He glared at them and said they didn't have time to play, so let's finish this quickly. The moment he spoke, the entire pack roared in unison. They rushed him ferociously. These hellhounds were no ordinary creatures. But fear wasn't an option. He launched another heavy blow toward them. It was clear they had never been hurt by a human like this before. For a moment, they recoiled in pain and confusion. He grabbed one by the muzzle with both hands, preventing it from barking. The beast was shocked by his audacity. It trembled slightly, confused and wary, as a notification appeared. Seba Ruth is questioning your identity. Seba Ruth feels fear toward giant power. Kim Gun scoffed and asked if it reminded them of the past. The image of Hercules flashed in the beast's mind. He recalled how Hercules once disciplined hundreds of Cerberus with overwhelming strength for days. Those memories must still haunt them. His evil eye tried to analyze their nature, but failed. He decided that was enough. Suddenly, a dark voice echoed from deep within hell, startling the hounds. What do you think you're doing? Hearing it, he flung the hound aside and said, finally, you show yourself. One glance told him this was the second highest authority on Olympus, the most reliable among the three gods, and the only one ranked that high. The key figure in rescuing Kronos, who was imprisoned by Rush atop Olympus. Haken bowed respectfully and greeted the god who governed darkness and knowledge of Olympus. Hades stood tall, studying the two young men with a complicated expression. Soon they were invited to Hades' residence. He said nothing, and silence lingered. Dark water was poured into cups. Kim Gun politely drank it, though he hesitated at the black color. Hades explained it was good for health. It restored mana and stabilized body and soul. Hades demonstrated by drinking it himself. He followed, and the system announced he had consumed hell green tea. Mana recovery speed increased for 1 hour. His mind felt clearer. He was surprised that hell green tea was such a rare item. He couldn't believe Hades had offered something so valuable. After he finished, Hades admitted he still couldn't believe a kid like him blocked that authority lightning. He told Haken to cooperate with the boy from now on. Haken agreed without hesitation. He said he trusted him enough to accompany him to the end. Hades remarked on the lack of doubt. Then Hades turned to Kim Gun and said he felt he was hiding something during his fight with Sephiroth. He said he didn't trust those who kept secrets, because those who hid their hearts were unreliable. He observed Hades' attitude and thought this was not someone easy to negotiate with. However, Hades noted he had kept a trustworthy companion by his side for 7 years, which startled him. Hades explained that when he asked Hephaestus about him, the god confidently said to trust the boy and that he would not regret it. Kim Gun flushed, realizing it came down to personal connections again, wondering if that was why Seberos Yachai was released. Hades then asked about the leader of the celestial demon god sect. What did he think? Would John Mugen take action? Kim Gun answered calmly that he did not know. Hearing that, Hades' expression darkened slightly. He explained that the matter was within that man's authority as a leader, and in their current situation, they could not afford to waver over a single statement from the celestial demon. There was no perfect answer to give. However, under another assumption, someone other than Mugen might take action. Hades raised a brow, someone else. He clarified that it did not mean Mugen intended to act. Rather, such action would imply the celestial demon sect would not need to interfere directly. The war would only truly end when they could confront the king. It should remain a battle, not escalate into full-scale war. If the celestial demon sect intervened and aligned with Hades, it would signal an outright war. Keeping it at the level of a battle would yield the best outcome with minimal losses. The coming Ragnarok and Gigantomachia would follow the same logic. Hades responded that it could only end by facing the king, even knowing his current power. Kim Gun countered with a question. Do you think I am being greedy? He said he would do whatever it took to secure the best possible outcome. Hades doubted him, reminding him he had only blocked that authority lightning once. Could he truly do it again? He met Hades' gaze seriously and said it would not be him. Hades was surprised and asked what he meant. Kim Gun explained that Poseidon's absence among the three gods had already tipped the balance of power. Hades admitted he was aware. Yes, Rush had been watching Poseidon, and he himself had helped imprison him underground for half a year. Eugen added that Olympus' power imbalance originated with Rush, correct? After a pause, Kim Gun corrected him. It was because of Hercules. He asked what Hades thought about bringing Hercules to their side. Haken was startled and protested loudly at the suggestion. Hades asked directly what the odds of success were. Kim Gun answered confidently around 70%. Haken stammered that was incredibly high. He did not waste time and urged Hades to give his answer. If Hercules joined them, would they stand a chance of victory? Hades studied the passionate young man before him. Kim Gun had already changed much within Olympus alone. He had saved Hephaestus, defeated Olympus, Trial Overseer, and even obtained the Heavenly Sunny Stone. He was the one who bound the omnipotent Rush. Surely his words were not empty bravado. He possessed a conviction rare even among those who achieved great feats. After considering it, Hades said it was not impossible and agreed. Hearing that, Kim Gun immediately stood. Haken asked where he was going, and he replied he needed to head to floor 40 to prepare before persuading Hercules. Haken's face darkened at the mention of floor 40. Hades interrupted, saying the strength shown against Seberos might suffice to confront Olympus, but not to destroy it. He allowed events to continue not because of skill alone, but because he was investing in what the MC had achieved and the history he might create. After all, Rush's plan to use giants and demons to crush Asgard had already failed. Even Rush would be pressured in a direct clash with Asuka, so he would act cautiously for now. Hades added this was not the right time to speak with Odin. Hakan should visit Apollo's sisters in Asgard. Hakan blinked in shock and asked if it had to be now. Hades told them to wait until sunrise and said Kim Gunn would go as well. Hakan looked confused. Sunrise. He glanced at Kim Gunn, wondering how the sun could rise in hell. The MC assumed Hades was joking. They were soon arranged into comfortable quarters. He looked around and thought that even in hell, they managed to make it feel almost homely. Kim Gunn stepped outside alone to observe the surroundings. The word hell echoed repeatedly in his mind. He examined his glove. Ever since seeing Kinney's skill, a name identical to this world of Floor 42 had lingered in his thoughts. Should he test it? Kinney's eyes began glowing as if sensing something. He stared at Kinney, wondering if it was surveying the area. Suddenly, the system flashed a notice that he was being summoned from hell, leaving him stunned. Without warning, he was dragged into a torrent of black water. Darkness everywhere except for the glowing glove. The current swept him away, yet he remained still and let it carry him. What surprised him was one thing. Even underwater, he could still breathe. The system announced he was facing hell for the first time. The Death King was confronting his own world. Kim Gunn wondered if this was a river. Or perhaps the sea. No, it was Mana itself. Submerged in the flow, he sensed endless energy. Kinney acted as the vessel for this infinite power. He realized this was the origin of the mysterious black crystal. The system warned that the entities were kneeling beneath the dark waters before him, as he shone like a god. He was shocked that they were worshipping him, as he continued sinking deeper into the unknown. Scene shifted to a bright open space under sunlight and drifting white clouds, like a heavenly realm. This was floor 40. A man looked around, asking where the traveler had gone. He commented that the MC had never truly admired floor 40's scenery, being lost in thought instead. Kim Gunn asked what he remembered. It was Arthur. He explained that after he died, Susanoo bound him somewhere between life and death, so he was unsure what happened afterward. Woo Jun replied calmly that Arthur had not been much help. Arthur apologized, his voice tinged with regret. Arthur added that he recalled seeing something like an ocean. Kim Gunn asked if he was certain. Arthur admitted it was only a glimpse before it vanished. The MC looked around and said he understood. He stared at the glove and realized he was right. The traveler must be the entity within that dark water. This item was far more important than he had assumed. Arthur pointed into the distance and said he could see it over there. Kim Gunn asked if he had ever been here before. Arthur replied that long ago, even before Britain was founded, he had briefly visited to meet a high ranker of Olympus. The preparations are complete. Please grant me your command, your majesty. Strange objects suddenly descended from the sky beneath the tower, causing a faint tremor across the land. A contemptuous voice rang out, startling the station's soldiers. What are you staring at? In response, Kim Gunn hurled his weapon straight at the speaker, blasting the soldier backward. The impact was so violent that his armor failed to protect him. He stepped inside while the guards trembled, calmly assessing the surroundings. Olympus must be wealthy. They built such a grand structure for someone who only just became a high ranker. Or perhaps being Rush and Hela's direct descendant meant he was born with a golden spoon. The soldiers shouted in outrage, demanding he stop insulting their master and warning him to watch his rank. Kim Gunn remained unfazed and declared that if their master felt offended, he should come personally. Kim Gunn challenges the war god Ares. Inside, a platinum-haired man with bronze skin faintly heard the commotion. He wiped his blade and shouted what the noise was about. When no one answered, he repeated himself. Couldn't they hear it? The clash of steel and the sound of blood spilling. Ares' face darkened as he gazed toward the main hall, eyes gleaming fiercely as he demanded to know who dared. A subordinate rushed in, reporting that Kim Gunn was present. Ares repeated the name in surprise. Another soldier shouted angrily that no one should dare challenge their god. Before he could finish, Arthur and Kim Gunn attacked. Arthur slashed fiercely at the one who spoke. Seeing the weapon, the crowd panicked. That icy blade is Excalibur. It must be Arthur. Is this the Round Table's challenge? But they are beneath us. Ares quickly calmed them and said it was not the living Arthur but a revenant. Handle him separately. He deduced that the bold fool had orchestrated this, but someone else was pulling the strings. Kim Gunn advanced with his sword and mockingly praised Ares for catching on quickly. Ares asked if he truly believed he could win. These were high rankers, not weaklings. The MC dismissed the chatter and demanded a direct duel. A soldier could not believe his arrogance and questioned how a mere player could speak so boldly. He replied he did not come only to fight. The victor will claim everything the loser possesses. Ares sneered in disbelief. Ares said he desired nothing from him. Kim Gunn replied that perhaps he lacked foresight. He told Ares he had no idea what he held, then revealed the item in his hand. Ares immediately sensed its aura. Is that the sea stone? A soldier offered to handle the boy, but Ares raised his hand to stop them. He forbade interference unless he commanded it, reminding them how much he despised meddling. He then asked if bringing out the sea stone meant Kim Gun was confident of victory. He answered yes. Ares summoned his weapon and accepted the challenge. Collecting spoils after war is mandatory. He looked at him like prey and vowed to kill him and take the sea stone. Kim Gun instructed Arthur to handle the others. Arthur charged forward, acknowledging his master. He then surged with inner power and rushed the war god at astonishing speed. His presence rivaled anyone atop Olympus. The two clashed at close range, waves of power erupting constantly. Ares grinned arrogantly and launched relentless attacks. Their battle caused the ground to explode repeatedly under the strain. Ares struck again, but Kim Gun leapt back to maintain distance. Ares questioned whether Arthur as an ally meant he was a necromancer. At that moment, divine punishment descended. Ares remained relaxed, saying if he possessed Arthur, it was nearly cheating. Kim Gun grew impatient and told him to stop talking and continue. Ares laughed mockingly at his confidence. They charged at each other once more. It was the first time a player had fought a high ranker head-on. His fiery eyes carefully analyzed the opponent's sword techniques. His senses were pushed to the limit, giant power surging through him. Ares leapt and struck downward, but Kim Gun met him evenly. They exchanged blows fiercely. He slipped aside and countered with a heavy strike as Ares swung again. When the first strike failed, Ares immediately lunged again, thrusting his blade toward him. The palace around them was already reduced to ruins from the battle. The war god began to struggle, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The system announced his stamina was temporarily converted into strength. Kim Gun channeled his power and charged, clenching his teeth as he slammed his fist down on Ares. Ares raised his sword to block. The force shocked him. Giantization amplified the strike. It was powerful and fast. The MC smirked and declared this was the power he envied. That's what I meant, Hakan. Ares could not endure the insult, yet he had to admit the MC was a formidable opponent. Ares ground his teeth in fury and glared at him. How dare you say that? Shut your mouth, bastard. The moment he finished speaking, Kim Gun launched another fierce strike, giving him no time to breathe. Ares' blade slid forward in a vicious thrust, but the MC twisted his body and narrowly evaded it. He shot him a cold stare. Maybe you're angry because I hit a nerve, but you should look above you. Ares frowned in confusion, and at that instant, a savage bolt of lightning crashed down from overhead. It was Kim Gun's lightning descent skill, yet Ares shot upward and avoided the blast in time. Watching the smoke and flames swirl, he smirked to himself. Good, it activated. Suddenly, from within the smoke, a voice echoed, "Sorry. That light you used, it's the same power my father wields, not Hakan's." Ares grinned arrogantly. Did you really think I, heir of God Rush, would fall to that kind of power? On Arthur's side, a terrifying aura erupted outward. The once magnificent structure was now in ruins, debris crashing through shattered windows. The soldiers screamed in fear, saying they were being pushed back. The mana output was overwhelming. One knight trembled. Is this really a fight between a player and a god? It felt like a duel between high rankers. No one dared approach the clash zone. Kim Gun bit his lip in anger. Ares did not care at all about his subordinate's safety, and this was their war god. Looking at his deranged expression, he thought Ares resembled nothing more than a bloodthirsty maniac. Ares' thoughts raced greedily. Sea stone, giant form, fiery eyes, even lightning, the symbol of his father. If I kill him and claim even one of those powers, then one day I will surpass father. With that ambition burning, he charged straight at Kim Gun, intending to kill him immediately. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. How long do you intend to stand there? If you cannot finish him, let me behead him myself. Kim Gun realized it was Arthur speaking. Arthur's anger was palpable. As a true knight, he must have found Ares utterly disgusting to speak so fiercely. He felt the momentum shifting. It was time to end this. He reactivated fiery eyes and struck hard at the war god. Only now did the real battle begin. Ares staggered. What the hell was that? For a split second, I saw father. Wu Jun emerged from the blazing flames and sneered. You claim lightning belongs to Rush. Then what about its opposite? As he finished speaking, a dark surge of inner power erupted, hellish and oppressive. The ground shattered violently as if he were a death incarnate. The system announced, Hell acknowledges the king of the dead. Ares stared in horror, sensing his mana was nearly endless. He understood the artifact's origin and was wielding its true authority. He never imagined the gap had grown this wide. Realizing prolonging the fight would only worsen things, Ares sought a finishing blow. He laughed harshly, still struggling. Your skills are impressive, but if you cannot even reach me, how will you defeat me? He believed winning by stalling contradicted a war god's pride. I will not waste time, I will end you now. He laughed again. Yet to his shock, Kim Gun only gave a faint, mysterious smile. They collided again in a brutal exchange, killing intent thick in the air. Suddenly, Wu Jun's power enveloped Ares' entire body. Ares' eyes widened. Why can't I move? Kim Gun mocked him, so you're not as skilled in battle as you pretend. He added calmly that he never expected Ares to charge directly at him. Ares grew confused. What do you mean? Only then did he realize Kim Gun had deliberately played at disadvantage from the start. His true goal was to get close to the dark mana source. The system notified that Kinney was resonating with the thunder fragment, and he struck instantly. A massive explosion rocked the war god's palace, shaking Olympus itself. The roof was blasted open, leaving soldiers stunned and unable to react. One of Ares' closest aides turned pale and stammered, "Lord Ares." The soldiers rushed forward in panic, but were blocked by Arthur's blade, forcing them back. They shouted they had to protect their master, but Arthur replied that they would not interfere. Let them finish. The soldiers burned with rage, yet none dared challenge Arthur's aura. Meanwhile, Ares was on the verge of collapse. Kim Gun swiftly tore the necklace from his chest. Ares had already stopped breathing, dark energy swirling around them. The system announced, "Death King summons the soul of Ares." He stared at the necklace in his hand, deep in thought. This power could reduce high rankers to dust. Once mastered, it would be useful in countless situations. The soldiers screamed Lord Ares, but Arthur still prevented them from approaching. Surrounded by ruins and frantic soldiers who could do nothing, the MC stood alone. Kim Gun looked up at the sky silently and murmured to himself. As expected, he already knew. From above the clouds, shimmering golden chariots gathered rapidly toward Ares' palace. A cold, detached voice echoed across the battlefield. "Is that true?" The woman speaking was none other than Athena, a high ranker of Olympus. "The one who killed Ares was you." When no one answered, she demanded again if she heard correctly. The soldiers immediately knelt and shouted praise for the war god. Under Athena's overwhelming presence, every soldier trembled, barely daring to breathe. She asked again if Ares was truly dead. Kim Gun remained silent before her wrath. Seeing his silence, she concluded that he was her brother's enemy. His eyes shifted color as he entered combat stance. At that moment, both sides received a system alert. Gorgon has answered Olympus' call. Purge initiated. Holy Flame resisted the petrification effect. Fiery Eyes resisted petrification. Resistance successful. He assessed Aegis and Gorgon. That shield was Olympus' strongest artifact, capable of activating its power with a single cry. Facing Athena's pressure, Arthur hesitated. "This is dangerous. What should we do?" Kim Gun stopped him. "Wait, it's not our turn yet." He sighed in realization as the system continued. "Fiery Eyes, the 12th eye of the great sage equal to heaven, is watching you." The moment he finished speaking, a familiar staff descended from the sky. Kim Gun looked up and smirked. "You're quick. Your turn now." The great sage equal to heaven laughed. The main character always arrives at the climax. Wu Jun rubbed his forehead helplessly while Olympus' forces shouted in shock. "It's the great sage." Athena immediately recognized him as Kim Gun's ally. The great sage flipped down and denied it. "That brat isn't my ally, so what's your move now?" He shrugged and said it made no difference. "Just don't get in my way." He added that everyone was talking about Kim Gun. "You should worry about your own life." The soldiers questioned if he intended to wage war on Olympus. Athena ordered them to punish Olympus' enemy. The great sage scoffed, "Get lost." His massive staff slammed into Athena's shield with a thunderous crash. He grumbled that Hephaestus' equipment was strong and mocked how much adamantium was used, but it still could not compare to his staff. Excited, he told Kim Gun this was more fun than expected and told him to handle the weaklings while he dealt with the strong. "You can manage that, right?" Kim Gun smiled faintly and asked why he questioned something so simple. He ordered Arthur to protect the weak and leave the rest to him. Arthur obeyed immediately. Watching him, the great sage felt pleased. "That's more like it. I like you." Both of them charged at Athena. The great sage felt exhilarated. "Now how shall we play this?" The system announced, Gorgon's blessing activated. War blessing envelops the shield. Without hesitation, the great sage struck the shield at close range. Athena felt a chill. "If he breaks through, I lose." She immediately forced distance to maintain safety. Athena leapt onto the tip of the Rui staff and launched her counterattack. The great sage only laughed and shouted for her to take this. One blow sent Athena flying, shocking her with its force. Not stopping there, he pointed the staff again and mocked her to vanish. The Rui staff pierced upward, launching her skyward. Admiring his handiwork, he used Cloud Step to soar upward. Below, only Arthur and Kim Gun continued fighting. Aside from Athena, none were formidable. He pondered that Ares was rumored powerful, yet his strength was not overwhelming. The system warned Fiery Eyes trembled and combat senses were enhanced. He realized he was near his limit after fighting Ares and could not endure much longer. With that in mind, he swiftly cleared Olympus, remaining soldiers. "Blessing of peace surrounds you." Arthur asked if retreating should prioritize pushing them back instead of killing. Wu Jun replied that was fine in emergencies, but escaping came first. One day he would face outer gods, but for now retreat was necessary. Arthur was shocked to hear him say retreat, yet he agreed. The soldiers shouted to stop them. Kim Gun asked if they had heard of dual magic. A soldier yelled angrily and called them enemies of Ares. He conjured holy flame with mana and struck again. Whether they understood or not did not matter. "I'm tired, stop blocking my path." He only wanted to leave and rest. His eyes burned crimson as Fiery Eyes and Holy Spirit maintained the holy flame. A massive explosion shook the entire tower. He watched as holy flame incinerated the soldiers, their screams echoing. He remarked how terrifying Holy Flame was. Anyone below high rancor was burned away easily. Wukong could only stall Athena briefly. Meeting her was unfortunate, but the harvest was enough. Olympus made him suffer greatly. Now it was time to claim interest. He smirked, "My revenge has only just begun. Wait for it." Meanwhile, Athena continued her fierce clash with the great sage. Above him, countless golden swords formed, ready to descend. He glanced below in surprise. Realizing Kim Gun had escaped, he muttered there was no need to continue fighting. Below, Ares' domain lay in ruins. Most soldiers burned to ashes by his demonic eyes. The great sage grinned excitedly. Not bad at all. Athena narrows her eyes and asks if he came here earlier with Jingan. Sun Wukong casually replies that Jingan did not want anything derailing the plan, so he simply stepped in to lend a hand. She grows wary at that attitude. Could it be that the great sage equal to heaven involved himself because he knew she would show up too? A massive question echoes in Athena's mind. Why? The great sage just clicks his tongue playfully, teasing that everything here is already settled. He shoots her a mischievous grin, eyes glinting with sly amusement, saying he actually had quite a bit of fun messing around here. "I will be on my way now. Let us meet again." The moment he finishes speaking, he summons a cloud beneath his feet and vanishes into the sky in a flash. Athena stands there in a daze, staring at the empty horizon, murmuring to herself that perhaps they will cross paths again. Scene shifts to the 38th floor. The air feels incredibly fresh, and lush greenery stretches out as if nature itself is celebrating. Jingan arrives swiftly and surveys the surroundings. After a brief pause, he notes the heat in the air, likely caused by the ring of volcanoes encircling the area. Who would have guessed that such a peaceful landscape could conceal a terrifyingly powerful presence? Without hesitation, he steps deeper inside, scanning every corner as he moves, clearly searching for something specific. Suddenly, he stops. Massive footprints are deeply imprinted in the soil. They look bizarre and unnatural. He smirks softly, "Finally found you." He follows the trail carefully, drawing his sword to slice aside the dense forest leaves blocking his path. As he walks, he wonders if blindly trailing these tracks will truly lead him to his target, or if the man is even nearby. A faint sense of danger prickles his senses. He glances around cautiously and then freezes. There he is, a towering man with bulging muscles, repeatedly slams his fists into a giant tree in front of him. It looks like he is venting his frustration on the thick trunk, though no one can tell what drives him to do so. The man remains focused on the tree, unaware of anyone approaching. Jingan says nothing and quietly observes. A powerful yet pure aura radiates from the man's entire body. Without turning around, the giant senses someone behind him and asks calmly, "Are you lost?" Jingan answers evenly, "Not exactly. What are you doing out here?" The man replies flatly, "Chopping wood." He presses further, "So you are a lumberjack now?" The man nods, for the time being. Jingan asks again, "Then you must live nearby." The man keeps working as he responds, "That is right." Jingan falls silent for a brief moment. Then he speaks again, "As you can see, I am a bit exhausted. Could I stay near you for a few days?" He studies the man quietly. It has been a long time since he last saw that familiar face, yet the emotions remain unchanged. Jingan has been searching for an old friend. The handsome giant before him is none other than Hercules. He thinks to himself that this man could easily accept him. Even without words, Hercules likely understands that a little pleading would be enough. And he does understand. Jingan stays silent, staring intently at Hercules while his mind calculates every possibility. A high ranker like him is exactly what the MC needs to overthrow Olympus. He must turn Hercules into an ally. As a fundamentally kind person, Hercules would struggle to refuse, leaving him with no choice but to accept that shameless request. With that in mind, he speaks again. "Am I not allowed? I am truly exhausted. I might collapse any moment." In the end, Hercules cannot bring himself to refuse. He turns back to his task and says he has not chopped enough wood yet, so if Jingan can wait, he may follow. Deeply moved, he thanks him and promises to repay the favor. Inside, he exhales slowly. He knows he is crossing a line, but unlike Sun Wukong, Hercules still holds onto his humanity. He silently evaluates him, unable to imagine how someone like this once earned the title Giant Slayer. After finishing the massive logs, Hercules keeps his word and leads him back to his home. Jingan stands quietly, observing the familiar surroundings. Nothing seems to have changed. Hercules drops the heavy logs to the ground and calls out that the door is open, telling him to head inside. Jingan asks what he plans to do with all that wood since the weather is not even cold. Hercules replies that someone out there will need it. Only players are immune to the chill. He asks if he intends to send it somewhere and comments that he is quite kind. Hercules answers coldly, "Not exactly." Hercules says he will stack the wood first and then find something for him to eat. But before he finishes, Jingan interrupts, saying there is no need. "Since you allowed me to stay, the least I can do is cook." Hercules looks surprised and reminds him that he claimed to be tired. Time passes quickly, and soon Jingan has prepared a meal. Hercules smiles faintly and asks if he often cooks. He replies that it is only from time to time. Hercules praises his skill, saying anyone would think he has lived in this cabin for months. Jingan calmly denies it. The cold young man finally gets to the point and asks his name. Jingan lets out a breath and remarks that he is quite direct. "My name is Jingan." Hercules looks slightly surprised, saying it is the first time he has heard that name, and that he does not seem like an ordinary climber. Jin Gan replies that he is still just a player. Even so, he adds that he is fairly well known outside and wonders if Hercules has never heard of him. Hercules explains he has been living alone here for quite some time. Jin Gan advises that he should step outside occasionally because cutting ties with the world is not healthy. Hercules counters that he does not look particularly connected to the outside world either. He does not deny it and admits that Hercules is right. Meanwhile, Hercules quietly observes his every move. Hercules openly admits that despite meeting for the first time, he feels an unexpected sense of closeness toward him. He adds that Jin Gan does not seem like someone who smiles easily, which makes it even stranger. Jin Gan responds that Hercules is not much different. He explains that people who are alike tend to bond more easily. Hercules simply asks if that is so. After all, they were inseparable friends in a previous life. At that thought, he looks at his old companion and smiles warmly. Hercules then says he has not introduced himself and reveals his name. Jin Gan pretends to be surprised and says he has heard of that name before, so you are a high ranker. Before long, dawn breaks. Hercules resumes chopping wood, but this time Jin Gan lends him a hand. They work side by side and rest together in between. For the moment, everything remains calm and ordinary. As evening falls, the two prepare to enjoy some grilled fish. Jin Gan focuses intently on cooking dinner, while the campfire crackles brightly. When he looks up, he still sees Hercules tirelessly hauling the logs he has been cutting for the past 3 days. He feels a trace of hesitation in his heart, but keeps it hidden, silently observing his old friend from the shadows. The night sky is overflowing with stars, and beneath it stands Hercules, humble wooden cabin deep in the forest, now sharing its quiet solitude with Jin Gan. Morning arrives quickly, and Jin Gan is already helping chop wood, grumbling under his breath about why the logs here feel absurdly heavy. Hercules calmly explains that the trees on this floor are denser and tougher than steel, which is why they are considered top-tier resources. Hearing that, he finally understands. He cannot help but darken his expression, realizing no wonder Hercules' physical stats are monstrous when he lifts these massive logs barehanded every single day. Hercules asks why he is still here since he should have recovered by now. He replies that living here is not as bad as he first thought. Hercules wonders if he still has time before his next trial. He nods and confirms that is correct. Suddenly, Hercules' expression shifts slightly, and he tells him he should leave today. Before night falls, I am serious. He notices the change in his eyes, the same look Hercules wears before entering battle. When he asks why today, Hercules explains this place will soon become extremely dangerous. He insists he can handle himself, but Hercules does not budge and firmly tells him to listen and leave. His face turns grave as he practically begs him, treating it like a sincere request. He realizes Hercules is conflicted. He knows his friend fears he might get hurt, but the deeper reason is likely that Hercules does not want anyone witnessing him fight. In the end, he does not want to push him further and says, before leaving there, is something he wants to ask. Hercules stops and looks at him. He says that he is different from the rumors and asks why he hates the giants so much. Hercules' eyes blaze with hostility as he warns him to be careful about where he hears such rumors and to watch his mouth. He remains unfazed, pointing out that in the past he seemed on good terms with Surtur and the giants. Suddenly, a massive surge of inner energy and fury erupts from Hercules' body, making him instinctively step back. The dense mana pressure feels like it might crush him from the inside. Hercules steadies himself and tells him not to bring up hand linksing again. We are not close enough for you to pry into things like that. Leave. This floor is nothing like the ones you have experienced before. He watches his back, realizing that in this timeline they have only known each other for a few days, so rebuilding that closeness is not easy. It leaves a bitter taste in his mouth. He thinks that once Hercules learns the truth, perhaps everything will change. Hercules does not answer and simply picks up his beast hide hat. Deep down, he longs to hear the story directly from him, the legend of the greatest hero, who was once his idol and closest friend. The system suddenly announces the start of Day 16 and activates the pact between humanity and the giants. The Lord of the World has shifted, and foreign races in this region will now face harsher penalties. The giants have become the rulers here as grotesque hands begin clawing their way out of the earth. The creatures that emerge resemble pitch-black demons, their forms twisted and terrifying. Hercules tells him to stay put if he does not want to be dragged into this mess. The moment the demons spot him, they unleash flames and charge forward viciously. The once peaceful green forest is instantly swallowed by a blazing inferno. Hercules rushes in alone to face them, and each strike he throws carries enough force to make the demons hesitate. Amid the sea of fire, he stands like an unyielding tree, thriving and pushing forward despite the swarm crashing toward him. Warning notifications flash across the system interface while he remains fully focused on slaughtering the demons. He stays where he is without joining the fight, and yet the demons on that side are already beaten into ruin. Without using any sharp weapons, Hercules fights barehanded and with massive tree trunks, his oppressive aura suffocating everything around him. A thunderous explosion shakes the forest as the flames continue to spread uncontrollably. Even though many demons have already been crushed, more keep crawling out from beneath the ground. Hercules shows no fear. He grits his teeth and charges forward relentlessly, unleashing blow after blow. He recalls Hercules once telling him that when you raise your fist, it must be for a clear purpose. Fighting without conviction is nothing more than mindless slaughter. Back then, he did not fully grasp those words, only the phrase purpose echoing in his mind. Now he finally understands. It is ironic that the mindless massacre Hercules warned about is exactly what he is witnessing. At this moment, Hercules is still completely absorbed in battle against the demonic horde. Even seeing it with his own eyes, he can barely believe it. A frenzy without purpose, and it is coming from Hercules of all people. Is this the fate he bears after the great giant war? To fight alone through endless nights for thousands of years. He is carrying on a war that should have ended long ago. Hercules grips a tree trunk so tightly that deep cracks split across the wood. The sky turns crimson from the lingering blaze, and the once vibrant forest has been reduced to ashes. After finishing them off, Hercules tells Jingan the area is safe for now, and advises him to either move somewhere secure or stay put and not wander. His thoughts spiral as he realizes Hercules is enduring a punishment beyond what any normal rancor could withstand. That level of power is truly terrifying. He quietly follows behind without saying a word, which catches Hercules slightly off guard. Hercules asks if he even knows where he is going. He calmly replies that he may not know the destination, but he knows the goal is to eliminate the remaining giants. Hercules does not deny it and clarifies he is not after random giants, but is searching for gigants, one of the 3 strongest of their race. He warns the journey will be extremely dangerous and cannot guarantee his safety in a fight against him. Hearing the name, he repeats it quietly, gigants. Then he looks at Hercules with firm resolve and says he knows exactly where that giant is. The forest still trembles from the aftermath of battle, with rivers of fire continuing to surge across the land. Without waiting for approval, he steps ahead to lead the way and asks if Hercules needs a guide. Hearing that, his fists clench so tightly they tremble. What do you mean? Why? Hercules reacts instantly, demanding how Jingan could possibly know that. Facing the pressure, he remains completely calm. He reaches up and grabs the hand gripping his shoulder, his voice cool as he warns that if he squeezes any harder, bones will snap. Realizing he lost control, Hercules steps back and apologizes before urgently asking where exactly that path leads and where Gigants is. He frowns, asking if it is inside the lava river since he already searched there and found nothing. Jingan replies that the giant lies even deeper beneath it. Beneath the blazing magma flows a scorching abyss capable of incinerating anything that falls into it. Hercules tells him to step back and tosses him a protective gear piece. He simply stands still and lets him handle it. Then Hercules plants his feet firmly and steps onto the molten surface without flinching from the heat. He watches silently as Hercules appears to search for something within the sea of magma. Suddenly, Hercules drops low and smashes the ground with a devastating punch, sending chunks of molten rock flying. Massive stones crash down and temporarily block the raging lava streams. He thinks that normally Shiana would be enough to shield him, but wearing this protection and waiting here is the smarter move. Hercules looks surprised and asks if it is deeper than this and whether they are close. He calmly instructs him to repeat the same strike 3 more times. Without hesitation, Hercules follows his guidance and slams his fist into the ground again. Lava bursts outward in violent surges. He keeps pounding the earth, causing deep cracks to spider across the terrain. Soon a radiant beam erupts from below, illuminating the entire space around them. Hercules stares in shock and mutters, "What is this?" Beneath the crust lies a hidden world filled with lush greenery and cool air. They descend together, and Hercules asks how he knew this place existed. He simply says he has his own source. Hercules questions that source, but he darkens his expression and says even if he explained, he would not believe it and could never meet that person anyway. Hercules wonders if it is someone from a higher floor he has never reached. He shrugs and tells him to think of it that way. In truth, he learned it from the future version of him. Of course they could meet, but explaining that would sound insane, so silence is better. He waves off further questions and tells Hercules to just follow if he wants the truth. Watching his back, Hercules thinks that after so many years he finally found someone to talk to, maybe even call a friend. But what if this is a trap? Could he be a spy for the giants? Has he been deceived all this time? Even if it is a trap, he resolves to crush everything in his path. He turns and teases that Hercules seems awfully cautious, even keeping his distance. Hercules stays silent. When he stops walking, Hercules asks why. He tells him to throw a punch in that direction and he will understand. Hercules senses no path and no enemy presence, questioning why he should strike empty space. Fine, whatever happens, happens. He unleashes a punch, so powerful it makes the entire mountain tremble. Shock flashes across his face as he feels the vibration and that overwhelming force. There you are, Gigants. He recalls that in the future Hercules kills Gigants here, igniting the second giant war that costs countless lives and weakens humanity against the outer realm forces. No matter what, he must stop that from happening. He asks Hercules if revenge truly excites him and whether it will bring satisfaction. Killing intent radiates from Hercules as he demands how he knows about that. Before he can finish, a terrifying voice echoes, mocking the giant hunter for coming this far. The monstrous giant roars and focuses his power, locking eyes on Hercules and declaring he knows why he came. He calls him the mortal enemy of the giant race, whose hands are stained with the blood of countless giants. He vows to behead him and present it to the bastard Rush, swearing that those who broke the pact will pay dearly. As tension explodes, he quickly steps in and tells them both to stop. Violence seems to be the only language you understand. He pulls out Ares' necklace and asks if they even know the real reason they are fighting. Gigants demands his identity and insists Hercules slaughtered many of his kin and will never stop. He turns to Hercules and asks what about him. Hercules says he seeks revenge for his mother, who died at the hands of the giants. He then hands over the necklace. The moment he sees it, Hercules recognizes its owner and asks how he obtained it. He replies that he took it from Ares. Hercules questions why Ares had it. He simply tells him to see for himself. The system suddenly activates and confirms user authentication. User confirmed, Hercules, son of Alcmene. Memory playback of the necklace begins. A familiar voice echoes out, making him tremble as it apologizes for bringing him into such a cruel world. A world where everyone seeks to exploit his power. Even so, the voice expresses a heartfelt wish that he would grow into a kind man and use his strength for the right reasons. Memories of his mother flood back as she cries out that it is too dangerous. She pleads with Hera to stop, saying the child is innocent. Her apologies echo as she begs him to apologize and survive. She warns him never to misuse his strength. As he grew into a mighty warrior, he once proudly declared to his mother that he had completed the trial. Your ranking has already surpassed your father's. Back then, she was overflowing with pride for her son Hercules, thrilled that he had grown even stronger. Warm memories of him laughing beside his mother begin to surface one after another. That was likely the happiest chapter of his entire life. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind her, calling out his name. They said the child had already become a ranker. Alcmene's heart ached, insisting he was still too young for war. The man replied coldly that the time had not yet come, so let the boy focus on climbing ranks for now, but that peace would not last. She asked in despair if he truly intended to turn their son into a weapon of war. The man answered without emotion that the boy carried his blood. She fell to her knees, sobbing that no matter whose blood flowed in him, he was still her child. He lifted her chin mercilessly and mocked her as a pitiful woman. Even though she never planned to give birth to him, anyone could see the love reflected in her eyes. He sneered that she loved the child deeply, and Rush's face twisted into something cruel. Alcmene cried out in fury that he was insane, that he saw their son as nothing but a tool instead of flesh and blood. He admitted it without hesitation, declaring the boy an unmatched weapon. She screamed, asking how he could say that so openly. He continued arrogantly that he had countless women willing to bear his children, as long as he could stand at the summit of this tower. Then creating a second or third Hercules would mean nothing to him. The scene shifts to bloodshed and chaos as a familiar voice cuts through the carnage. It was Ares, mocking him as a guild master and ranker who was still too weak. The other man sneered, saying he wondered how Rush planned to take Hercules away, and now he understood. Calling him cowardly and disgraceful, he questioned whether his son would ever forgive him. He speculated that judging by Rush's haste, war was imminent. He taunted the boy, asking which version of Hercules he was, and what Rush named his new hunting dog. Ares stood firm and said none of that mattered. As long as one remained loyal to the throne, everything else was irrelevant. Then he calmly declared that Alcmene had died at the hands of the giants, and that was all Hercules needed to know. Watching the memory unfold, Hercules' desperate screams echo endlessly as he begs it to stop. His hands tremble, unable to accept what he sees or believe Olympus could be this vicious. He tries to rush forward to embrace his mother but cannot. Her faint voice echoes again, warning Elena that she may not survive. She says Rush will never allow the child he wants to shape into a weapon to grow peacefully. He will kill and drown the boy in hatred. She urges Alcmene to stay away from Hercules and let him go. Through tears, Alcmene refuses, saying even if fate makes him a weapon against the world, she will never abandon her son. She cries that she cannot let go of those tiny hands just to save her own life as Helena trembles in fear. Was Yahello acting out of a mother's duty? She gently reached out and rubbed her sister's trembling hand. She tried to hold herself together, but tears still streamed down her face like a relentless storm. The image of her tiny son flashed through her mind. Ankh-Manet whispered that she truly cherished this child more than anything. She once told him there was never a single second when a mother's love for her child faded. Every moment spent by her son's side filled her heart with pure happiness. Watching him grow stronger day by day was the only thing that brought her peace. As death closed in, her thoughts drifted to her son, Hercules. Thank you, my child, because you were born as my son. With those final thoughts, Yahello drew her last breath, collapsing into a pool of blood, never to see her beloved boy again. Those memories shattered like broken glass, piercing deep into his mind. Hercules' voice trembled. I never knew any of this. He watched closely, sensing the hesitation in the air. At that moment, Gigants asked if he had risked everything just to clear the misunderstanding between Hercules and the giants. Kim Gun didn't deny it, that's right. So the old giant knew about the ring's power too, not surprising. Gigants pondered for a moment. Now that I think about it, I once heard Offa mention your name. Kim Gun, wasn't it? He frowned. Weren't you asleep all this time? Gigants shook his head. Not entirely. I wake up from time to observe the situation. Hearing that, Kim Gun pressed further. Then why didn't you stop Hercules? Gigants pointed at the massive scar across his body. This is the mark left by the lightning of the Chaos Sovereign, Rush. Healing from it takes time, so I used that time to prepare for the coming war. Kim Gun calculated silently. The giants were gearing up for battle as well. The second great cataclysm would be on a scale far beyond the first. Countless major guilds would be wiped out. Even a powerhouse like the giant clan would fall, all because of that bastard Rush, who drove everything past the point of no return. Gigants smirked. You really dealt Poseidon a painful blow. Senya doesn't like Olympus either, does she? So tell me, which side are you on? Kim Gun remained silent, silently admitting it. Gigants chuckled. Clever brat. When you stand where I stand, one decision can reshape the world. You have the power to wipe out an entire floor of the tower, yet you're here trying to persuade me. I never thought I'd be this welcoming. A mere human like you is making history. Kim Gun grinned proudly. Honestly, I think so too. Gigants looked at him helplessly. Not even a shred of humility. If you were a giant, I'd promote you to a high rank in the clan. Kim Gun waved him off. Spare me the recruitment pitch. I'm busy enough already. Besides, the ground's shaking. Gigants turned toward Hercules. Fine, let's see what choice this one makes. Meanwhile, he remained drowned in grief, trapped within those painful chains of memory. It was a secret traitor had hidden for years. He had even lived alongside the man who brutally murdered his own mother. Now he was suffocating under crushing guilt and indescribable agony. It felt as if a blade was carving into his heart. Unable to endure it, he slammed his fist into his own face. Hercules collapsed helplessly to the ground. The tragic memories of his mother coiled around his mind, refusing to let him escape. He couldn't forgive himself. Blow after blow landed on his own face until it turned red and swollen. Seeing him spiral like that, Kim Gun rushed forward and grabbed him. Stop, that's enough. Thankfully, a sliver of reason remained. Kneeling on the ground, he growled, Ares, that bastard, where is he? Kim Gun replied calmly, traitor is already under my control. He shot to his feet, then I'll take revenge on Rush. He bowed before Gigants. I apologize for the misunderstanding and for slaughtering your clansmen. I will offer this life to you and accept any punishment to atone, but not now. Gigants narrowed his eyes. You're going after Rush, aren't you? He nodded sorrowfully. Yes, I'll kill my father, then return to face judgment. Gigants' voice thundered. I cannot forgive you. Do you know how many of my people traitor killed because of you? After a pause, he added, but you and your mother were victims of the gods as well. I will not punish you. If you truly wish to atone, even a little, then listen carefully. Destroy Olympus. Hearing that, his spirit steadied. He rose and placed his mother's final relic, the ocean shell necklace, around his neck, in the name of my mother. I swear I will do it. The seashell necklace returned to its rightful owner and began to radiate brilliant light. He glanced at Kim Gun. Thank you, I owe you. Without you, this battle would never have ended. The MC smirked. If you feel indebted, then do this. You're heading straight to Olympus, aren't you? He didn't deny it. Yes. Kim Gun studied his unwavering resolve. Then let me give you a gift. A surge of golden inner energy spiraled violently around the two of them. He caught sight of a familiar silhouette, eerily resembling his father. What is this, Kim Gun? Who is that? Kim Gun looked back at him. Don't you recognize him? At the same time, the system chimed, and he realized the figure before him was none other than Ares. The moment Ares saw him, he roared in fury. Kim Gun. You bastard, Kim Gun. Ares clenched his teeth, glaring at him like a sworn enemy before charging forward. Kim Gun slashed with his blade. People say the spirit is weaker than the flesh, but sometimes it's the other way around. He guessed that's the power of will, isn't it? EU World explained that when he was alive, Ares had been a high-ranking battle commander. An ordinary person would be writhing in agony by now, but elites were different. The MC pointed his sword at Ares and said to him, go ahead, beat him down to your heart's content. At those words, his eyes turned icy cold. He fixed an unblinking stare on Ares, killing intent surging without restraint. His fist trembled with overwhelming emotion as Ares screamed for mercy. Dream on, Ares roared back. The instant he finished shouting, a savage punch smashed into his face, twisting his features out of shape. Even Kim Gun was stunned by that blow. His expression darkened like a stormy abyss. He never expected Hercules to hit that hard. After landing the strike, he exhaled deeply, a look of grim satisfaction crossing his face. That felt a lot better. But one punch was nowhere near enough. Hercules swung again, this time even more brutal than before. Ares endured blow after blow as his fury poured out without restraint. Kim Gun stood off to the side, silently watching the carnage. No way he'll vanish from just this beating, right? Ares' face was already unrecognizable. He wailed in agony. Stop. His swollen features looked like a vengeful ghost. I'm sorry. All right, I'm sorry. Hercules stared at him coldly. Sorry, fine, let's keep going. EU World watched his relentless assault. and wondered how much longer this skill could be maintained. He had never sustained hell manifestation for this long. Across the battlefield, Ares screamed in despair, "Kill me." Kim Gun bit his lip, realizing he had to stop him before things went too far. Eventually, he managed to rein in Hercules' rage. Ares lay flattened on the ground in utter misery. Kim Gun added calmly, "If you're not satisfied, just say the word. You can beat him as much as you like." He shook his head. "It's enough. He deserves worse, but there are others more deserving of death." The MC let out a long sigh. "True enough. Need help? I've got some useful intel." Hercules looked surprised. "You know more." His face turned grim. Who's colluding with whom? Who approved the murder of Ankmanet? Who's enemy or ally right now? He clenched his fists. Hades, Hakan, Kim Gun. Those people, my mother once. Kim Gun cut him off. "Don't alert Rush yet. You can't take him down alone." He narrowed his eyes. "Destroy Olympus, right? I know that's your goal. But don't tell me you expect me to endure until your plan unfolds." "Of course not," the MC replied. "Aside from Rush, wreck whatever you want. I won't stop you. Call me if you need backup." He nodded in satisfaction. "Good, I'll start now." EU World muttered about doing things his own way. He said nothing, only shot him a silent glance. He dashed off in a flash. Ares snarled angrily, forgetting he was now just a spirit summoner's pawn. Kim Gun looked down at him with disdain. "Watch your mouth." Ares snapped back. "How dare you?" He suddenly shouted Hercules' name in warning. The threat worked instantly. Ares froze in fear. "Wait." The MC's dark aura flared, as if ready to summon Hercules back for round 2 at any moment. Ares shrank like a frightened dog. "Forgive me." Kim Gun smirked. "That's better. I could erase your mind and use you like any other undead puppet, but keeping your free will is better, right?" Ares gathered his courage. "You want me to serve you? I refuse. I'm Olympus' enemy, but I won't point my blade at father and mother, no matter how terrifying Hercules is." Negotiation failed, so he shifted to threats. "Then I'll drag you into battle like this. Regardless of what you think, I'll use your power to achieve my goal. After that, I'll tear everything down. Olympus, Rush, all of it." He locked eyes with him, unwavering. "But if you agree to help me, I won't force you to fight Olympus. I swear on the system." Ares blinked in shock. The reason he pushed so hard was simple. A high-rank battle commander soul like Ares was incredibly rare. Even if persuasion was difficult, he wanted to turn him into a sentient, undead warrior. In the end, Ares relented. "Fine, form a contract. Words alone won't stop you from stabbing me in the back." He extended his hand, already thinking about betrayal. "Fine." The two sealed the soul pact. Contract established. This spirit now belongs entirely to the player. This spirit cannot participate in battle against Olympus-affiliated players. If the pact is broken, the spirit will be freed. You have gained the allegiance of the war god. The war god's power has been fully restored. The scene shifted to floor 77, inside Hera's temple. The atmosphere was tense. A voice echoed. "Hera still isn't here." Another replied, "Seems so. She's been gone longer than usual." Hector sighed, "We're doing nothing while chaos spreads." One player turned everything upside down. Mantheus shook his head. "Rush cutting ties with Poseidon. How did one of the 3 supreme gods fall this far?" "Rumors say Hades and Poseidon are cooperating to seize the initiative." "We've heard that too. They're far from weak." Suddenly, a green flash erupted, detonating with a thunderous blast that shattered the walls. Hector and Mantheus froze mid-conversation, stunned by the explosion. What was that? A soldier screamed in panic. "What the hell? We're under attack." Hercules roared fiercely. "Where is she? Where's Hera?" Hector panicked. "He came alone. Which guild are you from?" Mantheus stopped him. "Wait, he's the hero Hercules." Hector gasped. "What? Why is the giant war hero here?" A dark aura radiated from him as he glared at them. "Don't make me repeat myself. Where is Hera?" Fear gripped them. What happened to make his gaze so murderous? One answered nervously, "She's away. What do you want?" His killing intent flared. "Is that so?" The moment he finished speaking, he charged forward. "She'll return once this palace lies in ruins." One ranker snarled, "How rude. War hero or not, that was the past. Olympus rankers won't fear outdated legends." Another intervened. "If words can solve this, don't rush into battle. Our opponent is Hercules. He hasn't even used his full strength. If he does, everything here will crumble." Still, one soldier recklessly rushed at him with weapon drawn. He never imagined that Hercules would evade so effortlessly, like a shadow slipping through wind. And naturally, a devastating counterattack followed, crashing down on that soldier. Hercules spoke coldly. "If you want to stop me, then all of you come at once." The scene left the legion trembling. The giant butcher truly lived up to his name. Seeing the killing intent in his icy stare, the crowd inwardly panicked. "We're going to die here." Hercules glared and roared, "All of you, come at me." At that moment, Kim Gun was messaging Hakan. The guy nearly jumped out of his skin. "No way. Kim Gun, you actually pulled it off." He replied that Hera's palace had just been attacked by Hercules. Hakan teased back, "Don't tell me you instigated that." Meanwhile, Kim Gun was lying on his bed, waiting calmly for news from him. In his mind, he sighed, "Hercules, you just couldn't wait to stir up trouble." Then he texted Hakan, "I only suggested he start there. We're on the same side now." Hakan kept pushing. "Hold on. What exactly did you say to convince him like that?" "Hey, don't just go silent, ignoring me." Kim Gun stopped replying and rolled over to rest. When there was no response, Hakan yelled again, "Don't tell me you're sleeping." Before he could even close his eyes, another message popped up. It was from Hades. "Ready." The moment he saw that, he shot upright. Looks like their plan was finally moving. EU World stared at the message with satisfaction. This was the signal he'd been waiting for. Hakan kept spamming him. Hey, Kim Gun. What did you even do? Which floor are you on? Let's meet up. He lazily stretched. Everything was already in place. In his calculations, all that remained was to push the final domino and bring Rush crashing down. He finally replied, come to floor 42, I need your help. They soon arrived at floor 42. This was Hell Hades' domain, where secrecy was guaranteed. Hakan stared at him in confusion. Say that again. He continued, I'm launching a campaign against Rush, your father, I want you in. Hakan blinked. A campaign? Why? He shot back, didn't you say you were ready to fight your father? Hakan stammered, that's different, completely different. He spoke about his father, the king of Olympus, ruler of the skies, lord of thunder, currently ranked 9th on the tower leaderboard. You know better than anyone what 9th place in this tower really means. Sure, I climbed faster than most players, but in raw power, I'm nothing compared to him. With my current strength, I won't make much difference. What's the point of joining? He cut him off. It'll make a huge difference. Hakan frowned. I know you're not the type to talk nonsense, but I need a clear reason. He replied, there are two. Which one first? The first reason sets up the second, and it's shocking. Hakan narrowed his eyes. You've never said anything mild before. Stop stalling and say it. Kim Gun answered directly. Rush truly loves only one child. That child is you, Hakan. Just as expected, Hakan froze in disbelief. It felt like the world stopped. His thoughts screamed in chaos. This is insane. He muttered, so what? Even if that's true, ranking won't matter if his only beloved son turns traitor. But still, hearing that from you sounds ridiculous. Anger flared across his body. Why would my father love me? He brought me into this world, sure, I'm grateful. But my mother raised me. If anyone loved me, it was her. Everyone knows the path my father walks. Just look at Hercules. Olympus values results over reasons and justice. They'll use any means to reach their goal. And you're talking about love. Kim Gun replied calmly, if you don't believe me, I can't force you. But I'm not lying. Hakan sighed, I know. Somehow, everything you've said so far has come true. It's like you're from the future. I need time to think. Give me a few hours. No, even a few minutes. This was cruel information. He wondered if Hakan would make the same choice as in the previous timeline. Suddenly, another message pinged. Hakan groaned. Of all times, can't I get a moment of peace? Then he hurriedly said, we've got a problem. Father just ordered me to attack the heavenly demon sect. The message came from Apollo. Father has ordered an assault on the heavenly demon sect. I heard your friend is the vice sect master there. Moments later, Olympus, signature blazing chariot streaked across the sky. The entire trip, he didn't say a word. Kim Gun glanced back, observing him. Finally, he spoke, are you ready? Hakan answered quietly, yes. But he added firmly, I have to stop this war no matter what. I can't sit by and watch hundreds of thousands die meaninglessly. The MC thought, good. Hakan asked, did you contact the heavenly demon sect? He replied, I told them I'm heading to floor 10 and warned them to be careful. Mugen is there along with other high-ranking elites. It should be fine. He tried to reassure himself. Nothing major will happen. Even so, unease lingered in his chest. Why do I feel so anxious? He calculated quickly. The Apollo brothers are targeting Hades, so Rush won't deploy them. That leaves Athena, Hermes, and Dionysus. Or will he rally other guilds? Hard to imagine anyone wanting to side with Olympus right now. He asked Hakan, could Rush use that card? Hakan blinked. What card? Another secret only you know. Kim Gun explained that a high-ranking battle commander had been imprisoned in Olympus for ages. Fewer than 10 even knew of his existence. Hakan snapped. Then how do you know? And why would father use him? Because that person has lost all value. The next giant war won't happen. Hercules has switched sides, and the three supreme gods are fractured. Rush couldn't even recruit Hephaestus, his greatest weaponsmith asset. War might still erupt, but Olympus would need thousands of years to rebuild its strength. So it's not hard to guess Rush will play that card, even if it's a double-edged sword. That must be his final trump card. Hakan asked, even so, how would that endanger father? He answered quietly, when it happens, you'll understand. Kim Gun moved swiftly, mind racing. I need to speed this up. The scene shifted as the Olympus warship successfully breached the heavenly demon sect's territory. Leading the assault was Athena. She stood within the vessel, eyes cold and vicious, unable to hide her cruelty. Her first command was clear, eliminate Kim Gun. After that, wipe out the heavenly demon sect entirely. She recalled that Mugen and a clone of the great sage equal to heaven were allied with Kim Gun. We'll need at least 4 high-ranked commanders. The response came swiftly. Odysseus and Hermes will go. The last one arrives tomorrow. Athena's thoughts darkened. It was time to erase them all. Suddenly, a voice shattered her focus. Seriously, why were we even called for this nonsense? She snapped, stop slacking and focus. The other complained, but I hate fighting. It was Hamit, god of freedom and theft, a high-ranking Olympus ranker. Still, he sighed. Fine, let's end it fast so it doesn't get messy. Without warning, a violent tremor struck. A beam of light cleaved the ship in two, making Hamit flinch. The vessel's speed dropped instantly. Though they were close to their target, they could no longer advance. From the heavenly demon sect's base, a protective force was enveloping the entire area. Athena barked, "Hamit, why aren't you teleporting the ship?" He replied frantically, "I'm trying, but it's impossible. I've never seen anything like this, not even during the giant war. At least I diverted it to crash near the sect instead of into the cliffs." She narrowed her eyes. "Heavenly demon John Mugen, I thought he retired in seclusion. He's grown stronger." The one who held half the power of the martial world finally spoke. "After today, the heavenly demon sect's ranking will rise." Mugen stepped out with sword in hand. This was just a warm-up. He glared at Athena. "Disciples, hear me. Defend Heavenly Mountain and our sect." From top to bottom, the sect mobilized instantly. Every member was ready to protect their homeland. Athena channeled power into her twin serpent staff, releasing a terrifying aura. As the goddess of war, her presence alone made the Blade King and Fist King uneasy. A barrage of attacks rained down on the heavenly demon sect, but the distance reduced the casualties. She ordered Hamit and the 4 elites forward, "Crush those arrogant elders." He accepted without hesitation. Athena roared another command, "All Olympus forces, advance. Annihilate the heavenly demon sect." Her voice echoed across the mountains, shaking the earth. The soldiers charged, clashing fiercely in a frenzy of steel and blood. Within moments, the battlefield was drenched in crimson, corpses piled high. Hamit found himself facing the 4 heavenly kings alone. One of them growled, "Olympus has gone mad, attacking us in broad daylight." The Blade King snapped, "This is because we allowed an outsider into Heavenly Mountain. Vice Sect Master, all for King Huo Elder." Another cut him off angrily, "Are you insane? Don't blame the Vice Sect Master." Meanwhile, Hamit intensified his assault against them. The Spear King shouted, "Enough, this isn't the time to argue." What a chaotic guild. Behind Athena, the object she brought began to crack. A muffled voice asked, "What should I do?" She answered coldly, "Stay put until I give the order." The voice inside asked again, "If I obey, I'll be freed." She brushed it off. "Yes," the voice continued, "You're Athena." While she was distracted, heavenly demon John Mugen vanished. The voice persisted, "You'll let me out." She replied, "Yes, Father promised. Stay still until I call you." The being inside trembled, muttering incoherently, "Father, rush." At that moment, a streak of blue light shot down from the sky toward it. The captive inside radiated unstable energy, still whispering, "Rush." "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please let me out." Just then, Kim Gun and Haken landed nearby. The MC heard every word from within. Strangely, the egg inside his system began baring its fangs restlessly. The battle outside intensified, far more brutal than before. No one noticed the strange disturbance behind them. Bodies inexplicably piled up around the cracked container. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the fissure, blood and corpses surrounding it. A gentle female voice echoed softly. She gazed toward the heavenly demon sect. Such beautiful light. She remembered someone once telling her, "This is my gift to you. But you must never open this box, no matter what happens." Back then, she cried as she stared at the box. It was a gift from the one who slaughtered her parents. The radiant glow matched the light spilling from it. That same light now seeped outward from within. No one noticed the anomaly behind them, too focused on surviving the battle. A beautiful young woman slowly stepped toward the battlefield. Soldiers muttered, "What the hell? Is she from Olympus?" Reinforcements. The girl imprisoned for countless years was Pandora. Soldiers rushed toward her as she walked into the chaos unarmed. "Are you crazy? If your support, get to the rear." Her beauty made the soldiers blush, whispering if Olympus even had someone like her. Where did she come from? A gentle voice echoed, "You must be terrified." The man stared at her in a daze, his gaze completely losing clarity. Pandora continued softly, "In just a few minutes, you'll die miserably. The heavenly demon sect will never let Olympus leave in peace. They'll tear us apart like beasts. My body won't be buried in Olympus soil. I'll rot in a foreign land. I'll die horribly. I won't make it back alive. I'll die in agony. Alone like this, I'll die anyway." Those thoughts echoed in his mind. Maybe dying now would hurt less, or maybe I'll be tortured first. One by one, soldiers near Pandora suddenly coughed blood and collapsed dead without knowing why. Her dark gaze swept across them, cold as the eyes of death itself. Mugen witnessed the scene and frowned in confusion. "What monster did you bring here? I don't know. What do you think it is?" Athena thought grimly. Pandora broke free on her own. "If she joins the battlefield, we could wipe out the heavenly demon sect in one sweep, but our own forces would suffer terribly. Only I, Hamit, and the heavenly demon might survive." She hesitated, why now of all times? In the distance, a brilliant light streaked toward Athena's position. She glanced over and murmured with satisfaction, "Finally." On Kim Gun's side, the closer he got, the more the egg inside his system trembled with excitement, baring its teeth and drooling. It kept urging him forward, making the MC momentarily flustered. One look was enough. It was reacting to Pandora. The moment he arrived, he shouted to draw her attention. "Pandora, where do you think you're going?" He raised his voice again. "Stay here, it's not fun out there." Haken landed beside him but couldn't endure Pandora's voice. He bit his lip and covered his ears as a sharp pain pierced his head. What is this feeling? Staring at her blurred figure, he asked urgently, "Who is she?" Kim Gun told Hakan, "Go to Heavenly Mountain and assist the sect leader. Don't stay near here." He nodded quickly. "I agree. This place feels too dangerous. Be careful." For a moment, Pandora mistook him for Rush because he resembled his father. Watching Hakan leave, anger flickered in her eyes. "You know this won't change anything, right? It's useless. Everyone will die. Why not give up? Why struggle when your chance of victory isn't even 1%? The MC felt dizzy. She amplified every negative thought, even the smallest doubt. "I've never felt this awful." The egg reacted wildly, so she's another seed sown by chaos. He tightened his grip on his sword. The table's set, time to feast. With permission granted, the egg opened its massive mouth eagerly. But suddenly it froze, lying motionless. He scowled and cursed it. "What do I need to spoon-feed you? Be useful for once." Pandora's face twisted with sorrow. "Why are you stopping me? Why?" He answered calmly, "Because your existence harms us." She frowned us. He slashed toward her, but the attack couldn't reach its target. At the same time, the thunder fragment reacted and activated demonic energy. The strike exploded violently, yet she remained unharmed. He calculated quickly, "This won't work. I have to go all out. No openings." A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he stared her down. Terrifyingly, she hadn't even moved, yet he was blasted to the ground. The earth beneath him shattered. Just her gaze alone forced him into a corner. She was a monster. Even so, EU World smiled faintly. "She's strong, but this is a battle I must win." Then his face paled. "In theory, yes, but how?" He sprang back up, refusing to stay down after that sudden blow. Kim Gun charged again with sword in hand, yet Pandora remained calm. Every strike was effortlessly dodged. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't close the gap. Her eyes seemed to conceal a terrifying secret. With a mere glance, the ground around him exploded as if rigged with bombs. Wounds bled across his body. "Close combat won't work. My stamina's draining." He shouted at the egg, "If you have any conscience, help me." Only then did it peek out. His face darkened. "I'm seriously about to crack you open." He activated fiery eyes and heightened his battle instinct. Pandora's rank had once surpassed even Athena's, and she wasn't much weaker now. Direct confrontation was futile. The thunder fragment pulsed again, amplifying his demonic energy. He hesitated. "What do I do?" Pandora's voice trembled with grief. "Why? Why are you trying to kill me? What did I do wrong?" She seemed unstable, muttering repeatedly, "No, I don't want this." As she spoke, the surroundings crumbled uncontrollably. Watching the chaos spiral out of control, he forced himself to think. There must be another way. He analyzed her power. It feeds on her negative emotions. In a battle like this, she only grows stronger. If I remove the source of her emotional boost, I'll have a chance. Wait, I still have something that can devour negative emotions. That thing. On the other side, Athena and Mugen were locked in a deadlock, neither able to claim the upper hand. Relentless strikes collided with crushing pressure, blasting chunks of rock into the air. It felt like a clash of titans. Mountains trembled violently under their power. For now, their strength seemed evenly matched. Neither showed signs of serious injury. The heavenly demon and the goddess of war continued their fierce exchange as time slipped by. Mugen couldn't help but admit she was fast. Releasing that much mana at such speed was astonishing. Athena, too, was inwardly impressed. He truly lives up to the title Heavenly Demon. Just as their thoughts settled, a massive explosion erupted, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Smoke and dust swallowed the sky. After battling an equal opponent, Athena felt her stamina waning. She thought coldly, "Kim Gun will fall soon. There's no way he can defeat Pandora. The real issue is the Heavenly Demon. I need to conserve strength to recover Pandora, but with someone this powerful." Mugen advanced. "Focus on me." He asked sharply, "What are you looking at?" Athena sneered, "Ridiculous. You and that little sect leader will die here. Today marks the end of the Heavenly Demon sect. You'll regret ever siding with Kim Gun, even in your next life." Mugen laughed darkly. "Seems we've been quiet too long. Even a guild like yours dares mock us now." Kim Gun's skills surpass most rankers. That's why he earned the title sect leader. But that's not all. His true talent lies in his power and relentless resolve to overcome any obstacle, no matter how desperate the situation. And you'll never understand that. The ones who will fall are you. Meanwhile, Kim Gun devised a plan. He would use Holy Flame to stabilize Pandora's mind. Faced with the blazing aura, she hugged herself, shrinking back as scorching heat engulfed her. Seeing her reaction, he murmured in satisfaction, "It's weak, but it can devour." He chose Holy Flame because it reacts to fear. Every negative emotion Pandora carried was fuel for it. As long as her emotions remained unstable, the Holy Flame would only grow stronger. Suddenly, she counterattacked with terrifying force, catching him off guard. Her destructive power was overwhelming. He spat out blood. Pandora screamed, "Tear it apart." Thankfully, the egg finally stirred, drool dripping from its jaws. He grinned faintly, finally ready to hatch. Devour it, the egg's sharp teeth expanded, wrapping around him protectively. This time, Pandora couldn't respond. She lay motionless as the egg gnawed at her power. At the same time, the hatching rate surged. It was close to breaking open. He watched the percentage climb. It was feeding heavily. He realized it was consuming Pandora's power, completely different from when it devoured Orochimaru and Lensra. If it hatches, will an outer god descend? Once fully fed, the egg began to crack, rising into the air in radiant light. A fissure split open, two glowing eyes stared at him. It's hatching. The first thing it saw was him. A cute voice echoed, "Where am I? Did father bring me here?" He activated fiery eyes but saw nothing clearly, only something emerging. The egg finally hatched, and a contract formed instantly. What emerged was small, angel-like, only level 1. He stared in shock, not a terrifying monster but a tiny boy. "This is an outer god." The child gazed at him affectionately. "Father." Suddenly the boy's eyes flashed with cunning, a sly smile forming. A surge of inner force blasted him away. His fiery eyes flared as purple energy enveloped the child. He clutched his chest, where something had slipped into his grasp. Sitting on the ground, he looked at Pandora. She lay peacefully, a gentle blue aura surrounding her. She seemed unharmed. "Is it over?" A voice suddenly rang out. "What the hell was that? What did you just summon?" Haymitch stared in disbelief. His face turned pale, body trembling uncontrollably. He glanced over. Hermes, no mana detected, no hostility either. Not attacking, Hermes approached quickly, but earlier. Kim Gun replied calmly, "I don't enjoy pointless fights." "Weren't you ordered here?" Haymitch shrugged. "With Pandora unleashed, what's the point of fighting? And those shoes are mine. I won't interrogate you deeply. Just say how they ended up with you." He frowned. "I didn't even know whose they were." Haymitch clicked his tongue in annoyance. Suddenly a voice echoed, "Please remain." A massive explosion shook the surroundings. Bitch Liam blocked his path angrily. "You sneaky rat, pretending to run just to ambush us from behind." Haymitch stretched lazily and shrugged. "Relax, I surrender." That left Bitch Liam stunned. "What?" He grinned brightly. "I'm done fighting. I've already burned enough stamina. And what if that weird thing comes back?" Another tremor exploded across the battlefield, throwing everything into chaos again. A new voice echoed from above. "Kim Gun, it's you again." He rolled his eyes. "Why does everyone love dropping from the sky?" Athena's fury flared. "The Hercules incident was your doing, wasn't it? What did you say to make an Olympian god betray Olympus?" He sat casually, swinging his legs. "Not my fault. Blame yourselves. I just told him what Rush did." She cut him off. "Don't you dare insult my father. You'll answer for disrupting Olympus." He sighed, like talking to a wall. Doesn't she know about Rush and Hercules? He activated fiery eyes to confirm the truth. Judging from her reaction, she truly didn't know. As for Haymitch's indifferent look, even if Olympus collapsed tomorrow, he wouldn't care. He wondered, if Athena learns the truth, would she turn against Rush? She led the Gigantomachia in countless wars. Useful asset, better capture her first. He immediately ordered, "Heavenly Demons Sect and allied gods seize Athena and Hermes." "Yes, sect leader." Athena clenched her teeth, unwilling to accept defeat. Haymitch shook his head. "Sister, we lost." Sect members rushed forward to restrain them, gather the surviving troops as well. Pandora slowly regained consciousness. The rage in her eyes had faded. The first person she saw was him. "Save me, Yu Guan." Whatever horrors she endured in the past, only deep sorrow radiated from her now. Scene shifted to a massive ancient castle. The air felt heavy and suffocating. Inside, Apollo and Artemis barely dared breathe. Apollo thought bitterly, "Hakken, why choose Kim Gun as your only ally?" Artemis wondered why events kept aligning so strangely. Meanwhile, Rush stood watching Athena and Hermes' defeat unfold. Seeing his children captured, he recalculated calmly. "Seems I must wait another 3,000 years. His face darkened. 3,000 years means raising more heirs. All must become top-tier commanders. Olympus must recover its strength. Artemis clenched her fists, just as I feared. He summoned them to bind us to another oath. She shuddered at her father's cold expression. Artemis decided instantly, "I have to run. If only I could send a signal to the sun. Even if he's my father, catching me won't be easy." She and Apollo exchanged a look. "It's time." A blazing crimson chariot descended before them. Rush arrived in a violent fury. Lightning burst forth, shattering everything in its path. They froze in shock. He spoke coldly. "It's been a while since this family gathered, yet you already wish to leave." Without pause, he redirected his attack toward his own children. "You refuse to join the war and secretly meet someone else." His tone sounded gentle, but rage simmered beneath. "Answer me again. Which side are you on?" Night soon fell, and everyone retreated to rest. Inside the camp, Hakken's voice erupted. He pointed at Pandora. "Why is she here? Just kick her out. Toss her outside and be done with it." Kim Gun sighed tiredly. "Then do it yourself." "How am I supposed to throw out a high-rank commander?" He fled immediately. "I'm out. I'd like to keep my organs intact." He blinked. He really ran. The MC thought he needed some quiet too. The little egg reached out and touched his face. The tiny boy cuddled against him. "Papa," he sighed helplessly. Suddenly another voice answered, "I'm here." He called out, "Guard the entrance. Don't let anyone in." The boy kept babbling. "Papa," Arthur obeyed at once. He added quickly, "Pandora, I wasn't talking to you." She replied calmly, "But I heard." Her tone felt strange. He didn't know why he suddenly felt awkward. The system notification appeared. "Please assign a name." He blinked. "I have to name this thing." The boy bounced excitedly. "Name, name." Looking at his sly face, 3 words popped into his mind. "Little schemer." Yu Guan chuckled. You remind me of that champion from League of Legends I used to play. Fine, your name is Kim Dan Bung. The system updated instantly. Name registered. Dan Bung seemed delighted. Contract complete. Kim Dan Bung can now share certain abilities. Pandora muttered dryly, what a strange name. Her voice startled him. That thing is dangerous, dangerous. He glanced at Dan Bung in his palm. This tiny creature. Is your instinct rejecting him because he was influenced by external forces too long? Suddenly, purple light flared in the boy's eyes, spreading outward. He looked around in confusion. This space feels like that time. Only Dan Bung could cause something like this. You did this, the boy giggled happily. Papa. He blinked. Did he just call me that again? In the next second, he found himself standing between enormous sharp fangs. He smirked wryly. Dan Bung, you tiny brat, already baring your teeth at your own father. Look at that filial little brat. Seems like he just fainted. Dan Bung kept shouting Papa, slowly pulling Kim Gun back to consciousness. He found himself lying between rows of razor-sharp teeth and wondered if he'd been bitten, but quickly realized he was perfectly fine. Turns out the kid had no intention of eating his father. Those fangs simply closed and merged back into his body. Moments later, a new skill notification appeared. Predator. Predator contained the power of the giants, a mysterious existence of unknown origin. It could summon a devouring beast that consumes its target and boosts stats based on the target's size. He stared at the description in disbelief. Predator, huh? He recalled naming the boy. After Dan Bung accepted the name and the contract finalized, he gained this shared ability. He spread his hands and examined them, so those giant fangs were Predator. Observing closer, he assessed Dan Bung's identity, unknown origin, as ferocious as a natural disaster. So if I devour it, I grow stronger. What is this? Some kind of dinner buffet? Checking the status window, he noticed Dan Bung had levels and stats more like a player than a divine beast. EU World couldn't hide his satisfaction. This skill could overturn his entire strategy. He remembered asking the great sage equal to heaven about their odds. 10% for now. Back then, Wukong was shocked. Only that much. He answered that what mattered was having a chance. Now he smiled faintly. We've only just cracked the wall. It felt like all his allies were gathering again. So what now? What are our odds? He looked at his hands burning with resolve. Not 1% anymore. 10%. His mood lifted instantly. Dan Bung really is my lucky charm. The boy cheered, Papa. He chuckled softly, looking forward to working together. Soon after, Hakan finally met Dan Bung and widened his eyes. What is this? He couldn't stop doting on him. This kid is too cute. Yu Guan thought to himself, should I be glad they bought my nonsense, or are they just that gullible? He had bragged earlier that the egg he carried around had hatched into a divine beast. Snapping back, he pushed Hakan away. Don't get too close. You'll regret it. Hakan blinked. It can eat me. I just got excited since I'm an only child. The MC turned away, thinking that was peak parent energy. He figured if Hakan knew its true form, he'd run for the hills. Both quickly returned to serious business. Sit down. Let's get straight to it. He added, tell me about your mother. Hakan stared. Why all of a sudden? EU World explained. Rush will move soon. I need to understand every trump card we can use. What does my mother have to do with this? Hakan crossed his arms. Wait, don't tell me I'm the trump card. He looked at him seriously. You carry half of Rush. Half. Even if your power isn't fully matured, you're already there. How you use that power will decide the outcome. Hakan sighed. I don't get it, but you're the strategist. You'll find the angle. Then he began, my mother. She was breathtakingly beautiful and unbelievably calm, and she loved only one man her entire life. He recalled Rush angrily, striking the surface of a well. Rush stared at the reflection and muttered, pretending not to know. This is the mirror of truth. Only I can create it. The faces before me and their reflections are never the same. Wanting love is natural. Countless people have entered my life, but only two showed the same expression inside and outside the mirror. Hera, who always looked down on me, was one. The other smiled sincerely. I must be mad. I fell into that sincerity and into love again. So much that I gave away half of myself. As he recounted this, his expression grew distant. Yujin asked curiously, so she was the only woman who truly loved Rush? He nodded. In short, yes. He added, maybe not only her. Nemesis and Jermes were there too. Kim Gun mentioned rumors they sided with Hades. Hakan was surprised. Really, if it were my mother, she'd stay by father even if the sky fell. The MC said quietly, you're not like her. He intertwined his fingers awkwardly. Love blinded her. Even if she knew what was right, she loved without hesitation. He asked, is it okay to say that about your mother? Hakan replied, she said it herself. That's why she didn't want me to live that way. Olympus was created to bring order to the tower's chaos. I want to test that foundation. That's the true Olympus. He clapped his hands. Enough talk. Once we handle this mess, I'm exhausted to death. Hakan glanced at Dan Bung. When did he climb up there? He checked the message. Time to move. Your uncle Hades has begun. Hakan blinked. What? He placed Dan Bung on his head playfully. Now it's our turn to strike Olympus where it hurts. Father will move soon too. Olympus is about to feel fear. A trace of worry crossed his face. Could this be the final battle? He answered calmly. The war with Olympus might be the last. Olympus, so you already planned beyond that. He reminded him, remember what I said when we first met. I will shatter the tower's ceiling. Hakan laughed softly. I said I'd punch through it too. Didn't expect to meet someone sharing my father's obsession in the tutorial. He asked curiously, what's up there? What could be so important that both you and my father are fixated on it? Yu Guan's face darkened. You don't need to know yet. Hakan didn't press further and simply nodded. There was no need to press him. When the time came, Kim Gun would tell him everything. Scene shifts to floor 32, a world once peaceful. Haymet was slaughtering enemies non-stop. The corpse on the ground belonged to Poseidon's third son, Orion. So now you're using your own nephew as a weapon. He remembered Kim Gun's warning. After the second temple falls, no one will bother stopping you at the third. They'll assume it's already lost. But by the fifth, they'll deploy Vanker and the Olympus army to wear you down. Only when you're exhausted will Rush appear. The MC had reminded him carefully. You know better than anyone how cunning and cautious Rush is. Don't let revenge blind you. Follow the plan. Stall them just enough. Now Hakan was stunned. Everything unfolded exactly as predicted. Kim Gun really is terrifying. Even more calculating than that damned father of his. With that thought, he charged forward in a killing spree. Suddenly, an overwhelming force blasted straight toward Hercules. From the distance, a dark silhouette stepped out, calling his name like greeting an old friend. Hercules recognized him instantly. Dionysus, the god smirked, take this. A thunderous bolt crashed down from above, shaking the land violently. Dionysus unleashed the power of a high-ranked commander. Finally, some real heat. The curtain rises. Let the battle that decides Olympus' fate begin. Above, Rush watched his powerful son with sharp focus. How long has it been since I left my temple? I thought I would only step out for the next gigantomachia. He couldn't hide his satisfaction. He endured countless lightning strikes without activating any special skills. Impressive, my greatest creation. But I wonder how many more bolts he can withstand before collapsing. Hercules, how far will your growth take you in pursuit of my peak? A cold voice interrupted, still hiding in the shadows. Meeting me isn't easy, is it? Hades finally arrived. Rush didn't turn back, aren't you the same? Hades carried the aura of death itself, staring at the supreme god with disdain. So you ignited this war. War, Rush scoffed. It's just family conflict. Hades mocked him. You always did have a large family. Rush narrowed his eyes. Perhaps this becomes a battle between brothers, though wasn't it always destined? A sly smile curved on his lips. After all, you've never beaten me. A violent bolt of lightning shot toward Hades. Death energy surged from Hades' body. True, but you can't call this merely sibling rivalry. If we're missing one more. Before he finished, a colossal tidal wave surged beside him, splitting open like a gateway. Poseidon emerged, the brother Rush once imprisoned. I've waited a long time for this day. Memories flooded back. How dare you throw me into the dungeon? His trident thrust forward violently, but Rush slipped aside with ease. Hades couldn't help but admire it. Even if this was just one piece of the gamble, everything was unfolding as planned. He recalled Kim Gun's words, free Poseidon from Asgard's prison. If they refuse, negotiate with Asgard. We need Poseidon to unite against Rush. Rush was a thorn in Asgard's side as well. Internal strife in Olympus benefits them. If conflict fractures the three pillars of Olympus, they'll have no reason to reject the proposal. Hades had worried Odin foresaw such an alliance. We can't waste time persuading him. The MC explained that if Hercules switches sides, suspicion fades since everyone sees the tension between father and son. Hades had been stunned. You can really persuade him. He answered without hesitation. Yes, I'm confident. Meanwhile, Poseidon and Rush clashed fiercely. Lightning met tidal fury. The pressure from both gods crushed the battlefield. Poseidon summoned towering waves to strike, but Rush evaded swiftly. Suddenly, Poseidon sensed something off and clenched his teeth. Lightning began seeping into his raging tides. In moments, the blue ocean was saturated with crackling electricity. He realized too late. He's channeling lightning through the water. The current rebounded, electrocuting him and numbing his entire body. Rush sneered, seems you forgot. You and I are opposites. With that, he hurled a savage punch at his brother. Overexerted from controlling the sea, Poseidon was blasted away. Rush stared coldly, but Poseidon's expression puzzled him. He was smiling. Poseidon cursed, annoying bastard. Keep focusing on that tide. At that instant, Hades struck from behind, landing a heavy blow on Rush's back. Hades spoke calmly. Then what is our compatibility, little brother? Veins bulged across Rush's face. Smart move. But it changes nothing. Poseidon's eyes burned with fury. He unleashed another surge of power, blasting Hades backward as explosions ripped through the area. Hades was hurled away, realizing he couldn't even defend properly, let alone counterattack. The gap between them was that vast. Rush sneered at his brothers. You've clearly neglected your training. I haven't even begun yet. A devastating wave of power surged forward. Truly the power of the Sky Sovereign. A strike that looked effortless swept away everything in its path. One entire corner of the heavens was swallowed by the blinding radiance Rush unleashed. Hades crashed down from above, the impact carving a massive crater into the earth. Poseidon snarled, that bastard Rush is toying with us. Rush mocked them coldly. You two are disappointing. After all this time, you've barely improved. Poseidon exploded in rage, says the hermit who hides in his temple doing nothing. Rush laughed softly, doing nothing. That's how you see it. The truth is you're the ones blinded by arrogance. Poseidon roared. What did you just say? Rush continued. Have either of you ever once thought about climbing higher than Olympus itself? As for me, I'll use any means necessary to reach a greater summit. When that day comes, I will stand as the true king at the peak of the tower. Hades frowned. You already rule Olympus. Isn't that enough? Rush replied. A life without ambition is no different from death, especially inside this tower. Watching you settle for the present only fills me with contempt. Hades pressed on. So you want to ignite another gigantomachia out of pure greed. There is no higher peak. Stop spouting nonsense. Rush smiled calmly. Believe it or not, it changes nothing. A higher floor absolutely exists. A voice suddenly echoed across the battlefield. From above, Kim Gun finally arrived, locking eyes with Rush. So this is him, the monster I've been chasing. Rush turned sharply. You claim a higher floor exists. What exactly do you know? He casually patted Dan Bung and praised him. Good job, the little one chirped happily. Papa. Poseidon spotted him from afar, his expression far from friendly. The newcomer was none other than Kim Gun. Strangely, even Hades seemed to relax slightly upon seeing him, so he's finally here. Standing before three gods, he showed no fear. His gaze didn't waver in the slightest. Rush stared at him irritably. I'll ask again, what do you know? He answered plainly, more than you do. Rush's eyes narrowed. Bold claim. Then enlighten me. At the same time, the sea behind him began to surge violently. Rush didn't even move, yet no attack could draw near his body. Hades observed grimly. At this rate, we can't even approach him. Poseidon cursed under his breath. Damn you, Rush. Inwardly, the MC felt the crushing pressure. This presence was monstrous. Still, he kept his composure. You seem curious. After all, you even prepared this stage for me. He spoke seriously. What I know isn't much different from what you know. The only difference is you learned from them. I discovered it myself. Rush's eyes widened. Is that so? Now I understand why a mere player, not even a ranker, could overturn Olympus and everything else. It's not just talent. You see a horizon even I failed to grasp. I underestimated you. Rush's aura flared. From this moment on, I acknowledge you as my opponent. A savage bolt of lightning shot toward Kim Gun, but a surge of emerald light intercepted it instantly. Pandora spoke coldly. Because of the pawn you turned me into, I carried the world's suffering. What did you do to me? Rush frowned. Another of your chess pieces. He replied calmly. No, Pandora is the consequence of your own actions. Poseidon was stunned. How did Pandora end up on his side? Hades muttered. I'm not sure either. Hades studied his younger brother carefully. The tides rose, yet Rush ignored them. Like a chessboard, all his focus was fixed solely on Kim Gun. Hades imagined the match ending the moment the king falls. It was clear he rated the MC's potential on par with the Sky King himself. Meanwhile, Rush and Pandora clashed head-on. She didn't flinch in the slightest. Their immense forces collided with earth-shaking impact. After all, only a handful in existence ever get the chance to face Rush directly. Poseidon seized the moment, channeling his inner power to assist. Now Rush had to fend off Pandora while countering his brother. This was one of the greatest battles he had ever experienced as a player. Water and lightning collided again. The atmosphere darkened as the sky god's fury intensified. Just as Rush declared, his power and Poseidon's were natural opposites. Hades refused to stand idle, unleashing hellish energy toward his stubborn brother. His face hardened with anger. This truly was a war among divine siblings. As the clash raged on, the gates of hell were summoned open. And across the sea, the ocean answered its master's call. The power of the mysterious black crystal is surging, its effect climbing higher and higher. Seeing her standing there without moving, he called out with concern, Pandora, you can fight Rush, right? She quietly answered with a simple yes. Jinjen thought to himself that his mission was to tip the scales of this battle, even if it was by the smallest margin. The first step was setting the stage, creating a battlefield that could push Poseidon and Hades' stats to their absolute limits. Hades frowned and asked, what are you doing? I can sense the mysterious black crystal's energy, but it's interfering with my own power. Jinjen smirked, guessing Hades was shaken since he knew nothing about the crystal. He joked that if I told you about it, would you try to take it from me? Hades questioned him back. If I desired it, would you hand me Asgard like Poseidon did and turn me into a prisoner like that woman who loves Gundam? Of course not. He pressed further, so what exactly are you planning? You think this is enough to defeat Rush? Jinjen calmly replied no. But I can raise our odds of victory from 0 to 1%. Hades scoffed at how pathetically low that sounded. Before anyone could continue arguing, bolts of lightning suddenly shot straight toward U1 without warning. The surroundings now looked like an abandoned city, everything reduced to shattered ruins and wreckage. The perception domain was activated, as EU immediately deployed the enhanced awareness field. The system flashed a warning that the Golden Eye was observing him. At the same time, Hades and Poseidon charged in again. At that moment, the lightning fragments began reacting to Queen. Even facing 4 opponents alone, Rush still seemed to hold the upper hand. Pandora stepped forward and shouted it's still not enough. Jinjen thought to himself, so it really has no effect. He remembered Hakon's words, "The thing my father fears most is the invincible war armor." What he wore was no ordinary weapon. It was a complete set of spear, shield, and armor. It embodied his father's overwhelming might, making him look like an untouchable lord of the wild. According to Hakon, unless that armor was destroyed, no one could even lay a hand on his father. Lost in thought, he failed to notice a savage attack squad charging straight at him. A firm hand suddenly caught his shoulder just in time, steadying Jinjen before he could be knocked away. It was Hercules. He had finally arrived, and now the battle between father and son was about to begin. With fury written all over his face, Hercules said, "I'm late because I had to deal with the gift you sent me." Looking at the man before him, his heart turned cold. "So we meet again, father." In the next instant, both figures shot into the sky, and from below the others could only see two streaks of light colliding over and over. Watching from afar, Hakon muttered, "So there's always someone stronger. Is this the clash of the highest tier warriors?" Deep in thought, he asked, "What do you want me to do?" He recalled Jinjen's instruction, "There's only one thing. Hold on to Rush's lightning fragment." Hakon wondered if something like that was even possible. Yuan firmly stated that if anyone could do it, it would be him. In fact, he's the only one who can. Jinjen reaffirmed it once more. "I told you, you will inherit half of that dream." Hercules gripped his spear and lunged at Rush, striking him with unrestrained fury. Waves of energy exploded outward without end, yet he was quickly flung away by his own father's counterattack, and even Jinjen couldn't hide his shot. Hercules stared coldly as the system notified that he had witnessed the power of titanization. The giant's strength roared wildly in the heat of battle. There was no way Hercules would bow so easily. He shot back up as his titan form reacted against the crushing pressure. Jinjen watched carefully, a skill capable of igniting the warrior's spirit. Even after fighting Rush's elite forces, they were still this powerful. It seemed they would have to rely on draining Rush's mana before launching a counterattack. But waiting like this didn't look promising as the two lights kept clashing in the sky. EU World scanned the battlefield and calculated that Rush might not be at his peak. He was likely relying on his nearly limitless power source to suppress everyone. Up in the sky, a streak of dark light from Rush circled ominously. He estimated their win rate had climbed to 30%. "Looks like it's finally my turn." On the other side, Hakon remained silent, observing as his heartbeat gradually sped up. He frowned, recalling the instruction to secure Rush's lightning fragment at all costs. If anyone could do it, it was him. Only he could. Jinjen had said it clearly. He was the one destined to inherit half of Rush's power. Hakon glanced down at his own hand in deep thought. "That's it," he clenched his fist with fierce determination as a surge of inner energy wrapped around him. While the others remained locked in combat, the system alerted that the lightning fragment was resonating with the remaining pieces. It longed to return to its original form. The lightning fragment had chosen its master. Because of the intense fighting, he hadn't noticed it earlier. But now, by chance, he caught sight of a familiar figure in the distance. Standing there was none other than Rush's beloved son, just as Jinjen had said. He silently gazed at his revered father, and Rush could hardly believe it was Hakon. In the next second, he had to turn back and fight with all his might against the three attackers. Everyone rushed forward together. Noticing his distraction, Poseidon shouted, "Are you losing focus? Are you looking down on us?" From three different directions, three distinct waves of inner force surged toward him. Surrounded on all sides, Rush unleashed a devastating blast of immense power. As the tension peaked, a blade-shaped flame slashed straight toward Rush. It was Hakon. From a distance, he fired off a massive surge of power that detonated on the enemy's side. Releasing such a tremendous force clearly strained him. Even the nearby war chariot trembled violently. Hakon felt like his body was about to give out. He let out a strained cry. Looking up, Jinjen smiled in satisfaction. "Good, you've got him." Hakon was playing the perfect bait, provoking the enemy exactly as planned. He gritted his teeth. No matter how strong Hakon was, he couldn't restrain a top-tier warrior's power for long. If the MC missed this window, there might never be another chance. At the center of the battlefield where Rush fought, chaos erupted as the force Hakon unleashed bombarded the area non-stop. Rush was straining to withstand the combined assault of Hercules and his two brothers. Seeing the three of them struggling against him, Pandora immediately rushed in to back them up. Pandora moved at blinding speed, fearless even while facing the strongest war god. She spun sharply and unleashed a crushing vortex kick toward him, and Rush naturally refused to just stand there. In an instant, Rush caught Pandora's leg and infused his inner force, crushing down on her ankle. He then slammed her entire body into the ground, blasting a crater open beneath her. Only now did Rush feel regret. He glared fiercely, thinking, "If I hadn't given that bastard half my power, I wouldn't be this weakened. I've become useless." Shaking off the thought, he steadied his stance. Regret meant nothing now. All that mattered was continuing the fight. The moment that thought passed, Poseidon attacked again. Rush dodged, but he was clearly a step slower. He was struggling against his gifted younger brother. Poseidon clenched his teeth and shot him a murderous glare. Another earth-shaking clash erupted as water and lightning collided. An ordinary person would have collapsed instantly under that pressure. Poseidon's trident expanded in size and thrust forward, colliding head-on with Rush's attack. This time, the sea god's trident actually pierced through, slowly only driving deeper into Rush. Before Rush could evade, a hand shot out and grabbed hold of him. Surrounded on all sides, he was in real danger as everyone there sought to bring him down. Furious, Rush roared Haken. His eyes burned with rage as his compressed inner force exploded outward. Meanwhile, the power Haken poured into his attack intensified, clearly exhausting every ounce of strength he had. It was the first time he had ever pushed himself this far. Haken lowered his head, fighting to stay on his feet. Poseidon and Hades both gritted their teeth, their eyes flashing with killing intent as their auras flared violently. Hercules tightened his grip on his weapon, refusing to let Rush knock it away. Rush's hand was still occupied blocking Haken's strike, the very son he once cherished. Being struck from all sides at once, he roared in fury, "How dare you!" The image of his young son and a gentle, beautiful woman suddenly surfaced in his mind. The memories played like a slow-motion film. That warm smile meant only for him. Back then, Haken would happily hug his mother while listening to stories about his father. A simple family of 3 like any other appeared in his thoughts, only to shatter like broken glass. That must have been his wife, and his only son, the one he treasured most. Thinking of them sent a sharp pain through his chest. Rush bit his lips so hard it trembled, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. Suddenly, a familiar hand lunged straight toward him. Seeing the opening, Jinjen seized the chance and dashed forward, striking directly at Rush's eye. Blood poured from Rush's eye, yet lightning still crackled wildly from the wound. The MC's expression didn't change. Another explosion thundered, smoke and flames swallowing the battlefield. He quickly retreated, leaping far from the blast zone. Having lost one eye, Rush glared at him as if he wanted to devour him alive, roaring inwardly in hatred toward Jinjen. Poseidon was stunned. Why would he target Rush's eye at a critical moment like this? Amid the ruins and darkened skies, Rush's immense aura began to flicker. He recalled Hercules once saying that his father never hid the secret of his lightning core. In fact, he always made sure we were aware of its presence. Jinjen smirked, activating his golden eye. Think about what that really means. Who would have thought the divine lightning stone was hidden inside his own eye? In his hand now was Rush's severed eye. He declared that we've secured the lightning core, and our victory rate has risen to 70%. Hades was shocked. That thing is the lightning core. He then looked toward the weakened supreme god standing across from him. Your time is running out, Rush. Like a headless serpent, Rush clutched his empty socket and stared viciously at Jinjen. Hermes seized the moment and swung his weapon at Rush. With what little strength he had left, Rush raised a hand to block. Hercules scoffed. Compared to minutes ago, father now looks pitifully small. The moment he finished speaking, Hercules shot forward and struck his father again. It was completely different now. He could land hits on Rush with ease. Feeling the overwhelming pressure of Hercules' strength, Rush stomped hard against the ground. Even though his aura had diminished, he refused to yield and ferociously unleashed another inner force strike at Hercules. The explosion that followed made the earth tremble violently beneath Rush's attack. Hades wondered in disbelief. Did we truly seize the lightning blade? Is that the core of his power? Jinjen explained that a mere piece of equipment isn't enough to become a top-tier warrior. He studied the eye carefully. It was clearly no longer the same as before. At that moment, the system announced lightning blade fragment rejected. Blessing of the sea resistance failed. He fell silent in thought. Can't I control the lightning blade fragment? Without Rush's mana, it won't activate. That's something I didn't anticipate. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Wait, Rush's mana. Jinjen looked up. The sky was still covered in countless arcs of lightning. Whatever he was planning, he turned to Pandora and said, "Throw me up there." She blinked in shock. "Throw you? Are you serious?" He nodded firmly. "Yes, put everything you've got into it. Launch me above the clouds." He reasoned that compared to using Skyward Step himself, having Pandora throw him would be much faster. Considering she could knock him down with a single blow, her raw physical strength had to be monstrous. Right then, Pandora grabbed his hand tightly. Her inner force surged and her expression turned serious. "I'm throwing you now." He quickly muttered, "Hey, go a little easy on me." She said nothing more. In just a few seconds, Jinjen was hurled straight into the sky. Pandora made it look effortless, as if tossing him cost her nothing. Her strength was clearly not to be underestimated. As he neared Haken's war chariot, he activated Fire Eyes and precisely calculated the trajectory. Finally spotting his target ahead, he prepared to trigger Flash Step. Jinjen shot forward instantly. Movement speed increased by 100% for 5 seconds, and he could step through the air during that time. Haken, who had been concentrating, was stunned to see him land on his chariot. Haken asked with a serious look, "Is it done?" He calmly replied, "Almost. You did great, now get some rest." The system announced that the lightning blade fragment was resonating with its own residual energy. He smiled in satisfaction. Good, it's reacting just as planned. He made up his mind, clenched his fist, and gathered everything together. From atop the chariot, a savage bolt of lightning blasted downward at terrifying speed. The force was overwhelming. He gritted his teeth as the system warned that the host's mana was resisting the lightning blade. Mana damage was reduced. The fragment resisted the main lightning blade. lightning resistance attribute increased. He struggled to tighten his grip on Delkini. As expected, controlling the origin of the lightning blade was entirely different. Simply holding it now was already a miracle. That meant he had to endure even more. Clasping both hands together, the MC was determined to withstand it and shatter Olympus, a goal he once thought only possible after becoming a grandmaster. He raised his hand high, glaring fiercely. The objective was finally within reach. The system kept chiming. You have created the first lightning domain. The lightning domain acknowledges you slightly. He found it amusing. Does this lightning domain actually have consciousness? He couldn't help but chuckle. Even he hadn't expected this. With his current stats, he could only use the lightning domain once. A massive surge of thunder burst out. He roared, "Take this, Rush." As soon as he shouted, he dove downward. This is the very power you once used. Rush failed to dodge in time and was struck directly by Jin Jen's attack. Killing intent flooded Rush's face as blazing fury erupted from his body. An explosion thundered. The ground shook violently and the surrounding air grew scorching hot. A massive crater was carved into the earth. This time his strike had clearly worked. Poseidon stared at Hades in shock. What kind of insane power is that? The ruler of the underworld remained silent. This isn't just about strength. Even a supreme ranker with ultimate tier equipment shouldn't reach this level. Suddenly, a green aura spread outward. Hades was stunned. He can wield it to this extent. Rush's remaining eye glowed with deep violet light, making him look like a demon crawling out of hell. Hercules muttered strangely, "He's getting bigger again." Hades beside him was visibly shaken. Pandora stood still, seemingly reacting to the rise of that green radiance. Her body trembled as she stared at it. "That box. It's just like the one I opened before." Poseidon lost patience and shouted, "Stubborn fool, you're driving me insane." He gripped his trident, soared upward, and roared, "This ends now." Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst forth, forcing Poseidon to halt in shock. He looked at his brother in disbelief. "What is that? Is that really Rush?" One rushed in to block Poseidon's attack. "Step back, he's my opponent." Poseidon stared at the youth radiating explosive momentum. "Jin Jen, is that you?" Poseidon shouted in dissatisfaction. "With your current level, what do you think you can do?" He clenched his teeth and activated Fire Eyes again to expose the truth. Certain that Rush wouldn't yield this fight, he yelled out to summon Danfeng. Jin Jen dashed toward Rush and commanded Danfeng devour them all. The boy appeared instantly, bearing sharp fangs that rapidly enveloped the target. The system notification popped up. Predator has revealed its fangs. Confirmation complete. Those razor-sharp teeth wrapped around Rush's entire body. Purple mana slowly advanced, encircling Rush's green energy. Faced with this bizarre force, Rush widened his eyes in shock. As if sensing something ominous, his body trembled slightly. He raised his shaking hand, seemingly preparing to act. But a hand clamped down hard on Rush's wrist. Rush stared at him and asked in a low voice, "Jin Jen, do you possess the power at the summit?" He answered calmly, "Not at the summit, but beyond it." The moment he finished speaking, Danfeng began its hunt in earnest. A powerful aura erupted as the system repeatedly announced that Danfeng had leveled up. The sharp fangs parted in midair, revealing thousands of eyes locked onto their prey. He carefully observed everything as a voice echoed in his mind. "You've made a grave mistake." Jin Jen stared back coldly. "No matter what happened before, now I'm the greater predator." Rush's green energy began to fade. It was swallowed whole and dissolved into nothingness. Once again, the surrounding earth exploded under the impact of a colossal wave of power. Danfeng looked completely satisfied, happily patting his round, stuffed belly. Not only that, his holy power growth and mana capacity had both increased. The system quickly displayed a notification. Despair Devourer has been eliminated. Dreams have been completely consumed. Reward acquired 300,000 points. Jin Jen remained calm, the outcome was obvious, and the battlefield gradually fell into silence. Hades stood quietly watching him. Deep down, he had always acknowledged Jin Jen's potential. Poseidon, who had mocked him earlier, now stayed silent, carefully observing the situation. From atop the war chariot, Hakan leapt down at astonishing speed. Everyone knew how this would end, but Rush was still the son he had loved most. Seeing his father like this, Hakan couldn't remain unaffected. Hercules had his own thoughts. Looking at the aftermath, a faint smile curved across his lips. Jin Jen showed no excitement. Instead, he was unusually quiet. His part in this war was over. The final act now belonged to them. Rush stood there silently with his head lowered. After that final clash, his hair had turned completely white from pushing his power far beyond its limits. Slamming into the ground earlier had given him the chance to stare up at the sky, so this is how high it looks from down here. He turned to Hercules, the son he had treated as nothing more than a weapon of war. "Do you hate me?" Hercules gave no answer, and Rush continued, "I regret nothing I've done." Standing face to face at close range, Rush saw no fault in himself. "You should be thanking me. I let you live as a pureblood heir to imperial power." Hercules had never felt warmth toward his father, but hearing those words directly still made him tremble. He tightened his grip on the staff in his hand, his voice slightly shaking. "You don't deserve to be called a father. As he spoke, he swung fiercely at Rush. After the brutal battle, Rush's strength had clearly declined. Even blocking Hercules' strike was a struggle, his legs shaking violently. He fought desperately just to remain standing. Hercules continued raining blows down on him. Every ounce of resentment his mother and he had endured was being repaid today. When the dust settled, the legendary strongest guild of the tower, built over thousands of years, collapsed into ruin. By the next day, restoration would erase traces of centuries of history, as if nothing had happened. Back in Asgard, the place most invested in the battle, the Valkyries appeared alongside them. Suddenly, a savage force crashed down from above, shattering the ground once more. This time, Thor stepped forward and took the lead. Poseidon glared at Jin-Jen in irritation and shouted his name. Hand over the ocean crystal, he exhaled calmly. If you want it, come take it yourself. Rush, his remaining mana sealed, was escorted to the deepest prison in Asgard. He looked utterly defeated. Jin-Jen asked Hercules no regrets about sparing him. He answered honestly. A faint look of satisfaction crossed his face. I just wanted it to end here. Rush has already lost his power, his dream, and his future. He listened quietly as Hercules continued. From now on, I'll live without revenge. I'm tired of it. Jin-Jen nodded. That choice suits you. Still, he knew Hercules carried a deep sorrow inside. Once there had been glory and perhaps even happiness, like a radiant castle built from countless memories. Hades stood in silence, surveying the shattered castle. Rush himself had destroyed what little remained, and the survivors coped in their own ways. Hakon clenched his fist firmly. Olympus will rise again and shine even brighter. His expression looked more mature now, filled with resolve for a new beginning. After the battle, Jin-Jen removed his cloak and gloves, taking out Rush's eye. In the forge, Hephaestus stared intently at the items left before him. He recalled Jin-Jen's words. Even if it fails and everything is destroyed, it's fine. Just craft it however you see fit. Back then, he had smiled brightly, believing that only through risk could the best artifact be forged. Returning to the present, Hephaestus slammed his beer mug down decisively. An idea flashed in his mind. The mysterious black crystal, the mysterious ocean crystal, the mysterious sky crystal. The ultimate artifact forged from all three. The excitement of a new beginning strengthened their hearts and pushed them toward the next chapter. Jin-Jen felt the same. In his hand now was a golden badge, shaped like a shining tower. It symbolized entry into the sacred land of Valhalla, the silent resting place of heroes. He remembered Poseidon handing it to him after the battle. This was my father's gift. Take it. Jin-Jen was surprised. Odin gave this. Poseidon smiled. Think of it as an invitation. If you survived this war, he wants to meet you. You'll be welcomed as an honored guest. He tightened his grip on the item in his hand. Asuka can wait. Meeting Odin can come later. Jin Gang thought of his sworn brother. Wukong, it's time I come rescue you. He scratched his head awkwardly, suddenly remembering. Right, there's still one more place I need to visit. The scene shifts to a desolate mountain wrapped in thick mist. Strangely, the area looks peaceful, houses lined up close to each other. Rapid footsteps and noisy chatter fill the air. If he's not a ranker, what can he even do? They whisper among themselves. No, he's using some weird skill. He still looks like easy prey. Let's rush him together. Suddenly, 100 echoes explodes with a violent shockwave, shattering everything. The crowd instinctively raises their arms to shield their faces. They collapse onto the ground in terror. What was that? He's here, it's him. A calm voice rings out. Don't run. I'm not here to fight, just have a few questions. Everyone trembles, thinking he's lying. Jin Gang cracks his knuckles and asks coldly. One of the 3 sacred treasures is here. Anyone know anything? This is floor 44, territory ruled by the 3 noble heirs. The scene cuts to a man whose face is beaten beyond recognition. Several others are hurled away by overwhelming force, their bodies spinning from the sheer impact. 2 more are blasted across the face by a surge of inner energy, leaving them twisted in pain. The attackers shout, "Don't kill him yet, farm the points first." He responds casually, "Got it." The squad leader orders them to drag him aside, but the MC's eyes sweep over instantly. A moment later, terrified screams echo across the entire area. A man grits his teeth. Why would the 3 treasures be here? If I knew, I would have claimed them first. He asks again in a chilling tone, "You truly don't know?" I already said I don't. The MC's expression darkens. I see. The man stammers. You're Jin Gang right, a non-ranker this strong. He flashes an exaggerated smile. The man's fate is obvious, beaten to a pulp without mercy. Scene shifts to a rented room where he sits comfortably. 12 points for a private place. Dirt cheap. This is the land controlled by the 3 noble heirs, authority granted by the administrator. He sighs, even more chaotic than Hell Floor 42. Left under so-called freedom, nothing really changes. That's why he never came back after clearing the tower. This area is brutal. Countless players attack others for points and loot. Perfect bait territory. You attacked first. Self-defense, remember. By now, rumors that Jin Ilwu is searching for the 3 sacred treasures must have spread. Of the 3 treasures, Amaterasu holds the Crimson Jade of Gyingyu. He lifts his sword slowly. As for the other 2 they're searching for, one of them is already in my possession. He closes his eyes. If they knew what once belonged to Susanoo was here, he would lose his mind. At that moment, Dan Peng pops his head out. Dan Peng starts making noise again, and he pinches the little mouth shut. The kid throws a tantrum as usual, it's pointless. Dan Peng eventually begs, he chuckles. Every time I look at you, I start wondering what I'll eat next. Terrifying. Looking at Dan Peng's face, Yugong continues. Where I lived, there was something called the marshmallow test. If you wait without eating it, you get 2 instead. So just wait a little longer. The kid pouts, still dissatisfied. He stares firmly at him. If you wait, you'll get something far bigger than this candy. Scene shifts to a tavern marketplace. The surroundings are eerily silent. Suddenly, loud crashes erupt as wine jars are smashed violently. Yugong is locked in combat with someone. He hasn't even drawn his sword yet. The opponent charges fiercely, but he sidesteps smoothly. A weapon slams into the ground with a thunderous boom. Jin Gang instantly activates Giant's Might and follows with a brutal punch. With just one strike, the enemy is blasted away, leaving rubble everywhere. Bodies lie scattered. 2 nearby onlookers tremble, a ranker taken down in one hit. He says casually, "Stop causing trouble, finish your drink and leave. Enjoy." The survivors stare at him like they've seen a demon. They scream and bolt out the door. Adjusting his messy clothes, he says flatly, "This place is a mess. Should we move somewhere quieter?" A voice answers, "No need." He glances over, finally took the bait. The man sitting there radiates power. Silent and composed, he smirks. The lure worked. It's Amaterasu, rank 52, owner of the Crimson Jade of Gyingyu, core member of the 3 noble heirs. Amaterasu says calmly, "You know why I'm here. Where is the Yata mirror?" He replies indifferently, "I don't know, that's why I'm searching." He pauses, "Is that all you wanted to say?" The other responds, "For now." Amaterasu presses on, "How do you know the treasure is here?" He answers, "Rewards from the Floor 43 trial. Information from the administrator, I'm certain." Amaterasu narrows his eyes. "Interesting, yet you're dodging my question." The man feels mysterious, but he isn't intimidated. "Regarding the 3 treasures, you likely know more than I do. Do you even know who I am?" Slowly he answers, "Amaterasu, high-tier ranker, member of the 3 noble heirs, holder of 1 sacred treasure." Silence follows, he continues, "I heard you never show your true face. Seems true. That isn't your real appearance, is it?" Amaterasu studies him carefully. "I heard you defeated Ares. Looks like that rumor wasn't false. Or are you relying on the heavenly demon divine cult behind you? Your arrogance is impressive." At the same moment, the system alerts him. Sacred flame, flame eyes, and the 4 spirit garment are resisting the sun mark. What's alarming is that the sun mark resistance completely failed, triggering a level 2 burn anomaly. Yet Jin Gang showed 0 fear and immediately ignited his battle ore the moment he stepped in. Dan Peng slipped out from his collar, but Jin Gang sent a voice transmission. "No, Dan Peng, we have to lose this round." Jin Gang calmly stated that since he held a clue about the 3 sacred treasures, the man wouldn't dare harm him. Then he asked bluntly, "Why are you doing this?" "Planning to snatch the treasure once it appears." At the same time, the system flashed another warning. The burn anomaly had escalated to level 2. Amaterasu placed his hand on the table and replied coldly, "Steal it. That already belongs to the 3 noble heirs." In an instant, he blurred forward and appeared before him. "Hand over the clue. Cooperate and I might spare you." Jin Gang remained unfazed. "Cooperation is possible, but if I give you everything, I lose out." Amaterasu's tone sharpened. "You're mistaken. Even if you obtain it first, I will wipe out the entire heavenly demon divine cult to reclaim it." He simply shrugged. "Is that so?" After a brief pause, he added, "Do you really think the heavenly demon divine cult is the only force backing me?" At the same moment, he summoned the golden radiant tower from the system. The moment Amaterasu saw it, his heart trembled. That was the mark of Valhalla. Not just anyone could possess something like that, and it had clearly been granted directly by them. Realizing this, unease crept in. If Asgard got involved, things would spiral far beyond control. Seeing this, Amaterasu understood he couldn't push any further. "Still, I won't yield on the Yata mirror. Tell me what you want." At this point, Jin Gang had already secured half his plan. He asked, "Can you offer something equal to the 3 sacred treasures?" Amaterasu fell silent, clearly weighing the question with rare seriousness. Then he declared, "I will kill 100 people of your choosing. I will become your blade until we find the mirror." He began calculating. Controlling a peak-level powerhouse as his personal sword was an outrageous offer. "You're that desperate for the mirror, but what if instead of killing, I ask you to save lives?" Amaterasu frowned. "Saving counts as 10 per person. I hate that kind of task." He nodded without hesitation. "Deal." The 2 sealed their agreement with a handshake. From that moment on, their pact was in motion. A surprised voice rang out, asking if he truly believed Amaterasu's words. "I don't," he replied calmly. Susanoo frowned. "Then why cooperate with him? There's no reason to refuse. He and I are both wearing masks." Susanoo narrowed his eyes. "Oh, so it's Dukili. Been a while, still as cunning as ever." Susanoo pressed further. "You're using the 3 sacred treasures as bait to lure people in, aren't you? Isn't that why you keep igniting pointless wars? What are you after this time? Another grand scheme like when you destroyed Olympus?" His expression darkened. "You're not wrong. But you missed one thing. A trap without bait is doomed to fail." Susanoo's eyes widened. "Don't tell me the real Yata mirror is actually on the 44th floor." A faint smile curved across his lips. Jin Gang didn't deny it. That's right, it's here. Susanoo couldn't hide his shock. The Yata mirror is truly on the 44th floor. And you're using its power without even holding it. Checking his messages, he answered casually. Exactly. It's the perfect bait to hook Amaterasu, and the numbers have already appeared. Susanoo couldn't help but admire him, scheming in both combat and conversation. Truly sly. I despise people like you, he responded coolly. And what kind of person would that be? We are perfectionists. We only fight battles we can win. Combat is gambling with your life. Only then does the blade become truly sharp and powerful. That's not convincing at all. Didn't you lose because of that mindset? Susanoo shot back. No, my deepest shame is not fighting to the very end. He frowned. What kind of nonsense is that? Susanoo growled. It was all Amaterasu's scheme. He began recounting how Amaterasu instigated the war against Orochi. He even promised to fight alongside me, then suddenly vanished. I knew it was a trap. He wanted to steal the Kusanagi sword from me. Meanwhile, Amaterasu was frustrated. Even with Dr. Yingyu assisting, he still couldn't surpass Susanoo. Staring at the rankings, resentment burned inside him. Impossible. The ranking council must have made a mistake. He calculated coldly. If I gather all 3 sacred treasures, I will rise above everyone in strength, rank, and influence. His face darkened into a sinister grin. It's close now, very close. Scene shift, the sky was bleak and heavy. Deep within the forest, rustling sounds echoed nonstop. Yugong sensed something off and slowly scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, he dropped the act and shouted, "How long do you plan on tailing me?" Footsteps emerged from the bushes. The figure spoke. "This is an order from the 3 noble heirs." One of their representatives added quickly, "We're not here to attack. No need to be tense. Just continue what you're doing." Jin Gang swept his gaze over them, realizing Amaterasu had sent these pawns while hiding himself, dispatching 300 subordinates instead. He clicked his tongue. "That's quite the crowd. I don't need fame like this." Susanoo scoffed. "Amaterasu is as shameless as ever." He immediately replied, "For once, I completely agree with you." The group bristled. "What's with that attitude? Are you defying the 3 noble heirs?" He answered flatly, "I'm not under them. We're merely partners. And now you think you can monitor me? What a joke." His patience snapped. A fierce surge of aura erupted, engulfing Yugong in overwhelming pressure. The friendly mask vanished. Staring at them coldly, he asked, "Choose carefully. Do you want to live or die?" Moments later, the ground was drenched in fresh blood. Jin Gang felt slight disappointment. Aside from a few rare materials, nothing worthwhile dropped. Without proper artifacts, battles were inconvenient. In mere moments, corpses littered the ground. A message from Amaterasu arrived. "What is this? Didn't we agree to cooperate?" He replied indifferently, "I don't deal with trash like that." Amaterasu explained they were simply following his orders. He responded, "I know." Amaterasu raged. "You knew and still did it. Are you challenging me?" He stayed silent before answering coldly. "Those lowlifes robbed and killed as they pleased. Use them however you want. Just don't drag me into it." Amaterasu never expected him to know that much and stumbled over his words. But Jin Gang had no interest in arguing with a slippery schemer like that and immediately cut the transmission. Susanoo couldn't hide his excitement. "You actually dared to hang up on a divine engine like that. That's insane courage." Hearing Amaterasu's flustered tone was strangely satisfying. It made the whole situation even more entertaining. He laughed in delight. "This is the first time I've met someone this interesting." Jin Gang sneered inwardly. Amaterasu was still the same, gathering followers and crowning himself king. He recalled that when the 3 sacred treasures combined, their power rivaled Olympus itself. A force like that could never be allowed to fully form. He calculated coldly. For the sake of the future, it had to be dismantled now. Even Odin once regretted letting things spiral too far. "Stop yelling. Your king is exhausted." Susanoo snapped back. "That's your king, not mine." Susanoo angrily scolded Dan Peng for being disrespectful, while the boy stared at the spirit, with drool practically spilling from his mouth. Jin Gang sighed in exhaustion. "Dan Peng, that's not food. Both of you knock it off." Susanoo asked curiously, "So what's the plan now?" "Going after the Yata mirror. Do you even know where it is?" Dan Peng puffed up proudly. "I didn't lose to you. I only left because my king ordered it." He cut in calmly. "I have a few leads. First, we need to locate a cave." "A cave?" Susanoo blinked in surprise. "Which one?" "The Yata mirror is hidden inside a cavern." He let out a low grunt. But he couldn't help asking, "How do you know that?" Pulling a weapon from the system, Jin Gang replied, "I have my ways of knowing everything." He gripped Susanoo's blade tightly as a surge of power wrapped around Yugong. His eyes turned crimson as he activated the flame eyes, illuminating the path while expanding his sensory domain. Moments later, he locked onto a distant direction. "That's where it is." Jin Gang ventured alone into the depths of the dense, shadowy forest. Raising the blade, he slashed through tangled branches. To his shock, mere sword intent carved into the earth itself. The demon blade truly lived up to its name. Susanoo protested. "What are you doing? Wasting a supreme sword on clearing bushes." Swords are meant to cut living beings, and this blade represents that ultimate truth. He kept swinging regardless. "Hey, are you even listening to me?" While moving forward, he answered calmly. "Trees are alive too, so I'm using it exactly as intended." Susanoo was speechless. "You're insane." Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, leaves scattering wildly. Across the distant cliffside, the outline of a cave entrance slowly revealed itself. He spotted it and approached cautiously, studying every detail. Soon he stood before the cave. Susanoo grew wary. Wasn't this found too easily? The entrance was obvious. After observing carefully, he concluded the real issue wasn't the entrance, but what lay inside. The sword began to tremble strangely. What's wrong? It's reacting to the Yata mirror. He tightened his grip. As he stepped inside, he explained the three sacred treasures differ in form but share one origin. Only united do they unleash their true power. That's why Amaterasu is obsessed. Hearing him speak so smoothly, Susanoo sighed. You know far too much. I can't even comprehend you. After a pause, he asked, have you ever faced Amaterasu since obtaining the Kusanagi sword? Susanoo scoffed. No. If I had, I'd have fallen into his schemes and lost it. They walked deeper into the cave. I'd rather die twice than let that sword fall into his hands. He replied, so that's why you hid it so well. It took me forever to find it. Suddenly Susanoo spoke up. Jin Gang, you better not mess this up. If both the Yata mirror and Kusanagi sword fall to Amaterasu, I'm finished. His expression hardened. That won't happen. I'll take it myself. Susanoo looked stunned. I never thought I'd be cheering for you. He smirked. Just cheering. Why not do something more concrete? He spoke sincerely. If there's a chance to defeat Amaterasu, lend me your strength just this once. After that, I won't force you again. He reflected inwardly. The undead can only be perfected if the soul submits willingly. Though he possessed Susanoo's body and spirit, forcing him would limit the power. That meant Susanoo had to accept it voluntarily. The god remained silent, lost in thought. Finally, Susanoo agreed. Fine, but only this once. Understood, he nodded. Once is enough. He raised his hand and summoned power. Good. My strongest trump card is ready. Mana began to gather intensely. A massive mana sphere formed as internal energy erupted. Jin Gang circulated his cultivation technique and blasted forward. The cave entrance remained eerily still. He calculated calmly. Now all that's left is to dismantle the mountain labyrinth at my leisure. Susanoo replied dryly. Leisure, huh? And thus began day one of the Yata mirror hunt. The destructive force he unleashed was overwhelming, shattering massive boulders instantly. The entire cliffside erupted outward under the violent shockwaves. The space trembled violently, consumed by chaos and ruin. Seconds later, he strode out majestically, cultivation energy still surging. This had to be where the Yata mirror was hidden. Sheathing the sword, he stood quietly and scanned the surroundings. The vast space was eerily silent, nothing moving except drifting dust. A sense of unease crept in. For days he hadn't seen a single person, monster, or even an insect. Floor 44's monsters barely gave experience anymore, which was fine, but total absence was suspicious. Though calm on the surface, he was anxious inside. Where are they? The blade vibrated sharply again. It's nearby. Do your job as my compass. Jin Gang suddenly halted. Dan Peng's eyes widened as if he had sensed something crucial. The boy shot forward, unusually serious. Seeing him circle while chanting excitedly, he asked in confusion, what's wrong? You've been quiet this whole time. His eyes turned crimson again. Wait, if Mabel is reacting like this then. The system notification appeared, flame eyes detecting truth, sensory domain activated. Placing the sword on the ground, he noticed the terrain felt different. Demonic energy surged as his power shifted, flame eyes intensified. Beneath the ground, a vast mirrored surface emerged, reflecting the blade's image. The sensory domain fully opened. The entire massive space itself was what he had been searching for all along. 1 second later, the system confirmed it. Yata mirror discovered. Jin Gang stood within this vast domain, feeling utterly insignificant. A wave of confusion hit him. This entire space is the Yata mirror. Staring ahead, he questioned how a mirror could be this enormous. A colossal hazy barrier slowly formed as the Ayata dungeon activated. The trial of Ayata has begun. A system prompt appeared, leaving him momentarily stunned. To proceed, defeat yourself. As he moved forward slowly, names that once pressured him surfaced in his mind. Sun Wukong, Horakos, monsters standing beside Odin, and those top-ranked powerhouses. His gaze lowered, expression turning deadly serious. The one I must surpass is my future self. A familiar voice echoed behind him. Jin Gang, is that you? The Yata mirror doesn't just reflect appearance, it reveals the inner truth. So this is my real form. A faint smile curled on his lips. Something's off. The Jin Gang before me isn't my current self. Facing that figure, conflict surged within him. If the trial demands I defeat myself, yet my future self appears, does that mean I cannot accept who I am now? That version stands on an entirely different tier. What a nightmare. Locking eyes with the entity, Jin Gang asked coldly, Doppelganger. The system activated its power scan and sensory domain to analyze the target. After observing carefully, he confirmed it wasn't a simple doppelganger. The figure spoke with disdain. Who are you? Before he could answer, the other tightened his grip on the blade and warned, Speak, or I'll cut you down. Rage surged inside him. Just as expected, he raised his sword instantly. Everything unfolded exactly as predicted. What a strange feeling. He weighed his options carefully. He needed words that could shake even himself. After a pause, he finally said, I am Wukong. The answer stunned the other version. I am Wukong. The figure burst into laughter. Wukong, are you claiming to be that monkey's clone? Clearly unconvinced, he scoffed. Flame eyes. If you were truly his clone, I would recognize it. He concluded confidently. Absolutely not. His aura grew heavier. No matter how I look at you, you're a true entity, not a clone. Without another word, Jingang lunged forward. Demon blade activated. Sacred flame ignited. Neither of them were ordinary fighters, and the shockwaves from their clash ripped through the surrounding space. The other sidestepped skillfully, their blades grazing past each other. He even taunted calmly, a sneak attack isn't a wise move. Suddenly, two more figures materialized and charged at the entity. The opponent retreated slightly, a thin line of blood appearing on his face. Super regeneration healed the wound instantly. He narrowed his eyes, a necromancer. Andy's Ares smirked confidently. I only fight Amaterasu. From behind, he added coolly, you're still a top-tier ranker. Treasure this chance. Even Arthur faced this once. Undead Arthur silently stared at the entity. Yugong asked the fragment of Susanoo on his shoulder. Aren't you helping? It replied lazily. That's not Amaterasu. Interesting, but not my concern. Not my body, so the distance feels off. It even threatened stubbornly. If you die here, the 3 sacred treasures remain buried forever. That benefits me. He grew curious. You really hate having your soul bound, don't you? He pressed seriously. What would make you accept me? The fragment answered honestly. Surpass me. When you're stronger, I'll acknowledge you as master. Rank 57. A confident smile appeared. That's not too difficult. Looking at the entity across from him, his thoughts settled. Rankings will rise with time. He lowered his stance, preparing for battle, sighing softly. All I did was look at my pre-regression self in a mirror, and the difficulty skyrocketed like this. Yet the first to move wasn't him. The entity suddenly appeared beside him. What are you muttering about? His eyes widened in alarm. This speed was beyond imagination. In a flash, the entity swung his blade in a simple arc, but he reacted swiftly and blocked. Seeing the danger, Ares rushed in to strike. With his long spear, Ares knocked both of them away, but he suffered the heavier impact. Ares roared and charged again, fists flying toward the entity's face. But the opponent was terrifying. One slash sent Ares disappearing into a cloud of dust. A sharp metallic sound rang from behind, drawing the entity's attention. Arthur leaped into battle to save his ally, landing a strike squarely on the entity's back. Yet nothing was that simple. Arthur felt 0 damage dealt. Staring into those furious eyes, he realized the sword had been blocked purely by mana. In the next second, explosive mana engulfed the area, reducing everything to rubble. The entity sneered, now I understand. Those monkey-like eyes don't make you a clone. He kept questioning arrogantly, not planning to reveal your identity. Should I force you? Inside, he clenched his teeth. That smug tone is unbearable. He withdrew his blade and analyzed calmly. The mana consumed matches the damage Ares and Arthur received. That entity isn't stronger than the original. Even the 3 sacred treasures can't perfectly replicate a true top 10 powerhouse. Seeing him sheath his sword, the entity mocked, giving up already. He opened the system panel and smiled faintly. Not a chance. From the system's shadow, he drew a new blade. I'm just switching weapons. Gripping the new sword tightly, he declared, you're eager for slaughter. That's why I don't match the demon blade. Stop acting like the protagonist. I am. The entity kept spewing insults. Looking down on the demon blade, how disappointing. So you inflate your strength by relying on it. No matter what, I'm still stronger. He vanished at lightning speed. I won't deny the odds aren't great, but in the end, I'll win. The first exchanges erupted. He fought with confidence. I already understand his style. The demon blade's strikes were brutally sharp and devastating. He unleashed relentless combos without a single pause. The entity remained cold, looks exhausting. His brows furrowed, dropped the arrogance. Stop pretending, the entity replied calmly. I'm not pretending, I am superior. Those arrogant words fueled his frustration. Before meeting Alter, this guy truly had 0 humility. The system displayed mana 118, their blades locked in a fierce clash. He cursed under his breath. Even with over 100 mana, he was still suppressed due to lacking raw power. At that exact moment, Jingang made a bold decision and activated Giant's Might, power surging violently through his entire body. The strength of the giant condensed into his arm, swelling with explosive force. He had fully comprehended the complete form of Colossus state. The entity looked stunned, giant transformation. Ares and Arthur broke free from the chaos and charged back into the fight with everything they had. The entity began channeling massive mana into his blade. Before Ares and Arthur could react, razor-sharp strikes surrounded them from all sides. Breaking past the two, the entity closed the gap in a blink, forcing him into a moment of panic. Acceleration skill activated. His movements and strikes doubled in speed instantly. He pushed himself to the limit just to keep up, gritting his teeth in frustration, even knowing the attack patterns wasn't enough without matching speed. This can't continue. He thrust out his hand and activated a cultivation art. The entire space was engulfed in sacred flame, forming a protective barrier around his body. Standing at the center, He unleashed flame eyes to control the sacred flame precisely. His eyes burned with unwavering resolve. He had to stay on him. The world turned orange in his vision as enemy movements slowed. Time would decide this battle. After seconds of intense focus, he finally locked onto the entity's silhouette. Bursting from underground, he shot upward at altar-like speed. Heavenly Step activated. Movement speed increased 100% for 5 seconds. Demon Blade engaged. A mid-air clash erupted too fast for the naked eye to follow. Moments later they descended, blades still locked in a fierce power struggle. His muscles bulged as system alerts flooded in, Giant's Might overflowing, demonic energy activated, Colossus state enhanced. They moved like lightning, power detonating endlessly with every exchange. Anxiety crept into the entity's eyes. The longer their blades clashed, the clearer the truth became. He realized his attack patterns were gradually being deciphered and controlled. Every possible move was predicted. The fiercer the battle grew, the stronger his inner fear became. How is this possible? We're evenly matched, so why is this dragging on? Every habit mirrored perfectly, and that infuriated him. Identical in every way, yet not a simple doppelganger. Another streak of blood sprayed from his body. Staring at the wound on his face, he finally understood. His gaze shifted back to the man before him, himself. The MC was fully serious now, eyes clear of any distracting thoughts. The entity's mind spiraled into chaos. Why am I losing a mental battle I created myself? Meanwhile, he expanded his ultimate skill to maximize his sensory domain. The entity grew furious and unstable. If that one truly is me. He stared at the demon blade in his opponent's hand and suddenly realized something. The truth dawned on him. That clarity was what was slowly killing him. The flaw lay right there. Seizing the moment, he swung the demon blade in a decisive arc. Simultaneously, his other hand activated a cultivation technique. In the next instant, he drove a brutal strike into the entity's chest, giving no chance to counter. Flames erupted from his palm, scorching every cell across the opponent's torso. The explosion blasted the entity backward violently. He gritted his teeth in fury, but couldn't retaliate in time. His eyes burned with determination to defeat him. Yugong felt the same, his resolve even fiercer. Both charged again like beasts unwilling to fall. After a prolonged clash, dominance shifted entirely to him as he struck the entity's ribs cleanly. Blood poured out. The entity triggered super regeneration, but a warning flashed. Recovery impossible. He collapsed to his knees, his sword slipping from his grasp. Yugong extended his hand, and the sword flew upward instantly. Watching his weapon suspended by that power, the entity's eyes widened in disbelief. Sword control. For those unfamiliar, it's a martial technique using mana to levitate and manipulate blades at will. He spoke calmly. You understand this move well, don't you? Standing beneath the vast sky, he declared without hesitation. It drains immense mana and lacks efficiency, but it's perfect for assassination. I've always kept it as my final card. The entity lowered his head in shame. If I lose to myself in a battle of wits, then I must be the imposter. He ceased sword control, letting the blade drop before him. The entity's trembling hand reached out for the sword. What happened next left him stunned. The entity plunged the sword into his own chest, ending himself. Before fading, he left one final warning. I don't know your goal, but you must win. As the body dissolved, a system message appeared. Yata trial cleared. Sheathing the demon blade, he muttered in disbelief. It's over. Looking at his blood-soaked hands, he sighed. The demon blade consumes its wielder's lifespan. Its killing intent spares neither foe nor ally. He suddenly recalled Chrono's old warning. Once you leave this place, there's no turning back. So live fully over there, and don't cling to what's left behind here. He stood there in silence, heart heavy. Though his time here was shorter than before his regression, he realized he still carried attachments. Focusing on the present isn't as easy as I thought. From the void behind him, the Yata mirror descended slowly into view. Only then did Jin Gang exhale, so I finally found it. The system notification appeared. Yata mirror acquired. Amaterasu clenched the crystal orb tightly in his hand. He paced slowly, but anxiety burned inside him. It had been days without news from Jin Gang. Recalling their encounter, he wondered, did he die? No, impossible. That man had the potential to reach second-rank power. Then a chilling thought struck him. Could he have found the mirror? The idea alone made his blood rush. That man was just a pawn. He wouldn't betray me so easily. Or was he trusting Asgard from the start and planning to stab me in the back? The darkness around him only amplified his sinister expression. Did he really think everything would go his way? All these suspicions weighed heavily on Jin Gang. That man would definitely climb to the top of the tower. With that kind of power, there was no way he would stay still. Channeling energy into the crystal orb, he issued a command. Monitor the arena perimeter. Do not let Jin Yaoan advance to the next floor. Yet the response shocked him. Jin Gang was still on floor 44.